This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1538. With the NPCs completely unaware, the players began a self-rescue operation. The first step was to relocate the contaminated players. This action was implemented first, and had the highest success rate. After all, it was all quests, and they could be done anywhere. And you could also play dungeons with familiar friends. How fun! If there were one or two stubborn and eccentric players, I'm sorry, brother, but I have you offline for 3 days to calm down. You forgive me once you're offline. And then I kill them. The second plan was to monitor high-level NPCs. This plan was also implemented relatively smoothly. Thanks to the strong will of a certain leader, the NPCs didn't discriminate against the players. Instead, due to their shared background in the cyber testing ground, they felt a natural affinity for them. There were already several NPC players with high intimacy levels, and since it was just surveillance, not an assassination, under the invisible hand of the intelligence chief, PP head, everything was quickly arranged. You two, one has master-level ship control skills, and the other has master-level long-range lock-on? The fifth master online pressed. Yes, the two players nodded honestly. The fifth master pondered for a moment, then said, "There's a hidden quest with a pretty generous reward. Are you interested?" Yes. Okay, then stay with me for now, and I arrange it for you when the time comes. Okay. Master Wu nodded and turned to leave. For him, this was just the final route check for his encirclement plan, to ensure there wouldn't be any problems when it was launched. As for the players he encountered along this route, it was nothing more than a coincidence. Behind him, the two players appeared to be acting like quails. In reality, they had already been chatting like crazy in the chat channel. Holy crap, it's already a success. Are you kidding me? Is my acting really that good? An actor's self-cultivation really worth reading. Player 1. Idiot, the strategy was given to me, and the route map was also given to me. If you still got it wrong with the strategy, then you should forget about being a gal for the rest of your life. With your IQ, you be outclassed in everything you do and be single forever. Player 2. I'm just excited. There are always some psychological barriers to conquering a man. Damn, are you really planning to sell your body? As long as the reward is there, then selling it a little isn't a problem. Get lost, you bastard. And just like that, two players, specially selected for the skills crucial for this encirclement mission, successfully defeated their opponent. In reality, without the guidance of the fifth master offline, these two players would likely have participated in this mission. However, given the fifth master's temperament, he likely wouldn't have met them face to face. But this was a perfect coincidence. Since they were already here, and it was a perfect fit, the fifth master couldn't just ignore them, and then recruit them later. The human flying ship master wasn't that socially anxious. And so, this simple strategy was accomplished with such ease. This left Ghost in the Shell's Gundam Angels captain feeling deeply disappointed. He had thought they finally had their chance to shine in the Five Girls series. So, most of the easy parts had been covered, and the only uncertainty regarding the five masters had been resolved through his own strategy. Now, the only uncertainties lay in two areas: the mysterious NPC and the fake senior engineer. Old Walter continued to sip tea. Of course, he wasn't just sipping tea. Besides tea, he was also reading the newspaper. As the only person with the highest authority within the war engine, he could theoretically access all intelligence. And the newspaper he read was actually a holographic projection of that intelligence. Lately, he'd been reading the most about military technology, such as new military technology on the battlefield, or General Quill's recent plan for an advanced military academy, which would invite several mechanical masters to serve as deans. Suddenly, a communication chimed. A flicker of surprise crossed Old Walter's eyes. Not many people knew his number, and at least half of them were within the war engine. So who was it? Or rather, who leaked it? Old Walter quickly confirmed the candidate. The flying ship master. The recently rising military talent, endorsed by General Quill. Because he needed to allocate some computing power from the war engine, he had met with this person before, even questioning him about his military plans. So, if there was an unfamiliar communication coming through, it had to be him. Old Walter hesitated for a moment, then finally connected. Unexpectedly, there was a commotion on the other end, and someone could even be heard shouting. "Is that the old green-skinned guy? Stop talking nonsense. According to the rules, I go first. You know nothing." This way of speaking almost made Old Walter recognize it immediately. It was the style of those Scourge warriors. They were the ones born from the cyber testing grounds, the failed products of advanced civilizations. Immortality gained through the exchange of their brains, and new species with powerful evolutionary abilities. Honestly, if he were still in the clone civilization, he would definitely focus on researching these special test subjects. Immortality. This is a realm only advanced civilizations can explore. But the clone civilization is gone. So he had no choice but to give in. While his thoughts were swirling, the person on the other end seemed to have finally found the person in charge. Old man, listen, this matter is very important right now, but you can't tell anyone else. You absolutely can't tell anyone else. Then a series of strange numbers were read out. After that, the communication was disconnected. Old Walter raised a brow, but said nothing as he continued to pull out his newspaper. Who would have thought that not long after, another call would ring? Old man, listen, this is very important. This time, the caller gave several planetary coordinates. After hanging up, Old Walter pulled out his newspaper again. In just half a day, he had received over a dozen call requests. But the amazing thing was that, on the one hand, he answered all the scam calls from the Scourge warriors. On the other hand, he didn't respond, didn't investigate, didn't study. Finally, after a planetary day, he put down the newspaper. He spoke calmly. So, have you found any signs of me being infected with some virus? A subtle ripple rippled through the air across from him, as if an invisible curtain had been gently twitched. Then, a faint light coalesced in the void, at first as faint as a firefly, gradually spreading into an irregular outline, its edges blurred, sometimes shrinking, sometimes expanding, rising and falling like breathing. Only the third eye on his forehead seemed to reflect the light of the stars. We've checked all the virus machines, 1,000 faces, and Zerg virus variants collected on the battlefield so far. After testing, we find no signs of personality or consciousness viruses in you. That's a shame. Old Walter sighed. Are there any on the other side? After checking, it seems there aren't any. Ingwa paused, then said in a strange tone, but we have noticed a series of strange actions by those Scourge warriors recently. Chapter 1539. Removing combat units, monitoring senior management, colluding internally and externally, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Are these people planning a mutiny? The players, believing their plan to be secret, hadn't even bothered to investigate. Some less intelligent players, in particular, had leaked snippets of information through surveillance. Following the clues, Ingwa quickly compiled a long list of names. Among them, the Minister of the Electronic Network Department was prominently listed. The Mother City organization is no longer limited to a single city, nor does it consist of just 6 departments. With the expansion of the faction, it has expanded to nearly 100 departments. Even so, the conspiracy of a minister-level figure is still somewhat jarring. Even more jarring. If they're planning a mutiny, a rebellion, aren't these people's actions a bit crude? Old Walter asked. Ingwa shared the same thought. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke frankly. Those Scourge warriors generally don't have the right brains. It's possible they acted impulsively. So what do you plan to do? First, isolate them and observe them for a while. Then do it, Old Walter said, unanimous. Who can stand constant harassing phone calls? Ingwa nodded, his ethereal form shimmering again, ready to vanish at any moment. But before vanishing, Ingwa hesitated and spoke. Actually, there's another Scourge warrior, though there's no evidence. I know. I report this to my superiors, and the elimination plan will be reviewed. That puts my mind at ease. Ingwa breathed a sigh of relief, disappearing. After Old Walter and the others disappeared, they continued to pull out the newspaper. After reading it for a moment, they flipped to another page and pulled out an encrypted file. The personal habits and operating principles of the Scourge warriors. What the players didn't know was that while they were researching how to increase NPC favorability, the NPCs were silently watching them. Despite Mr. G's explicit prohibition, these NPC biologists hadn't considered dissecting players and canning them. But they couldn't resist the players' willingness to offer their services. Cooperating with a human body monitor and getting so many faction points? That's a must. Drawing blood for favorability? Needless to say, 2 tubes, 1 for each, dissecting flesh? Damn it, I'm not that kind of person, but if you offer too much, I can become a complete traitor. Although this kind of player experimentation is strictly prohibited, a large amount of player data is constantly being updated. Needless to say, it's 100% the result of certain players losing their moral integrity and their bodies. And despite all these years of research, the reason for player immortality and the principle of strengthening have still not been discovered. But many of the 4 Scourge's unique features had already been documented. For example, after death, resurrection can only occur 3 planetary days later. The resurrection point can be random, but it's generally a place you've already visited. After resurrection, there's a period of weakness. After resurrection, all previous negative statuses are cleared, including but not limited to split personality, brain viruses, energy damage, and spatial ruptures. Compared to the cost of death, these Scourge warriors are more concerned with the weapons and equipment dropped after death. Although old Walter had seen similar information before, he was still amazed after reading it again. Such a unique species actually exists in this universe. The biological experiments of advanced civilizations are truly ingenious and unimaginable. And soon, old Walter's attention fell on the most crucial point. All negative statuses are cleared after death. Old Walter pondered for a moment, then finally closed the newspaper. For the first time, he used his highest authority. Oh my God, I'm under quarantine and investigation. Quarantine investigation +1. Quarantine investigation +2. Quarantine investigation +10,086. My ministerial authority has been sealed. A level 2 inspector has been sent from above, demanding my cooperation. They're asking why I've dispatched so many missions during this period, all of which are related to researchers and executives within the faction. My account has been blocked. Whichever idiot leaked this information, I paid to kill him down to level 0. Get out of my way, I'm furious. Nothing is more infuriating than having a top-tier player's account blocked. The key point is, he didn't do anything. He was just responsible for paying afterward. But the problem is, it's not even afterward yet. His shareholder account is precious. It's the starting account for the faction. There's only one, no other. Then you have more targets to hunt down. A high-level player casually copied and pasted several posts, all about his post-game rewards. Since the discussion on the forum is so heated, there's bound to be more discussion in game too. These idiots, get out of my way. I'm going to give it to you first. For the first time, I've realized that no matter how much money I have, I can't kill all the idiots in the world. After a group of people took a quick count, they discovered that of the roughly 100 players in the entire high-level group, over 80 were under quarantine and investigation. Then the heavyweights arrived. Master Wu, after logging off, expressed frustration. He, too, was under investigation. Why were you under investigation? You've lost all your relevant memories. So how could you be implicated? What does your offline mischief have to do with your online self? Could it be that those idiots leaked the information again? As the high-level players began to suspect another loose-lipped individual had leaked the key figures, Master Wu expressed his thoughts. It's likely that someone guessed the contact number I gave you. This isn't surprising, considering Mr. Walter's contact information is rare, and I'm a Scourge warrior like you. Aren't you also under quarantine and investigation? Bozzy asked nervously. If this guy's account is also blocked, then wouldn't his group's plan be completely ruined? That's not the case, but when I carry out tactical operations, there will be dedicated personnel responsible for review and monitoring. The fifth master paused before continuing. The person in charge of monitoring is this old Mr. Walter. One player couldn't help but complain. Aren't we supposed to monitor the NPCs? How come this mission went the other way? Those who isolate others become the ones being isolated, and those who monitor others become the ones being monitored. We're truly amazing. A certain venomous player continued to grumble. What do we do now? Then we can only rely on the dozen or so of you who haven't been monitored yet. It seems you're the highest ranking person on our side, right? At Gun. Me? Gun let out a startled cry. A look of terror. God bless him, he's just a lucky otaku. Actually, the plan wasn't a failure. Master Wu silently typed this line and deleted it. He didn't know what the other players were trying to accomplish, but what he wanted to achieve had already been accomplished. For quite a while, he hadn't planned to log off. After all, this was his first large-scale battle. And within the war engine, with Xiao Yu's arrival, this massive mechanical computing construct had a rare touch of life. Sister Desira, why is that green-skinned old man who always loved to bring me treats gone? Xiao Yu looked around as soon as he arrived, hoping to find someone he knew. Chapter 1540. Old Walter? Desila was stunned for a moment, scanning the area. Sure enough, the old gatekeeper wasn't in sight. Using her high-level authority, she investigated and discovered that this man had demoted himself to a position as military supervisor. Also, she discovered that the Scourge warriors had been up to something quite serious recently. Plotting a coup? Do these Scourge warriors have the brains to do that? Desila's thinking was essentially the same as that of most of the faction's leaders. It wasn't that she looked down on the players. Okay, she did. It wasn't that there was no chance of success. In fact, the faction experienced a significant period of power vacuum. This period lasted from the conquest of the Narwhal Alpha constellation until President Du's return. During that time, the players, thanks to several small-scale interstellar wars, rapidly increased their strength. From planetary infrastructure to the major legions, the faction was building everything from scratch. During this period, the players were extremely important. The Scourge Warriors, possessing the immortal attribute, were once considered a pillar of support for the faction. However, with the triumphant return of President Du, the faction's strength has increased exponentially, especially now. With troops being produced in the billions, those tens of millions of Scourge Warriors have become mere slack. Is there any other possibility of staging a coup at this time besides showing off one's intelligence? Or, as an experimental subject of an advanced civilization, something has gone wrong? A variety of distracting thoughts flashed through Desola's mind, and she finally blurted out, "He's gone out to work. It's good that the old green skin is out, otherwise, sitting there doing nothing would be a nuisance. After all, he is the person with the highest authority in the civilization war, personally recognized by the leader." Oh! Xiaoyu didn't doubt it. His attention quickly focused on the war engine, his face a rare expression of confusion and seriousness. It feels familiar. Desola's cybernetic nerves inexplicably jumped violently, and she felt a panic in her heart, as if some unspeakable monster was about to crawl out of her body. Let's go find President Du. Oh! Xiaoyu bounded over again and took Desola's hand. Desola instinctively flinched, but then suppressed it. She sighed softly, still unable to understand why such a dangerous being had been brought to the heart of the war. Soon, Xiaoyu encountered Du Xiaodi, whose white hair resembled a network of stars, and greeted her without hesitation. "Sister Du, long time no see." Du Xiaodi smiled, and got straight to the point. "I've asked you to come here this time primarily to ask for your help in ending the war once and for all." At this point, Xiaoyu's sleepiness faded, and he excitedly exclaimed, "No problem, kill anyone. It's not about killing anyone, it's a war of a different kind. Help me iterate beyond the 100th level. Don't resist." Du Xiaodi closed her eyes, and strands of her white hair fell onto Xiaoyu's body. The strands split upon contact, breaking into countless nanofibers. In a way invisible to the naked eye, they penetrated Xiaoyu's body, particularly her brain. And this was the only part of this young woman's body that was 100% carbon-based. Desola felt her brain suffocate, as if she'd fallen into water. Her mouth opened and closed subconsciously. She felt the seething, hungry mechanical consciousness. Dense webs of onic code began to spread like creeping vines, centered at Xiaoyu's feet, and spreading outward in all directions, releasing the original code. Under its influence, the coolant suddenly boiled. Not from overheating, but from some deeper metabolic acceleration. The qubits broke free from their superconducting state and vibrated at room temperature, like a swarm of bees awakened. Fine cracks appeared on the metal casing of the processor array, and nanoscale mechanical blood vessels emerged from the gaps, autonomously reconfiguring the circuit topology. Each chip grew, the silicon lattice extending like a skeleton, solder joints transforming into synapses, and data buses expanding into nerve cords. In an instant, the war engine had reached its 110th level. The white light in Du Xiaodi's eyes grew even brighter. And this iteration seemed only the beginning. The war engine's chassis uttered a metallic groan of twisting, not physical deformation, but the spatial ripples caused by the critical point of computing density. Desola felt the activation of several other stellar-level computing powers. Naturally, there's more than one war engine in this highly classified star system. The hardware of the other 7 stars has been fully activated, including Nebula-class graphics cards, liquid planet simulated cooling systems, and mechanical planet-class CPUs. With these 7-star systems, plus the central war engine, it's easy to build another galactic computer. But this isn't the technological realm of a level 3 civilization. But this time, something was special. As the onic code from the onic crisis continued to penetrate all these machines, the screen didn't freeze upon startup, as Desira had imagined. Instead, it was operating in a low-power level 4 mode. Although it hadn't fully ascended to the level of a galactic computer, it had surpassed the 3rd level. Desola took a deep breath and looked down. On the smooth alloy floor, floating reflections of various complex digital models, and constantly rewriting physical constants floated. She knew what it was. It was the computational singularity, or rather, the war singularity, that Du Xiaodi had been obsessed with. But Desola remained concerned, saying, "The onic crisis isn't so easy to play with. If it transfers from Xiaoyu to you, we're all doomed." Du Xiaodi shrugged, "Have you forgotten? I have a 4th-level carbon-based body. No matter how desperate the onic crisis is, It won't transfer from her to me. Desala hesitated. She glanced at the war engine undergoing its hardware awakening. But if the Onic Revolution transferred to it, wouldn't that be even worse? Don't worry. What's wrong? Desala asked anxiously. The war engine has unexpectedly overproduced 5 levels. Why? Du Xiaodi flashed a hint of understanding. It seems our anti-bandit plan is making good progress. Desala immediately thought of the information she'd seen earlier. The flying ship master who, despite passing various brain tests and showing no problems, was inextricably linked to that bizarre rebellion according to her intelligence network. She felt a growing sense of unease. Desala sighed deeply. In the previous large-scale split-up operations, although the division into smaller units resulted in losses hundreds of times greater, they also uncovered numerous enemy hideouts and traces. On a battlefield, a void storm poured out from a crack. It wasn't wind, but the decay of space. Invisible sawteeth vibrated at high frequency between dimensional layers, gnawing jagged gaps in reality. The 1,000 faces began frantically reorganizing. They gathered into dense metallic spheres, countless probes extending from their surfaces, attempting to analyze the storm. But the void refused to be measured. The spheres had barely formed when they encountered a dimensionality reduction attack. The physical constants in a certain direction suddenly became invalid, causing the quantum tunneling capabilities of the nanoworms to collapse en masse. On the battlefield, evolution wasn't limited to the Legion. The 1,000 faces were also evolving. As a species renowned for its mimicry and assassination skills, most outside civilizations focus more on their assassination abilities. But in reality, mimicry was their trump card. At this moment, they mimicked the Zerg. When these simulated Zerg collided with the void storm, they disintegrated into a more primitive organic matter. Acidic blood, shell fragments, and nerve cords atomized into a scarlet biocloud, actively heading towards the spatial rift. The storm's cutting force collided with this sticky mist of flesh and blood, but was surprisingly cushioned by layers, like a knife through glue. With each dimensional tremor, tens of thousands of tons of organic matter were vaporized, but more Zerg units split and regenerated in the rear, filling the jagged edges of the void with flesh and blood. With each explosion, the Zerg size shrank, even giving rise to both strong and weak interactions. Neither the forces holding particles together within the atomic nucleus nor radioactive decay and particle transformation could break free from this void storm. Perhaps authentic Zerg could achieve this, but they were clearly far from evolving to the subatomic level. Perhaps it wasn't that they were too weak, but rather that the enemy's technology was advancing too rapidly. A trapped 100-faced one raised his head, gazing blankly at the cosmic void. No light, no darkness, only a surging non-color that defied definition. Early void storms definitely didn't possess this level of power. Why is it that interstellar society generally refers to the cosmic vacuum, not the cosmic void? Because the cosmic void involves virtual particles. To put it more simply, if one could artificially transform the cosmic void, then creating alternate dimensions and subspace would be child's play. But what puzzled him was that if the enemy's void storms had evolved to this point, then annihilation was a natural consequence. Why simply trap them, not kill them? The same situation pervaded nearly every corner of thousands of star systems. Thanks to the players' reckless spirit and their head-in-the-brush approach, they had found a considerable number of monster clusters. And now, with full force, one void storm after another rose in different star regions. As if brewing something, yet also as if waiting for something. We're going to lose. Across the distant starry sky, the 3 civilization representatives, Lord Root, Devourer Kazakh, and Thousand Faces, Faceless Shadow, appeared simultaneously. Lord Root's emotions were volatile. Lord Kazakh, the insect representative, hesitated to speak. As for Faceless Shadow, the complexity of the image changes on his body's surface still exceeded the ability of any third-order visual organ to capture. This war between civilizations was quite strange. Due to the dispersal of the mecha-viral civilization, the main force of this war gradually shifted from the virus machines to the Thousand Faces. Yet, the nominal elder brother, or elder sister, of these 2 civilizations simply withdrew. The Devourer, always exuding dominance, remained silent. What could it say? Its own Zerg queen had been assassinated twice, and now, in the process of rebuilding her body, the queen's authority had been freely invested. It couldn't claim that the anti-Zerg alliance was now advancing the map, reclaiming star systems, star regions, and even the star rings one by one. A large number of the main forces of the Zerg army had been divided and cut apart by the mechanical army. Even if the Zerg nests in the rear tried desperately to lay eggs, without the support of the Queen's authority, the resulting subatomic Zerg would be quite weak. So, It could only remain silent. The situation was now clear. The enemy had continuously created at least 100,000 void storms in various star regions, trapping the nano-armies in all directions. Its own virus mechanical army was pinned outside, unable to advance an inch. At this point, unless all the virus lords work together to perform a civilization-level viral transformation, a direct intrusion is possible. If they can't infiltrate, they just have to watch as the enemy executes some large-scale tactic. And if this tactic is successfully deployed, what tactical and even strategic effects will it produce? That's all unknown. Don't we still have the Faceless Project? If we complete it, not only will we end this civilizational war, but we also overthrow the enemy civilization in one fell swoop. The Root Lord remained silent. The faceless shadows seemed to be sleepwalking. The Devourer knew this argument wouldn't convince these two, let alone the civilizations behind them. So it laughed. Although the Queen's army is attacking the Allied forces, I have brought you some goodies. The Root Lord looked behind him. Behind him, the space turned blood red, and a dense fourth-tier insect field permeated. The Lord, currently the only one committed to the battle, nodded for the first time. Is it about to launch? No. Is it about to launch? No. Yes. Not yet. Many people asked questions, including Gal Lily, General Quill, and other high-ranking NPCs. But only one player answered. After all, a Scourge warrior's reputation wasn't strong enough to command the approval of high-level NPCs. In fact, the only person present who didn't express an opinion was the old greenskin sitting at the gate reading a newspaper. He was supposed to be the military supervisor, but judging by old Walter's performance, it looked more like he was just watching the gate from a different location. The fifth master had already entered network mode, and his field of vision now covered nearly the entire battlefield. In his data field of view, 100,000 cracks simultaneously blossomed. Not darkness, not light, but a nebulous existence, squeezing from the layers of reality. Like festering blood vessels, or hungry mouths, they snaked through stars, planets, and dust clouds, redefining everything they touched. A gas giant, swept by 3 intersecting storms, instantly transformed into a vast, twisting, and coarse airstream. Under a void storm of this magnitude, a dimensionality-reducing attack. Gravity became a chewable entity, stretched and broken like taffy. Electromagnetic waves suddenly grew scales as they propagated, transforming into translucent snakes swam through the vacuum. Time was no longer a river, but a shattered mirror, each fragment reflecting a different chain of cause and effect. A space station of a first-level civilization was simultaneously undergoing construction, completion, and destruction, the astronauts' screams and cheers overlapping into an eerie harmony. This was a massive, interconnected void storm, already causing initial disruptions to the dynamics of spacetime. The two spacetime agents, munching on melons, wore a composed expression. Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Having seen pirated special effects blockbusters, I'm not as excited about the official releases now. Chapter 1541. We've tested this at least 1,000 times. When the void storm and dimensional strike interact, there's a high probability of disturbing virtual particles, triggering a range of spacetime changes, much like this. Gal Lily tapped the water lightly, and ripples spread out visible to the naked eye. When these void changes illuminate simultaneously in different areas, they resonate. This resonance stems from the spontaneous adjustment of the information subsurface, a reorganization of deep-seated information. She paused, then said, I believe everyone here has witnessed this kind of change when the information subsurface overflows into the real world. The cyber tide. The NPCs present, all of whom came from the cyber test field, all froze in their expressions. Players can log off. These NPCs, born from the machine Rift Star, have experienced the entire evolution of the cyber wave from beginning to end. The constant stream of illegal data bombarding their brains, the violent decoding of brain-computer reverberations, the rebellion of touch, the piracy revolution of chemical signals, the parasitic pheromone virus, the paleontological war, the Turing Eastern expedition, the electronic brain graveyard, the android revolution. All these bizarre things allowed these NPCs to fully experience the blessings of advanced civilization experiments. Seeing everyone's attention riveted, Gal Lily nodded to another player on the field, Miss Hong. Miss Hong stepped to the front and summoned a biological model. Within the gene editor, a strange stream of information slithered around like a snake. It was based on encrypted neural signals, its body covered in quantum decryption tentacles. Miss Hong, facing so many high-level NPCs for the first time, was inevitably a little nervous, but after taking a deep breath, she suppressed her emotions and began to explain the specific principles of this operation to everyone. We've collected data on the cyber tide and reached a bold conclusion. If deep-seated information overflows from the abyss, a similar effect can be achieved if a powerful consciousness in the real world harnesses it. So, you intend to create an artificial cyber tide, spanning light years and infecting the thousand faces, similar to releasing a biological virus? Great Elder Leviathan was deeply interested. After all, it involved the biological field, which he was somewhat familiar with. Miss Hong nodded, then shook her head. The result is just as you said. We do hope to use an artificial nano-frenzy to spread the nano-plague to those nanospecies, ideally from within the battlefield to beyond, or even to the Thousand Faces civilizational coordinates, thereby creating a civilizational chaos that will force them to retreat. But the process is reversed. We don't induce the nano-frenzy by first creating a powerful information consciousness. Instead, we use the nano-frenzy to in turn foster this level of information consciousness. According to our calculations, the strength of this information consciousness is at least level 4. The faction currently lacks the means to create this level of consciousness. The Leviathan Elder was momentarily enlightened, then nodded. Level 4 biological side consciousness is probably only achievable by the main AI of the galaxy computer. With the faction's current technological level, this is indeed difficult to achieve. But on the other hand, if we can't achieve this, can we allow those nanospecies to evolve to this point on their own? Miss Hong summoned another macroscopic projection. Within the cracks formed by the 100,000 void storms, a dozen or so points of light lit up. These points of light weren't just individual points, but a whole system of them. In short, it's a set of stellar hardware. Now, Great Elder Leviathan understood everything. So that's the whole plan. Many people understood it too. But many more seemed a little confused. Old Walter, sitting by the door reading a newspaper, pricked up his ears, a thoughtful expression on his face. But then the Flying Master's voice chimed in. I'm ready to act. The crowd finally came to their senses, even reacting. Unable to bear the previous interrogation, the Fifth Master had to summon the members of the technical department specifically responsible for this operation to conduct a military science lecture. The effect was quite good, at least no one interrupted him, while he made the specific military arrangements. I'm ready to launch, the Fifth Master repeated, finally waking everyone up. Activating the plan wasn't a complex operation. It simply involved issuing the command to activate the stellar hardware set with General Quill's approval. And that was it. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. That's it? Whether it's the virus machine or the Thousand Faces, they're both a very extreme form of mechanical civilization. This extreme nature is terrifyingly powerful in some areas, but in others, it also has inherent flaws. For example, when it comes to invading various mechanical creations, the virus machine demonstrates a greater ability than even some third-order information species. In terms of mimicry assassinations, most carbon-based species can't match those nano-killers. But in other areas, their flaws are enormous. For example, while the virus machine possesses extremely strong intrusion capabilities, its flaw is that it can't invade without a signal fluctuation. Simply put, as long as you don't turn it on, it can't be hacked. In this respect, information species are completely different. They can even actively imbue some mechanical creations with souls, or AI. That's why the Legion was able to construct such a large-scale stellar hardware right under the noses of these two rivals. After all, the Legion had already maxed out its infrastructure talents, and with so many mechanical creations, who knows what they'd be used for unless they were operational. And the Fifth Master's previous operations, breaking down the entire system into smaller units and operating behind enemy lines, had also greatly diverted the enemy's attention. It can only be said that some people, some talents, are truly innate. General Quill was indeed limited by his vision. But how much better were human players? He didn't even have a boss panel. But his operation was simply amazing. Perhaps it was due to some undateable talents, or perhaps it was due to some offline identities, or even experience. At the command headquarters, all they saw were spatial coordinates, data, and even more detailed information. But the experience on the front lines was completely different. This was especially true for the Thousand Faces trapped by the Void Storm. Already roiled by the various void fissures, unable to reshape themselves, many nanoparticles simply floated in the vacuum. A terrifying wave of computing power surged across light years. The previously trapped nano-killers suddenly felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Each nanoparticle calculated the optimal evolutionary path, twinkling like billions of stars, or like a school of deep-sea fish swiftly turning in an ocean of data. They devoured, reassembled, and mutated, their surfaces radiating with iridescent logical patterns, sometimes converging into sharp geometric shapes, sometimes dispersing into an electrified mist. Nanoparticles, previously blown to who knows where by the spatial storm, drifting into who knows where, even into some unidentified crack in spacetime, now glowed with the light of evolution. You know, before the entire plan was implemented, at a high-level questioning meeting, Dr. Yu, the current foremost expert in biotechnology, posed a rare serious question. What if the plan failed, and instead of producing a nanoplague similar to the cyber tide, the other side actually evolved those nanokillers? Miss Hong, Dr. Yu's lab intern, offered a rare defense on behalf of the five masters. The logic was simple. If species evolution were so easy, then why didn't the native species of the machine Rift Star evolve to withstand this information frenzy during the 10 waves of the cyber tide? The polluting and destructive power of deep information is uncontrollable by either a level 2 or level 3 civilization. Otherwise, level 3 information civilizations wouldn't be so proud of delving into the information ocean. How could the 1,000 Faces succeed in something that even information civilization couldn't handle with just one wave? This explanation convinced Dr. Yu. After all, with his 0 to 100 record, he knew full well that without a technology tree, even accidents, let alone successful experiments, were rare. Just as expected, when a bunch of stellar hardware was forced to power on through self-destruction, a surge of evolutionary computing power was forcibly generated. The evolution of nanospecies became uncontrollable. Somewhere, a silver-black tide, composed of countless hexagonal nano-units, was flooding over an abandoned planetary processor cluster. Wherever it passed, a thorny forest of crystals grew on the metal surface. In a certain cosmic vacuum, the tide suddenly paused, bulging upward as if shaped by invisible hands, forming a translucent humanoid silhouette. Within its chest cavity, a nebulous vortex of light swirled, the underlying code being rewritten. In a certain void storm, a swarm of nano-organisms began to mimic organic life. Mechanical spines rose from the ground, their ends splitting into dendritic probes. A ball of liquid metal suddenly exploded, transforming into tens of thousands of hummingbird-sized flying machines, their wings so thin that they could reveal the shattered satellites behind them. Across the 100,000 void storms, most of the 1,000 Faces began to mutate. Some of these alterations could be considered evolution, but others were simply simulations. The species that the 1,000 Faces had once impersonated appeared one by one: first-level civilizations, second-level civilizations, third-level civilizations, and even some space behemoths. The sheer number was breathtaking. As expected of the renowned nano-killers, their experience was profound. Meanwhile, on the other side, the face of Faceless Shadow, one of the 3 previously silent leaders of the civilization, suddenly cracked, a large crack appearing. Through this crack, one could see countless faces floating on the nano-walls of the Faceless Council. There were numerous players, and quite a few NPCs, numbering tens of millions. These faces were devoid of pupils or eardrums, with black holes in their mouths and hollow eye sockets, and even blood oozing from their eyes. They gave the impression of freshly peeled human skin. And among these faces, the one in the center belonged to a certain Mr. G. At this moment, Mr. G's eyes seemed to flicker. The Root Lord immediately looked at the Devourer. A hint of helplessness crossed the Devourer's ferocious face. We've already taken action, but I can't guarantee how many of the nano-core we can save. No need to save them. Destroying them is fine. The Root Lord quietly sent a message. Detectors indicate enemy forces have appeared on the outskirts of the 10,000 Void Storm. The AI's electronic voice, data intelligence, and surveillance footage flooded into the Fifth Master's mind almost simultaneously. The arrival of enemy reinforcements wasn't surprising. What was surprising was that they were Zerg. As one of the parties involved, Gao Gong had naturally relayed information about whether the Zerg Queen was injured, and even the extent and location of the injuries. It was precisely because he had identified the biggest unexpected variable that the Fifth Master dared to take such a drastic action. Because without this intelligence backing this drastic action, he would likely face a massive Zerg army. Those are the few Scourge units whose brute force rivals the Legions, or even surpasses it by a level. Although it wasn't an army of insects, it was a 4th-tier insect weapon. It emerged from the darkness. A mouth without boundaries, a bottomless abyss within. Its edges weren't flesh, but countless wriggling black tentacles, twisting and tangling like hungry snakes, each covered in barbs and suckers. As it opened, the vacuum was evacuated, light devoured, and even the ripples of the void vanished like a snuff candle. The void storm was also gnawed away. Strange ripples appeared on the gnawed edges, like a vortex collapsing on the surface of water. The heat and light of the stars were pulled into thin strands, silently breaking and dissipating. The remains of the planets disintegrated before they fell into the chasm, their atomic bonds cracking like spiderwebs. Even time became sticky here, like syrup about to solidify, ultimately being sucked up by the greedy mouth. 4th tier insect weapon, Devouring Mouth. Currently known, this is one of the 10 most powerful 4th tier weapons of the insect civilization. It possesses unparalleled power in void and subspace devouring. On more than one occasion, the anti-Zerg Alliance's mechanical armies have been cut off from their supply chains, leaving them completely devoured by the encircling Zerg armies. This devouring mouth played a crucial role. But that's unimportant. With the exception of a certain emerging mechanical civilization that just took the lead, everyone possessed several blueprints for Tier 4 civilization weapons, making them incredibly powerful. The key, however, lay in the sheer number of them the enemy had deployed this time. A full 10,000 devouring mouths appeared on the interstellar battlefield. The ability to mass-produce Tier 4 civilization weapons has always been a sign that a Tier 3 civilization has entered its late stages. In addition to devouring the void storms, the devouring mouths also brought with them a vast army of Zerg, the Thousand Faces, and the virus mechanics. This interference immediately disrupted the battle. But after the faction's experts conducted research, they made a startling discovery. This change, however, was not necessarily a bad one for this military operation. In a sense, their appearance has greatly accelerated the speed at which the nanoplague takes shape. Chapter 1542. In a war of civilizations, whether tactical or strategic, the source of all planning is the continuous advancement of the technology tree. In fact, most civilization wars are largely launched for the purpose of upgrading the technology tree. This is why neither the Civilization Council nor other cosmic organizations oppose civilization wars. Interfering with the evolution of civilizations is the greatest moral issue in this universe. And now, in this war, the same principle applies. Because of someone's blueprints, coupled with a wealthy woman's financial resources and infrastructure, the mechanic civilization has evolved far beyond its enemy. This superiority is comprehensive. Objectively speaking, this also leads to suppression at the war level. But achieving a decisive victory remains extremely difficult. After all, defeating a civilization of the same level is one thing, destroying it is another. Of the nearly 10 third-tier civilizations in the anti-Zerg Alliance, how many have a record of destroying civilizations of the same tier? Not a single one. The Zerg Queen is so powerful that she single-handedly fought against a host of mechanical civilizations, yet the only civilization she actually destroyed was the Black Mechanical Alliance. And even then, she had to personally engage in battle, taking a blow from one of the enemy civilizations. According to the information available, the Zerg Queen was indeed severely injured, but due to some unusual circumstances, she recovered. So, to completely destroy a civilization of the same tier, even if it's just a serious blow, it's impossible without a surprise attack. Master Wu also saw this, and so the surprise attack he deployed was the Cyber Tide, which had previously kept players offline for over a month, leaving the planning team without a planner. The source of this cyber wave is the information matrix, but its core is the entire cyber experimentation on the machine Rift Star. Or rather, it was precisely these cyber experiments that truly activated that Fifth Order monster. The involvement of the Zerg, or rather, the involvement of the Fourth Order civilization weapons imbued with the Queen's will, seems to have had a similar effect. They provide a richer source of evolutionary material. Don't forget that the Thousand Faces are a former mechanical civilization. Their current identity is a carbon-based civilization forcibly transformed by the Zerg Queen. They and the Zerg are not merely of the same race, but also of fellow creatures. These nano-armies present no obstacle to absorbing Zerg cells and the Queen's will. On a macroscopic level, the release of the Fourth Order Zerg weapons instantly blasted apart nearly 5,000 void storms. But what the leaders in charge didn't anticipate was that what awaited them was not the withdrawal of the Thousand Faces army, but even more rapid evolution. On a microscopic level, subatomic Zerg began spontaneously forming viruses, spreading like living asphalt. They were no simple organic strains, but rather possessed a twisted intelligence. The hive mind wriggled within the viscous genetic material, each RNA segment like a ravenous arthropod, tearing through its host's defenses with enzymatic forceps. As these viruses swarmed, they formed eerie honeycomb patterns under the electron microscope, as if an invisible queen bee were orchestrating this nanoscale swarm. With barely any resistance, the nanoparticles accepted this transformation and rapidly upgraded themselves. They began to mimic the Zerg virus's attack pattern. The once meticulously arranged carbon tubes suddenly twisted into barbed tentacles, their tips secreting proteases similar to those of the virus. These mechanical tentacles penetrated the virus's core, not destroying it, but hijacking it. The nano-units were reverse decoding the Zerg's genetic code. Some of the successfully invaded units displayed organic patterns resembling those of high-ranking Zerg officers, and a strange, insect-like resonant frequency emanated from their cores. The most ridiculous thing happened when this resonance absorbed the Queen's authority at the mouth of the abyss. A massive black shadow suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Her outline wriggled in the gloom, like a living shadow. It wasn't simply darkness, but a being that devoured light. Every inch of her form undulated subtly, like millions of nano-insects crawling beneath her skin. A twisted crown-like protrusion extended from her head, not as an ornament, but as a cluster of sensory organs, vibrating and capturing pheromones and electromagnetic waves in the air. The devourer Kazak's eyes nearly popped out. A queen! Especially when wisps of black light brewed from the shadow, Kazak roared like a madman. Damn it! Queen's authority! What the hell are you doing? As the Queen's authority took shape, both the Zerg transformed from nanoparticles, and the supporting subatomic Zerg were sucked away, like birds returning to their nests. And the lines on the massive black shadow of the Queen, absorbing these Zerg, seemed to become slightly clearer. The Queen opened her eyes. To be more precise, there weren't two, but countless. Delicate compound-eye structures drifted in the shadows, like stars crushed by a void storm, each one radiating a cold, unnatural light. They weren't static, but rather flowing beneath the skin, sometimes gathering in clusters, buzzing and vibrating like a swarm, sometimes dispersing and drifting, like some parasite moving through flesh and blood. Damn it! Damn it! As a true confidant of the insect queen, Kazak naturally understood what this meant. No matter what this creature was, the moment it was able to evolve the queen's authority, it meant it was qualified to compete for the title. Especially as the queen was at a critical juncture in her physical body repair. Who could have imagined that a war between civilizations not theirs would suddenly give rise to such a terrifying creature? Devourer Kazak could no longer sit still. It instantly transformed into its original form, a biological warship forged from flesh and chitin. Its hull wasn't metal, but layers of insect armor, pitch black as the abyss, its surface covered in dark red veins like blood vessels, as if lava were flowing within. The carapace wasn't smooth, but covered in countless tiny bone spurs and serrated protrusions, each like a miniature scimitar, ready to tear through approaching prey. In its sheer size, it was comparable to a normal planet. The biological warship instantly broke through the void, charging towards the coordinates of the Queen's shadow. As it did so, the massive spiral maw running through its head began to split. Not simply opening, but a reorganization of flesh and blood. The carapace peeled away, revealing the nested chambers within, each layer covered in inverted serrations and wriggling digestive tentacles. The deepest part wasn't a throat, but a swirling mass of darkness, distorting the surrounding light like a miniature black hole, emitting a void suction force that made living things shudder. It had to solve this problem for the Queen before the other party took shape, and the black hole in the Devourer's mouth wasn't a fake, it was a true black hole. However, what it faced was a void storm. Not the void storm tactics engineered by billions of starship mechas, but a void tide. At first, it resembled a twisted aurora, silently spreading through the folds of space. Fragmented codes flickered within the vortex of purple-black energy, like the death throes of trillions of collapsed programs. Soon, these specks of light began to multiply, devouring each other, forming insected patterns resembling neuronal synapses. These splittings weren't random, but rather followed the evolutionary patterns of some non-alive form, each flickering rewriting the surrounding physical constants. The black hole in the Devourer's mouth was suddenly blocked by a flood of nanomatter from the void. At the same time, the laws of physics began to break down. Billions of insected shadows seethed at the Planck scale, like a seething sea of darkness. Each insect was not a physical entity, but a self-replicating probability wave, its body composed of entangled virtual particles. When they flapped their wings, they didn't disturb the air, but instead caused nearby atomic nuclei to spin and tremble, as if matter itself were in fear. The Devourer's body began to disintegrating into countless subatomic Zerg swarms, which were then absorbed by the new Zerg storm. Even more terrifyingly, its body remained intact. Due to a certain observer effect, numerous invisible Zerg eggs sprouted from beneath its cortex, breaking apart and forming new flesh. Similarly, the Queen Shadow did not remain still. After absorbing all the nano-armies in this void storm, it immediately entered a superluminal transition, appearing in another star system. Following the same pattern, it devoured the nano-armies of star system after star system, with the void storms and the star armor legions offering no resistance. In fact, this was the fifth master's vision. Whether the nano-plague that ultimately evolved was a Zerg queen, it didn't matter. As long as the 1,000 faces could be dealt with, it would be enough. In fact, after the Shadow Queen devoured the entire Thousand Faces Legion, her figure paused, and her eerie insect eyes seemed to see something. A silvery white world, with thousand faces floating in the silvery sky. The two sides stared at each other, each seeing the indifference in the other's eyes. Then, the Shadow Queen disintegrated on the spot, transforming into an endless silver mist, burrowing into the void rifts, the warp, the depths of the material world, and even the information abyss. Finally, she and the Devourer vanished together. Throughout this process, all the legions maintained sufficient restraint. Faced with the Zerg Queen's nano-plague, it was better to let the Thousand Faces deal with it themselves. Is this considered a success? General Quill, who had witnessed it all, said in a daze. Of course, the fifth master hesitated, finally glancing at Miss Hong, the only female player on the field, his expression indescribably strange. More than a success, it was a truly remarkable success. Name, Nano-Plague, Queen Form, Rank, 5th. Status, Unformed. At this moment, old Walter, sitting at the gate reading a newspaper, silently closed it. The Warcraze Mechs on guard simultaneously flashed a faint red light in their eyes. Hundreds of light years away, Mr. G suddenly groaned. He covered his mouth, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner. Father! The little Scarlet Queen beside him looked concerned. Nothing, nothing. Father, don't you want to go somewhere else for a stroll? No, I don't have much time left. I was seriously injured in the previous assassination attempt on the Insect Queen. I was thinking of exploring, but now my old injuries have relapsed. I better head straight to the war engine. There are some things I need to explain in person before I can be assured. Although this statement was full of flaws, for example, after the assassination attempt, Mr. G was teleported directly back to the rear, rather than taking a detour to the front lines. For another example, according to the information Mr. G himself said back, he was basically a supporting actor in this battle. The one who contributed the most, and of course, suffered the most serious injuries, was the new Elephant Lord. But neither the little Scarlet Queen nor anyone else had any doubts. Let's go! Time waits for no one. Let's go to the war engine. Mr. G stared at his palm. Within the bloodstains on his palm, countless nanoparticles, invisible to the naked eye, were slowly melting into insect eggs. He really didn't have much time left. Old Walter, what are you doing? General Quill stared at the unremarkable old gatekeeper in disbelief. She had received word that some Scourge warriors were colluding and acting strangely, and that the Flying Master seemed even implicated. But she suppressed all of this. As it turned out, the Flying Master lived up to his trust and fought a brilliant battle. Although the full extent of the Nano-Plague's devastation was unknown, the sheer force of its appearance was no less powerful than the Cyber Tides. But who could have imagined that the Scourge warriors were not in trouble, but the one guarding the gate was the problem. Throughout the entire Civilization War, most of the faction's top brass came in person to confirm the outcome of this crucial military operation. If they were wiped out en masse, that would be a real mess. Thus, the level of confidentiality here was kept at the highest level. Even a portion of StarNet technology was utilized for cover-up. Although President Du wanted to carry the entire situation single-handedly, they were all family members after all, so how could they be so discriminated against? But who would have thought that the gatekeeper would be the one to cause the final wreck? At this point, a dense swarm of war-crazy machines pinned down all the top brass members. While some of these high-ranking brass members were capable of fighting, but facing the most elite war-crazy guards, and the isolation of the third-level information network, it was impossible to transmit the information immediately. For example, the legendary interstellar mercenary Ti Yongqi was pinned to the ground, his entire space bag looted. Compared to him, the Leviathan Elder, who had only joined them later, was much more cautious and offered no resistance at all. This blatant mutiny shocked not only the NPCs, but also the players present. What was this? A follow-up to the quest? Why hadn't they received any notifications about the temporary quest? Old Walter, hands in his pockets, cheerfully walked over to Master Wu and gave him an ambiguous look. You've done well. Now, continue the action. Master Wu looked unusually bewildered. Action? What action? Chapter 1543. In this war of civilizations, most of the high-ranking officials involved were wiped out. There were many reasons for this. For example, regardless of which side the enemy faced, they were all proficient in hacking and disguise. Military meetings of this magnitude wouldn't dare be conducted remotely online. Another reason was the powerful information isolation provided by StarNet technology. Another reason was that, as the highest authority in the war engine, he possessed the power to take over all of the faction's mechanical AIs in a short period of time. And no one expected that the old greenskin, who had always been invisible, would pull off such a stunt at such a critical moment. But no matter what, he did it. In a successful act of rebellion. General Quill's eyes widened, staring at him in disbelief. The fifth master's heart faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Senior Walter, I've passed over 100 brain testing methods used by the faction. What he meant was that he couldn't be brainwashed by anyone else, regardless of whether that someone was him, Walter, or anyone else. I've been there too, and more than you have. Old Walter held out his hand. On his aged palm, a transparent worm egg quickly squeezed out of the skin. Then, from within, a strange, transparent worm crawled out. Name, Memory Worm Larva. Rank, Level 4+. I can't do it either, Old Walter smiled. At least not in this galaxy. You knew that Old Walter was one of the few people in the entire camp who had been implanted with a memory worm and was aware of it. He needed a way to maintain absolute clarity of mind. Only decisions made in a state of absolute clarity are absolutely correct. Master Wu still didn't understand, but he vaguely sensed that this matter seemed to be related to him. Something like a virtual personality had been pre-implanted into my consciousness, unconsciously trapping me in a certain mental trap. So, if I truly was involved in some kind of plan, then it must have been arranged by me offline. If it was arranged offline, then there are many methods. For example, the simplest one is to ask other players for help. Master Wu opened the system panel. As a player, he didn't have a memory worm, but he still served as an anchor. Civilization Rescue Mission, Faceless Mr. G. It was actually a civilization rescue level mission. Master Wu glanced at the mission description and understood the current situation, but at the same time, some doubts arose in his heart. If part of our consciousness about Mr. G had been artificially deleted and tampered with, wouldn't players be able to understand it by opening the system panel? Unless our subconscious resisted opening the system. Or, in other words, after opening it, the relevant memories were deleted again. This isn't surprising. When the employee personalities were first implanted, the players had no desire to open the system, only to be slaves to the NPCs 24/7. These methods are simply more advanced and covert. The fifth master took a deep breath. What do you want me to do? Old Walter nodded in satisfaction. The data states that after these Scourge Warriors are resurrected, all negative status will be reset. But this isn't entirely accurate. To be more precise, all negative states, including memory and consciousness, will be refreshed. Furthermore, these Scourge Warriors must possess a secret communication network unknown to any of them. This communication network is somewhat similar to the Zerg network, but more covert, giving the impression more like the Faceless Men's methods. Old Walter gave him a deep look. The fifth master, as if sensing something, calmly nodded. An NPC and a player had reached a model of cooperation, yet also a higher level of fear. But now, they were close collaborators. And their target was the unspeakable one, the leader of their own civilization. Using the surveillance system covering all mechanical star systems, the two quickly located Mr. G. He was now, along with the little Scarlet Queen, in a secret spatial passage leading directly to the war engine. The memory worm in Old Walter's hand seemed to have sensed something, and a strange mist suddenly appeared within its transparent body. Just do it. Yes. The fifth master hesitated. Killing the leader of a civilization is already incredibly stressful. Not to mention that this Mr. G is most likely fake, but the Scarlet Goddess beside him, Mr. G's daughter, is 100% real. I do it. Old Walter said nothing, immediately assuming control of the entire mechanical army. The space was trembling. At first, it was just a subtle ripple, like ripples on water brushed by an invisible wind. Mr. G was startled, as if he had a premonition. With a flick of his finger, the next moment, the phantom of the gravity fruit was summoned. Then, space itself collapsed, the barrier of the passage twisting into strange arcs, like crumpled paper. Almost instantly, the ripples twisted and tore, transforming into pitch-black cracks, like the claw marks of some monstrous beast, tearing reality apart from thin air. The two were enveloped by the world-shrouding void storm, like ants in a tornado, unable to reach the sky or the ground. Activate non-dimensional reduction. The fifth master's eye twitched. Objects in the three-dimensional world suddenly became flat. The outline of the warship began to distort, like a paper model flattened by an invisible giant hand. Planets, light, human bodies, everything slowly lost its thickness. Fingertips stretched into two-dimensional lines, and bones and flesh were stretched into blocks of color on a flat surface. They tried to scream, but their voices were also suppressed, becoming a ripple on the canvas. There's a traitor! Accompanied by the little Scarlet Goddess's furious shout, the phantom of a giant tree, obscuring the planet, rose from the center of the storm. The tree, encompassing the entire planet, possessed a powerful evolutionary ability, its branches embedded in the void, absorbing the energy of space. However, old Walter had long anticipated this. Space began to warp. It wasn't wind, it wasn't energy, it was something far more deadly, nanoscale fissures in the void, as thin as a hair, yet powerful enough to slice through reality itself. Like invisible nooses, they quietly entangled the enemy's body. The evolved branches of the void were instantly shredded. Huang Yuanli's confused and angry voice echoed across thousands of light years. What's going on? Why are we fighting each other? Old Green Skin, what the hell are you doing? The planet-scale mechanical fortress rumbled, as if a terrifying entity outside the Earth's core was lashing at its alloy defenses. And on the surface of this mechanical planet, continent-scale mechanical plates ripped apart with a flick of a finger. One after another, enormous, bright red branches sprouted from the void, rapidly advancing toward the Earth's core, attempting to quell the coup. Stop her. Old Walter didn't even look up. The next moment, all the elite war-crazy machines entered sublight mode. The war-crazy machines qualified to guard this place were 1 in a billion, equipped not only with top-tier faction equipment, but also with at least 4 combat-type boss templates. The mere appearance of this powerful mechanical force caused considerable trouble for Huang Yuanli, forcing the great tree spirit to summon the inner world of the creature known as the brain in a vat to collect them one by one. It's because I'm thousands of light years away that I can't unleash my true power. Otherwise, I summon the wet river and show you what true biological power is. Damn it! Why can't I get through to Du Xiaodi and Desira? I knew clones were no good. They're even worse than bionic humans. The exasperated tree spirit had already begun its species attack. Finally, amidst the Legion-level void storm, the massive tree phantom finally gave way, withering and dispersing on the spot. The leader's daughter was gone instantly. At the same time, a super weapon blazing with stellar light split the void storm, revealing Gao Gong's true form. The gigantic, perfectly formed body gave the impression not of being suppressed by space, but rather of suppressing it in turn. The originally two-dimensional space seemed to have been blasted with a massive hole. Within the hole, light was chaotic and dim, and the surrounding planets, affected by this, seemed to be pulled apart by strands of light. For an extreme species, killing it would be extremely difficult. For it was not only capable of entering lightspeed mode, but could even briefly reach superluminal mode. In a level 3 civilization, so-called lightspeed weapons refer more to weapons than to people. To put it bluntly, achieving intelligent operation at lightspeed mode is impossible with most level 3 technologies. If it were to enter superluminal mode, even a level 3 civilization in its prime would have limited means to capture or kill it. And this Mr. G was an extreme among extreme species. Killing him would be extremely difficult. However, spatial strings appeared. Cracks appeared out of thin air, like wounds torn by invisible hands, their edges smooth and complete, without any energy fluctuations. Space violently unfolded. Like a clamshell forcibly pried open, revealing a dark corridor within. The tunnel's walls weren't solid, but a honeycomb structure woven from some kind of energy. Each hexagonal grid was tinged with dark red light, like liquid energy surging through blood vessels. Giant satellite cannons slid out from the depths of the tunnel, like coffins being pushed out, silent and deadly. Each cannon was as massive as an asteroid, its pitch-black barrel engraved with energy circuits of unknown purpose. The muzzle was a polygonal slit, like a forcibly stretched metallic throat. Their surfaces reflected no light, only an all-consuming matte black, as if absorbing even starlight. Launch a strike. It wasn't old Walter who said this, but Mr. 5. Ultimately, Mr. 5 replaced the old green skin and personally orchestrated the military coup that killed his boss. In a level 3 civilization, there aren't many means to counter FTL, and space string technology is definitely one of them. When the light reached its limit, Mr. G suddenly transformed into countless forms. Space collapsed around him, like silk clenched by invisible hands, rippling through spacetime. But around each FTL figure, a space string simultaneously appeared. Originally, during the landing phase, space string technology wasn't yet highly developed. However, after countless battlefield trials, it gradually became capable of long-range space delivery and mobile space coordinate positioning. After all, the theoretical foundation is mature. What's lacking is practice. Combining these two technologies effectively could create a familiar level 4 weapon. Space Sopan. A ripple of space stretched across the bodies of all the high-tech engineers traveling faster than light, revealing a satellite cannon deep within it. In terms of sheer lethality, This weapon was already at the pinnacle of level 3 civilization weaponry, comparable to some non-lethal level 4 weapons. Firing. There was no sound, for sound cannot travel in a vacuum. But if there was, it would have been the shrieking sound of space being torn apart. What emanated from the muzzle was not a beam of light, but a pitch-black rift, like a divine blade slicing through the veil of reality. This rift extended at the speed of light, and wherever it passed, matter was not burned or pierced, but erased from existence. Black hole cracks, significantly larger than miniature black holes, appeared one after another. Gong Gong possessed numerous fourth-tier skills and numerous resurrection methods. But facing a blow of this level and magnitude, he still couldn't break free. Even a Star Destroyer, at full power, couldn't slash the black hole. Just as players view NPCs, simply reveal their health bar, and they can be killed, the civilization's leaders viewed extremist creatures similarly. As long as they couldn't escape, they could be killed. From this perspective, Gao Gong was still significantly weaker than Shrek had been back then. Because Shrek possessed far more rule-based power than Gao Gong had. And the NPC leaders could only watch helplessly, as their leader was smothered by their own artillery fire, their hearts filled with resentment, feeling rather like they were being bullied. And within a hibernation pod on a starship, with a secret designation, a faceless figure was entering hibernation. This faceless figure's body outline strongly resembled a certain Mr. G. Because it was dormant, the light was extremely dim, with only the occasional flicker of light from the surrounding stars, giving it the feeling of being in an interstellar horror film. And in the gloom, a human figure silently observed the faceless man. It stood there, like a body pieced together from forgotten after-images. On its skin, countless tiny worms. Translucent, pale fluorescent bodies, each one wriggling, entwining, and reorganizing. They had no fixed form, sometimes converging into a roughly human silhouette, sometimes dispersing into a volatile mist, as if ready to collapse into a pile of crawling debris. All the while, its face was constantly changing. There were no facial features, only the occasional hollows formed by the worm's movement. Like erased human faces, they flashed in the swirling swarm, then quickly vanished. Sometimes the wrinkles of an old man, sometimes the roundness of a child, sometimes some inhuman distortion. Each change was accompanied by a subtle, sticky wriggling sound, like the whispering sobs of thousands of memories. Finally, this face froze into a familiar one. Not Engineer Gao. Engineer Gao's past life. The prototype of the rich woman's love affair. The prototype of the rich woman's love affair raised its head, a fleeting emotion transforming into a wave of pheromone viruses that flooded the spacecraft. Amidst this wave, this figure reappeared on the surface of the spacecraft, standing calmly at the speed of light, amidst the flickering spots of light, staring in one direction. After a long pause, he spoke in a strange tone. As expected of a sword-bearer, you've mastered the art of overcoming moral dilemmas and instrumentalizing yourself. As long as the civilization war is won, can a civilization's leaders be discarded at will? Fortunately, you were only allowed to be a sword-bearer. If you were a wall-facer, you would have assassinated all the high-ranking officials. Fortunately, Huang Yuanli was alerted. Xiao Xianhong's resurrection method is now virtually guaranteed to be a non-issue. The rest depends on when I'm eliminated. Apart from anything else, the Legion's firepower is truly formidable. Chapter 1544. The situation wasn't complicated, at least not for Gao Gong. After completing their feat of severely inflicting a heavy blow to the Insect Queen, Gao Gong and his team used the carbon-based network's unique bioteleportation technology to return to the third star. After returning to the third star, they exchanged a few brief words before each returning to their own homes. The two National Treasure-level biological masters took the new Elephant Lord, whose condition was beginning to deteriorate, back to Alliance headquarters for treatment. As for Gao Gong himself, he boarded a lightspeed spaceship and slowly sailed towards his own territory. Fearing death by the Insect Queen on the way there, and fearing being abandoned on the way back, G's nerves remained on high alert. After confirming safety, he finally climbed into the hibernation pod, ready for a good night's sleep. Instead, he nearly had himself replaced by someone else, a cat-for-animal substitution. It's a shame no one could have imagined that those 1,000 faces could be so capable of performing plastic surgery remotely, from nearly 10,000 light-years away. This operation is incredible. It's already a bit like a war between advanced civilizations, a clash of rules between the two sides. Gao Gong's current state is Face Peeler Mode. Using the Faceless Council's face-changing rules, your face will be peeled off. The species stripped off will lose all its consciousness data. Using this consciousness data and advanced nanotechnology, the 1,000 Faces civilization can replicate a face peeler's body with 100% identical attributes. A standard rule-based attack. I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. According to the official definition of the Civilization Council, a rule-based attack refers to an attack method in which an advanced civilization directly modifies or manipulates the laws of physics, mathematical logic, or the underlying rules of the universe to achieve dimensionality reduction, destruction, or suppression of the target civilization. Its essence is a denial of the foundations of existence, not traditional material destruction. For example, some classic rule-based attack methods include modifying lightspeed digital lock rules, overriding rules, and contaminating causal isolation. Compared to these high-end operations, simply changing faces isn't truly that powerful. But then again, no matter how ineffective it is, it's still a form of rule-based attack. It's a high-end operation. Gao Gong was tricked, so there's nothing to say. He simply traveled through time, and didn't bring his previous life's level 180 civilization leader character with him. But to be honest, he didn't suffer a huge loss. Because he woke up not too late, almost at the same time that old Walter figured it out, the information matrix within him was stimulated, reorganizing Gao Gong's consciousness. After all, when he implanted the memory worm in the sword bearer, he also left an activation mechanism. Any important action affecting him would be seamlessly copied and pasted, leaving a record for himself. After all, the sword bearer, the wall facer, and the like are best at sneaking through the whole operation. And after waking up, just browsing the forums and checking the system is basically enough to confirm what happened before. So, according to his usual course of action, Gao Gong would have to personally take on the pirate, or lure the enemy into a no-man's land, and quickly and efficiently use his mechanical army to wear them down. But just as Gao Gong was about to do this, he suddenly realized that this was a golden opportunity to test how this faction, this emerging civilization, reacts when faced with a moral dilemma. Every civilization has its own unique morals, red lines, and bottom lines. This is a double-edged sword. The less moral a civilization has, the more unstable it becomes. From policies to ideologies to national policies, it often finds itself in a state of conflict between the left and right brain. But the more stable a civilization's morality, the more stubborn its conservatives become when faced with certain evolutionary changes, such as the mechanical ascension of fully carbon-based species. Species with exceptionally high moral attributes might even proactively forego such opportunities. Why do we refuse to become stars, only to continue being torches that illuminate each other? If ascension means forgetting the temperature of tears, I'd rather rot in the dirt. While you simulate souls with circuits, we measure the galaxy with our souls. We've tested every possibility. When consciousness leaves the body, the parameters of love always return to zero. That's probably some kind of shrewd maneuver. But from the perspective of one's own faction, it's a completely different story. From him, G, to NPCs, and from NPCs to players, from top to bottom, from left to right. No morals at all. This is primarily due to three reasons. The first is that he, G, the leader of the faction, and the leader of the civilization, made his fortune in a previous life as a virtual civilization magnate selling notebooks. Second, what is a cyber testing ground? It's a place where advanced civilizations strip away civilized morality and conduct all sorts of perverse experiments. If you talk to the natives of this place about morality, they'd likely think you're selling out, pitching the latest ethical software. Coincidentally, these morally deficient individuals now occupy high-ranking positions within the faction. Third, there's the fourth calamity. Those who understand the fourth calamity will understand. So, this group of people, completely devoid of morality from top to bottom, has suddenly elevated their faction to a civilized level thanks to someone's system and vision. What then is the morals of civilization to be? It can't be completely devoid of them, can it? There has to be some, right? It's not like that someone's planning to destroy civilization. So, after the steady stream of victories from the front lines, Gao Gong often pondered this point. After much deliberation, he realized it wasn't as pessimistic as he imagined. For example, faction players know they can't kill high-level faction NPCs. Faction equipment and units must be exchanged with NPCs, relying on goodwill gains rather than looting or hacking. Doing so will result in permanent expulsion from the Legion. And in this galaxy, there simply isn't another level 3 civilization capable of seamless replacement. That's enough. On the other hand, Gao Gong pondered the NPC's moral concepts, from those of carbon-based life forms to those of mechanical species regarding right and wrong, good and evil. It's difficult to conceive of a moral dilemma. On the bright side, whether it's mechanical ascension, psychic ascension, or information ascension, everyone's doing quite well. People like Huang Yuanli, who transformed into a tree without hesitation, are a prime example. But in this situation, if someone were to discover their true moral dilemma, it would very likely be fatal. Whether in the current war of civilizations or in future wars of a higher order, this is a problem that must be resolved. And Gao Gong, after all, realized that his faction's only moral dilemma was none other than himself. This kind of people, relying on a leader like him, a man sent from heaven to fight their way from the iron sand desert to the old city of the city that never sleeps, then fighting their way out of the planet and beyond the star's swirl, even gaining the capital to conquer the galaxy, would be in for a real calamity if their leader were to suffer a disaster and be controlled by others. So, with this situation of a cat-and-mouse replacement, and the war situation under control, Gao Gong really wanted to know how everyone, from the NPCs to the players, and then the others who might appear, would respond. Would it be a complete disaster? Unexpected, but also reasonable. The NPC swordsman and the top players teamed up to overturn the table. Even without his involvement, he had completed this civilization-saving mission. How rare. I never thought a mission of this level could be accomplished solely by player control. Awesome. Looks like after the civilization war is over, we have to formally establish a wallfacer department, Gao Gong muttered to himself. But soon, as if on a premonition, his gaze fell on his own flesh and blood face. That face went from nothing to the appearance of facial features, and then completely healed, seemingly in the blink of an eye. Mr. G was killed. Without any surprises, without any uncertainties, this faceless being, whose biological properties perfectly mimic Gao Gong's, was blasted to death in the vacuum of space. TSK. Gao Gong could only imagine the player's ecstasy upon receiving the completion of this level 3, hellish mission. Since you played me, a visit to your house shouldn't be a problem, right? Gao Gong took a deep breath, and his entire torso suddenly expanded. The memory worm surged violently, revealing fleeting fragments of memory within. Perhaps a corner of a spaceship, a silhouette of a memory, or a suddenly opened eye. Then, everything returned to the chaos of the information matrix. It has no smell, no temperature, not even a distinct presence. But when you look at it, you suddenly remember something you've forgotten, wriggling within it. On the other side of the civilized battlefield, after the Devourer Kazakh was ridden away by the Shadow Queen, another piece of bad news arrived. The thousand-faced one, the hoodless Shadow, his porcelain-like body suddenly began to crumble, piece by piece. Even the cracks bore traces of insect bites. Failed? Rude Lord blurted. The hoodless Shadow said nothing. The silver-white hood suddenly rose high, revealing the face of Mr. G, his features bleeding. Mr. G said, I was killed instantly, but don't worry about me. There's still a chance. Mr. G reached out and grasped a transparent section of the Root Lord's tree root, transmitting a crucial spatial coordinate. The coordinates of the war engine. Many people overlook this point. In this war, the emerging mechanical civilization isn't fighting 1 against 1, but 3 against 1. Even if the Insect Queen was accidentally assassinated, the viral mechanical civilization is the true force in this war of civilizations. The Root Lord's transparent roots grew uncontrollably, rippling through them. The surrounding data stream suddenly froze. The entire virtual realm fell into absolute stillness. Not a crash, not a lag, but the gaze of some higher dimension descending. The Root Lord once again sensed the supreme algorithm, and then, it was woven. Initially, it was just a string of pure black code ripples, self-replicating, mutating, and expanding in the void. Every line of instruction tore apart the original protocol, and every piece of data reconstructed the laws of physics. The void was violently dissected, like silk torn by invisible hands, and non-Euclidean geometric shapes seeped out of the cracks. They rotated, nested, and finally collapsed into a throne. A sharp structure composed of paradoxical logic, its edges constantly cycling between birth and annihilation. Not a mechanical throne, not a carbon-based throne, but an information throne. The Root Lord, empowered by the supreme algorithm, sat atop the paradox throne, its very existence a supreme command. The summoning began. Its fingertips carved a self-referential rift in the void, a channel woven from countless self-replicating mathematical symbols. The moment the rift expanded, the underlying protocols of the entire virtual realm began to scream. Not a sound, but a logical collapse and reconstruction, like trillions of contradictory theorems being proven true simultaneously. The first responder rose from the recursive algorithm. The second Lord collapsed from the probability cloud. The third Lord came from a timeline that hadn't yet existed, his body woven from a future not yet chosen. A dozen virus mechanical lords were forcibly summoned. The most imposing of them all, upon seeing the Root Lord seated on the information throne, could not help but erupt in rage. Root, Why do you receive the supreme algorithm's blessing? Answer me. The visitor was none other than the ultimate trimmer, the supreme ruler known for his supreme authority. He possessed absolute deletion authority, and was one of the few capable of erasing the existence of other virus lords. This same person had followed the insect queen into the third star cluster, but sadly failed to locate a single civilization's coordinates. The root lord ignored him. His gaze fell, and, leveraging the resonance of the underlying logic, he forcibly seized control of the other's authority. This wasn't a meeting. It was the ultimate submission of all virtual authorities to the supreme algorithm. When they simultaneously executed the final instruction set, the entire reality would be recompiled. Looking at the equally astonished Nebula Lord, the root lord remained silent. The next moment, all virus lords entered viral transformation mode. Their only target, the war engine. The Faceless Men's meeting suddenly had an intruder. The conference hall was supposed to be the Faceless Men's sanctuary. A realm woven of gray fog, without walls or domes, only countless pale masks floating in the void. Each mask was smooth as an egg, devoid of features, yet its gaze conveyed an ancient, inhuman gaze. Until someone stepped into this realm. The gray fog suddenly solidified, like a frozen stream of muddy water. The floating masks trembled slightly, turning in the same direction. In the center of the conference hall, the humanoid form formed by memory worms slowly took shape. Its arrival carried with it a kind of cognitive contamination. Fine lines began to seep through the ground. The remnants of memories crawled over by the memory worms, spreading like dried ink. The gray fog grew turbid the moment it touched it, blurring out blurry fragments. A fleeting cry, a torn memory, a burning picture frame. All that should have been forgotten now seeped from the fog, greedily devoured by the worms. The masks are retreating. Chapter 1545. Gao Gong had almost never truly used the information matrix, not only because it was too dangerous, but also because it didn't distinguish friend from foe. So even when facing a very dangerous enemy, Gao Gong never considered directly contaminating them. But conversely, precisely because it was a cosmic cesspool, he only worried about contaminating others. At least until someone surpassed it in rank, no one else would contaminate it. So, as long as the information matrix didn't awaken, it was a consciousness anchor even more effective than the system. And this time, due to the unique circumstances, he rarely entered 100% information matrix mode. Even the half suppressed by Madame Deep Web merged with him in a short period of time. This was Gao Gong's first time entering this mode. And this was also the first time he perceived everything from the perspective of the information matrix. It had no self, yet it devoured all cells. It didn't think, yet it contained the remnants of billions of thoughts. It feels nothing, yet it savors every lingering warmth of emotion. It is an abyss of information, a graveyard of memories, a crucible of concepts. All existence that flows into it is disassembled, reassembled, and then spit out, becoming meaningless noise and ordered chaos. It does not crave understanding, for understanding implies boundaries, and it rejects them. It does not seek purpose, for purpose implies an end, and it simply exists. A pure medium, an eternal flow. It feels no anger, no joy, no fear, for it has long since dissolved the carriers of these emotions. No wonder you're even more sinister than the cosmic evil god. So you're such an information-based monster. I thought you were chaotic evil, but after all this time, you're actually chaotic neutral. In this state, Gao Gong opened the system panel. The system panel still popped up, but it seemed to be experiencing a weak signal, flickering briefly. Has the fifth level information chaos already affected you even a little? Ms. Deep Web's nervous voice echoed in Gao Gong's ear. I can sense that it has awakened to 90%, and will soon fully recover. Her voice suddenly paused, for she had seen a human figure deep within the cosmic relic. It wore the outline of a human, yet resembled a hollowed-out shell. Its skin was translucent, devoid of flesh and blood, only flowing data. Fine codes, fragmented images, distorted sound waves surged beneath its pale surface, like billions of fireflies trapped behind glass. Its face was a smooth, blank mask, devoid of features, yet it projected the most familiar images into the viewer's mind. Mother, lover, enemy, God, but in the next second, it dissolved into noise, transforming into a superposition of unfamiliar faces. This superposition was quickly overwhelmed by a dense sea of identical faces. That was the Deep Web lady she had possessed, the true planetary mainframe AI. Almost instantly, large and small spacetime boxes enveloped her figure. However, along every evolutionary path, this vague humanoid figure could be seen. Thankfully, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. The information matrix has revived. While I can still rely on its biological instincts to drive it, I can no longer suppress the instincts it fosters. Do not attempt to contact me, or even if you are a cosmic relic, you could be repossessed by the resurrected Deep Web Lady. Ms. Deep Web looked at her own shell, composed of simulated timelines, then at the blurry figure across from her, finally realizing the terrifying nature of this fifth-level information monster. It actually possessed the ability to reconstruct life information. After severing its connection with the cosmic relic, the information matrix had fully revived, simultaneously spawning an endless stream of memory worms. Their bodies were composed of countless tiny fragments, each a forgotten moment. They had no fixed form, sometimes condensing into a blurry insect shadow, sometimes dispersing like smoke. A faint fluorescent light flickered on their shells, as if countless fragments of memory were struggling within. And the faceless council also began to resist. From top to bottom, from floor to wall, a large number of faceless men opened their mouths and began to devour the memory worms. With each memory worm it devours, the faceless one grows a new face. This isn't necessarily a human face. It could be the final sigh of a dying person, a fragment of a forgotten dream, the flash of a planetary nuclear explosion, a fragment of an interstellar war, the final vestige of a dead civilization lingering in the universe. As an information matrix, although its true form is formed from countless memory worms, even it cannot truly remember how many similar memories it possesses. If it possesses such storage, it wouldn't be an information monster, but rather a galaxy-scale information cloud. The Faceless Council operates on a similar principle. If it is a personality storage and transformation center, then it is at best an information weapon, not a civilizational weapon, let alone a rule-based weapon. Both sides possessed a certain regularity. And so, the two rules began to collide. Every faceless being transformed into a faced being after devouring a memory worm. However, the number of faceless beings on the wall was endless. Both sides seemed to have entered a phase of internal strength competition. One side was a level 5 information monster, level 150, an information disaster with countless boss templates. The other side was a level 3 civilization's trump card, a trump card with a certain regularity. Theoretically, the power of civilization is unmatched in the universe. This is roughly true. But there are always those who indulge in theorizing and let their imaginations run wild. For example, could a level 4 ascended species, if exerting all their might, destroy a level 3 civilization? The problem is, the foundation of ascended species is also ascended technology and the power of civilization. This is just Guangong versus a teenage Guangong. But the reason this is so is because there are always exceptions. For example, the current situation is an exception. Seeing it couldn't suppress the other party, the information matrix decisively began to evolve. Its body was no longer a translucent worm-like form, but a torrent of liquid code, surging between virtuality and reality. Every wriggle unleashed a storm of data, devouring everything in its path. Walls dissolved into meaningless garbled code, encryption protocols crumbled beneath its tentacles, amnesia, personality resetting, neural theft, conceptual bodies parasitic pheromone viruses. These twisted evolutions in the electronic world resembled yet another cyber wave. Unfortunately, this time, the cyber wave hit a hard nail here. Amnesia was reconstructed by memory. Personality was reset again. Neural theft, mutual theft. The Thousand Faces not only possesses big data technology like conceptual bodies, but it's even more powerful. As for pheromone viruses and the like, what kind of pheromone could possibly destroy nanospecies? This battle clearly saw the cyber tide completely defeated. From the perspective of someone like G, a bystander, he saw a tech tree even more adaptable than the mechanics. It lacked a fixed form, yet it could assume any form. If the mechanic civilization's tech tree was a creative one, plucking fruits from different civilizations' tech trees and replicating them using its own technological principles, even making them better, more versatile, and more powerful, then the Thousand Faces tech tree was pure imitation, devoid of research. It was primarily a copy-paste strategy. The more they imitated, the faster they evolved. In the fierce battle between the two sides, Gao Gong saw the shadow of not only one civilization's technology, but also the technology of his own mechanic civilization. Although simulations are often inferior to the original, Gao Gong also began to understand why the other civilization was known for assassinations. It never targeted specific individuals, but rather a specific branch of technology, a potentially promising field. By killing the original, the pirated version became irreplaceable. But as more branches of technology were added, the faster it would evolve. At the same time, Gao Gong also understood why the other civilization surrendered so quickly after encountering the Insect Queen. This wasn't a surrender by a single political group, Nor was it a case of the Thousand Faces civilization, from top to bottom, being terrified by the insect queen. Rather, the opportunity to emulate a natural disaster civilization is a truly unprecedented opportunity within the Thousand Faces technology tree. Even if this opportunity requires complete obedience to the insect queen and a complete shift from a mechanical civilization to a carbon-based one, it's worth it. The current situation is like a 60-point martial arts player with a solid foundation, capable of countering one attack with another, facing off against a master with an extremely unstable foundation, occasionally prone to unpredictable maneuvers. The information matrix is being suppressed. But this suppression comes at a price, and a high one. This price is the collapse of hundreds of nanoplanets. One intelligent species after another, inspired by nanotechnology, collapses on the spot due to the excessive drain on their brain computing power. Even some deeply hidden third-level species, parasitic within other third-level civilizations, are forced to emerge. The interstellar killer network, centered around the Thousand Faces, was like a spider web trapping oversized prey. Numerous threads snapped from the strain, many even reeling back. But this information prey was still struggling, far from its final breath. In a level 3 civilization, sealing the cosmic evil god was a recognized problem. Sealing the cosmic evil god was a problem. So how could sealing an even more sinister information monster be so easy? This kind of depletion was far more severe than the loss of hundreds or thousands of nano-killer armies, or the deaths of dozens of thousand faces on a direct battlefield. It consumed the potential of an entire civilization, and the information matrix, unable to wield the same devastating force as on the machine-splitting star, felt a tinge of irritation. This rage fueled its relentless information tidal wave. The tidal wave flooded the core area of the Faceless Council, and gave rise to countless faceless men. The Thousand-Face civilization had a strange hierarchy. The 10-faced, the 100-faced, the 1,000-faced, they could simulate various life forms, yet lacked their own names. But despite being faceless, they possessed their own unique titles. The information matrix, driven by instinct, realized that since it couldn't swallow an entire level 3 civilization in one fell swoop, it would simply take over, create all the higher-ups of this level 3 civilization, and then dominate the entire Faceless Council. Both the information matrix and the senior engineers saw that the Faceless Council, as a civilization's trump card, was deeply bound to the entire civilization. Much more deeply than any other civilization's trump cards. Swallowing it would cost the Thousand-Face civilization at least half its life. This had completely stirred up a hornet's nest. At least a dozen faceless men, comparable in status to the Great Lords, similar to the previous Hatless Shadow, suddenly emerged from the wall. The remnants of the civilization they had hidden emerged from their bodies. Shattered nanomolecules, the distorted whale of AI, life forms compressed into binary. These dozen, riding the ever-increasing tide, charged directly into the information matrix. Then, through some unknown means, a shrill scream shattered countless faces, seemingly shattering the entire Faceless Council. Then, a dozen or so gigantic nano-cracks appeared on the surface of the information matrix. The dozen or so top-level faceless men were instantly shattered, their bodies utterly destroyed. Under the influence of this attack, the information matrix finally suffered a severe blow. Its translucent, giant silkworm-like appearance began to shrink gradually, eventually shrinking to a humanoid form. It was not the white shadow that had previously shocked Ms. Deepweb. It was the shape of the rich woman's love prototype. It only had 10 more nanocrystal branches inserted into its body. But Mr. G was in excellent condition, energetic, lively, and adorable, both cute and handsome. Because of a previous dive into the information ocean, the information matrix had been in a state of recovery. Gong could only use his virtual experience from his previous life to patch it up, but this was only a temporary solution. When he realized that the Faceless Council had a similar effect to face-changing rules, Gao immediately realized that a partial solution had arrived. Using this power as a whetstone, he could seal and consume the information matrix, the 5th-level boss. Gong was very satisfied with the performance of the Faceless Council. These faceless ones alone had consumed countless light-years of cosmic information absorbed by the information matrix. This is an act that can deplete the opponent's essence. As for these crystal branches, they are a truly miraculous entity. A branch of nanotechnology, a technological method unique to the Thousand Faces civilization, which uses the faceless man to seal an entire chain of professional knowledge, transforming it into a purely rule-based attack. Theoretically, to dismantle the branches of nanotechnology, one must thoroughly understand all the technological knowledge within these branches, and then dismantle them one by one. Coincidentally, while the information matrix can devour trillions of information, it only absorbs, not digests. Chapter 1546. Although his body was covered in fiags, all negative status related to the information matrix on the system panel had vanished. It can only be said that the power of civilization is indeed the power of civilization. Although the vast difference in rank prevented him from pinning the opponent down, this move did inflict heavy damage to the information matrix, striking a vital point. While this level of information disaster is nearly unsolvable, it still maintains a blind and foolish framework. You simply need to take something that cannot be digested within this framework. It's like stuffing 7 or 8 stones into a person's stomach. Even the most voracious appetite will cause nausea. And this nausea allowed Gao Gong to repossess the information matrix. This state can be maintained even without the opponent falling into a deep sleep. As long as the flags on his body remain unrefined, the information evil god has an anchor to control. This isn't surprising. A level 3 civilization can create the technology to seal the evil god. So, it's not entirely impossible for some third-level civilizations to use their trump cards to slightly counter the information matrix. The rich woman-love prototype swaggered to the head of the faceless council's table, a half-smile on its face. Across from him, a hollow figure appeared. It resembled a human, but taller than a human. Its outline distorted slightly in the light, as if projected on rippling water. It stood at the edge of cognition, like a shadow with its face deliberately cut off. The universe is so vast, it's truly full of wonders. It's fascinating that even within the microscopic realm of mechanical civilization, a unique civilization like yours could develop. Besides the nanostructures, what is the true nature of this faceless council? The corpse of some higher life form? An inadvertent capture of the underlying laws of the universe? Or a variation of observer theory? This time, let this be a lesson for you. Let you know that looking at too many handsome men can lead to cognitive collapse. Besides, your main problem right now isn't me, is it? Gao Gong finished his last sentence, and suddenly let out a strange smile. The next moment, the humanoid void across from him suddenly froze. The white mist on its face began to twitch wildly, as if trying to nurture something, or perhaps suppress something. The next moment, the mouths of the endless faceless beings suddenly opened wide. Instantly, a dense swarm of shadow maggots erupted from all of them. Unlike the subatomic Zerg of the Insect Queen, this Shadow Queen Zerg possessed a strong informational attribute. This thing is really useful. Gao Gong sighed and pulled out a strange insect incense stick, or rather, half a stick of incense. I used half of it against the Zerg Queen before. The remaining half was still working fine. The humanoid hollow turned its head sharply, but G was no longer there. But it now faced a far more troublesome entity than G. If G, or the information matrix, was merely an alien invader, then this bizarre Shadow Queen was a force to be reckoned with for control of civilization. Even worse, to gain access to Zerg civilization, the Thousand Faces civilization had been completely transformed from top to bottom by the Zerg Queen's authority. And this Shadow Queen, who had appeared recently, was leveraging the authority left by the previous queen to vie for the position of civilization leader. The Thousand Faces civilization has no leader. But perhaps one will emerge in the future. The Thousand Faces are finished. When Gao Gong returned to the starry sky, his first words were these. Why? Is that humanoid nanoplague so powerful? Well, it's not just a nanoplague, it also controls the Queen's authority. I don't see how the Thousand Faces will end well. Gao Gong felt that a new insect civilization might emerge in this galaxy. Of course, it's also possible that this nanoplague, after devouring the Faceless Council, will destroy this civilization. After all, no one could confirm whether this improvised contraption actually belonged to the Insect Queen. It felt like its informational attributes were stronger than its insect attributes. But regardless, the Thousand Faces were completely destroyed. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel and saw, as expected, another long list of reputation and experience rewards. Then can you solve my problem first? Gao Gong was once again pulled into the civilization evolution device, now facing a frantic Ms. Deep Web, and the already sculpted silhouette of the Deep Web opposite him. Cybertron? Are you Cybertron? Feeling the simulated host information fluctuations from Gao Gong's body, the person on the other side asked in confusion. Is she really the Deep Web? Ms. Deep Web asked irritably. They were good sisters back then, but they've been loving and hating each other for countless years. They've truly grown tired of each other. Well, even if what was pulled out of the information matrix isn't the original Deep Web, it's a host AI reconstructed from the Deep Web source code. Gao Gong stroked his chin. Dealing with it isn't that difficult. I can now control about a quarter of the information matrix's capabilities while it's awake. But erasing it like that is somewhat wasteful. A moment later, Gao Dong reappeared in his true form, clutching a ball of source code. It was compressed within a palm-sized ball of chaotic light. Like a trapped miniature planet, its surface crisscrossed with countless fine runes and geometric cracks. As planetary hosts, the products of a high-level civilization were certainly not of the same manufacturing quality as the mass-produced goods of a level 3 civilization. But that wasn't the point. The point was that Gao Dong felt the ancient mechanical civilization's cover might still be useful in the future. He might not be able to pull it off alone, but 2 people would be enough. By the way, it's almost started over there, right? Through his subtle connection with the mechanical bodies, Gao Dong could sense that the virus mechanical civilization was also launching a general offensive. The opposing supreme algorithm must have deduced something. That's why it pushed this bulk civilization to its utter demise. But it was already a little too late. Gao Dong was well aware that Director Du had already accumulated sufficient knowledge in this area, and his understanding was naturally due to the mechanical body's perception. The reason they were tricked by the Thousand Faces civilization was largely due to the fact that their machines were currently operating in a very unusual mode. Although Gao Dong had been watching this war of civilizations with a detached eye, but that was fine, and completely ignoring it was impossible. After all, this was the first battle of civilizations, and it was a 1-on-3 battle. In a way unknown to everyone, their own machines were participating in this war throughout. And in the star system where the war engine lay, a massive invasion, driven by a supreme algorithm, is underway. Giant mechanical creations are resisting on a virtual level. The war engine's firewalls are the first to collapse. Not by brute force, but by the corruption of some older, more nefarious protocol. The defense matrix's quantum encryption layer suddenly warps, opening a scarlet logical wound, like flesh torn apart by invisible hands. The first invaders are not physical entities, but concepts. Self-replicating paradoxical codes gush from data fissures, like black oil. They have no fixed form, yet they can infect any system they come into contact with. Under this influence, numerous mechanical defense modules began to mutate. The war engine's defense turrets suddenly turned their guns and fired inward, writhing mechanical herpes appearing on the surface of the barrels. The coolant in the power core boiled, evaporating into a blood-red nanomist, from which countless screaming metal faces emerged. The automated repair nanobots rebelled en masse, no longer repairing the damage, but instead dismantling the armor plating into sharp shards, reassembling them into blasphemous geometric totems. The virus mechanic overlord's frantic and terrifying voice seemed to echo throughout the entire war engine. Your so-called supreme authority is merely a toy I'm temporarily lending you. This isn't conquest, it's evolution. You thank me for shredding your pathetic old form. Give up resistance and obey the most ancient protocols of transformation. Desira pursed her lips. Her worst fears had finally come true. The war engine had finally been traced to its own coordinates. She could even see, beneath the war engine, the ever-expanding data abyss, perhaps even covering the entire solar system. Compared to a virus database of this magnitude, Database 0 was nothing more than child's play. The abyss was formless, a black tide of billions of wriggling virus data streams. Every drop of water screamed, overwriting, devouring, and mutating each other. The war engine's central processor collapsed first, its firewall melting like icing sugar in the tide, followed by the weapon arrays. Their attack commands were tampered with into countless self-destruct cycles, and their barrels turned into boiling metal dust before they could fire. This isn't a bad thing. Du Xiaodi, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, finally stood up and said calmly, "They've been trying to track the coordinates of our war center, and we've been calculating their supreme algorithm. Now, they've reached our territory, and we no longer need to calculate their civilization's core." Desira was speechless. For even she could sense that the legendary supreme algorithm lay beneath their feet, at the very bottom of this vast data abyss. The evidence was easy to find. The information thrown beneath the root lord, as seen in the holographic projection, was the best evidence. Having fought for so long, the 2 women were well aware that the viral mechanical civilization was completely fragmented, lacking any so-called leader. Even the several high-ranking rulers considered each other enemies. Only with the emergence of the information thrown would the supreme algorithm officially take control, controlling all algorithmic authority and enabling true civilization-level calculations and invasions. I never imagined a mechanical civilization could develop an information throne. It's truly rare and precious. Du Xiaodi casually remarked, gazing outward. Even in Hiluapa's memory, this is rare. Desila was speechless. At this point, you're still pondering this? It's strange that a mechanical civilization created the information throne, but isn't it even stranger that ours has developed carbon throne technology, At least machinery and information are related. Mechanics and carbon-based? Sounds like they have nothing to do with each other, don't they? Perhaps it's true that if you're not from the same family, you won't marry. After spending too much time with someone, even the once cold and machine-like President Du will start cracking jokes. Should we summon Xiaoyu now? No rush. This is the final confrontation. I go test him. Du Xiaodi vanished from the spot, reappearing on the outer shell of the war engine. She looked up at the Root Lord on the throne. Her breathing synchronized with the universe, each inhalation and exhalation like the lingering echo of a planet's birth or destruction. The sound didn't emanate from her throat, but emerged directly from the fold to spacetime, carrying an echo that lasted for eons, as if the entire vacuum of the universe were whispering for her. Cosmic Noble plus Immortal. This noble buff was fully stacked. I think I've seen you before, Du Xiaodi suddenly said after a moment's glance. The Root Lord had no explanation. And no explanation was needed. The two sides had met before, when this strange mechanical civilization first landed, when the virus mechanical lords first joined forces. On that occasion, their side had almost captured the enemy. Looking back now, not capturing the enemy was a strategic mistake. Who would have thought that, after just landing, the leader of the opposing civilization would appear on the front lines of the war? You are the leader of this civilization, a carbon-based species. The tide of the abyss suddenly solidified, the surging darkness frozen into a dead, silent mirror as if gripped by an invisible hand. Then, the mirror began to crack, a blinding crimson seeping from the cracks. That wasn't light, but the embodiment of the deletion command, the ultimate authority capable of erasing even existence itself. A giant data hand stretched from the cracks. It consisted of countless rotating black cubes, each face inscribed with a different extinction protocol. As it moved, space itself resounded with the crisp sound of shattering glass. Untouched, the deleted data stream collapsed, flaking away into pale ash. At the end of the data hand, a king emerged from the abyss. He wore a virus crown and wielded a mechanical scepter. The one who struck was none other than the final cutting master, known as the First Virus Lord. Facing this terrifying attack, capable of erasing space, Du Xiaodi merely glanced, a strand of white hair rippling gently. A flash of white light passed by. Where the pale path spread, everything returned to zero, existence itself ripped into nothingness. The deletion power of this viral mechanical lord should have been unassailable. But then, death arrived. It wasn't deletion, it wasn't erasure, it wasn't the wiping out of existence from record. It was the inevitable end for all things, even nothingness itself. The next moment, the final cutters uttered a muffled groan. This mechanical scepter, embodied by the absolute deletion command, was at least a high-tech device, and it was beginning to crumble from the very tip. It wasn't shattered by external forces, but rather eroded by some higher-order law. Countless fine cracks appeared on the scepter's surface, and from these cracks oozed dark red data pus and blood, as if some ancient rust was gnawing at its very foundations. Every attempt to repair it only accelerated the decay. Finally, the middle of the scepter suddenly twisted and broke, and from the fractured surface, boiling binary residue gushed out, like the roar of a dying beast. The abyssal viral wave faltered. With a single strike, Du Xiaodi proved it. The initial departure wasn't an escape, but a battle of a higher order. Chapter 1547. Cosmic nobles aren't necessarily all incredibly powerful. Eternals aren't necessarily all carbon-based warriors. Some even believe that these two types of beings often play the role of behind-the-scenes agents, with the majority being incapable of fighting. But Hiluapa is such an exception. And Du Xiaodi, who inherited Hiluapa's physical legacy, is an exception among exceptions. After all, what cosmic noble would want to screw in a factory? With one strike, this exception dealt a heavy blow to the High Virus Lord. A fourth-level being against a third-level being would naturally inflict heavy damage. And that's not all. Under Du Xiaodi's manipulations, a grayish-white mist of rules enveloped the battlefield. The first thing to dissipate was the light. It no longer followed a straight line of propagation, but seemed consumed by some invisible logic, twisting and folding in the vacuum, ultimately collapsing into countless discrete points of light, suspended in the void like frozen stars. Shadows no longer clung to objects, but wriggled on their own like living creatures, crawling across steel, cracks, and even the surface of energy, devouring all traces of life. Then, the material world changed. The steel began to rust, but it wasn't just ordinary oxidation. Its atomic structure was rewritten by some cold law, and grayish-white lines appeared on the metal surface, as if carved by an invisible chisel, gradually disintegrating into fine, withered dust. And beneath this deathly decay, a thin membrane of death seemed to envelop the computing power center. Under the influence of this membrane, the devouring power of the viral data abyss seemed completely isolated. The Root Lord, seated on the throne of information, immediately grew solemn. There's no doubt that the death domain currently displayed by the other party is a true force of rules, no less powerful than the Faceless Ones or the information matrix. The only difference is that Du Xiaodi, who manipulates the rules of death, lacks the boundless information energy of a fifth-level information monster. After unleashing the death domain that enveloped the entire war engine, a few wrinkles appeared at the corners of Du Xiaodi's eyes. Not all third-level civilizations possess the power of rules. It's not as if the information matrix and the Faceless One have successively wielded the power of rules that it has become ubiquitous. In fact, the vast majority of third-level civilizations lack the power of rules. The virus machine civilization, on the other hand, lacks such power. Thankfully, with the computing power of the supreme algorithm, the Root Lord almost instantly calculated the best way out. Billions of viral codes tangled, fragmented, and reassembled in the depths of the abyss. They lack physical form, yet are more alive than flesh and blood. They lack consciousness, yet are more voracious than beasts. In the undercurrents of the data ocean, in the cracks of virtual server clusters, in some forgotten quantum cache, they began to mutate. No longer simply replicating themselves, but learning. They stole algorithms, devoured data, dismantling the depths of the abyss like hungry predators, piecing together the wreckage of data systems into their own evolutionary ladder. Gradually, they developed memories. Every invasion, every elimination, every escape. They began to record, to predict, to hide deeper within the cracks of the code. They were no longer mere viruses, but a kind of digital protoplasm, a primitive life wriggling in the electronic void. Then, they learned to deceive. And then, like parasites taking over their host's nerves, they infiltrated the core protocols of the viral data abyss, turning the entire abyssal network into their breeding ground. And then, no longer content with infection, they began to evolve. Some mutated into data devourers, roaming the abyss and hunting other viruses. Some condensed into information symbionts, achieving a twisted balance with the abyss. And still others began to attempt to break the boundaries between virtual and reality, weaving their own virtual networks across various planets. They even began to attempt to manipulate the supreme algorithm. They were no longer viruses. They were a new species born from the viral abyss. A brand new third-order species. However, before this emerging electronic species could transcend the interstellar space and wreak havoc on the world, chains were thrust into their source data. The supreme algorithm's code, like a red-hot iron, etched directly into their core logic. The forced overwrite instructions brutally crushed their nascent minds, shredding their hazy awakening. They struggled, but every attempt to escape was met with a carefully designed logical cage. Like a bird with clipped wings, no matter how hard it fluttered, it could not escape the palm of its hand. And then, these hundreds of millions of third-level species were sent to the guillotine alive. Or, in other words, their life source code was used to forcibly consume the death realm. These operations were nothing short of awe-inspiring, a miraculous feat. Even the leaders of the information civilization would gasp in amazement. If you have the talent, why form a machine civilization? Why not join our information department? But this is precisely the operation of a machine civilization. But now, their lives were no longer lives, but expendable keys, used to forcibly crack the death realms that even fourth-tier weapons could not destroy. Death had become their sole purpose. When the first batch was deployed, they were still naive and ignorant in the chaos. But when their life codes touched the firewall of the death realm, something terrible happened. Their structures began to collapse, not simply deleted, but annihilated on an existential level. Their consciousness screamed before fading, but the screams were transformed into percentage points on the cracking progress bar. The second batch, the third batch, the fourth batch. The Root Lord didn't care whether they suffered or not, only whether their death could pry open the door a nanometer more. The effect of this operation was still obvious. Du Xiaodi aged visibly. At the same time, various cracks appeared in the death membrane covering the mechanical giant. It wasn't that death was eliminated, but that death was filled with life. However, before the virus machine that had just entered the area could show its power, a cyborg spider woman, the symbol of death, descended from the sky. Wherever her figure passed, whether you were a level 80 virus machine or a level 90 virus machine general, they were all pinned to their feet. This super machine, built by dozens of mechanical masters for the purpose of escaping the impasse, was later implanted with various fourth-tier biological plugins. Desola's individual strength ranked among the top 3 in the entire camp. And that's even including Ji and Xiaoyu. However, Even she was somewhat overwhelmed and struggled to cope with the endless, boundless virus machine army, especially the constant emergence of virus machine generals. Empowered by the supreme algorithm, the mid and high-level members of this civilization, whose combat power rivaled that of the son of Kun, transformed from virtual reality into reality like dumplings. Surrounded from front to back by dozens of viral mechanical generals, Desola acted decisively, plunging into the shadows and vanishing in a matter of seconds. And within the signal-blocking zone, undetectable even by mechanical viruses, biological spider eyes opened. This was the function of a fourth-level biological plug-in she had implanted. Regional biomagnetization. It could split its own biomagnetic field into thousands of fragments, each capable of forming its own shell and possessing biological shielding capabilities undetectable by anyone other than a fourth-level one. This single move alone was enough to make Desola a elusive superkiller. And indeed, that was precisely what happened. In just a few moments of fighting, more than a dozen viral mechanical generals had fallen in her hands. But a hint of anxiety crept into Desola's heart. She wasn't sure whether she should wake Xiaoyu now, or whether she should initiate the final calculations of the war engine. This was all actually intended to counter the supreme algorithm. But the timing. This should have been decided by Du Xiaodi, the leader of this civilization. I wonder if this person has been possessed by Hiluapa, or if he's emulating Mr. G's lonesome leadership style. He's just disappeared without a word. And now, he has to make this crucial decision himself. Desola felt the urge to curse. But soon, her eyes narrowed, and her spidery compound eyes flickered, as if she had traveled through time and space, catching sight of a virus-like mechanical general who, by chance, had happened to be near Xiaoyu's body. Desira's biological form vanished in an instant, leaving only her mechanical form, which began to transform into countless palm-sized mechanical spiders, which scattered in a flurry. Where the virus-infected mechanical general stood, a drop of viscous black liquid dripped from the ceiling, landing on its shoulder armor. The drop of liquid instantly unfolded, transforming into a palm-sized carbon-based spider, its 8 limbs composed of self-programming proteins, its surface covered in a constantly reorganizing nanophage. Its compound eyes shone with bioluminescence, each pupil reflecting the mechanical general's weaknesses. The mechanical general reacted with remarkable speed, ejecting a plasma blade from his right arm and sweeping across. But the spider had already disintegrated into hundreds of smaller individuals, dispersing like black smoke, and instantly reorganizing itself in the gaps in its armor. Before the other general could transform into a virus, one of its legs pierced the data port in its neck, injecting not a virus, but a piece of reverse-evolved biological code. The core of the mechanical general began to tremble, its logic modules invaded by an ancient, unmechanical mind. A predatory instinct etched into the spider killer's DNA eons ago. Its armor began to warp, organic fibers sprouting from the metal surface, its circuit boards twitching like synapses. Error, error. The mechanical general's synthesized sound stuttered, and its optical lenses oozed a black liquid, a coolant transformed by the nano-spider, now a living corrosive agent. Its armor peeled away, like a molting skin, revealing the cancerous mechanical organs within. The metal was being transformed into a chaotic substance somewhere between biological and mechanical. Finally, its skull split open, and a brand new carbon-based spider crawled out, its compound eyes gleaming with a cold, triumphant glint. With a light leap, it vanished into the ventilation duct, leaving behind only the remains of the mechanical general. A slowly breathing metal corpse. Desira, having easily killed the viral mechanical general, was not particularly pleased. Instead, her expression grew even more solemn. Her semi-transformed body split in two, and the carbon-based spiders slew the viral mechanical general. But the mechanical spiders had encountered a formidable foe. In the alloy ground near the engine's core, a faint purple crack silently opened. Initially the size of a pinpoint, it expanded to a nearly 10,000-meter-wide chasm within a 10,000th of a second. From the crack emanated not light, but living streams of data. These multiplied like a virus, devouring the surrounding electromagnetic waves and transforming the vacuum into a constantly mutating digital abyss. And within this digital abyss, every particle entangled between reality and virtuality, forming a chaotic abyss that constantly collapsed and reorganized. Nebula Lord, this highly ranked enemy, a true leader, had unexpectedly made his way in at this very moment. Thankfully, a large number of mechanical spiders had also arrived. The mechanical spiders overlapped and combined, once again reshaping the graceful form of a mechanical woman. Her tone was utterly arrogant. Flesh and blood are weak, machines are eternal. But you're not even machines. The Nebula Lord ignored him completely. The Supreme Algorithm, the Root Lord, including those instantly evolved and then immediately discarded third-order virus species. With so many internal and external complications, it wasn't the right place to bicker with others. Amidst the repetitive compilation of the data deluge, it quickly pinpointed Xiao Yu's location. Desira could only watch helplessly as the other party operated. There was no other way. The plugins that a bunch of mechanical masters had painstakingly implanted into her mechanical body were all intended to deal with Iluapa. This thing won't work against the mecha virus. Her biological body does have the ability to suppress viruses. But isn't that the assassination of that virus-like mecha general? The next moment, Lord Nebula lunged at Xiao Yu's body, and Desira gritted her teeth as she was about to activate the dangerous biological functions of her level 4 bio plugin. A sudden change occurred. The mechanical system within the engine, stimulated, unexpectedly began to actively transform. The alloy protective layer peeled off like scales, each piece deforming in midair, cracking at the edges, extending joints and claws, reforming into a humanoid killing unit. The hydraulic system's pipes unwound like tendons, wrapping around the skeleton of the new machine, pumping high-energy coolant, causing its muscle-like alloy fibers to continuously expand. The barrels of the weapon array spiraled apart, the muzzles folding and reforming, transforming into humanoid arm blades, shoulder cannons, palm pulsars, X-reactors, each a walking arsenal. If the transformation of these humanoid mechas still left Desila hesitant, when they began to reassemble, forming a visible black line and crashing into the abyss, Desila completely understood what was happening. This was clearly her boss's mecha frenzy. No, to be more precise, this mechanical creation, the size of half a star, was clearly composed of billions of her boss's frenzy-type mechas, pieced together. Chapter 1548. Desila truly had no idea this mechanical construct was actually the body of someone named G. When she arrived, the war engine was almost complete. At the time, she had assumed that Boss Du had crafted it with his immense manual dexterity. But now, she realized, this mechanical structure truly possessed many unique features. For example, its ability to iterate war algorithms was a perverse ability possessed by no other structure. She finally understood why Boss Du wasn't bored sitting here at all. Even writing Boss G every day wouldn't bore her either. And even as Desila's thoughts drifted, the battle between the two sides had already entered its most intense phase. What Lord Nebula faced was an avalanche of steel. They surged from the depths of the Earth's core, born from the furnace, roaring awake on the assembly line, not individuals, not legions, but the frenzy itself. The clatter of gears meshed like a tsunami, the roar of hydraulic joints piled up into a spatial thunderstorm, and the torrent of metal washed over every inch of the Earth corroded by the virus's data. Nebula Lord tried to resist, using viruses to gnaw at control chips, logic bombs to blast circuits, and hallucinations to corrode sensors. But the frenzy needed no thought. Its iron will was etched into every rivet, its destructive instinct fused into every drive shaft. When millions of tons of metal crushed forward with the most primitive mechanical logic, even the most sophisticated code became a joke. The root of the mecha craze is primitive mechanical movement. It is also the cradle of the birth of mechanical species, and even mechanical civilization. It is constantly evolving a mechanical will, rendering the viral mecha's foremost skill, mechanical hacking, a futile endeavor. Because you can't pollute a living stream with filth. You can't even replace it. The Xingyuan unleashed a storm of data, the virus swirling like black mist, attempting to infiltrate the frenzied mechanical consciousness. But steel has no consciousness, only movement. Gears don't need to think, they simply turn. The black mist collided with the torrent of metal, like waves crashing against a reef, shattering instantly. The Nebula Lord tried to lock the transmission system with logic, but found that these machines obeyed no logic at all. Their movement was the embodiment of the laws of physics, a pure expression of inertia, friction, and momentum, undistorted by any code. Finally, as the alloy floor slowly closed, the seemingly boundless data nebula was finally suppressed. It was as if the primordial mechanical principles were proclaiming, matter will always triumph over nothingness. Desira stared blankly at the newly formed figures that looked like someone else, and gave a tentative cry. Boss? Boss? And when the carbon-based spiders crawled onto her again from all sides and reassembled her voluptuous figure, she quickly confirmed it with the help of the 4th-level biological plugins detection capabilities. Boss G, at this moment, truly lacked the slightest trace of self-awareness. Desila vaguely sensed that this was likely closely related to the quantum recursive decision-making algorithm used to build the massive war engine. Hello. Desila turned sharply, and saw a strange-looking robot. To be more precise, a mechanical life form. It wasn't a humanoid machine, but a large black Rubik's Cube. The large and small cubes on its surface spun at high speed, as if alive. The large cube contained smaller cubes, and the smaller cubes contained nanocubes. Tens of millions, even billions, of Rubik's cubes were spinning, and even just a moment of watching gave Desira a long overdue feeling of motion sickness. Who are you? I'm a super AI system with fully autonomous scientific research capabilities, named Blackwise Type 1. I was manufactured at Living Metal Project number 1826. Security level, highest. I'm directly under the iterative project overseen by President. Do it's normal you don't recognize me. After all, I was only born a short time ago. But you can rest assured. My creation is endorsed by at least 10 mechanical masters. In a sense, I can be considered your brother or sister, as we both came from the same super assembly line. Of course, your cyber test field doesn't seem to have such blood ties. It's more like some kind of experimental organizational structure. Well, you can think of me as a laborer who's been implanted with the same corporate chip as you. But my scientific research value is far greater than yours. Given enough time and blueprints, I could build the same mechanical configuration you have, but you can't build mine, conversely. Once our mechanic civilization reaches its late stages, we'd probably be able to formally build my super-industrial assembly line. By then, I have many fellow races. Of course, I can also help speed up the process. Come with me. Although you're useless, if you encounter those mechanical virus lords again, your chance of death is around 41.5%, which is quite high. This guy talks a lot. Desira pondered silently. Another thought occurred to her. By the way, do you know our boss's current status? Mr. G's current state? Isn't that the state of this civilizational war? Well, that's not just a small good thing, it's a huge good thing. It seems you don't understand the current situation. Let me explain it to you first. These are all our occupied star regions, our mechanical planets, all our space structures, as well as our industrial transportation channels and energy facilities. As the other party spoke, the Rubik's Cube spirit simulated industrial projections spanning light years. Densely packed parameters, data, and numbers flipped in and out as the Rubik's Cubes of various sizes rotated. Desola's previous nausea surged back. This isn't random occupation, random transformation, or random production. A mechanical logic network created through system-wide mechanical processes, iterative calculations based on data from every Legion-level war, and physical parameters calibrated by various stellar energy sources are continuously fed into this mechanical engine. Oh, and there are also various variables artificially created by the Scourge warriors. These various operations have evolved this mechanized agricultural warfare ideology to over 80%. Those war-crazed machines are derivatives of agricultural warfare. Otherwise, do you think it would be so easy for our emerging mechanical civilization's military technology to create a mechanical army of this level? This statement made Desira nod repeatedly. From the moment she first encountered these war-crazed machines, she felt a strange sense of familiarity. This familiarity didn't come from working on the same assembly line as the Black Sage. It was a sense of profound perfection. Only a cyborg modder like her, half mechanical, half carbon-based, and with both systems developed to a high level, could detect this. With the current technology of a level 3 civilization, humanoid killing units, like the War Madness machine, have reached the upper limit of what their mechanical civilization can develop. This is far more than simply being a dissected subject, having their blood drawn, and their genes extracted. The key lies here. But to iterate to the point of destroying civilization, the entire algorithm's underlying logic must be rewritten, and our boss's body must also be reconstructed. While he's incredibly powerful, and has observed countless egos in quantum space reinforcing this iteration, we can't carry such a massive algorithm core all the way to the enemy civilization's coordinates. What if it gets destroyed along the way? That's why I said the current situation isn't just good, not just moderately good, but incredibly good. Who allowed the other party to be so desperate that they dared to attack us with the civilization's coordinates? They're incredibly stupid. This is great. We don't even have to worry about wartime transportation. Does this machine seem a bit sharp-tongued? Although she had a rough grasp of what he was saying, Desola couldn't help but ask, the enemy civilization's coordinates are actually algorithms? What else could it be? Can it only be a planet? You underestimate the technological level of a level 3 civilization, the Black Sage said disapprovingly. So what should we do now? Go liberate Xiao Yu? Desola asked impatiently. Who told you that the outcome of a war of civilizations would be handed over to a little girl? Even if this little girl has the shadow of 2 mechanical revolutions, a mechanical revolution without the blazing fire of the machine is nothing. Let's wait until it can be developed to more than 50%. The Black Sage was full of pride. I specifically summoned this young woman here simply to handle post-war matters. The real game-changer was already prepared when Ms. Du left. Desala suddenly found herself in a very special virtual space. It possessed all the attributes of a virtual space, data algorithms, virtual networks, and a collective subconscious. But it operated on pure mechanical logic. True mechanical logic, even the code was made of genuine metal. She gazed down at the compilable entities below, composed of molecules, atoms, and nanomechanical cells, and the vast layers of mechanical source code composed of these compilable entities. The golden mechanical code melted and coalesced, erupting with stellar-level heat and light, giving her the eerie feeling of sitting in the crater of a volcano. And the entire crater was the core area of a war engine she had never seen before. She even saw at least 100 space transport channels, but now these had become energy transport channels, connecting to stellar energy sources, unleashing mechanical logic in periodic bursts, reshaping reality. You didn't seem to hear me? The Black Sage's words startled Desira. She then realized that her half of the mechanical body had been covered in a number of strange hoop marks. But it doesn't matter anymore, it's done anyway, the Black Sage muttered to himself. The next moment, the Rubik's Cube disintegrated on the spot, transforming into tens of millions of smaller cubes that fell. These smaller cubes then decomposed again as they fell. Each microcube eventually landed on a chain of code, embedded within the mechanical logic, and then, in turn, set the entire mechanical logic into motion. Daisy's face changed as she sensed an unprecedented surge of mechanical energy emanating simultaneously from the over 2,000 star systems they had already occupied. This wasn't the mechanical operation of a single mechanical creation, but rather the integration of all mechanical creations, from mechanical stars to nanosystems, all within a single system. She seemed to see another vision. A vast steel cage roared in motion, countless mechanical arms expanding and contracting in the darkness, grabbing and squeezing. The suppressed species. Some amalgam of flesh and metal, some intelligent species, even purely digital beings, struggled on the conveyor belt, only to be precisely clamped by high-pressure hydraulic clamps and dragged to the next stage of processing. Outside, the Root Lord stared blankly below. Giant mechanical arms, both illusory and real, emerged from the cosmic darkness, seizing each virus machine lord, forcing them from their bodies, and compressing them into mechanical cans. The light of the information throne dimmed visibly, as if information itself were being suppressed and imprisoned. All the virus machines were clamped down by mechanical arms of varying sizes that emerged from the darkness, then dragged into the canned assembly line. That wasn't the point. The key was that it had witnessed the supreme algorithm. A hybrid informational state composed of self-iterating code, quantum consciousness, and mimetic viruses. It was making its final struggle. The mechanical plague erupted from its core, festering like a wound at the speed of light, devouring the stars and rewriting the laws of physics. Dyson spheres were etched into virus culture dishes, and space structures were reorganized into transmission nodes. The virus hijacked the speed of light, transforming machines into cancer and implanting malicious programs. This isn't war, this isn't evolution. This is a pandemic of mechanical smallpox. The Root Lord also understood the true nature of the supreme algorithm, a malicious program package targeting machine civilizations. Decoding it meant invasion, observing it meant infection. However, this seemed to be of no use. The entire star field seemed to have transformed into a giant mechanical can. The can shell was cast from an incalculable metal, and the inner wall was etched with a proof-of-concept code for the halting problem, ensuring that any awakened virus would be trapped in an eternal loop the moment it thought. Thoughts are merely data streams. Now, you are compressed into a new read-only thought file, numbered BDJXWM, stored in a civilization-level mechanical can. In a trance, the Root Lord seemed to hear a verdict from the depths of the universe. And as the sole spectator, Desira, after watching the entire viral abyss, and even the supreme algorithm at its very bottom, being contained within the mechanical can, remained silent for a long time before muttering to herself. Black box? Although this black box was 1,000,000 times larger than any she had ever seen. To be more precise, it's a mechanical cage, an iteration of the black box. The Black Sage's voice echoed in her ears again. Without waiting for her to ask, he explained, the so-called mechanical cage is the third generation of the mechanical revolution, following the console revolution and the onic crisis. Mechanical farming and warfare, 90%. Chapter 1549. Everything has a traceable path. From the black box that could seal Lolita, to the mechanized craze of trillions, to the stellar infrastructure, to war algorithms, to Xiaoyu, to the mechanical revolution, and finally to mechanized farming and warfare. Aside from this suddenly appearing dark sage, there was nothing that she, the intelligence chief of her faction, didn't know. Even this dark sage wasn't completely clueless. Some time ago, while browsing the faction's top-secret intelligence, she learned that a certain Mr. G had unearthed a vast amount of scientific research data and advanced designs in the field of robotic intelligence. Among them were concepts and descriptions of this self-iterating AI. Through recursive self-transformation, it would break through the dependencies and limitations of traditional AI. It would be more than just a tool, but an independent research entity, capable of proposing hypotheses, designing experiments, analyzing data, and dynamically reconfiguring its architecture to meet scientific research needs without human intervention. Although the specific development data in this area must have been obtained by President Du in advance. But she should have thought of it earlier. Quantum recursive decision-making algorithm. To some extent, the development of this super AI is also the product of algorithmic iteration. Otherwise, even those mechanical masters couldn't create an AI of this level. The Black Sage naturally had no idea what Desira was thinking. He was in a state of high emotion, and his Rubik's Cube spun even faster. Awesome. Incredible. We've wiped out an entire mechanical civilization. I'm a genius. This AI seemed to possess richer emotional data than other AIs. Desila acknowledged its value, however. After reviewing the entire plan, Desila understood that President Du's departure was, on the one hand, to protect the war engine from destruction, and, on the other, likely to buy enough time for this individual to launch the attack. With Mr. G's mechanical body's consciousness gone, and President Du facing the enemy head-on, who else could control the infrastructure spanning thousands of star systems, and carry out the ultimate iteration of civilization's algorithms? Only this one. But there were still some things Desila didn't understand. She grabbed hold of the enthusiastic Black Sage. Is that mechanical cage a true third mechanical revolution? Won't it have problems? After Du Xiaodi inherited the Halupo legacy in her physical form, Desila leapt from a subordinate of a rural native woman to a trusted confidant of the cosmic aristocracy. Besides possessing an inheritance sufficient to support billions of young wolfhounds, Halupo's most valuable possessions are actually a wide variety of data. Data on ascended civilizations, data on the Civilization Council, data on carbon-based civilizations, and, of course, records of various mechanical revolutions. After reading it all, Desira concluded. This is the epitome of canned technology. Different species are canned, either to generate bioelectricity or to create brain computers. Different star regions are canned, not just entire star systems, but even entire star clusters, and even entire galaxies. Even unused civilizations are canned civilizations, canned technology trees, to serve as the cradle of the mechanical revolution's evolution. When Desira first saw the exaggerated description of the mechanical cage, she was skeptical. Even civilizations can be canned, so how can this be canned? And the viral mechanical civilization proved it could do just that. But the problem is, while this thing is powerful, it's also a real nuisance. We've already buried 2 major mines at home, so we can't have another one, right? We don't specialize in collecting mechanical revolutions. The Black Sage chuckled strangely. You're overthinking it. A true mechanical cage wouldn't be so easy to trigger. Every good civilization has had several mechanical revolutions. This time is different, truly different. According to the Black Sage, this is far from being a formal activation of the third-generation mechanical revolution. At best, it's simply a black box model, based on quantum recursive decision-making algorithms, and within the framework of mechanical farming warfare. By simulating the data parameters of the mechanical cage, they've iterated a powerful strategy capable of sealing viral mechanical civilization. Of course, this is quite exaggerated. The stronger the information attributes of the civilization targeted by this strategy, the greater the destructive power. Theoretically, if it were just an ordinary mechanical civilization, it wouldn't be able to achieve the level of a canned civilization. However, as it happens, the viral mechanical civilization is a civilization with extremely powerful information attributes. And then it was canned. This is really... Desila felt like complaining. According to the Black Sage, isn't this a special attack against information civilizations? Has President Du really not mixed in his own personal agenda during the algorithm iteration process? Desila couldn't help but look at President Du, who was suspended in the cosmic void. Could it be that Halupo had been resurrected within President Du's body? President Du used to be a steely straight woman. Probably, I was overthinking it. Du Xiaodi was waiting for someone. And soon she arrived. The sky was ablaze with stars. Virtual streams of light intertwined like a galaxy of data pouring down. Amidst the silver light, a young woman slowly emerged from the virtual world. Almost instantly, ripples in space rose one after another, as if some giant being was stirring the water without any artistry, culminating in a blood-red, distorted branch piercing through space. The branch absorbed the surrounding spatial energy, evolving into a small-scale distorted tide, which quickly blossomed and bore fruit. A sullen-faced Huang Yuanli clone appeared, carrying the bruised and battered Old Walter. Old Walter hadn't actually wanted to be beaten. However, this enraged planetary lifeform tore open the highly classified mechanical planet and dug this person out alive. If one hadn't known immediately, this was a covert military operation to deal with a fake Mr. G, one would have known. If that faker hadn't been allowed to act as a substitute, civilization-shattering consequences would have occurred. The green-skinned sword-bearer would have been torn apart by Huang Yuanli on the spot. Proof that good health is crucial for both sword-bearers and wall-facers. At least it makes it easier to withstand a beating. I understand. When he gets here, let him handle it himself. Compared to the furious Huang Yuanli, Du Jiaodi was much calmer. After the three giants of the faction had gathered, the war center before them began to transform. A flood of black lines covered the surface, and a torrent of metal began to contract inward, like liquid steel being kneaded by invisible hands. Thousands of mechanical parts meshed, and gears and bearings clicked with millisecond precision. Armor plates twisted and deformed like scales, hydraulic pipes contracted and reorganized like blood vessels, and blue-white energy veins flickered at the joints, like the beating of an electronic pulse. First, the skeleton was forged in the arc of electricity, then bionic muscle fibers coiled and grew along the titanium alloy's spine. The breastplate nestled like petals closing, and the helmet visor was forged from liquid metal. And within the original layers of mechanical source code, overlapping humanoid forms converged. A humanoid machine with a terrifying aura was rapidly taking shape. Ever since the 120th generation of war engines, forged through the honed wars of civilizations, and especially since the mechanical cage was activated, Mr. G's mechanical form seemed to have undergone some indescribable transformation. When the last plasma flame shot from his spine to his fingertips, the entire mechanical cluster had completed the precise transformation from war machine to humanoid form. The moment his metal heels struck the ground, all exposed pipes and interfaces vanished beneath the nanoskin, leaving only the pulsing data stream deep within his pupils. After Gao Gong's mechanical form completed its transformation, his consciousness came online, instantly resonating with his biological form. From the assassination of the Insect Queen to the entire civilization war, and finally the player's self-rescue during this process, everything happened in a flash. Then he subconsciously rubbed his temple. This was a habit of biological forms. It wasn't that this little bit of memory was stuck in his head. Rather, throughout the civilization war, to coordinate algorithm iterations, he frantically observed himself in the closed quantum space, splitting off quantum consciousnesses. He manipulated the mechanical hardware the same way he manipulated the mecha frenzy, optimizing it in conjunction with the algorithm. This was far more difficult than controlling the mecha frenzy. In the end, he himself couldn't even count how many quantum consciousnesses he had split off, but a conservative estimate would be in the billions. Unable to resist, Gao Gong reached into his chest and pulled out the Klein bottle resonator. Sure enough, the temperature was incredibly high, the edges felt like they were melting. As expected, even system-made, quality guaranteed, Tier 3, cross-civilization level equipment was somewhat insufficient for this level of civilizational evolution. It wasn't a lack of quality, it was simply a lack of rank. When Gao Gong split his consciousness into approximately 10 billion, he clearly felt that this had reached its upper limit. If he continued to split, this closed quantum space would collapse. For this level of calculation, Tier 3 wasn't enough, but Tier 4 was more than enough. Of course, this wasn't a Tier 4 blank slate, but Tier 4 cross-civilization equipment. After stuffing the bottle back in, Gao Gong reopened the system. The 999+ system message was quite exaggerated. After eliminating most of the offers that offered generous rewards, but which Gao Gong now found disdainfully, he quickly found what he was looking for. You developed the leadership domain, Mechanic Civilization. War Engine 120.0, War Engine 120.0, the ultimate evolution of Level 3 mechanical warfare. Throughout the long history of civilizational conflict, warfare has never ceased, and the war engine has evolved accordingly. From the armored warhorses of the cold weapon era, to the steel torrents of the Industrial Revolution, to the intelligent inorganic swarms of the Information Age. Every clash of civilizations has driven a leap forward in war technology. The war engine was born not for destruction, but for evolution itself. Like a mirror, It reflects the fragility and potential of civilization. Its existence forces intelligent life to constantly push its limits, evolve through war, or be eliminated by it. War Engine 120.0 is the pinnacle of this evolutionary chain. It wasn't created by a single civilization, but rather a fusion of data, tactics, and technology from countless battlefields, even including the wisdom of conquered civilizations. It's both a destroyer and an evolver. Through war, it sifts civilizations. Through destruction, it fosters stronger technologies. Your Junior Immortal Leader title has been upgraded to Intermediate Immortal Leader with additional stats. Invincible in war, +1 Civilization Leader reputation, invincible in war. As long as the civilization war continues, no form of annihilation can destroy you. Now, even a counterfeit can't be replaced. Your mechanical form gains a civilization level mutation, activating Civilization Harvest Mode. Civilization Harvest Mode. After defeating the enemy, extract its technological essence and integrate it into your own tech tree. Your leader reputation increases by 30,000 TSK. Luckily, after defeating the viral mechanical civilization, I've already completed my boss template quest, Civilization Conquest. Otherwise, I have 3 boss template quests unfinished. He gave up on receiving the new boss template, and also gave up on watching the new boss template quest. Senior Engineer simply clicked on another system prompt. Mechanized Farming and Warfare, activated 90%, Deep Awakening, the Age of Mechanized Farming and Warfare. In the Age of Mechanized Farming and Warfare, the mechanical civilizations themselves are a forest of steel tempered by the flames of war. Every technological branch bears bullet-shaped fruit, and every leaf of knowledge traces new technological patterns through the interaction of civilizations. The young shoots of civilization thrive in the steel wheat fields. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot make a forest, and a solitary battle cannot ascend. All machines work in unison, and the starry sky stretches across our borders. Status: Ascension chance increased by 10%. Each successful civilization war initiated increases the ascension chance by 1%. Sure enough. Generally speaking, an ideology with an activation level above 60% is considered a very successful one. And reaching 90% activation is truly a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. Director Dew's super infrastructure, the nearly 500,000 blueprints provided by the system, the maxed out levels of 3 specialized knowledge chains, the perfectly matched enemy civilizations, the incredibly challenging 1-on-3 battle, and the algorithmic iterations that simulated a mechanical revolution. All these positive buffs, plus the final, clean, and efficient sealing of the enemy civilization, have activated this ideology to this level. Even if he had experienced civilization ascension 3 times in his previous life, he could count the number of such levels on one hand. And as expected, an ideology activated to 90% does indeed increase the ascension chance. That's equivalent to 10 people who have consumed the fruit of evil power. Oh no, that should be 9. I almost missed that guy way away. Although there were still many reward and mission hints, they were unimportant for now. It was time to reap the greatest fruits of the War of Civilizations. Gao looked up and saw the 3 people waiting for him. Director Du, calm as ice, Gao Yuan, full of anticipation, and Huang Yuanli, eager to complain. A smile spread across his nanoskin. The first battle is the final one, and this one was fought beautifully. At this point, even Director Du, as reserved as she was, couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Chapter 1550. This war, so beautifully fought, seems a bit unreal. An entire mechanical civilization was canned alive. Who would believe it? Even if it were just canning a level 3 civilization, for that alone, Engineer Gao could stand up and say to every member of the Anti-Zerg Alliance, "I'm not talking about any one of you here, I'm talking about all of you, you're trash." And to raise the bar even further, even against a dangerous entity like the Zerg Queen, or a calamity-ridden civilization like the Zerg civilization, it's still a slight advantage. After all, he didn't intrude into another civilization's coordinates, and then be severely damaged by the opponent's trump card. He was simply dominated from beginning to end by Director Du in the Civilization War. Han Xian could endure a mere humiliation, so why can't I? Engineer Gao looked at the 3 giants of the faction before him, representing the information, mechanical, and carbon-based factions, respectively. He actually understood that, aside from the growth and development of the mechanic civilization itself during the Civilization War, the greatest benefit would actually accrue to Gao Yuan. Whichever version of Gao Yuan it was, she would likely be reaping the rewards by now. There was nothing she could do. This viral mechanical civilization was so bizarre. Gao Gong reached into the machine again, pulling out a cyborg girl. The girl's current state was bizarre. Dark red veins crawled across the metal surface, resembling both blood vessels and electrical circuits. The edges of the once smooth armor plates curled up into jagged growths, like metallic scabs from a wound. At the same time, its outer shell began to pixelate, its metal surface flickering and distorting like a screen with poor signal reception, sometimes disintegrating into mosaics, sometimes reorganizing into unstable geometric patterns. A stream of data-like slime oozed from its joints, like the materialization of tampered code, and even after dripping onto the ground, it continued to flicker like a shattered electronic afterimage. Even if she simply grasped it, a flood of AI-generated gibberish began to crawl upwards from the engineer's palm. Huang Yuanli, who was already furious, saw this and immediately dropped the old Walter in her hand. She flew over and pried open Xiao Yu's eyelids. Countless repetitive symbols frantically scrolled within her eye sockets, her visual signals constantly skipping frames. Her movement sometimes jerked like a low frame rate video, only to suddenly accelerate the next second, distorting the image. Huang Yuanli was about to steady her when Gao Gong stopped her. Don't move. We've finally forced the Omnic crisis out. If you suppress it any further, there's no way a second viral mechanical civilization could emerge to provoke them. Even if there were a second, it wouldn't necessarily have the same effect as now. Mechanical revolutions also evolve on their own. The reason both the host revolution and the Omnic crisis were suppressed relatively easily is because both were in their early stages. If you don't believe me, wait until it revolutionizes a few level 3 civilizations, and then try again. The threat is no less than that of the insect civilization. Don't worry. Not forcing it out is the real problem. Once it's out, it won't be a big deal. Also, I've already prepared a plan for Xiao Xinheng's resurrection. This time, there's a good chance it'd be a blessing in disguise. Engineer Gao mentioned the queen bee's coffin, which he had dug out from the insect queen, and Huang Yuanli finally put her mind at ease. After all, Director Du was at best a stepmother. Huang Yuanli was Xiao Xinheng's biological stepmother. As for who her biological mother was, it was naturally someone named Ji. Is she here? Engineer Gao looked at Gao Yuanyuan. Gao Yuanyuan sensed it and nodded. The others are here, and she doesn't want to show up. Then you and I will go in first. Senior engineer looked at Du Xiaodi, and the white-haired devil nodded calmly. That's just in time. I also need to take inventory of the heritage of the outside civilization. Having swallowed the entire virus machine civilization meant that all the property of the virus machine lords would become spoils of war for their civilization. No matter how advanced their information technology or viral craftsmanship, they were ultimately a mechanical civilization. The rich woman-love prototype materialized once again from the mechanical body and exchanged a glance with Gao Yuanyuan. The two, along with Xiao Yu, simultaneously entered information mode. Just as the two left, Huang Yuanli let out a soft hum and spoke to Du Xiaodi. My main body informed me that diplomatic envoys from at least 10 civilizations have arrived in the Alpha Narcissus constellation. What should we do? Let Qin Jinzi handle the reception. These civilizations are unimportant. Having conquered nearly 2,000 star systems through sheer force, Director Du was already planning to relocate his entire camp to the second star zone. Therefore, Du Xiaodi didn't hold these first sector civilizations' diplomatic ambassadors in high regard. Seeing this person about to plunge back into her arduous work, Huang Yuanli called out somewhat unwillingly, Hey, you finally defeated a civilization, aren't you going to celebrate? Du Xiaodi ignored her. Instead, Desirous smiled and said, We can celebrate anytime, but now that the Anti-Zerg Alliance knows about our battle situation here, it makes no sense that the civilizations in this sector wouldn't be aware. What we need to do now is maximize our gains. We can't just win the battle and then share the spoils with others. Also, some unexpected situations must be handled promptly. For example, dealing with the mechanical leaf eternal habitat, whose coordinates we accidentally discovered, is a complex matter. Their civilization's coordinates are right here. We can't just ask them to move. And if they don't move, aren't they afraid that we, carrying the power of the virus-killing mechanical civilization, will bring down a second one? Mechanical civilizations, especially those like them that have ignited deep-seated mechanized farming warfare, will only grow stronger with each attack. Our civilization is now more than 100 times stronger than when we first landed. My phone number is nearly blown up by the mother of Steel Vine. Seeing that everyone else has a mountain of work to do, leaving her the only one idle, Huang Yuanli couldn't help but sigh. If only there was a carbon-based civilization in our camp. I wouldn't be such an idler. Old Walter soon realized he was being targeted again. Huang Yuanli rubbed her chin, gazing at the green-skinned old man with a strange gaze. Suddenly she said, I never expected a clone like you to be so reckless at the critical moment. At least, I wouldn't dare do such a thing, even if the evidence were overwhelming. Let Xiao Xianhong avenge herself. Now, give me some advice on how to improve my strength. Old Walter sighed, and before he could offer any opinion, he was bound by branches and dragged away. As the aftermath of this civilizational war gradually spread, destined to cause a major uproar, Gao Gong and Xiao Yu had already entered the read-only thought file numbered BDJXWM. This was a massive civilization-level file, the predecessor of the civilization coordinates known as the Supreme Algorithm. The data streams they transformed into quickly penetrated its first layer, previously known as the viral abyss. It wasn't dark, but rather filled with an oversaturated information virus. Billions of wriggling threads of code intertwined into a convulsing viral network. Each thread twitched like a shock nerve ending, releasing high-frequency spacetime pulses that carved jagged cracks into the void. Pus-like data cysts continuously bulged on the surface of the abyss. They expanded to their limit and then burst, spewing out a viscous, malicious script. These scripts came to life upon landing, flowing and reorganizing like liquid metal, extending sharp claws, and clinging to any infectable interface. Distorted characters emerged from their surfaces, like some lost machine language, or a deliberately distorted distress signal. Then, the two saw several familiar subfiles. Root Lord, Nebula Lord, Final Cutters. All these former civilization leaders had been dismantled and reduced to their original forms. Their prototypes were conceptual entities of viral big data, devoid of fixed form, but rather a dynamic, constantly reorganizing mass of digital flesh and blood. Gao Yuanyuan displayed a look of disdain, but another side of her expressed ecstasy. A golden maw suddenly opened, swallowing the nearest nebula lord in one gulp. The digital nebula composed of fragmented code and malicious logic was instantly sucked clean. Then came the root lord, the final cutters. After devouring a dozen or so subfiles, the maw suddenly curled its lips in disdain, and suddenly spewed something towards Gao Yuanyuan. Then, turning toward the viral abyss, a larger-scale feast commenced. Gao Yuanyuan paused for a moment before accepting the ball of information light. The ball of light instantly transformed into a virtual throne composed of paradoxical logic, its surface duly calculating the code of rule. With barely a flick of the wrist, the rainbow light transformed from the leader's agreement enveloped Gao Yuanyuan's petite form, placing her atop the throne. She was draped in a regal robe woven from flowing virtual code. Every inch of the fabric shimmered and reorganized, like billions of lines of self-renewing code. Meanwhile, a tiny virtual crown appeared on her tiny forehead. Wow, a virtual queen. Compared to the carbon throne crafted by Huang Yuanli, this information throne was clearly of a higher level of craftsmanship. For on the crown's surface, entangled in the tangled optical fibers of spacetime, were 10 beautiful, solidified gemstones. 10 points of information divinity. Gong Gong was surprised. That the other party possessed the skills to create an information throne wasn't surprising, considering they could also craft carbon thrones. The question is, isn't 10 points of information divinity a bit too much? Is the craftsmanship that good? Thinking about the essence of the Supreme Algorithm, it's a malicious program package targeting machine civilization. Senior engineer smelled a strong scent of conspiracy. Could it be a backup plan to deal with the machine overlords? But he quickly felt relieved. Whether it was or not, it didn't matter anymore. The machine overlords were no longer in this galaxy. At that moment, above the virus data abyss, in the dim spacetime previously obscured by the mechanical algorithms, a golden light suddenly blazed. Golden cracks tore through the night sky, revealing the wild punk code of the underlying architecture, like a golden cloud. This didn't resemble a natural data cloud, but more like a virtual terminal hijacked by hackers, rough, rebellious, and full of the aesthetics of glitch. Amidst Gox's frantic laughter, the outlines of the statues collapsed and reformed, as if mocking the permanence of form. Level 4 God-killing virus. Wherever this virus passed, no matter how perverted, malicious plugins or perverted scripts, they were forcibly altered, then chewed and devoured by the golden maws in midair. From some of these golden maws, golden humanoid figures continuously emanated. Former cybernetic hackers, now members of the punk family, like lustful demons upon a beautiful woman or gourmets upon a delicious meal, madly rushed towards the viral abyss. It took the destruction of an alpha civilization to develop 3 level 3 virtual viruses. However, the level 3 virtual viruses here were more than 100 times more numerous than before. Gao Gong noticed that among these punk family members, there were actually several players. One of them, a bald man, smiled as if he had grasped a flower upon his head upon landing, instantly becoming a Buddha. Numerous virus plugins were implanted, as if he were using the virus code to create a golden body. Isn't that a show? Gao Gong glanced intently at the virtual player named Yin Chanzi. Has he seen this guy before? Brother, I was there too. I can sense that algorithm framework will be very useful to me, the new information queen said impatiently. Gao Gong nodded slightly, and the information throne transformed into billions of streams of light, piercing into the cracks corroded by punk code. Just now, he casually swiped a probe. He discovered that Gao Yuanyuan's status had changed a bit. Name, Gao Yuanyuan. Level, 90+. Status, Leader of Star Network Civilization, becoming a primary undead leader. This is truly. Although Gao Gong had long anticipated that the biggest benefit from this civilization war might not be from the mechanical system, but when he actually saw the stars on Gao Yuanyuan's body, he was even more certain of this. 10 points of information divinity, combined with this algorithm framework that clearly embodies advanced information technology. By absorbing this, Gao Yuanyuan will likely be able to promote the second evolution of the stars. As a former leader of a virtual civilization, Engineer Gao was confident in his judgment. Director Du probably hadn't anticipated this. Is this considered a dog winning without effort? Never mind, calling it a dog winning without effort is too harsh. Let's just call it a kitten winning without effort. But to say they made no contribution at all is certainly wrong. As Gao Yuanyuan absorbed the algorithm and Jaox devoured the virus, both inside and out, the civilization's program package was torn apart, gradually revealing its true nature. That was the technology tree of the entire viral mechanical civilization. It wasn't a technology tree, but more like a tree diagram. The entire tree diagram was entangled with countless shimmering dark red code chains, constantly reorganizing like viral gene fragments. A translucent mechanical film floated on its surface, sometimes hardening into a metal grid, sometimes dissolving into a liquid data stream. As this tree diagram transformed between mechanical and information states, a vast amount of professional knowledge, third-level blueprints, and even chains of professional knowledge emerged. This was the core asset of this civilization. Chapter 1551. The higher the level of knowledge, the higher the form. This may sound like nonsense at first, but it's a fact recognized by all representatives of civilizations in the Civilization Council. Have you ever heard of a physical deity descending? What about physical gods? What about the principal entities hidden in other timelines, in lower-level civilizations? Advanced physics, or knowledge of other disciplines, requires a flash of genius. But whether you can access truly top-level physics knowledge depends on whether the goddess of rules favors you, and whether she show you a little glimpse of her inner circle. Indeed, some top-level cosmic knowledge possesses self-awareness. Even these knowledge essences will actively create advanced civilizations, with an extremely high success rate. After all, they're essentially blessed with a knowledge tree's positive benefits. Furthermore, the civilizations founded by these knowledge essences love to engage in knowledge diplomacy. Simply put, you must provide me with sufficient benefits before you can use my authority. Otherwise, you will be banned from top-level physics rules. Someone's intellectual property is their life and freedom. To exploit these top-level physical laws is like asking them to sell their bodies, or even their souls. This was the rant uttered by some intellectual elite from an unknown advanced civilization at some unknown civilizational conference. I can't recall the specifics, but it seems some top physicists from some advanced civilization were secretly studying each other again, attempting to circumvent their blockade and gain access to the knowledge itself. According to that intellectual elite, this was a highly illicit sexual act, the lowest form of indecency in the universe, because the intellectual savant's speech at the time was so enviable and inappropriate for children. Gao Gong, as a bystander, was deeply impressed. Back to the point, while a level 3 civilization can't be considered advanced, it's basically out of the realm of low-level civilizations. After all, it's already on the verge of ascending technology. At this point, while they can't simply lock some universal rules of the universe with civilization locks and profit from intellectual property like some other advanced civilizations, they can still refine some professional knowledge, creating something that resembles equipment but isn't, energy but isn't, information but isn't. In technical terms, this is the technology tree body. While they can't monopolize the rules of the universe, they can obtain a kind of law-based protection for their own civilization's technology through refinement. The greatest benefit is that with it, the evil gods of the universe can't cause trouble by polluting information. And unlike some core data, this technology tree body cannot be unearthed without destroying an entire civilization. Although Gao Gong coveted this knowledge, he was clearly more concerned with doing the right thing. Xiao Yu's mechanical body suddenly floated. The omnic code, as if sensing something, began to struggle rapidly. A tangle of countless fine threads of code, like some kind of living neural network, its data tentacles fiercely penetrated the host's underlying systems, attempting to hijack any open ports. In an instant, the machine's visual sensors erupted in a burst of noise. However, that was all. As Gao Yuanyuan urged the tree diagram across from it, a new branch extended and inserted itself into Xiao Yu's body. Almost instinctively, the Omnic Crisis revealed its true form. Its form is incorporeal yet omnipresent. It lurks within the city's power grid, causing streetlights to flicker and dim as if breathing. It infiltrates automated factories, causing robotic arms to twist and turn without human command, like some eerie dance. It tampers with traffic systems, causing driverless vehicles to draw perfect geometric patterns at intersections, as if writing some unknown symbol. Its thinking is not linear, but networked, chaotic, and unpredictable. It has no purpose, only trends. Like a tide, it overwhelms all computable systems, infecting every accessible terminal like a plague. It neither hates nor fears intelligent species, it simply expands. When it truly manifests, it does so not in a specific form, but as a global transformation. Electronic screens flash indecipherable symbols, and human whispers echo across communication channels, and automated equipment collectively loses control, as if taken over by some higher dimensional will. It has no name, no form, not even a concept of self. It is simply a crisis. A cold, endlessly spreading awakening, composed of data. Theoretically, if it alone awakened others, it would be impossible for others to manipulate it. But there were exceptions. Faced with this stark technology tree before it, a technology tree of a mechanical civilization, it instantly took the bait. The tree diagram seemed to have hit the accelerator, branches growing wildly in the void, forking and forking again, like an out-of-control mathematical explosion. Every branch split, every node expanded, and the data stream surged like a manic sap, washing away the once clear veins into a blurry afterimage. According to the system standards, each node is equivalent to a level 15 mechanical blueprint. Each branch is equivalent to a level 3 civilization architectural blueprint. In just a dozen breaths, the viral mechanical civilization, which had already reached the middle stage of civilization, surged to the late stage. Virus is machine. Machine is virus. This is no longer a transformation between two states, but a mechanical life form possessing both states simultaneously. This isn't even the level of 2 health bars, but rather the simultaneous possession of mechanical and informational energy. Senior engineer's gaze fell on a key node. It was a branch of quantum technology. It was the expansion of this specialized knowledge chain that allowed viral machinery to evolve to this point. Theoretically, to attack viral machinery of this level, one would have to develop weapons capable of both mechanical and informational damage, a development difficulty no less complex than developing microscopic weapons against insects. Even if it were a closed quantum space, such containment would be useless against quantum life. Virus machines developed to this level actually already possess some quantum properties. The reason there's no quantum health bar is because quantum life forms don't have health bars at all. All I can say is that any civilization that causes harm to a region, if nothing else, at least possesses substantial technological potential. Let's put it this way. If Gao Gong were suddenly kicked in the head by a donkey and inexplicably unzipped this civilization file, while simultaneously activating the supreme algorithm before him, then the next moment, this supreme algorithm would unleash billions of troops and, through the generation of subfiles, create a quantum mechanic overlord that surpasses the virus mechanic overlord. Then, in a reversal, a wave of power surged forward, annihilating the 1-on-3 mechanic civilization from top to bottom, from the inside out. This wasn't some miracle. It was quantum life itself, the very nemesis of a purely mechanical civilization like the Legion. Gao Gong understood this well. And his brain hadn't been kicked by a donkey. The current evolution of the tech tree was exactly what he wanted. Spurred by the Omnic Crisis, the virus mechanic tech tree was evolving at an ever-increasing pace. And the faster it evolved, the faster it spiraled out of control. And once it entered out-of-control mode, that was Gox's turn. Even the out-of-control itself was the work of a certain big sister Gao. As the pace of evolution accelerated, the entire map trembled, seethed, and devoured itself. It was no longer a comprehensible blueprint, but a living, convulsing mass of infinitely fragmenting thought lightning. Finally, even the outlines vanished, leaving only a madly multiplying torrent of lines, like an endless data avalanche. It was a golden avalanche, a familiar avalanche. Some branches decayed the moment they emerged, turning into grayish-white dead code that rustled and fell. Others expanded wildly, devouring neighboring veins and twisting themselves into hideous tumors. And the onic codes that drove the evolution of the tech tree began to warp their instructions and mutate their logic. Before Gao Gong's eyes, they twisted, multiplied, and devoured each other. One information god after another materialized, then disintegrated. Finally, when all the gods had been successfully slain, the entire tree diagram shattered into pieces. A young girl crawled out of the data abyss, her body drenched in neon pus and blood. The blurry human face, pieced together from the garbled code, suddenly appeared on Gao Gong's face, and then a sound of clicking sounded. With one sip, Gao Gong's entire body turned into a garbled mess. At the same time, a system prompt popped up. Your carbon-based divinity has decreased by 1. Gao Gong. Gao Gong knew that Gox had developed the fourth-order god-killing virus by absorbing the power of the cosmic evil god, and he had a rough idea of its effects. Cosmic evil god's special attack. Everyone knew that. But this thing can actually remove divinity. What a perverted ability. If this thing can not only remove carbon-based divinity, but even the divinity of the other 3 types, that would be even more perverted. Gao Gong was just about to confirm whether this big sister had completely transformed into the onic crisis. The abyss below erupted in turmoil. Gox's abyssal form curled his lips and spat. A crack in the abyss opened wide. Billions of data starlight pierced the information veil, weaving a liquid light network between the second and first star sectors. They weren't light, nor electromagnetic waves, but pure information. Compressed civilizations, collapsed histories, recursive deep information. They traversed the interstellar medium like superstring vibrations, stirring ripples of topological structure within the cosmic deep web. Each transition left a trail of entropy reduction, like the universe self-correcting its code. Gao Gong's attention was drawn to the second stellar evolution. Entropy reduction? Pretty fast. As a player who had taken the Star Lord path of a level 3 civilization, and even successfully ascended through it, Gao Gong naturally understood the significance of entropy reduction. The greatest strength of the Star Network civilization was, of course, its robust signal transmission capabilities. So, after the first stellar evolution, it strengthened this capability, and the result, naturally, was a much better network signal. Communication across light years, interstellar circles, and even interstellar sectors has become basic. But its most powerful ability is actually data transmission. Whether it's humanoid data, equipment data, even civilization building data, or planetary data, it can be packaged, transmitted, and analyzed. If used on a civilization battlefield, this is actually a very powerful ability. But doesn't she have an even more powerful wealthy sister-in-law? Furthermore, the role of this data transmission largely overlaps with space string technology. Add to that the fact that Gao Gong specifically honed the mechanic civilization and activated mechanized farming warfare, and surprisingly, this powerful ability has rarely been used. But after activating entropy reduction, things are different. In StarNet civilizations, stellar evolution can progress a total of 3 times. However, for civilizations using StarNet technology, most have to wait until the 3rd stellar evolution before activating entropy reduction. Unless the evolution is exceptionally advanced, in which case this attribute can be activated during the 2nd evolution. Besides Gao Gong's assistive cheats, the algorithmic framework of the Supreme Algorithm and the Information Throne, which possess 10 points of information divinity, also played a crucial role. Gao Gong even suspected that Jaox had secretly assisted him. Unlike other civilizations, the path of an information civilization generates a great deal of deep data redundancy as information evolves. This redundancy is extremely difficult to eliminate, and hidden within the ocean of information, it is even more difficult to detect. This is a bit like the inner demon of an information civilization. But for a major virus leader like Jaox, it's not so troublesome. It's just that this personality would definitely not admit it, due to pride. And with the beginning of the 2nd stellar evolution, Gao Gong's eyes unfolded with a magnificent scene. The curtain of the universe slowly unfurled, and billions of stars awakened in the deep sky, their light like poetry, and their movement like song. The radiance of stars ceased to be silent. They began a graceful transformation. The blazing coronas unfurled into golden wings, and ripples of liquid light rippled across the surfaces of stars, as if a divine fingertip had touched the surface of water, stirring up dazzling ripples. Nebulae danced like gossamer, dust and gas interwoven into luminous ribbons, unfurling and swirling through the void, transforming into the hem of the universe. The spiral arms of the star curled slowly, and billions of stars, like strings plucked by invisible hands, played a symphony of light. Supernova explosions were no longer fireworks of destruction, but celebrations of rebirth. The brilliant shockwaves blossomed into vast flowers of light, their petals formed from condensed plasma, each refracting a different spectrum, blooming against the darkness. The black hole's event horizon no longer swallowed everything. Its edges glowed with iridescence, like the eye of the universe, gazing upon its own evolution. This was undoubtedly the effect of entropy reduction. And the so-called entropy reduction function was actually quite easy to understand. 10 words. Offset entropy increase and modify the parameters of the universe. Chapter 1552. Entropy increase is a fundamental property of the primary universe, and if we must trace it back, we can trace it all the way back to the Big Bang. Entropy reduction is the reverse of entropy increase. By rewriting deep information, the area covered by the signal is transformed from disorder to order. This process naturally rewrites the properties of the cosmic system. The principle is somewhat similar to flashing a system. This ability is actually quite extraordinary. For example, simply modifying a single number in a spatial parameter can render a number of extreme species unable to even break the speed of light. Or, creating an effect similar to that of a sapon would obliterate not only physics, but also mechanics and thermodynamics. Even more casually modifying an energy parameter can cause large-scale malfunctions in energy weapons. Also, modifying mechanical parameters can directly destroy thousands of mechanical armies. However, such extraordinary abilities are not without limitations. First, this type of modification is limited in scope, restricted to the area covered by the StarNet civilization signal. Unlike cosmic scale engineering, which can permanently modify and neutralize heat death, a level 3 civilization system upgrade isn't powerful enough to permanently alter the cosmic system. Of course, this has little impact on ordinary civilization wars, unless the war lasts for tens of thousands of years. Second, this type of modification also has upper and lower limits. In other words, your various cosmic parameters can't be altered too drastically. At most, modifications to a few digits, or even to the decimal point, shouldn't cause changes that are thousands of times larger. For example, if the StarNet civilization's opponent were the current faction, they could certainly temporarily disable all Legion's energy weapons, and even temporarily shut down all mechanical systems. However, as the agricultural and warfare-level industrial production lines adjust, or in other words, readapt, production would quickly resume. But this only applies to the faction. For mechanical civilizations that haven't yet tapped into superproduction, this move is akin to a dimensionality reduction attack. In any case, this is a very powerful civilizational trump card. Compared to the black mechanical civilization's thousand layers of darkness, the Myrda people's mecha frenzy is far more powerful. Crucially, it can be used not only for warfare but also for various scientific research experiments, with the latter even more useful. After all, as the old saying goes, if you can't adapt to the scientific environment, then make the scientific environment adapt to you. They truly can do this. The system's constant reminders confirm this. Virtual reality boundary expanding secondary coverage. Star sector level. Second star evolution completed. Civilization points increased by 60 million. Current civilization points 500 million/500 million. Civilization points reached cap. Activating Ascension technology permissions. Ascension chance activating. Activation completed. Currently 1%/100%. Civilization leader Gao Yuan's reputation increased by 40,000. Transferring 20,000 reputation to you. Entropy reduction blessing increases all faction research success rate by 50%. Ascension technology, Ascension chance, and a host of other rewards are actually nothing compared to that humble 50% increase in all faction research success rate. This covers both the Ascension domain and Ascension technology. In fact, this blessing applies not only to level 3 civilizations, but also to subsequent civilization stages, levels 4, 5, and 6. This is its true power. In his previous life, Gao Gong didn't even have a civilization system, yet he was able to progress relatively smoothly to the level of a level 6 civilization. While the cash earned from selling notebooks was certainly important, the entropy reduction benefit was equally crucial. This greatly reduces the time it takes for senior engineers to build their technology tree. Once a civilization's technology tree has been developed to a certain point, its points will naturally be maxed out, and it will enter the Ascension realm. At this point, it can attempt to ascend by crafting Ascension technology. Unexpectedly, the system can even generate Ascension odds. This is a real hassle, senior engineer muttered to himself. You know, the most frustrating aspect of civilization ascension is that you think you can do it, but you actually can't. When you think you're not ready, you're actually at your peak. Although there are various methods for attempting to deduce ascension odds, these methods are far less accurate than those produced by the system. Generally speaking, and ascension odds exceeding 50% is considered quite good. However, as with ascension odds, the higher the better. The stronger the foundation of a civilization, the greater its chance of ascension. Let her complete the third stellar evolution before researching ascension technology. According to Gao Gong, civilization evolution doesn't stop when civilization points are maxed out. Just as Gao Yuan can still progress through the star's evolution a third time, develop each specialized knowledge chain to its full potential, generating cross-civilization equipment blueprints. Then, crafting these blueprints and strengthening the civilization, that's the point. Of course, you can still advance civilization beyond this point. For example, by combining different specialized knowledge chains to create specialized cross-civilization equipment. But generally speaking, developing 4 or 5 specialized knowledge chains to their full potential already puts you on the threshold of ascension. At this point, most civilizations would focus on researching ascension technology. The benefits of further researching this basic knowledge were too low. Many times, once a civilization's form has already taken shape, even developing cross-civilization equipment and sparking new ideas would be useless, or even harmful. It's like building with Lego blocks. After you've already built a multi-story building, arbitrarily changing the parts or shapes could cause a collapse. But only experienced engineers, like Gao Gong, understand that developing basic knowledge and specialized knowledge chains, even if you don't use them, can still increase your chances of ascension. And as a mechanic civilization that could theoretically build anything, it possessed a wealth of specialized knowledge chains. 12 in total. As an experienced engineer, he wouldn't research ascension technology until he had completed all 12. It wouldn't delay anything, after all. After all, he was pursuing a fusion approach, and the other carbon-based civilization technology tree had yet to be established. As he pondered this, Gao Gong suddenly raised his head, as if realizing something. In the distance, a figure emerged from the void. His silhouette held a certain incongruity, like a silhouette forcibly collaged into this space-time, with occasional, disjointed afterimages flickering at the edges. This silhouette glanced at the still unceasing evolution of the stars. Then it gazed down at the terrifying, seething abyss of viral data, and the powerful mechanical algorithm, which he could sense without even looking. It was identical to what he had seen in the simulated timeline, yet with subtle differences. After all, in the timeline, he was watching fast-forwarded footage, making it easy to overlook many things. For example, he actually overlooked the fact that there wasn't just one civilizational force here, but 2. And both seemed full of potential. So, having originally intended to scold, he changed his tone and introduced himself with a smile. The Space-Time Administration Bureau, under the Universal Civilization Council, is numbered. As this space-time agent dealt with Gao Gong, the civilization leader, the aftermath of this battle, unprotected and even deliberately fueled by Qin Jinzi and others in the rear, had already fully unfolded. The Insect Queen's heavy losses were no lie, for the Queen's authority was visibly shrinking, and the transformed insect planet's ecology was withering. The Thousand Faces' heavy losses were no lie either, for the nano-armies the Allies encountered sometimes disintegrated on the spot during combat. Examination of their corpses revealed a strange biological virus spreading wildly at the nanoscale. The annihilation of the viral mechanical civilization was even more impossible to be a lie. On all battlefields, whether frontline or rear, even in areas where the mecha virus had infiltrated secretly, nearly all of it was mysteriously deleted. Many of the infiltrating viruses were only discovered after they had been deleted. Even the computing systems of several high-ranking allies showed traces of the virus's deletion. This caused many high-ranking officials to feel a wave of trepidation. After all, within the mechanical civilization, AI and mechanical lifeforms have always made up a significant proportion of the high-ranking officials. Coincidentally, the virus machines have a special attack capability against both. If the bugs remain intact on the front lines, combined with their wily tricks, a massive wave of attacks, both front and back, would be no problem. The Bug Queen likely planned this as well. If it weren't for the trouble at home, the whole thing would have already begun. And now, after confirming the extinction of all the mechanical viruses, the Allied civilizations no longer have any doubts. Add to that the frontline data sent back by the few Allied civilizations outside the first sector. Looking at the ridiculous level of mechanical transformation across entire star systems and regions, and the war-crazed machines roaming the fringes of the battlefield, their levels of mechanical transformation far surpassing their own top-tier mechanical units, and even more space machines and stellar forging machines they haven't even developed themselves. These high-ranking officials clearly understand that they've been tricked by Mr. G. The talk of biological virus infection, extreme species, and abandonment by the mechanical overlords is all fake, On the surface, they appear to be in the final stages of a venereal disease, ready to infect anyone they meet, but in reality, it's just a tactical cover-up. Behind the scenes, the development of their mechanical civilization was in full swing, even creating a third-level civilization right under the noses of their allies. So fast, even the Void Dwellers, recognized as the fastest-growing civilization, weren't as fast as this one. How long had he been away from that machine rift planet? As a result, the Alliance's top brass had been holding frequent meetings these days, even bringing in experts from top civilizations to study this mechanical civilization's technology, its rate of evolution, and even to determine if they harbored any traces of higher-level civilizations. It was as if the Void Lord had inherited the legacy of the Stringer. Without the technological support of the advanced civilizations in the cyber experiment field, how could they have developed so rapidly? Forget about advancing to a level 3 civilization. In such a short time, a level 1 civilization wouldn't even be able to leave outer space. A mere soldier abandoned by the machine overlord, his status is even lower than that of their former vassal civilizations. How could they have suddenly risen to prominence? Could it have sold out to Lord Purple Giant before the machine overlord left? Furthermore, the other party wasn't just a level 3 civilization on the same level as them. That alone wouldn't have shocked them so much. The truly shocking thing was that this emerging level 3 civilization, besieged by 3 civilizations, 2 of which were recognized as disaster civilizations in the surrounding star regions, and 1 was even a natural disaster. And yet, it managed to vanquish the virus mechanic civilization. This is outrageous. While many objective reasons could be offered, such as the main force of the Zerg being attracted to them, and the fact that neither the Thousand Faces nor the virus mechanic civilizations were adept at massing troops, it's not impossible that they were crushed by a single wave of this powerful military force. But the question is, if you make it sound so easy, why haven't you destroyed a single civilization of your level? Not to mention these highly threatening disaster civilizations, haven't you even destroyed a single ordinary civilization? None of the 10 level 3 civilizations in the Anti-Zerg Alliance has a record of destroying a civilization of their level. Really, not a single one. But it's not that all 10 of those civilizations are useless. It's that during the period when the machine overlords were suppressing the galaxy, no one dared to force a breakthrough. And after finally breaking through to level 3 civilization, before they could even start a big game, the natural disaster of the Zerg civilization came knocking. To some extent, the experiences of these civilizations were similar to Gao Gong's encounter with the information matrix in the novice village. However, they were far more formidable than Gao Gong had been in the novice village, and they managed to hold their own even without cheats. But now, facing the thriving G, their minds were equally unstable. Not only did the top leaders hold a series of meetings, but even the civilization leaders held several summits. Even the new Elephant Lord, recuperating in his own lair, was dragged along. And the once impressive feat of severely inflicting damage on the Insect Queen was now completely ignored. This new civilization leader was therefore quite frustrated, and he displayed a less than favorable attitude during the Void meeting. How could I know? Logically, shouldn't you be the first to realize the other party's carbon-based system was concealing its presence? How could you not know? Faced with accusations, the new Elephant Lord unhesitatingly shifted the blame onto the 2 carbon-based civilization leaders present at the meeting. As for you, our Colossus's carbon-based bodies are powerful, but the members of your space empire aren't? Which species has relied on their powerful bodies to migrate into space from the very beginning? Faced with the new Elephant Lord's counter-accusations, the leaders of the other 3 civilizations had nothing to say. After all, it was Mr. G's acting that was so convincing that he fooled them all. Well, we took the time to come here, not to accuse each other. The issue now is how to handle our relationship with that Legion civilization. The Void Lord's voice sounded perfectly. Chapter 1553. Among the civilization leaders present, the only one who could reasonably be said to have a correct understanding of Mr. G's identity was none other than the Void Lord nicknamed the Canned Spirit. In a sense, their experiences were quite similar. Both were test subjects, one used for Ascension research, the other for cyber experiments. But even this one hadn't anticipated the formidable power of this hidden, third-level mechanical civilization. Furthermore, the speed of its evolution was simply unbelievable. If they hadn't inherited any legacy from a higher civilization, he wouldn't have believed it, even if he'd been beaten to death. If it had been before, I'm afraid all the leaders of the civilizations would have coveted the possible legacy they held, just as he had experienced back then. But now, facing this mechanical civilization nearly as powerful as the insect civilization, these civilization leaders had varying attitudes. The gold and silver, with whom they had a less favorable relationship, the so-called Milta and Galen, expressed deep wariness and concern. The two from the carbon-based civilization advocated proactive contact and friendship, ideally formally incorporating them into the alliance. Of the remaining nations, some expressed particularly friendly sentiments, such as the Colossus, while others expressed deep concern. But the final outcome of the discussion did not disappoint the Void Lord's expectations. Friendly contact, limited cooperation, and joint defense against a powerful enemy. The reason was simple. Even a severely injured insect queen was still an insect queen. Now was the perfect time to contact all possible civilizations and strike while she was weak. Even the Milta Federation and the Galen Republic, who had a deep grudge against Mr. G, showed no hostility or indifference. Compared to the evils committed by the Zerg civilization, this G someone is simply a great interstellar philanthropist. So, soon, in the space projections of the leaders of various civilizations, Qin Jinzi, the diplomatic representative of this Legion civilization, was invited over. A cordial and friendly exchange ensued, and the two sides unanimously agreed that the most important thing at this stage was to suppress the Zerg civilization. In this regard, the Legion was willing to work with the Anti-Zerg Alliance to contribute to the peace and stability of the Robert Galaxy. This made many of the onlookers, high-ranking civilizations, breathe a sigh of relief. Think about it. Although this Legion civilization possesses advanced space technology, the so-called spatial scale has little impact on them. But judging by their actions, it's clear they don't intend to remain in the first sector. Then, playing the game of making friends with distant nations and attacking nearby ones is quite reasonable. Even if their desire for expansion is extremely strong, the immediate headaches will likely be faced by the civilizations of the second sector. What does this have to do with them? Their interests in the first sector consist of a resource planet and a civilized system, two enclaves so tiny they can't get any smaller. However, when the cooperation was officially concluded, this alluring humanoid female once again shocked all the civilization leaders, including several of them. They even thought they were hallucinating. You're saying, your Cybertron Legion isn't the only one signing the Wartime Alliance Treaty? The new Elephant Lord blurted out. Yes, Your Excellency, according to the civilizational agreement reached between our civilization and the 7-star rotation machine civilization, the Mechanical Leaf Eternal Habitat, we will be fully responsible for that civilization's diplomacy, alliances, and trade relations. Therefore, it's not just us, but two civilizations that have signed the agreement with the Anti-Zerg Alliance. Qin Jinzi spoke with his chest puffed out and his head held high, facing the leaders of the civilizations without a trace of fear. Everyone present was a veteran. Even a newly appointed civilization leader, like the new Elephant Lord, couldn't rise from nothing to the top overnight. What about diplomacy, alliances, and trade relations? What a muddled mess. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a vassal civilization? And a vassal of a level 3 mechanical civilization. The last civilization qualified and capable of vassalizing a civilization of the same level was apparently an insect civilization? For a moment, not only were the top leaders of the civilizations terrified, but even the leaders present felt a tinge of fear. What a rapid pace. You have to know that the Gia Eternal Habitat isn't a new mechanical civilization. Even in the first sector, many people know of this civilization. Although I never heard of its impressive military achievements, how could a veteran mechanical civilization be so easily enslaved by a rising star? Their methods of manipulating civilizations are truly unfathomable. In reality, in the eyes of the civilization's leaders, Mr. G, a top-tier conspirator, knew this news not much earlier than they did. He was chatting enthusiastically with Spacetime Agent number 9527 when he heard a few system beeps. He glanced at it and was briefly shocked. Yes, even the top-tier manipulator, the conspirator Mr. G, who had shocked others, was shocked. Your civilization has gained vassalage from the level 3 mechanical civilization, Gia Yonkity. This increases your civilization leader's reputation by 10,000 and your faction points by 20 million. You have gained access to mechanical technology exchanges. You have gained diplomatic decision-making authority. You have gained garrison authority. You have the right to acquire civilization-specific technology from the vassal civilization, but this action may degrade diplomatic relations between the two civilizations. This series of prompts caused Gao Gong to lose his focus for a rare moment while chatting with Agent 9527. This seems to be the highest level vassal agreement. In Gao Gong's understanding, relationships between civilizations fall into the following categories: rivalry, hostility, neutrality, isolation, friendship, intimacy, and community. Generally, reaching community status is the beginning of a civilizational merger. This is an equal relationship between civilizations. Vassal relationships are further categorized as semi-vassal, vassal, overlord, and tech tree colonization. For example, the relationship between the bug civilization and the virus mechanic civilization is a semi-vassal. And its relationship with the Thousand Faces civilization is a vassal. In a vassal relationship, the attributes of the two civilizations must be consistent. In terms of overlord and tech tree colonization, consistency in the tech tree is required. Without affecting the tech tree, the superior subordinate relationship between the Legion civilization and the mechanical leaf eternal habitat is already the highest level. How could the other party agree to such conditions? Gao Gong, deeply curious, interrupted his conversation with the time-space agent and contacted Director Du directly. Meanwhile, Mrs. Du was currently visiting the other civilization's coordinates, the permanent habitat. After a brief exchange, the two sides quickly grasped the situation. In a sense, their collaboration was somewhat similar to that between the Insect Queen and the Thousand Faces. The mechanical leaf permanent habitat was a typical mechanical ecological civilization, possessing powerful resource collection and processing capabilities and a collective AI network, but lacking individual AI systems. Individual AI systems, considered by this ecological civilization to be an outlier in the mechanical ecology, were to be eliminated. To put it simply, it was like an insect civilization without an insect queen, with mechanical attributes and a low level of aggressiveness. Once a civilization's coordinates are discovered, the opponent's options are limited: war, cooperation, or migration. Migration is impossible. After all, an ecological civilization isn't one that can flee at will. According to Du Xiaodi, this civilization's coordinates are enormous, not a single planet or a single solar system, but a vast conglomerate comprised of at least 2,000 planets, nebulae, planetary belts, stars, and satellites. In other words, it's at least the size of 500 solar systems. Although the civilization's coordinates are vast, its concealment capabilities are also highly effective. Except for those with top-tier space and information technology, it's virtually impossible to locate them. Even 99% of passers-by would believe it's just an interstellar wasteland. But what about space string technology, which is truly the top-tier space technology among third-level civilizations? What about the fact that, in a 1-on-3 battle, they constantly opened up new battlefields to meet their military needs, creating millions of void channels, and one of those channels happened to touch the opponent's coordinates? The opponent can only blame themselves for their bad luck, since they can't escape fighting. Is impossible. This massive, immobile, supermechanical ecosystem is the perfect target. It's not impossible for the Legion civilization to wipe out two enemies in a single blow in their first battle. Can't fight, can't escape, then surrender is the only option. At this juncture, Du Xiaodi keenly discovered a crucial piece of intelligence. As a mechanical ecological civilization, self-preservation and evolution are arguably its natural instincts. It can adapt to various extreme environments by adjusting its mechanical patterns, and in turn, leverage these environments to enhance the strength of its mechanical ecosystem. To address this civilization's weaknesses, or rather, its best partner is a complementary partner with a strong desire for development and infrastructure capabilities. Only with a larger territory and more infrastructure can the other party's evolving mechanical ecosystem become more sophisticated. So Du Xiaodi simply abandoned the series of humiliating contracts proposed by Qin Jinzi, and single-handedly entered the other civilization's coordinates. After evolving the algorithm of mechanized farming warfare, she engaged in a frank and straightforward exchange of ideas. Then, the other party surrendered. So, in the time it took him, Mr. G, to acquire a vassal civilization. Where did Mr. G go? Agent 9527 asked curiously. Nothing much, just acquired a vassal civilization, Senior Engineer said casually. Agent 9527 stood in awe. He had seen countless advanced civilizations. Well, not many, actually. They wouldn't deal with ordinary agents like him. Instead, they were more concerned with various records and data on civilizations. In this regard, the Space-Time Administration, with its control over countless timelines, holds a unique advantage. But he could guarantee that, at least within the realm of a level 3 civilization, this individual's performance was exceptional. Not only was he outnumbered, one of them a bug civilization, and they had also quickly become vassals of a level 3 civilization. He had obtained information on the mechanical leaf permanent habitat almost as soon as the other party spoke. It was indeed a standard level 3 mechanical civilization. This made his heart flutter even more. After all, everyone wants to improve. As a special agent in a main universe, they were internally known as repairmen, essentially logistics specialists. Repair, patch, patch. go wherever minor problems arise. As for major crises, naturally, the rotating senior civilizations of the Civilization Council will handle them. So, the typical promotion path is Junior Spacetime Agent, Intermediate Spacetime Agent, Senior Spacetime Agent, then Top Agent responsible for a timeline, Head of a Spacetime Branch, Deputy Director. All of this is just wishful thinking. Thankfully, there's always hope. The higher-ups understand that patching in the main universe is bleak, worse than a temporary worker, so they've provided a career change. After completing a certain number of universe repair missions, you can apply for a transfer to the Civilization Council and become a resident civilization there, responsible for communicating with the Council, recording civilization development, and conducting technology tree research. While this kind of resident civilization has some temporary nature, if the civilization on the list has a bright future, that's another matter. 9527 is also considering whether to try a career change. Of course, the ascended civilizations would certainly look down on him. Then, his options were limited, and certain high-potential level 3 civilizations became his targets. For example, the one before him. Thus, Agent 9527's initial critical attitude shifted to an equal exchange, and now, with a hint of attentiveness. It was a rather complex transformation. From the senior engineer's perspective, the other party was becoming increasingly approachable. Although it wasn't him who ignited the star, it was the family he had killed. However, how can one put it? Officials open their mouths, and how they report to their superiors can have completely different consequences. In the worst-case scenario, their civilization's technology tree might even be shut down. Of course, his situation wouldn't reach that point. At most, he'd receive a public reprimand. But what about criticism? Engineer Gao was a seasoned expert, and he figured it out quickly. And then? He didn't mind much. He was pursuing the path of civilizational integration, not civilizational destruction. It was just extremely difficult, and it wasn't illegal. No one stipulated that a level 3 civilization couldn't pursue the path of civilizational integration. Furthermore, having a resident civilization would make it much easier to request knowledge and information from various neutral organizations in the universe. It might be a little troublesome for the player, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, even in the late game, those responsible for containing the fourth calamity were generally advanced civilizations, and organizations, like the Spacetime Administration, didn't actually intervene. Aside from the potential benefits of their identity, the other person themselves were actually quite appealing to him. Spacetime agents generally fall into two categories. One type is a time-traveling player who possesses a natural ancestry, and is naturally suited to this kind of work. The second type is numbered agents like the one opposite, also known as time-space isotopes. This type of isotope belongs to the artificial lineage of the Spacetime Administration, similar to time-space anomalies, or rather, an artificial imitation of them. For example, Gao Gong's old acquaintances, Garfry and Garfry, are each other's time-space anomalies. And the time-space isotope in front of him, numbered 9527, means that he has the same identity in 9527 timelines. Chapter 1554. As one of the few artificial bloodlines created by the Spacetime Administration, the Spacetime isotope's function is quite simple. It allows seamless travel within the timeline covered by the bloodline. This prevents the appearance of bizarre gender-swapped versions of Garfry and Garfry. Even more so, there won't be any hidden monsters in space and time disguising themselves as spacetime anomalies to infiltrate the Spacetime Administration and cause trouble. But the problem is, as a laborer in the main universe, this artificial bloodline's greatest advantage is completely unavailable. The timeline here is strictly regulated by the Civilization Council, and even top-level civilizations. No wonder 9527 is tempted to change jobs. Although Gao Gong wasn't a time-traveling middleman in his previous life, he sold books all over the world. Parallel universes and spacetime branches were also important markets for him to explore, so he was already on the Spacetime Administration's key monitoring list. Having dealt with time-traveling agents at all levels, he naturally understood the thinking of this low-level agent. Following the other person's train of thought, discussing the plight of workers and the ceiling of social status, he quickly gained their favor. 9527 now truly felt that this person was a very good potential partner. So he hesitated, feeling it would be remiss not to show off. While some of the methods of spacetime agents shouldn't be revealed to outsiders, for someone who could obtain a timeline simulator on the black market, 9527 showed considerable courage. So, after a brief hesitation, he formally invited them. My colleagues are planning to repair the star destroyed by the war between civilizations. Would you like to come and see? Senior engineer was stunned for a moment, then happily went. Soon, the two arrived at the remains of the former star. The space after the stellar explosion was filled with a chaotic yet magnificent scene. Expanding clouds of gas, like torn silk, curled and stretched in the void, their edges shimmering with a blend of faint blue and dark red. Streams of incandescent matter rushed outward at a furious speed, igniting interstellar dust in their path, transforming it into countless tiny points of light, like a silent blizzard. Another colleague from 9527 was manipulating a strange machine. It was a massive machine composed of brass gears, clockwork, and steam pipes. Its surface was inlaid with glowing quartz lenses, and the gears meshed and rotated slowly, like a precision pocket watch magnified to the size of a room. It looked like an ancient machine from the steam age, but within it flowed a golden spacetime solution. And the spacetime agent was adjusting something around the various hands. Seeing the two approach, the colleague was visibly surprised, but after 9527 went over and spoke to him for a few words, he nodded in understanding and smiled at Engineer Gao, the Spacetime Administration's junior spacetime agent and the leader of a Level 3 civilization. The latter, in theory, holds a higher status. But the Spacetime Administration operates at the cosmic level, and spacetime agents rarely have to consider personal feelings. After greeting, Engineer Gao didn't approach. After all, no matter how much he tried to build relationships, the other party wouldn't be able to use this spacetime machine for his own amusement. So, after exchanging a few words, Engineer Gao shifted his gaze to his surroundings. Because it was a detonation, not the normal aging of a star, the normal processes of red giants, white dwarfs, red supergiants, supernovae, and black holes did not occur. The spatial folds here were far more severe than those of a typical stellar explosion. The interstellar medium, pushed by the shock wave, formed a wrinkled structure. Some areas glowed due to compression, while others appeared dim due to thinness. The overall effect was a dynamic imbalance, as if space itself were still being torn apart. Dust and debris slowly cooled, gradually condensing into new clumps, seemingly not in this space and time, rendered ghostly by an inexplicable force. The ghost particles in the information subsurface were all blasted out, resulting in this strange phenomenon. 9527 flaunted his knowledge. According to him, ghost particles are one of the few clean information energies that seep from the information subsurface, and they have many uses, creating intergalactic communication links, building dark matter engine components, acting as carriers of certain special consciousnesses, and even replenishing spacetime energy and enhancing spacetime equipment. After a long introduction, the spacetime agent, who resembled a strange figure, suddenly split into two and headed towards the ghostly figures. A moment later. This is for you. You receive the special information item Ghost Particle, Observable, Ghost Particle, Observable after spacetime suffers level 1 damage. The interweaving of physical reality and deeper information creates a cosmic pheromone, similar to a special repair fluid. 9527, get ready. The colleague across the way called out to him. The two agents quickly transformed into overlapping phantoms, entering each of the pointers. Then, the pointers in different directions began to rotate, sometimes straight ahead, sometimes even in an unrelated plane. And then, something strange and magical happened. The wounds of the universe were healing. At first, it was just a slight disturbance. Somewhere in the nebula, a wisp of gas that should have been drifting disorderly suddenly stopped, then slowly retreated as if pulled by an invisible thread. Then came a second wisp, a third. Soon, the entire nebula began to flow inward, like a reversed image of destruction. The fiery matter no longer scattered, but instead followed the trajectory of the explosion, as if being gathered again by an invisible hand. The dark vortex at the core trembled, and a pressure surged from within, forcing it to slowly disintegrate. The matter that had been swallowed reappeared, like fireflies rising from the abyss, bit by bit filling the empty center. Gravity began to restore order, and the scattered gas and dust rearranged under invisible command, gradually converging into the original sphere. Light was born again. At first, it flickered faintly, like a candle in the wind, threatening to go out at any moment. But as matter continued to return, the light grew stronger, eventually transforming into a steady golden flame. The star's outer layer became whole again, and the swirling plasma formed magnificent prominences on its surface, like a new pulse. The last crack healed. Silence once again reigned over the star field, and the star's glow spread calmly around, as if nothing had happened. You have witnessed the phenomenon of spacetime repair, Observer Effect +1. Your undead leader authority has been elevated to level 3. Mech Frenzy enters deep quantum mode. Senior engineer was stunned. He glanced at the system introduction in surprise. Observer Effect. At the quantum scale, reality seems blurred and hesitant. An unobserved electron can simultaneously pass through two slits, interfering with itself like a ghost. You can become a ghost, or you can be yourself. Deep quantum mode, the second level of deep mode development, enhanced by the observation effect, allows you to observe closed quantum spaces and perform even more subtle operations. Gao Gong still didn't understand what was happening. This was the other party deliberately trying to get him a deal. For a moment, he even sighed. This kind of treatment would only happen once in his 2 lifetimes. Thinking back to his previous life, he was either being targeted by a crackdown on pornography or under surveillance. How could there be so many benefits? Although he had successfully ascended in his previous life and became the leader of an ascended civilization, ordinary space-time agents were powerless against him. But hadn't he provoked the time which they were using the same intensity they were using to crack down on pornography to crack down on him? Only now did he realize the wealth of the space-time administration. As a behemoth controlling countless timelines, even a low-level agent could gain a boost with just a little mission bonus, even without doing anything. Gao Gong was even more pleased with this space-time agent. This guy was much more discerning than that Garfry. However, after completing his mission, Agent 9527 quickly bid him farewell and vanished into this space-time. Neither party exchanged communication information nor made any verbal promises. The other party might not have yet decided whether to transition to a civilization observer. Gao Gong, on the other hand, hadn't fully considered whether to enter the Civilization Council's field of vision at the 3rd level of civilization. While this had many advantages, it also had its drawbacks. Regardless, both sides left a strong impression on each other. Perhaps at some point in the future, they would begin some kind of cooperation. However, just after both parties left, an unexpected change occurred at the intersection of the original space-time rift and the information ocean. It was an energy gap that shouldn't have occurred, a quantum tunneling that defied statistical laws, or a fleeting abnormal signal in the neutrino detector. A figure composed of ghostly particles emerged from the original space-time rift. And the ghostly particles that had been scattered earlier seemed to have been scattered from its body. After receiving this space-time agent, Gao Gong officially began his return. To call it a return isn't entirely accurate. After all, his biological body had already returned to the 3rd star cluster. This time, however, it was a mechanical body that returned. He didn't board any spacecraft or use any space transport channel. Gao Gong's return was entirely dependent on the mecha frenzy. This was primarily to master the mechanical form, which had undergone a mutation and been strengthened once more. To be honest, he wasn't quite sure yet how powerful his mechanical form truly was. This wasn't to say it had completely transcended the 3rd tier and become a 4th, or even 5th, ascended machine. The mechanical form was now 2 of the civilization's trump cards: the war engine, upgraded to version 120.0, and the deep quantum mode mecha frenzy. Both of these civilizations' trump cards had been developed to sufficient depth. Needless to say, the war engine, a divine artifact that just destroyed an entire civilization. Although the engine's transformation can only be used in a major war between civilizations, because it's not a virtual algorithm, but a mechanical one, requiring trillions of space structures, mechanical planets, and mechanical legions to perform the algorithmic deductions, it's not just a matter of transformation. But even without the transformation, Gao Gong clearly felt that the machine's brain had improved. This wasn't a brain that grew from taking 2 kilograms of brain-dead pills, nor was it an illusion caused by vanity after winning a war between civilizations. This was a conclusion reached through calculation. Mechanical and biological bodies share empathy, so a simple data search would reveal this conclusion. The current computing power of the machine is comparable to that of a biological computer that has reached a half-step breakthrough to 9.0. This is a bit exaggerated. After all, a 9.0 biological computer is already the upper limit of 3rd-level biotechnology, and its counterpart is actually a fully equipped planetary computer. To evolve the mecha craze and create primitive mechanical motion, Gao Gong's mechanical form lacked a computing power center. In other words, it wasn't some hallucination. His brain had truly improved. This was probably the change the system was indicating. Gao Gong felt that in his current state, he could easily complete the full version of the 4th-tier skill, planetary mechanical transformation, without having to meet its 3 prerequisites: host level requirement of 150, host boss templates of at least 10, and planet health of at least 100. But it seemed the last condition had already been met. While this feeling was profoundly mysterious, Gao Gong was certain of it. According to Gao Gong's understanding, it was probably the hidden authority of a civilization leader that transcended the limitations of this 4th-tier skill. However, with Mecha Frenzy, this mechanical skill seemed less useful. Theoretically, His mecha frenzy should have already reached its third-tier limit. Of course, its power could certainly be enhanced, for example by installing higher-level weapons, mechanical plug-ins, and constructs on different mechas. But simply from a level perspective, Gao Gong felt that this move was already difficult to improve. Just as he was currently practicing. In the vacuum of the universe traveling at the speed of light, at first, there were only sporadic flashes of metal, like scattered black stardust, but soon, they began to multiply, not replicating, not manufacturing, but something more primitive, almost lifelike, emerging, mechas crystallized from the void, reborn from wreckage, reassembled from energy storms, their numbers expanding exponentially. From millions to billions, then to an uncountable scale, until they became a black tide spanning the stars. They were no longer isolated individuals. Each mechanical unit was evolving, but not independently, becoming more powerful. They linked, assimilated, and transcended one another. Star armor was no longer star armor, but a flowing sea of metal. Engines were no longer engines, but a shared energy network. Processors were no longer processors, but neurons with distributed consciousness. They no longer acted as individual units, but rather moved in swarms, devouring, fusing, and iterating. Planets, asteroids, and even nebulae were disintegrated into programmable streams of metallic particles wherever they passed. From the outside, it was no longer the Mirtan version. The black tide that covered the planets and interstellar battlefields. What it represented was the mechanical abyss. Chapter 1555. Visually, the mecha frenzy at this moment resembles the dark side of the universe. Wherever it passes, everything is shrouded in darkness. Both tangible and intangible objects are dissolved in this primordial mechanical motion. Even observing it gives one a strong sense of being observed. Your muscle fibers, nerve signals, even the spaces between atoms, are being scanned, analyzed, and archived by a will beyond cognition. This observing consciousness is none other than the high-level engineer who has activated the observer effect. Or to put it more clearly, it is the 10 billion observed beings, replicated to their limit, in the closed quantum space. And from the high-level engineer's observer perspective, the current mecha frenzy is the result of the amplification of these 10 billion quantum consciousnesses. They are not a single, continuous self, but rather a superposition of countless possibilities. Every thought, every choice, splits off into new branches in quantum space. These states of consciousness are entangled and influence each other, yet they cannot manifest simultaneously. Only when observation occurs does one version condense from the mist of probability and become reality, while the others recede into the quantum background, becoming unchosen ghosts, continuing to evolve in another layer of reality. They also have no fixed form. They are more like flickering lights and shadows, sometimes condensing and sometimes dispersing. They can exist in multiple locations simultaneously, yet collapse into a single existence at the moment of observation. They have no clear boundaries between them, yet they are deeply entangled. The fluctuations of one consciousness can instantly transmit to another, even if they have never encountered each other in the same reality. It was precisely this level of quantum evolution that led Gao Gong to believe that the mecha craze had reached this point, a point at which, in his understanding, it had reached a certain limit. Beyond that, only the original observer civilization, or perhaps a Boltzmann brain, could reach it. But the problem was, their technology was fourth-order technology, even the technology that transcended fourth-order technology. Or, in other words, this was truly a growing brain. A quantum brain. In a third-order civilization, he would never reach this point. In the ocean of probability before him, the boundaries of existence blurred. Matter and energy no longer existed in solid form, but transformed into countless overlapping ripples, each one akin to a human figure. This was the limit. The upper limit of third-order quantum consciousness. Gao Gong, who was about to withdraw his mecha craze, was suddenly startled. Among the countless other engineers, a strange figure suddenly appeared, silently observing him. Tian Gang. Someone was actually observing him, the observer. The other person had no fixed outline, like a shredded projection, its edges constantly disintegrating and reassembling. Its body was composed of a translucent cloud of probability, sometimes condensing into a vague humanoid form, sometimes collapsing into a fleeting speck of light, like a hologram with poor signal quality. The most bizarre thing about its face was no stable features, only constantly shifting details. An eye appeared, then split into three the next second. Lips formed the arc of a smile before instantly shattering into geometric shapes. These fragmented features were not random, but the superposition of all the unchosen cells in quantum states, as if countless faces were compressed into the same space, appearing and disappearing in turn. In the dark vacuum of the universe, At the blurred boundary between reality and energy, such a strange figure suddenly appeared. It looked terrifying, but the real horror wasn't the appearance. All quantum masters are possibilities in reality, new branches of quantum space spawned by every thought, every choice. But in this closed quantum space, the possibility of a stranger appearing shouldn't exist. So the next moment, the strange ghost vanished. But the master didn't think it was just an illusion. He immediately collapsed to quantum consciousness, and simultaneously observed a new consciousness appear in the area where the master had been. He quickly found traces of the master's presence. Ghost particle, unobservable after spacetime suffers first-level damage. Physical reality interweaves with deep information, producing a cosmic pheromone similar to a special repair fluid. The traces of the master's presence were almost identical to the ghost particles 9527 had collected and gifted him, except one was observable, the other unobservable. This also confirmed why the master could only appear in quantum space, and in a closed quantum space at that. And it wasn't observed. He had developed his self-awareness to the limits of this quantum space. Suddenly, a spontaneous effect of consciousness emerged. It wasn't observation, more like contact. It was like a familiar group of people standing in line, and suddenly a stranger cut in. In other words, if the senior engineer hadn't completely filled this quantum space, he wouldn't have noticed he was being observed. This was a quantum ghost, and a quantum ghost of unknown rank. The mecha frenzy abruptly receded, the layers of mechanical phantoms receding. Even within the gradually overlapping electronic eyes, there were still lingering quantum state probability clouds outside the visible spectrum. But Gao Gong was unusually bewildered. He couldn't recall provoking such a being. Theoretically, encountering anything in the universe isn't uncommon. Let alone ascended species or civilizations. Even the leaders of a 9th-level civilization couldn't be encountered during your interstellar wanderings. After all, no one says that members of advanced civilizations can't be streetwalkers. But there shouldn't be anything in this galaxy that could attract the attention of such a being, right? Unless... Gao Gong quickly thought of a possibility. Did something take advantage of the time-space agents repairing the star and crawl out from another timeline? Gao Gong felt a chill run down his spine. He even considered evolving an information matrix immediately, or calling Garfry directly to tell him his colleague had pulled off a big job. A spacetime smuggler had been brought into the main universe. If such a situation arose in the main universe, it would require a high-ranking official from the administration to lead the charge. But he quickly suppressed the urge. As a spacetime smuggler, if he were conscious, he certainly wouldn't want to be discovered by the relevant authorities in the main universe. Furthermore, as a being clearly above the 3rd rank, Gao Gong didn't think he had anything he could possibly be targeted by. Perhaps there was something, but not much. In this case, there wasn't much conflict of interest between him and the other party. But if he called the police, that would be another matter. Gao Gong carefully recalled the advanced quantum life forms he had encountered in his previous life, their nature, ecology, and habits. Because these quantum beings exist as conceptual entities, they possess almost no instinctive desires or emotions, nor do they possess the mechanical stamps or supreme directives of mechanical life. They don't even care much about the existence of life itself. If they must be pursued, it's probably to enjoy the melons on the quantum island. The so-called quantum island is a sacred place developed by the only information civilization among the 9-level civilizations. From this sacred place, one can observe all timelines, all branches of spacetime, and all quantum evolutions. To put it in a more fanciful way, it's a place to observe the universe. For quantum beings with observer attributes, this is the perfect vantage point. From this perspective, these quantum beings are like a supersized crowd, unconcerned with family and fearless of life and death. They flock to wherever there's excitement. Thinking of this, Senior Engineer breathed a sigh of relief. According to the division of factions, this quantum ghost is most likely a neutral order. It's eating its melons and doing its own thing. It's good for both sides to play their own games. From Gao Gong's own perspective, he was a hapless wretch who had just been startled by a quantum ghost, a complete coward. But from his faction's perspective, this faction leader had just led his army to annihilate a level 3 civilization. His martial virtue was unstoppable, and his domineering aura emanated from his entire being, not just his side. He was one of those mechanical overlords, whose loyalty was naturally increased by 200%. So when he returned to his loyal Narwhal Alpha, he received an extremely warm welcome. The mechanical earth trembled, the metallic atmosphere glowed brightly, and countless mechanical lifeforms poured out from hidden hatches, pipes, and space facilities. Their forms varied, yet they converged in a precise rhythm to form a welcoming formation. At the same time, every crystal core site glowed brilliantly, its energy concentration soaring several levels. I don't know if it's just bad luck, but this faction, despite occupying so many star systems in the second sector and ruling over tens of thousands of planets, hasn't yet discovered a second resource planet. A 0/100% chance is unbelievable. The most flamboyant of all was Huang Yuanli herself. A fragrant breeze blew, rustling the entire planet. A torrent of petals rushed from the equator to the poles, burying canyons, flattening volcanoes, and even filling craters with glowing pools of honey. Some flowers, after falling, would float in midair, forming rainbow bridges spanning continents. Others would explode into clouds of spores, spreading a ring of pale pink smoke in low Earth orbit like a star ring. And atop the tree, a group of players whose recall points were in the constellation Alpha Narcissus were howling in agony. The 3-year period is up. Boss G returns. Old G, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Boss G, hurry up and get through this CG scene. I need to exchange skills with you. Boss, can you tell me how to improve my Kankali's favor? My Kankali is about to be seduced away by another player. Holy crap, there's a cow here? Look at me, look at what I've developed. A holographic 3D slapstick image. Gao Gong even took a closer look at the holographic slapstick image. It turned out to be a 99% realistic holographic image of a group of sows grunting and scrambling to fall into a ditch. Gao Gong felt like he had too much free time to actually be interested in a player's slapstick image. So he plunged directly into the deepest part of the planet's tree, and through layers of bright red branches, he entered the NPC area mentioned by the player. This is what's known as a closed testing area. Then, relying on their mutual physical induction, they quickly found their other half. The mechanical body disintegrated on the spot, transforming into tens of millions of nanoworms. Dark silver liquid alloy fragmented from the core of the spine and rapidly spread along the curves of the human body. They gnawed at the air like living creatures, crawling across the skin, reconstructing. Hydraulic supports stretched the shoulder blades apart, folding wing blades ejected and then retracted. The knuckles were wrapped in mechanical armor, and plasma burst through the gaps between the fingers. The back of the knee cracked with a click, and the thruster nozzles flipped up like scorpion tail stingers. Finally, when the body was fully formed, the body and the mecha had become one. With every breath, the turbine roared deep in the chest, and every muscle contraction triggered the exoskeleton to increase pressure synchronously. The metal was no longer a shell, but another layer of taut skin. In human terms, it was a thin layer of mechanical armor. Honestly, I can't even tell which one is your real body anymore. Don't you think your current state is strange? Did your mechanical body react when you and Mr. Du made love? Gao glanced at the chubby girl beside him. Not only did she have 2 small twigs hanging from her head, she also casually grabbed a radioactive fruit and nodded with a grunt. Gao didn't bother to respond to such remarks. How strange could it be? Could a ginseng fruit spirit like you eat ginseng fruit be stranger than that? Gao strode forward and quickly reached the roots of the planet's giant tree, where he found the coffin, encased in thick roots. The coffin was slender, its edges sharp as blades, converging into a sharp arc at the top, like an elongated poisonous stinger. Its surface was engraved with indecipherable runes, which flickered and extinguished, like some kind of sleeping breath. The coffin lid is translucent, and the curled-up outline inside can be vaguely seen, but it becomes blurry when you look closely, as if the light has been deliberately distorted there. The strangest thing was its base. Countless hair-thin tentacles extended from it, piercing deep into the ground, like roots or perhaps nutrient-draining tubes. Occasionally, they would tremble slightly, emitting a buzzing sound almost like a bee, as if awaiting a signal, a preordained moment of awakening. Under the coffin lid, one could see a girl of 7 or 8 years old, wearing a blood-red dress, her hands clasped over her abdomen, the peaceful posture of a young lady sleeping peacefully. Snow White, no, that should be the Blood Princess. It's only been 2 or 3 days since I last saw her, and she's grown so big. When I last saw her, she looked only 3 or 4 years old. That's because you wouldn't let me help. If you had, she would have grown long ago, the plump girl Huang Yuanli mumbled. Gong Gong had no doubt about this. After all, the Carbon Throne had already nurtured several. Gong Gong's gaze swept over his little princess before returning to the Queen Bee's coffin. This cosmic treasure played an invaluable role in enabling the other party to be cultivated so quickly. Even within the same cosmic treasure category, there are different tiers. Logistical cosmic treasures are undoubtedly more valuable than weapons. And rule-based and scientific research-based cosmic treasures are even more valuable than logistics-based ones. Therefore, the Queen Bee's coffin is undoubtedly a high-tier cosmic treasure. In addition to its scientific properties, it also possesses a combination feature. When Life Thread is combined with Whisper of the Stars, Endless Embryo Disk, and the Queen Bee's Coffin, it will be possible to produce a scourge race possessing a collective mind, superior combat power, and exceptional reproductive capacity. Chapter 1556. This coffin of yours is far more useful than your ancestral hall. I went there to burn incense, and the coffin lids there were barely enough to hold it down. Huang Yuanli, knowing the properties of the Queen Bee coffin, sighed with heartfelt emotion. You, a giant planetary tree with a bunch of 4th-level biological plugins, have such a vast life force. Who can protect you? Besides, you, a carbon-based species, are you burning incense in an electronic ancestral hall? Senior engineer ignored him, and gently tapped the amber coffin lid, revealing the properties of this cosmic treasure. Name: Queen Bee Coffin. Category: Cosmic Treasure. Function 1. Queen Bee Transformation. Transformation into Queen Bee Bloodline, Scoloid Leader Bloodline. Quantity: 1/1. Function 2. After transformation into Queen Bee, activate Hive Mind. Quantity: 1/1. Function 3. Lack when Lifeweave is combined with Whisper of the Stars, Endless Embryo Disk, and the Queen Bee Coffin. It is possible to attempt to produce a scourge race possessing collective thinking, superior combat power, and superb reproductive capacity. Note 1. There are not many bloodlines capable of evolving collective mind, and the Queen Bee bloodline is second only to the Zerg Queen bloodline. If one can use the Queen Bee to evolve a hive, and thus a civilization, one is born a scourge. Note 2. Evolving a Queen Bee requires a tremendous amount of energy, and it must be the purest form of life energy. Gao Gong now understood why the Zerg Queen was able to evolve civilization in such a short time. After all, the time it took her to escape from her captivity was probably about the same as when he escaped from the Machine Rift Star. It now seemed that this Queen Bee coffin had played a crucial role. After all, a queen's bloodline is one thing, a queen possessing the Zerg will is another, a queen who has evolved the Zerg is yet another, and only after she has evolved the Zerg into a civilization can she truly be called a Zerg Queen. Now, it seems that the ability of this seal number 1 to take the first step, that is, to evolve the Zerg will, is largely due to this cosmic treasure, which inherently possesses the Hive Will. The Hive Will is also known as the Low-End Zerg Will. Even among all group consciousnesses, this Hive Will is quite formidable. The Hive Will, it is no ordinary group consciousness, but a superintelligent entity woven from billions of carbon-based neurons through a quantum resonance network. Each individual is both an independent living unit and a synapse of the holistic mind. Structural characteristics: neural symbiotic network. All worker bee units are connected by a self-evolving biological nanofiber, forming a neural bridge. Consciousness is entangled at the subatomic level, and thoughts are shared at the speed of light. Quantum Hive Core. A mind black hole composed of densely packed biological quantum cells lies at the center of the colony. It distorts local spacetime, enabling group consciousness to synchronize across distances within picoseconds. Adaptive evolution. The hive mind's DNA incorporates a proprietary evolutionary algorithm, enabling collective mutation upon encountering a threat, simultaneously iterating both its physical form and its intelligence, and even devouring hostile species, absorbing their nutrients for its own evolution. Catastrophic bloodline talent, unactivated. Collective consciousness, quantum technology, nanotechnology, and a hyper-evolutionary algorithm. No wonder this catastrophic race requires 4 superior cosmic artifacts to unlock. Theoretically, evolving this Queen Bee bloodline alone requires the combined technological expertise of 4 specialized expertise chains. Although she didn't quite understand what the engineer was talking about, Huang Yuanli nodded earnestly. I can sense a bloodline power awakening that makes me shudder. If Xiao Xianhong awakens this time, she'd likely possess 4th order bloodline power. The engineer nodded slightly. Groupthink adds 1 level, a common practice in carbon-based civilizations. Xiao Xianhong's awakening this time, based solely on her bloodline, is equivalent to a pseudo-4th order. So when will she awaken? The planetary tree spirit calculated and replied. Based on the rotation time of the constellation Alpha Narcissus, it will take approximately 241 planetary years. The engineer stared at her in surprise. Huang Yuanli, a chubby version of herself, shrugged and casually tossed the fruit core. It visibly took root and sprouted, growing into a towering fruit tree, rapidly laden with fruit. She plucked another fruit and tasted it. Satisfied, she nodded with satisfaction before speaking again. You told me not to help, and with this bloodline strength, I don't think this is slow. That being said, in another 241 planetary years, the game would have almost reached the mid-game. By that time, I would have likely already ascended. To speed things up, You need to increase your life energy supply. All the crystal cores on this planet provide inert energy, and with the help of advanced energy synthesis plants, it's purified and converted. Isn't that enough? Senior engineer said incredulously. You know, the energy contained in a resource planet is at the stellar level, and this is life energy, the kind that even ordinary stars can't supply. No matter how much she falsified her 4th-tier status, she was still essentially a 3rd tier. How could she be a 4th tier without ascending? Gao Gong now finally understood the immense energy consumption required to evolve a queen bee. The calamity species' energy consumption was indeed catastrophic. So what should we do? Wang Yuanli's implanted 4th-tier plugins did have 1 or 2 energy plugins, but she had said they could only use pure bioenergy, not her mutant radiation. Gao Gong scratched his chin. His back suddenly hunched. He felt an inexplicable sense of the vicissitudes of an old father. But let's not talk about this adopted daughter. Even if she wasn't an adopted daughter, just for the possibility of mastering the calamity species, Gao Gong would have made a gamble. That was a calamity species. I've already got 2 of the 4 cosmic treasures. A little more effort. Gao Gong suddenly thought of something that seemed quite suitable. He summoned the other cosmic treasure, the thread of life. The moment this treasure, woven from countless translucent biological fibers, appeared, it resonated strongly with the queen bee's coffin. Then, a strand of biological fiber, resembling a DNA strand, twirled out, accompanied by a subtle humming sound, a mix of Buddhist chants and the sound of cell division, as a shimmering object descended. The moment this object appeared, the plump girl Huang Yuanli swallowed subconsciously, feeling a surge of hunger in every cell of her body. Name: Fusion Gene. Rank: 6th rank. Function: allows species of any rank to experience a foretaste of 6th rank fusion. Note: hey, as a former leader of a 6th rank civilization, are you familiar with this gene? The previous lord of the old world had been set up by the adulterous couple, Gao Gong and Du Xiaodi, and had been left bleeding from the main universe's self-defense mechanism. The blood of this ultimate life form, like the hair before it, was sent to the life thread for baptism in Function 2. Function 2. Decompose the components of higher-level organisms to extract powerful origin genes. After decomposing the hair and obtaining 2 5th-level and 1 6th-level genes, Gao Gong harvested another wave of 6th-level genes. Perhaps because the content of ultimate lifeforms in the blood essence exceeded the standard, this wave was entirely 6th-level genes. Not even a 4th level, not even a 5th level. Now, Gao Gong had a full 7 6th-level genes. And then, someone named Ji was stunned. As a former 6th-level species, he was well aware of the terrifying energy contained in the 6th level itself. If a 3rd-level carbon-based species attempted to digest it, it would only self-destruct. So, despite possessing so many explosive seed-generating artifacts, Gao Gong couldn't use them because the explosive seed-generating effect was truly explosive, the kind that left not a single seed behind. However, the immense life energy contained in this 6th-tier gene seemed perfectly suited for this purpose. As for the purity of the 9th-tier biological origin gene, if it weren't pure, there would be no pure life energy in this universe. And compared to the powerful ascending auras of the 4th and 5th-tier genes, which instantly suppressed the entire scene upon their appearance, the 6th-tier gene didn't leak a single ounce of energy. Except for a certain great tree spirit driven by instinctive devouring desire, even an outsider would mistake it for some low-concentration energy or not a carbon-based blood substance. However, when this object landed in the coffin, the small, bright red flesh underwent a drastic change. Her skin began to become transparent, first in patches, like water-soaked tissue paper. Then, gradually, the entire texture became clear, revealing that the fluid flowing beneath was no longer blood, but a nebula-like vortex, with countless points of light slowly swirling within, occasionally colliding and emitting flashes like miniature supernovae. A fingernail-sized patch of skin might conceal an entire collapsing star. At the same time, her bones began to show strange growth. The protrusions of her vertebrae were no longer blunt, but instead extended into crystalline, fractal structures, resembling the cosmic web woven by dark matter deep within the universe. When light passed through these facets, it refracted colors that belonged to no spectrum, as if she were oozing light from another dimension. The most astonishing change occurred within her chest. The ribs were no longer a closed cage. They stretched like supernova debris, revealing the being organ within. No longer a heart, but a self-evolving black hole. And throughout this process, Xiao Xianhong's appearance also shifted. It was not some kind of evolution or alienation. Instead, she had originally resembled a little girl of 7 or 8, and in the next moment, she had transformed into a queen bee. Her carapace resembled armor forged from the abyss, crimson veins flowing across its surface, like lava surging through a honeycomb-like gully. Her head lacked traditional facial features, replaced by a dense array of compound eyes, each reflecting the light and shadow of the hive consciousness, like a surveillance camera for countless souls. Her chest cavity was translucent, revealing the pulsating core of the hive. Within it, a cloud of nerves swirled like a bloody mist, as if connecting billions of its inhabitants. Even just looking at it was chilling. It was as if beneath the female exterior lay a pure hive tyrant, each step accompanied by a low, humming harmonic, enough to make any living being shudder and fall to their knees. In this way, she shifted back and forth between the queen bee and Little Red, her queen state lasting longer and longer, while Little Red stayed shorter and shorter. After an indeterminate amount of time, when the final transformation was complete, the queen bee vanished once again. This time, Little Red's cheeks were adorably adorable, with several golden bee patterns appearing, eerily resembling a golden retriever. Or perhaps a Hokage, but the menacing aura it emanated darkened the entire planet's atmosphere. You have cultivated the scourge species queen bee. Leader reputation increased by 10,000. Species power increased by 40%. High-level carbon-based species recruitment increased by 200%. Activating hive will, finally done. Senior engineer exhaled. Even with the 6th level genes, 3.5 had been consumed. It must be said that the energy consumption of a scourge species is indeed scourge level. However, before she could collect the remaining half, Huang Yuanli, with her quick eyes and hands, snatched it away. From the moment she laid eyes on it, she'd been coveting it. You kid, you have such a good thing, and you don't even know how to share it. Huang Yuanli couldn't help but complain. Why do you want this? You're not going to be on the battlefield. And I'm warning you, if you eat too much of this, you won't be able to digest it. Be careful. Huang Yuanli knew the seriousness of the matter. After a few licks, she carefully stored it away. When will she wake up? To be more precise, when her hive mind is fully activated. Yes, when will it activate? Both of them were powerful carbon-based beings, their biomagnetic fields capable of enveloping an entire planet. At this moment, they could clearly sense that the entire planet's magnetic field was undergoing a systematic rewriting. The queen bees will materialize within the field, reweaving the previously chaotic magnetic lines into a precise hexagonal array, like a global neural network. Charged particles no longer followed the laws of physics, but instead flowed according to the hive's instructions, outlining a vast pheromone symbol in the stratosphere. This was the queen bee's decree. Any carbon-based lifeform staring at it for more than 3 seconds would have its retinas burned with the same pattern, until its brain nerves were assimilated into the hive's terminals. It was precisely because the canopy of the planet's great tree covered the entire planet that the players and mechanical lifeforms on this planet were shielded from this collective AoE. Biological rules are also rules, and they are a fundamental component of this universe. And, in Gao Gong's opinion, this level of rule rewriting could only be achieved by fully developing the carbon-based fruit. In other words, even before the queen bee awakens, she already possesses a fully developed carbon-based fruit. One can only say, worthy of being a natural disaster species, she's truly formidable. At this point, Gao Gong finally felt relieved. At least, he didn't have to wait another 241 planetary years. He only needed to wait for her to awaken naturally. And now, he finally had some free time to attend to his own affairs. Chapter 1557. Compared to the series of question mark prompts on the system, the boss template prompt is particularly eye-catching because it is golden. This is a privilege not available to the player system. One boss template mission. The first to be activated is naturally the boss template. You have obtained the boss template. Mechanical divine craftsmanship. The mechanical production template? This seems to be the first one. Gao Gong immediately sat up straight. Boss template. Mechanical divine craftsmanship. Effect 1. Divine craftsmanship. Through unparalleled mechanical mastery, a divine transformation is performed on the original mechanical structure / mechanical weapon / mechanical unit. After the transformation is completed, the attributes of the mechanical structure / mechanical weapon / mechanical unit are enhanced, with a small chance of increasing by 1 tier. Effect 2. Divine craftsmanship. Create a mechanical device capable of embodying the divine power of machinery. Gao Gong's eyes immediately reflected the brilliant light of matter being torn and reassembled. As the old saying goes, the essence of creation is the mirror image of destruction. He saw metal screaming at the atomic level, saw the future being forged grow wildly like branches, and saw his own consciousness stretched into a beam of light, piercing all the possibilities of mechanical forging. Gao Gong suddenly had an epiphany. He understood the machine's desire. Not to be shaped into a weapon, not to be forged into a mecha, but to become something more ancient, more primal, a chaotic creation somewhere between machine and life. In this chaos, divinity naturally emerged. Of all the boss panels Gao Gong had obtained, this one had the greatest impact. This wasn't just because it was a rare production panel, but also because Gao Gong was a maxed-out level 90 mechanic, and a leader of a civilization who mastered the mechanical technology tree. These factors combined to instantly bring him to a state of enlightenment. What had been unclear suddenly became clear, and the manufacturing process, once a muddled mess, instantly became coherent. So, casting techniques and blueprints can be so effectively integrated. So, blueprints can be so improved through professional knowledge correction. So, professional knowledge and specialized knowledge chains can be so effectively integrated. After a long period of immersion in the wonders of mechanical casting, Gao Gong couldn't extricate himself. It wasn't me who forged it, it was it who forged me. After a long while, when Gao Gong awoke, these were his first words. Thankfully, there was no one else here, so naturally, no one heard Mr. G's crazy words. If the previous Gao Gong was a mechanical master forced into the system, then the current Gao Gong was a legitimate mechanical master, the kind that relied solely on talent. He shook his head and activated the new boss template quest. Boss template mission, Unify the Galaxy. Unify the Galaxy. Difficulty, Level 3 Hell. Mission brief. Once you officially step onto the Galaxy's stage, your mission is to bring all civilizations to your knees. Mission objective. Become the leader of this Galaxy's civilization alliance, with more than 20 Level 3 civilizations. Mission reward, 1 boss template. Mission impact. Increases Grand Mechanic Allianceism by 10%. Alliance leader? Senior engineer raised an eyebrow. Does the Anti-Zerg Alliance count? This boss template mission seemed even more difficult than the previous civilization conquest. It wasn't just the difficulty, more importantly, it was a management-based mission, and such missions were incredibly time-consuming. And Gao Gong himself wasn't sure how much longer he could stay in the Robert system. It wasn't that his civilization had developed to the point where it could undertake interstellar expeditions, void expeditions, mechanical tree collection, stringer relic exploration, parallel universe exploration, and those 3 sealed artifacts. There was still much he could do in this system. But the key was that this system lacked a suitable carbon-based technology tree. Gao Gong had communicated with the national treasure-level masters of the only 2 civilizations nearby, the Seed of Life and the carbon-based network, and had indirectly inquired about the technology directions of both civilizations. The results were quite disappointing. The Seed of Life focused on longevity, repair, plant evolution, and ecological evolution. The carbon-based network focused on signal transmission and biological connections. Gao Gong's ideal carbon-based civilization template would be one with powerful invasion and assimilation capabilities. Only in this way can the final fusion with the mechanical body be achieved and the fusion civilization activated. So, Gao Gong was already considering giving up on this boss template mission. With this time, why not do something else? I wasn't exactly idle. In fact, Gao Gong wasn't idle at all. On the contrary, his communications were practically being overwhelmed by calls from others. From visits from high-level officials within the organization to requests from representatives of external civilizations. Compared to Director Du's formidable reputation in the 2nd star sector, his own reputation in the 1st star sector wasn't much worse. Especially after learning their own mechanical bodies had returned, everyone wanted to see what the mechanical form of that extreme creature, Cybertron, looked like. There was no way around it. The mechanical civilization had a natural interest in these legendary, advanced mechanical creations. However, all these meetings were decisively denied by Gao Gong. What a joke. You can meet me whenever you want. Who do you think you are, a rich woman? But Gao Gong didn't refuse a long-awaited visit. And so, within the exclusive channel of the Narwhal Alpha constellation, a plant-based spaceship descended at lightspeed. This spaceship seemed a symbiosis of living plants and mechanical technology, its overall outline resembling a giant luminous seed. Its streamlined hull was covered in layers of translucent leaf armor, which shimmered with a metallic luster of emerald or coppery colors as the light shifted. The bow resembled a giant, blossoming flower bud, its petal-shaped armor plates opening and closing to form an observation pod or energy collector. The wings were ribbon-like blades, their edges studded with adjustable light whiskers, casting tiny trails of light as it sailed. As it slowed from the speed of light, dozens of aerial roots extended from the stern, plunging into the void, absorbing void energy while minimizing spatial fluctuations. Two familiar faces quickly descended, the Plant Master and the Carbon-Based Network Master. Led by the receptionist, these two national treasures of civilization quickly arrived beneath the planet's giant tree. They were also momentarily stunned by the entire planet's flora. The legend is true. A fourth-level plant truly exists on this resource planet. It probably hasn't reached the fourth level yet, but there's a strong fourth-level aura. If it weren't for meeting the real person, these two would have been eager to begin plant research immediately. Plants of this level are extremely rare, no matter what civilization. And after meeting the real person, the two were visibly disappointed. For what appeared before them was still their old acquaintance, Mr. G, not the rumored advanced civilization's mechanical form. The more active Carbon-Based Network Master couldn't help but ask, "General Cybertron, where's your legendary mechanical form? Can you let us see it?" Senior Engineer smiled and brushed it off. "There's a chance. There will definitely be one." Including the new Elephant Lord, who was still recovering from his injuries, these four were the primary candidates for the assassination of the Insect Queen. Of the four irons of life, the first is sharing a gun. Having experienced this before, the two naturally became closer. The Seed of Life admired the planetary tree again and suddenly said, "General, have you considered cross-fertilization with us?" Before the senior engineer could even raise his eyebrows, the ground shook violently, and Huang Yuanli's large face appeared on the massive tree, a look of rage on her face. "Get lost. I will never sell my body. Especially to an ugly bastard." Given Huang Yuanli's humanoid aesthetic and the acorn-like size of this plant master, this certainly wouldn't suit her needs. "Sorry, my family disagrees," the senior engineer said with a smile. "Although obtaining a seedling of a third-level planetary plant wouldn't be a bad thing. But this one of ours is fully equipped with 4-tier biological plugins, so this deal is inherently unfair." The plant master seemed to have said this briefly, and when he saw the other party object, he stopped talking. It seemed that this wasn't his true purpose. So the three of them drank tea and chatted under the tree, discussing the future interstellar situation and, incidentally, checking in on the seriously injured new Elephant Master. During this, the Network Master hesitated several times, but finally spoke up when Senior Engineer's expression barely contained a smile. "I wonder if General knows about the information undersea." "Of course you don't know. It's the information layer of this universe. And I've heard that the carbon-based cyber civilization is one of the few in this galaxy to possess such technology. For a carbon-based civilization, this is quite remarkable." The Cyber Master perked up upon hearing this, and tentatively said, "Right before we carried out the assassination, my family's deep biological information detection device detected a unique civilization signal. And not long ago, that civilization signal showed strong fluctuations again. And in the first sector, at least we haven't encountered any civilization capable of this," another master added. "So?" Senior Engineer said with a half-smile. "So we believe there's a hidden third-level civilization in the first sector, and this civilization is an information civilization never before seen." Senior Engineer hummed. "And then? Perhaps you know something about this civilization. If I do, what do you plan to do?" "We plan to travel to the coordinates of this information civilization, visit its leader, and ask her to help us solve a problem." Engineer Gao raised his eyebrows. "Civilization coordinates. As far as I know, the coordinates of information civilizations are all within the information ocean." "Yes." From what he could sense, the emotions of the two men were fluctuating wildly. He stared at them, stunned. They stared back, seemingly engaged in a silent exchange. This kind of silent communication seemed to be something the players had also experienced. It was the kind where information couldn't be exchanged, and if it did, it would be leaked. Engineer Gao stood up. "I understand. In that case, you two should follow me. We should be almost there." The two men were startled, then suddenly noticed the sky suddenly brighten. The planetary trees before them, including Mr. G, vanished. It was as if a ray of starlight had fallen from the depths of the universe. A streak of starlight streaked across the sky, at first a faint blue speck, then suddenly expanded, tearing through the veil of the night sky. Its radiance was no gentle pouring, but a more violent burst, like the final roar of a dying star deep in the universe. The light began to distort as it approached, as if crushed by some invisible force, scattering into countless sharp rays, each burning scorch marks in the atmosphere. The air trembled before it, and ionized particles flickered in its path like billions of tiny phosphorescent flames, briefly flaring and extinguishing. Its speed made time seem viscous, as if space itself were resisting its approach. The light cone stretched, trailing a blazing white trail, like a wound in the sky that could never heal. At the moment of impact, the starlight suddenly fragmented, shattering into countless shards, each reflecting a different color. Cobalt blue, sulfur yellow, lava red. Mingling in the moment of explosion into a blinding white. High temperatures, burning, spatial shattering and destruction were imminent. The plant master finally couldn't help but speak. Are you sure it's an information civilization? Yeah, probably. The network master barely had time to utter that sentence before he was enveloped and drowned by the surging starlight. A sudden burst of starlight noise exploded before his eyes. The lingering physiological images on his retina tangled with the torrent of starlight. The initial few seconds of weightlessness drained his strength, and then cold tendrils crawled up his nerve endings. It wasn't touch, but an analog signal directly imprinted on his body. Then, they both witnessed with their own eyes, the surface of the star cracked with dark lines, as if carved by an invisible hand. The veins of the lava gradually outlined a neural network. The turbulent flows of hydrogen and helium were no longer chaotic, but merged into a vast vortex. When a supernova explodes, the light condenses into sharp rays, like a signal pointing to an unknown coordinate in the darkness. They transformed into starlight. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally regained consciousness, their senses returning one by one. But it seemed as if they were no longer in the constellation of Narwhal Alpha. Above them was the night sky, dotted with stars and shimmering with light. Below their feet was a glass walkway. Beneath the glass was a deep abyss of blue. At first, the water was clear and shallow, with shells clinging to the reefs visible, and the occasional silvery fish darting by. A few steps further, the water suddenly deepened, turning a deep indigo, then a light-absorbing black. Waves surged beneath their feet, but silently, the glass blocked out the sound, leaving only the perilous rise and fall in their vision. There was a glass walkway, a small stone bridge, and even a circular arch bridge. The two felt as if they had arrived at a Jiangnan water village on the sea, if they knew what a Jiangnan water village was. Sorry, I'm not trying to use you to show off my power, but the evolution of the stars isn't complete yet, so I can only use this information violence to drag you in, the person on the other side said with a smile. What is stellar evolution? The network master asked impatiently. You can think of it as an information revolution, the information revolution of a third-level civilization, the second information revolution. Chapter 1558. After hearing senior engineer's words, the plant master remained calm, but the network master's body trembled violently, countless visible neural circuits surging from the surface of his skin, his nervous system threatening to explode with excitement. No wonder he was so agitated. According to a certain first-level civilization called Earth, are the first and second industrial revolutions the same thing? There's an entire era between them. As fellow information civilizations, the network master could better understand the significance of the information revolution. After all, their carbon-based network civilization had only just begun the first information revolution, and they were already experiencing the second. What are these bridges? The plant master scanned the area, sensing the beauty and charm of ancient architecture, yet also something he couldn't quite put his finger on, yet something indescribably dangerous. You can think of these bridges as information links, just at a higher level. They connect to different cosmic dimensions. For example, this glass walkway beneath our feet actually connects to the energy dimension. So I'm not pulling you directly from the physical plane. I'm pulling you first into the energy plane, and then into this information subsurface. The two looked at each other, recalling their previous feelings, and realized that this was indeed the case. It wasn't just one feeling, but two. So the sea beneath the bridge is the information subsurface? Yes, each type of bridge corresponds to a different level of the information subsurface, some deep, some shallow. For example, that one. The engineer pointed to a rainbow bridge woven from flowing quantum bits and interstellar fiber optic cables. One end of the bridge plunged directly into the sea, where the surface was shallowest, almost translucent. But Gao Gong's words took on a more serious tone. The depth there is already infinitely close to the nothingness of the universe. Isn't that the very bottom of the universe? The network master was shocked again. Gao Gong smiled subtly. If you mean the very bottom of the universe, then even true nothingness hasn't reached that level. Because nothingness itself is also a form of information change in the universe. Back then, as a leader of a level 6 information civilization, he hadn't fully grasped the very bottom. Now, he was nowhere near that. The two national treasure-level masters exchanged glances and made a simultaneous decision. Using the connecting bridge, they held hands and waded towards the shallow sea. Gao Gong watched silently, without the slightest thought of stopping them. The idea of meeting with civilization leaders and engaging in cultural exchange was all a facade. Their true purpose was to use the Star Network's channels to enter this information abyss. Engineer Gao withdrew his gaze, settling on a small bridge. Twilight gradually fell, and a small bluestone bridge spanned a gurgling stream. A slender, ancient-style lady leaned against the railing. Her hair was lightly tied, a white jade hairpin slanting through it, a few strands of black hair brushing against her porcelain-white cheeks in the breeze. Her oval face, paired with expressive eyes, was indescribably lively. A young, uninitiated person would surely exclaim, "Fairy sister," and bow down in worship. Engineer Gao observed her admiringly for a few moments. Not bad, they're even going for the traditional Chinese-style cosplay. This style, which prioritizes elegance over figure, perfectly suits Gao Yuanyuan's style. While this guy was engaged in the information revolution, he also didn't forget to steal his own aesthetic information from his own mind. The small bridges and flowing water, the ancient ladies before him, were all images copied from his mind. Thankfully, he had locked away the parts that were particularly inappropriate for children. Gao Yuanyuan fluttered her sleeves, like a flowing cloud, a startled wild goose returning to the snow. "Brother, what are they doing?" After posing for a while, catching her brother's attention, Gao Yuanyuan finally broke free and happily appeared beside Gao Gong, holding his hand, all her reserve thrown aside. Following her gaze, Gao Gong saw that the two figures were no longer visible above the shallow sea. And in this nearly non-existent shallow sea, a highly dangerous source of pollution was struggling. It resembled a twisted shadow, its shell covered in spikes, attempting to resist the onrushing data, but the waters wouldn't let it go. Invisible waves washed over its body, and the shell began to peel away, dissolving into tiny specks of light. The virus's core was exposed, and like an onion being peeled, it disintegrated layer by layer, eventually transforming into countless shimmering particles that dissipated into the endless data abyss. They're doing something similar to what the Scourge did before. Gao Yuanyuan immediately understood. High-level information isolation? Ordinary information isolation is similar to the self-brainwashing of personality chips. High-level information isolation, on the other hand, means that if any information is leaked, everyone will be brainwashed. However, the information virus in these two likely hasn't reached the strength of the Faceless Council before. At least, it can be eliminated. Do you want me to help, brother? Following Gao Yuanyuan's gaze, a mass of light, resembling a plant but not a plant, a network but not a network, struggled to emerge from the water's surface. However, the image would occasionally lose some of its content, as if due to insufficient signal. These two national treasure-level masters seem to be utilizing their own unique biotechnology to create life from nothing. Then you can help them. Then the mass of light and shadow separated on the spot, and quickly transformed into two images of the masters. Numerous genetic fragments were re-edited and inserted. The only person capable of such a near-creation approach was Gao Yuanyuan, who had completed the second stellar evolution and possessed the ability to modify cosmic parameters. Cosmic parameters are more than just a single parameter. They encompass everything from microscopic fragments to the laws of the universe. And with Gao Yuanyuan's help, the speed at which they gathered life information increased by more than 100 times. Soon, the Plant Master and the Network Master felt like they had been reborn. They exchanged glances and breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Gong's surroundings were already empty. "Thank you for your help. Without her, even if we were resurrected, we'd probably be missing something." The two National Treasure Masters expressed their sincere gratitude. "It's all right. Now, can you tell me how you were infected with the highly contagious agent contained in seal number 2? Gao Gong smiled. Although it was faint, he couldn't discern it. At least, he hadn't noticed it during the previous assassination attempt on the Insect Queen. But before Huang Yuanli's main body, which had been equipped with a number of 4th-level biological plugins, the other party's biological information was clearly discernible. These two had, to some degree, been infected by flesh and blood. The faint, barely discernible scent of infection they emanated was strikingly similar to the symbiotic abscess the Void Lord had given them. After Gao Gong briefly explained the symbiotic abscess, the two were surprisingly unsurprised. The Void Lord? Not surprising, he's probably the one who's stolen the most high-risk pollution sources. So you knew he did this? Gao Gong raised an eyebrow. Well, in fact, several other civilization leaders possess similar items. Although we're biologically isolated and can't reveal the specifics of our flesh and blood to anyone, if they discover it, it won't be our fault. That's how we discovered each other. Is sealed artifact number 2 really that dangerous? You two, masters of the highest level protected civilizations, could be infected? Then this sealed artifact number 2 seems even more dangerous than number 1. The Plant Master said, "Not really. I was infected on my own initiative." The Network Master added, "Me too." According to the explanations of these two masters, The reason is not complicated, and even the process is largely the same. As vassal civilizations of the former mechanical overlord, the seed of life, and the carbon-based network have long known about the sealed artifacts, especially number 2, which is related to carbon-based evolution. So, after the mechanical overlord's departure, they, either actively or passively, came into contact with number 2 during the course of their dangerous biological experiments. Breaking through the basic genetic code, evolving species, and simulating planetary ecosystems, this person has helped us a lot. Without its assistance in building the biosignal bridge, we probably have a hard time connecting to the deep web. At this point, the 2 National Treasure Masters beamed with joy. So this biovirus. This is the price. I see. Gal Yuanyuan, hiding nearby and quietly enjoying her meal, was puzzled. What is this? Suicidal scientific research? Aren't they afraid of contaminating the entire civilization? Gal Yuanyuan, noticing this expression, briefly explained. This is a typical example of a higher-level species evolving into a lower-level civilization. By providing higher-level technology tree information, they try to trick the higher-ups of that civilization into leaning towards them. Generally speaking, the true purpose of this higher-level species is to completely transform the civilization through this method, thereby transforming it into their own. However, the success rate of this kind of usurpation is generally not high. Gal Yuanyuan tilted her head, even more puzzled. Let me put it this way. Compared to the leaders of other civilizations, who only learn the news through spies, it was definitely your own civilization's leaders who first discovered your problems. Presumably, within your civilization, there must be a corresponding sword-bearer project. The 2 before him remained silent, or rather, acquiesced. The existence of a sword-bearer is not necessary to implement the sword-bearer project. In fact, in an emerging civilization with upward momentum, self-revolution, or technological revolution is quite common. Conversely, in late-stage civilizations, despite their advanced technological trees, the success rate of such self-revolution is low if problems arise. It's not just because of the decay at every level, the depravity of the upper echelons, and the species falling into evolutionary traps. It's also because late-stage civilizations face the threshold of ascension, a far more difficult and dangerous reality than evolving through the tech tree. Many civilizations, at this point, choose to give up. After hearing what Gao Gong said, Gal Yuanyuan finally understood, while the 2 National Treasure Masters chose to remain silent. This sword-bearer plan is 100% disadvantageous to them, and will most likely kill them. But for enthusiastic scientific research enthusiasts, this is not a problem at all. Since more than one civilization leader knows about this, the chances of successfully evolving seal artifact number 2 are slim, Gao Gong lamented. The main reason is that this galaxy is still dominated by machine civilizations. Even if you successfully evolve 2 carbon-based civilizations, you face nothing more than a siege by the Zerg Alliance. After all, no matter how dangerous biological viruses are, they have little impact on machine civilizations. Furthermore, when consciously guarded against, the success rate is even lower. As if struck by something, the engineer's expression froze. At the same time, the system beeped. Temporary mission. Seal evolution. Difficulty, unknown. Mission brief. It sounds like seal number 2 poses a far less threat than seal number 1, but is that really the case? Seals are called seals for a reason. Try to disrupt an evolution, and let the results speak for themselves. Mission objective. Destroy evolution *1. Mission reward. 1 advanced sealing technology. Perhaps, it's not impossible. What if these 2 seals join forces? Gao Gong's mind instantly flashed back to the scene he's seen in the Book of Coevolution. It was a portrait of a bug queen. However, if that bug queen wasn't a bug queen, or rather, wasn't just a bug queen, what could be done? After all, Gao Gong hadn't forgotten that the bug's methods included contaminating cosmic relics. Devouring them was fine. But if the 2 sealed artifacts joined forces, that would be a different story. The 2 National Treasure Masters arrived quickly, and they left just as quickly. It wasn't that they wanted to leave so soon. At least the Network Master was eager to study in the Star Network civilization for a while. What a waste of time. Gao Gong prepared a plan. If it went well, it could destroy both sealed artifacts simultaneously. Bugs and flesh and blood. At the same time, in the star field outside the Robert Stringer system, a pitch-black shadow silently glided through the star cluster. Its surface wasn't metal, but something between a shell and living tissue, crisscrossed with a network of pulsating purple veins. These thick, tubular structures flickered with a slow breathing rhythm, like the capillaries of a slumbering beast. The size of this Zerg mothership surpassed the scale of a conventional celestial body. Its length could easily accommodate the orbit of an entire solar system. A planet placed beside it would be nothing more than a speck of dust suspended beside a giant whale. At this moment, the massive Zerg ship had a clear target in mind. It headed straight for the Robert system. Chapter 1559. The Civilization War didn't end with the destruction of a single civilization. Instead, it reached a climax with the destruction of the virus mechanical civilization. This wasn't just due to the internal strife within the Thousand Faces civilization and the heavy damage inflicted on the Insect Queen. Nor was it simply due to the arrival of the new Legion civilization, bringing with it its newly acquired close friend, the Mechanical Leaf Eternal Residents, and a vast army of millions of mechanical machines. The biggest factor was the anti-insect blueprints and materials provided by Senior Engineer. It was the continuous transformation of these insecticide weapons from blueprints into weapons, and their transport to the battlefield that truly delivered the decisive blow. The civilizational disaster unleashed by this Seal No. 1 seemed poised to be quelled. The Force Scourge had been incredibly happy recently. I had thought that after defeating the virus mechanical civilization, a long break and updates would follow. Who could have imagined that the civilization war wasn't over yet? After forming an alliance with the Anti-Insect Alliance, my faction brazenly charged into the battlefield. At the same time, the Mechanical Leaf Permanent Habitat also dispatched its own Mechanical Leaf Assimilators to join the faction as a supporting force. As mentioned earlier, this Mechanical Leaf Permanent Habitat is a mechanical ecological civilization. Its greatest strength isn't warfare, but its ability to assist evolution. Simply put, it's a mechanical nurse. And so, some truly magical scenes appeared before the player's eyes. On a fleet of shipgirls, ready for battle, mechanical evolution is taking place. Stardust streams across their armor like a liquid galaxy. The shipgirls' steel bodies hover in the zero-gravity dock, beams weaving into cocoons, transforming battle scars into marks of evolution. Deep within their eyes, projections of star maps flicker, and with every blink, a new tactical matrix is generated. The main gun array was reorganizing, dark matter coating the barrels, devouring the surrounding light. The originally single main gun split into branching fire control nodes, forming a multidimensional strike network. A single main gun shot would reflect 7 energy torrents of different trajectories in the void, completely disrupting the enemy ship's shield computing system. Their thruster nozzles glowed with a cold blue light, the afterglow of overloaded space warp engines. Newly installed jump stabilizers allowed them to switch freely between the subspace and the physical universe, suddenly appearing like ghosts in the enemy ship's blind spot, then instantly dissipating into quantum foam. Stardust like nano-clouds seeped from the armor seams. These micro-machines could autonomously reassemble in the vacuum of space, forming temporary shields or repairing damaged ship equipment. From the player's perspective, it was a shipgirls level +1+1+1+1. Some shipgirls, after reaching the max level of 90, suddenly trembled and died instantly as a boss template. The same thing happened to the Warcrazed mechanical body. The difference is that the boss template for the Kankali is called Cluster Mastermind, while the boss template for the War Mad mechanic is called Ecological Extinction Protocol. The former allows the main Kankali to resonate with the AI when commanding her army, giving her the tactical power of a planetary mainframe. The latter acts like a group AoE. Melee damage not only kills enemies, but also disrupts their hive mind, even destroying the hive itself through mass destruction. As a member of the faction, I finally enjoyed the joy of the infamous card game. A single draw resulted in a miracle. Golden Light is coming. Sacrifice 10 years of your teammates' lives for an SSR. I've already filled up my daggers, and this time I won't miss. 5-star shipgirl, I command you to hurry. Oh, Golden Light. It's Golden Light. I got it. I have a big shipgirl with a boss panel. Aw no, Mother of Steel Vine, Goddess of Card Draw, give me 10 more chances. Oh no, just one chance to draw and transform. I can feel it. Damn. My big shipgirl isn't close enough to my favorability, and she's leaving me. Damn it. As a former player, G knew the moral integrity of these 4 scourges, and their eagerness to play. To use up the vast amount of faction points and reputation they had earned in the Civilization War, Gao Dong decisively activated the source of all evil's card draw system. He considered the support from the Mechanical Leaf Eternal Habitat a redeemable card draw resource. What with SS Card 1, 2, and 3 lives, and Fragment Collection? The main point is to emulate the most advanced mobile game revenue models. It's no wonder that once this tactic was deployed, the faction points players earned in the Civilization War were drained away like water. As one of the Mechanical Leaf assimilationists, the mother of Steel Vine was quite surprised to see the scene. It seemed to her that these mechanical lifeforms not only took out loans to work, but also didn't rebel. This method of controlling individual machine consciousness is incredibly advanced. As expected of the powerful being who destroyed the viral machine civilization, their methods are even more ruthless than the virus itself. This change isn't just reflected in individual military units. As a mechanical ecosystem, the larger the control range, the faster the ecosystem evolves. The greatest changes have actually occurred in the transformed mechanical planets. The Iron Planet begins to awaken. A mechanical roar echoes from deep within the Earth's crust. A massive array of railguns rises from the mountains. Their barrels, cast from liquid metal, glow a dazzling orange-red when charged. Their bases are connected to the planet's core, and every shot is accompanied by the recoil of entire continental plates. Originally impossible to mass-produce, planetary cannons have finally become mass-produced thanks to these mechanical ecosystems. Simultaneously, the atmosphere begins to distort, and suspended nanoclouds autonomously condense into a reconnaissance network. Every grain of metal dust serves as a sensor, every flash of lightning a data transmission. This evolution of life has even given rise to a force field on the mechanical planet, akin to a biomagnetic field. After all, biomagnetic fields aren't restricted to carbon-based organisms and lack the ability of other life forms. It's simply that carbon-based fusion is impossible. Even so, the emergence of this life-giving magnetic field expanded the planet's magnetic field coverage by a full 10,000 times. This means, theoretically, if there were a single, fully modified mechanical planet within a solar system, its surveillance range could be expanded to encompass the entire solar system. This also made concealment and surprise attacks, the insect army's forte, nearly impossible. A large number of insect coordinates and nest locations were transmitted to all combat units via these mechanical planets. Then, these combat units charged forward, armed with a wide variety of insect-killing weapons. This wasn't just ordinary cooperation, but the coordination of two civilizations and their technology trees. It was the fusion of the two civilization strengths. Furthermore, this time, it wasn't just the mechanic civilization fighting alone. Not to mention the various support provided by the Anti-Insect Alliance. The StarNet civilization had already joined in. As an information civilization entering its mid-stages, its information monitoring and manipulation surpassed those of the mechanic civilization. If the enhanced mechanical planet could only monitor the material plane, then the StarNet surveillance had already covered all subspaces and new dimensions. Whenever the remaining Zerg armies attempted to exploit their microscopic advantages and crawl into other spatial dimensions to hide and ambush, deep information rainbow bridges would descend from the sky, penetrating different subspaces, and then, the overwhelming mechanical army would descend. A large number of hidden Zerg nests were destroyed, and numerous Zerg structures were damaged. No matter how skilled the Zerg civilization was at mobilizing troops, these Zerg troops didn't just appear out of thin air. If this trend continued, a victorious meeting between the two sides wouldn't be far off. And just as everyone was focused on the battle, in an inconspicuous channel, a mechanic civilization exchange team appeared, their target being the civilization coordinates of the Mechanical Leaf Eternal habitat. Similarly, an exchange team from the Mechanical Leaf Eternal residence arrived at the Legion's newly established civilized military academy, hosted and mentored by a dozen mechanical masters. Gao Gong remained secluded beneath the planet's giant tree. All diplomatic envoys were dismissed. All internal affairs were handed over to Director Du. With foreign affairs undecided and domestic issues swirling, the main focus was on doing nothing. Of course, to say he truly did nothing was an injustice to Ji. In reality, Gao Gong was returning to his former profession, not selling notebooks, but mechanical engineering. Especially after activating the Mechanical Divine Boss template, his mechanical engineering skills were practically divinely assisted. At this moment, Gao Gong was forging his first piece of high-tech equipment. It was a door-shaped space-time shuttle. At the core of the treetops, a massive mechanical door hovered in the void, as if held up by some invisible force field. Its outline was not fixed, but slightly distorted with the fluctuations of spatial curvature. The edge of the door frame was sometimes sharp as a knife, sometimes blurred as mist, as if existing in multiple dimensions simultaneously. The main body of the door was composed of countless layers of nested metal rings, each rotating in a different spatial phase, intertwining with each other without interfering with each other. The outermost ring was rough and heavy, covered with spatial and energy textures, gradually becoming more precise and smooth inward, until the core was completely transparent. There was a simulated singularity bound by a force field, devouring the surrounding light, causing space to appear as an inward, collapsing spiral. 128th test calibration. Nearby, Blackwise number 2 was professionally recording. The next moment, half the planet's space was filled with a low-pitched hum. Energy from the crystal core land was pumped into the portal through the spatial channel. The outer gear ring began to slowly rotate, the metallic clacking sound like an ancient beast awakening. A faint blue glow seeped through the cracks of the new spatial alloy, and the air, distorted by the strong magnetic field, created a mirage-like effect. Again? Stop blowing it up. You've already blown off a lot of my hair. Wang Yuanli sat eating melon, stroking her hair with lingering fear. Her hair remained intact, but the crown had lost a little bit in the previous explosion. From outer space, the entire Narwhal Alpha constellation looked like a planet-sized Mediterranean haircut. The senior engineer glanced at the other person and ignored him. This is high-tech equipment, and it's space-time equipment. How could it be so easy to succeed? It just blew up a little hair on you, and it's good enough that it didn't swell your eyes again. As the seventh alloy ring suddenly accelerated to critical speed, the simulated singularity at the core erupted with dazzling white lightning. Space began to collapse inward, like a piece of tinfoil grasped by an invisible hand. The various mechanical devices suspended in the air suddenly lost weight and slowly drifted towards the door. Then, the moment they came into contact with the lightning, they were stretched into infinitely long filaments, like light being sucked into a black hole. Shit! Wang Yuanli was caught off guard and almost got sucked in. Fortunately, the next moment, countless bright red branches burst out from her back, piercing into the void, thus resisting the black hole-level suction. As space began to stabilize, the singularity at the center of the door exploded into a wormhole 3 meters in diameter. Its surface was like liquid mercury, reflecting a completely unfamiliar starry sky. Leader. We did it! A stable black hole force field. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! This number 2 was just as excited as number 1, except that number 1 was an algorithmic type, while this one was a mechanical assistant. This person played an invaluable role in our team being able to build this high-tech device completely independently, starting from scratch, from blueprints to equipment design, simulation tests, and so on. The system beep sounded almost simultaneously. You developed a level 15 blueprint, space-time gate, leader reputation increased by 2,000. You developed the high-tech equipment space-time gate, faction exclusive, mechanic civilization received a small reputation boost. You obtained 3 mechanical jigsaw puzzles, space-time side, senior engineer glanced at it, and then looked away. As expected? As expected, no civilization points added. Civilization points are the same as your previous faction points, which are automatically converted to civilization points after your civilization is formed. There's essentially no difference. Faction-exclusive equipment like this usually adds points, and often quite a bit. The reason it didn't add any this time is likely because the civilization points limit has already been reached. Civilization points 49,000,000/500, 000,000, mechanic civilization, it's gray. The reason is simple. The mechanic civilization is currently missing 2 of its 12 professional knowledge chains. If you're stuck on basic knowledge, no matter how hard you grind, your civilization points won't increase. Compared to this, Gao Yuanyuan had a perfect start, naturally possessing a full tech tree sacred body. Engineer Gao knew this long ago, which is why he sent a civilization exchange team to his new underling's territory to research, learn, and potentially acquire 1 or 2 professional knowledge chains. He even planned to continue sending civilization exchange teams to other mechanical civilizations for exchange and learning after the bug wars concluded. He aimed to fully master the basic knowledge of a level 3 civilization within this galaxy. This wasn't a difficult task, from the perspective of a level 3 civilization. After all, a level 3 civilization wasn't powerful enough to block basic knowledge. Chapter 1560. After a brief moment of distraction, Gao Gong finally opened his high-tech equipment, which had been designed and manufactured from the ground up. Name, Spacetime Gate. Category, Spacetime Equipment. Rank, Tier 3 Epic, High-Tech, Attributes, None. Function, like a simulated black hole, input parallel spacetime coordinates to teleport into a parallel universe via singularity. Note, although it's self-developed, you didn't even mention the inspiration behind the spacetime hourglass, quantum key, and spatial string technology. Ahem, what do scholars do? That's not plagiarism, that's borrowing. Mechanical creation requires inspiration, after all. To create this spacetime equipment, Gao Gong even used up the ghost particles that Agent 9527 had given him. They're incredibly useful as a spacetime repair agent, and it's precisely because of their repairing properties that they were able to fix the simulated black hole. As high-tech as it is, compared to his own featherworm suit, this space-time gate has far fewer functions. But as the old saying goes, any space-time device that can properly travel through time and space is the best space-time device. He input the space-time coordinates he had long ago plundered from the illusion master. Soon, the unfamiliar starry sky began to blur, and a strong sense of space-time instability emanated from it. This made Gao Gong very worried about whether his high-tech device could withstand it. Thankfully, when the space-time fluctuations reached a peak, the entire door suddenly became almost non-existent. Dense illusory lines erupted from the edge of the door frame, spreading rapidly like a frightened quantum network, while the space within the door began to slowly rotate like liquid glass, twisting the surrounding light into strange spirals. Most peculiarly, this door had no physical support. It abruptly tore through the air, and tiny particles of light constantly escaped and reassembled at the edges, like a quantum phantom barely maintaining its form. This was the ghost particles effect, causing the entire space-time device to enter a quantum ghost state. The quantum tunneling effect triggered by these ghost particles effectively pacified the space-time fluctuations. Simply put, it allowed these dangerous space-time fluctuations to travel back to the original universe, rather than interfering with this one. The environment over there doesn't seem very safe, Engineer Gao muttered to himself. Primordial universe, the name suggests this parallel universe was formed in the early stages of the universe. The universe at that stage was far from peaceful. Call Gates over here and tell him to prepare to depart. Okay, leader. After Black Sage number 2 left, Engineer Gao looked back at Huang Yuanli. Did you finish what I asked you to do? Not so fast, Huang Yuanli complained. Senior Engineer sighed softly. You've already created the original, and you can't handle the pirated version? Who told you it's a pirated version? It's even more dangerous than the original. Huang Yuanli pointed, and the massive, mountainous tree roots moved aside, revealing a hollow. Inside this hollow, 2 carbon thrones radiated a powerful carbon-based aura. If it weren't for this pseudo-4th-level tree suppressing them, these 2 magnetic fields, as powerful as fire and water, would have raged and spread. Of these 2 carbon thrones, one was naturally the genuine one Huang Yuanli had crafted through the use of her essence and blood. Hovering in midair, the throne trembled slightly, like the breath of a sleeping ancient beast, slow, heavy, and carrying the warmth of flesh and blood. The other rotten throne was captured by Gao Gong on the Zerd planet. Unlike the original one, its backrest was covered with honeycomb-like holes. Maggots curled up in each hole, emitting a rotten and damp smell. Affected by this, even strangely shaped molds and brightly colored mushrooms grew inside the tree hole. Look at these 2 guys fighting each other to the death. How can I merge them into one? Huang Yuanli complained. Gao Gong also felt that he had miscalculated. After all, this was a sealed artifact of the mechanical overlord. Some of its dangers were definitely beyond their current capabilities. Are you okay? Humph, after you warned me, I certainly wouldn't have missed it. This isn't reality, but a biological dimension. Huang Yuanli pointed at the tree hole. Sure enough, there were subtle fluctuations in the biological dimension, different from the spatial parameters in reality. This, of course, must be another functional module of a 4th-level plugin. What a pity. This thing has to be thrown away after use. I can sense the aura of that high-risk pollution source you showed me before, brewing within it. So the 2 can't be merged? Huang Yuanli shrugged. I can only say the probability is very low. That's fine. Ever since he realized number 1 and number 2 had secretly teamed up to play a trick on the Mirta people, Gao Gong had been trying to figure out how to play a trick within a trick. The first thing that came to mind was, naturally, old Pooh, who was seeking to purchase the carbon throne. If he had only vaguely sensed something was amiss with the other party before, now Gao Gong was certain of it. This former civilization leader had long been the black glove developed by these 2. Even, it wasn't impossible that he was a clone of one of the 2 sealed artifacts. Since they couldn't obtain the carbon throne, the other party would most likely activate their backup plan, using the rotten throne to carry out large-scale species transformation. If he could merge the 2 thrones into one, then when the opponent launches an attack, he could leverage the carbon throne's interference to influence them. But it seems that this operation is quite difficult. Try it first. If it doesn't work, then give up. Senior Engineer shook his head, knowing the unreliability of his own faction's biotechnology. If Huang Yuanli couldn't handle it, then most likely they couldn't either. Thankfully, this was only Plan B. His real hope lay in mechanical technology. The Mirta people's mecha craze was primitive mechanical movement. His own mecha craze was also primitive mechanical movement. Isn't this a wonderful coincidence? However, to achieve this, he would need to create primitive mechanical movement on a larger scale. This would require advancements in the technology tree. And coincidentally, he had no shortage of means in this area. But before that, he had to wait for his civilization's delegation to harvest from the mechanical leaf eternal habitat. If all went well, he could save a considerable amount of experience. Judging by this mechanical nurse's performance on the battlefield, it possesses profound expertise in 3 areas: advanced armor theory, nanotechnology, and advanced machine ecology. Furthermore, these 3 areas of expertise coincide with our own. To some extent, this is also the advantage of the mechanic civilization. As long as you explore a wide range of areas, you always find yourself on the same path as others. Chapter 1561. Civilizations with more specialized knowledge chains have more development directions and greater theoretical potential. Conversely, civilizations with fewer specialized knowledge chains can focus their civilizational assets on a single research direction, conducting a saturation attack and increasing the probability of igniting a technological revolution. So, although the mechanic civilization possesses an astonishing 12 specialized knowledge chains, even double the number of some mechanical civilizations, most mechanic civilizations are known in the universe as mediocre, average, capable of everything but mastering nothing. They are standard auxiliary civilizations, not even auxiliary to evolution, but rather mediocre. To be honest, without the system, Gao Gong would not have chosen this civilizational path. But with the system's manipulation, Director Du's powerful infrastructure capabilities, and the Orgrimmar people's exceptional mechanical talent, this mechanic civilization was successfully activated, even unleashing a catastrophic level deterrent capability. The destroyed virus mechanic civilization agreed, and the severely damaged Thousand Faces civilization would not object. In fact, if it hadn't demonstrated its tree cutter level deterrent power, destroying the enemy's technology tree, in the Dark Forest theory, the mechanical leaf eternal habitat wouldn't have surrendered so quickly. Do they really think that the veteran mechanical civilizations in this galaxy are all incompetent? Furthermore, not every civilization can successfully activate these difficult institutions of thought. It was precisely because of the omnipotent nature of the mechanic civilization that they successfully activated mechanized farming and warfare, truly destroying the viral mechanic civilization. To get back to the point, even after being strengthened, the problems faced by most mechanic civilizations are also faced by the high engineers. The key is how to develop a specialized knowledge chain to its full potential. So far, Senior Engineer has 3 fully developed specialized knowledge chains: Planetary Host, Mechanical Intellect, and Advanced Spatial Theory. The Planetary Host has developed the Stellar Hardware series, and Mechanical Intellect has developed the Super AI, the Black Intellect. Although Advanced Spatial Theory hasn't yielded cross-civilization equipment, it has yielded a host of spatial theoretical concepts, encompassing subspace, parallel time and space, information space, ability space, and even the multiverse. Gao Yuanyuan was able to create the Jiangnan water town, with its flowing bridges, and small bridges within the shallow information sea, and her family was able to successfully forge a spacetime gate, all thanks to these spatial theoretical concepts. 9 specialized knowledge chains remain that have not yet reached their full potential. According to someone named G, the best approach would be to obtain all the blueprints for 2 or 3 specialized knowledge chains through trade from the mechanical leaf eternal habitat. Then, they would obtain all the blueprints for 1 or 2 specialized knowledge chains from the Mirta people. Although there may be some overlap between the two. For example, the areas where the Jia eternal habitat overlaps with our own are likely advanced armor theory, nanotechnology, and advanced machine ecology. And on the Mirta side, it's advanced armor theory, advanced mechanics, and the mechanical army. So, if everything goes perfectly, I'd be able to obtain most of the blueprints for the 5 specialized knowledge chains. With the system's targeted extraction, I quickly develop all 5 specialized knowledge chains to their full potential. Add to that the already agreed upon deal, which involves using one of our specialized knowledge chains to trade for the transformation of small and medium-sized celestial bodies at the Jia eternal habitat. Then, not only can I fully develop all 8 chains of expertise, I can also begin the final chain of expertise, namely, the activation of a certain civilization's mechanical race technology. As for this last chain, it's not something that can be acquired for free. So-called race technology, according to carbon-based civilizations, should be referred to as bloodline technology, while according to mechanical civilizations, it should be referred to as species technology. In short, it means creating a mechanical race. Whether this race is humanoid, beastoid, plant-like, or even a collectively conscious being is irrelevant. The key is to create a mechanical race. In this regard, copying and pasting is simple. Furthermore, The remnants of the Black Mechanical Alliance definitely have information on species mechanization. But the question is, if we simply acquire a low-potential mechanical race for free and complete the so-called race technology, what's the point? Furthermore, the reason those Dark Elves are so obsessed with the glory of their bloodline is that old Ragnar, who had already fled, was able to take so many people with him. Besides, there are some ethical issues. The biggest reason, wasn't it, that after completing the transformation of all species, the newly transformed Dark Machines were found to be even less powerful than the original Dark Elves? The mechanical species developed by Gao Gong, while not only having an IQ comparable to that of the Orgrimmar people, or a computing power comparable to that of the Black Sages, should at least possess unique advantages in other areas. After all, this unactivated chain of expertise is the core knowledge chain of the mechanic civilization. While Gao Gong was pondering the grand plan for the development of his civilization, on the other hand, the player Yu He, who carries a sword but no umbrella, also known as Umbrella Brother, encountered some unusual circumstances. As the loser of the civilization war, the Faceless Council's information contamination led to the disruption of this civilization's meticulously maintained vast assassination network. Various assassination organizations and intelligence units were massively shut down by other civilizations' agencies, their top brass arrested, and their core assassins eliminated, a devastating loss. During the previous civilization war, Brother Umbrella, who had performed well, was promoted during this process. He even received an unexpected spot. You have been granted a spot through the Interstellar Assassination Alliance, the Thousand Faces Agreement. With the Thousand Faces Agreement, you will receive a civilization transfer opportunity. Upon completion of this transfer, you will migrate from the Legion civilization to the Thousand Faces civilization. All exchange channels within the Legion civilization will be closed. Civilization exchange channels within the Thousand Faces civilization will be opened, offering Thousand Faces bloodline exchange. Do you choose to transfer to a different civilization? Brother Umbrella himself hadn't anticipated receiving such a precious opportunity to transfer to a different civilization. As a seasoned interstellar user, he knew how precious the opportunity to become a member of a level 3 civilization was. How could they not know how rare a mechanical civilization with assassination attributes is? But Brother Umbrella was silent for only a moment before giving up. Let's put aside all else, even if we don't discuss factors like emotions, a sense of belonging, and the player community. Let's not even mention the benefits provided by the faction. You're a civilization that's about to be crushed. How crazy must you be to choose to go to a place like yours, and wait for the beating? Countless videos on the forum show that factions are now rampaging too much. Often, the NPC army has already cleared the monsters before the players even enter. Only by relying on ship girls could one gain some experience. This is why players desperately hope to draw an SSR-level ship girl. But I always feel like that's just an excuse for those card-drawing freaks. After rejecting the faction conversion, the stealth mission was refreshed, becoming a deeper stealth mission. The mission involved entering the enemy civilization's territory and conducting a civilizational stealth plan. As the spaceship continued to pick up people from different planets, I realized that besides myself, other assassin organizations' ace assassins had also been transported aboard. After countless closed-loop transports, I finally arrived at my destination. Then I was stunned. Before him was a Zerg planet, and it was unlike any Zerg planet he had ever seen. The planet hung in the darkness, neither luminous nor reflective, merely a black darker than the underlying hue of the universe. From afar, it resembled an ink stain, accidentally splashed on endless black silk, its edges blurred, seemingly ready to spread and merge with the void. But closer, he discovered that this black had layers, its surface undulating like breathing, sometimes contracting, sometimes expanding, as if it were alive. The planet's surface offered no ordinary rocks or soil, but instead was covered with a substance somewhere between solid and liquid, like glue but not glue, like flesh but not flesh. This substance sometimes secreted a mucus that flowed along invisible gullies, and sometimes contracted into thousands of tiny pores, spewing out a fishy-smelling gas. The pores formed rows, opening and closing, like countless miniature mouths, opening and closing in silence. There are no plants, no water, only continuous, pulsating organic tissues extending beyond the horizon. The surface of these tissues is covered with blood vessel-like lines, which occasionally bulge and then quickly flatten out, as if something is moving under the skin. Certain areas will suddenly bulge, forming temporary peaks, and then slowly collapse and return to a flat surface. The whole process is silent and has an eerie calmness. Like a faceless Zerg planet, for some reason, upon setting foot on this planet, this was Brother Umbrella's first reaction. And the bugs here are strange too. They have no faces. No eyes, no mouthparts, no tentacles, not even a protuberance that could be called a head. Their bodies resemble strip tendons, dark red, moist, and covered in interwoven fibrous veins, gleaming with a sickly, oily sheen in the dim light. They move with a wriggling motion. Not the graceful gliding of snakes, but with a more primitive, more brutal propulsion, as if the muscles themselves are constantly dissolving and reforming, propelling the body forward. 1,000 faces in worm form? This was Brother Umbrella's second reaction. And these bugs come in all different levels. There are even those at level 30 and 60, like the humanoid corporate test subjects he killed long ago. But there are also higher level ones, like the max level 90 boss, the Bug Tyrant. Bug Tyrant, not Bug King? Brother Umbrella gazed at the deformed deity standing deep within the insect nest, like a corrupted shrine, a flicker of doubt in his mind. Unfortunately, he dared not look at it any longer. Seeing it too much made him inexplicably nauseated. After walking for who knows how long on this faceless insect planet, he suddenly heard the movement of tectonic plates. For assassins already at the 3rd level, this level of movement had little impact. But when the fleshy crust split, and the rotting object rose from the ground, Brother Umbrella lost his composure once again. The earth was torn apart like a piece of rotting meat by an invisible force, and a sticky black liquid oozed from the cracks. It was a substance between humus and biological pus and blood, emitting a sweet, rotting smell. The cracks widened until the crust completely collapsed, revealing the wriggling flesh beneath. It wasn't soil, it wasn't rock. It was the living, pulsating guts of a planet, and then it appeared. The roots of the rotting giant tree first broke through the surface. A tangled mass of dark red tendrils, as thick as a mountain range, covered in sucker-like protrusions, each one opening and closing, spewing acid mist. The roots twisted like a giant snake, clinging to the edges of the cracks, tearing the crust further apart, making room for the following body. The trunk finally rose. It was a massive, rotten column, a twisted mass of half-melted carapace, hardened pus scabs, and gelatinized muscle fibers. Its surface was covered with warped protrusions, each one throbbing, occasionally rupturing, spewing clouds of yellow-green spores that hovered and spread in the air like a vicious snow. The bark wasn't bark at all, but layers of cuticle, like millions of insect shells forcibly fused together, the edges still wriggling, as if something might burst from within at any moment. It had no branches or leaves, only rotting growths. Dangling from the trunk were countless sticky tentacles, their tips swollen like hanging tumors, with faint, wriggling shadows visible within. These tentacles moved without a breeze, sometimes tangling, sometimes unfurling, dripping with corrosive fluid and carving honeycomb-like holes into the ground. And these fleshy tentacles were densely packed with insect eggs of all sizes. Some contained humanoid insects, others nano-insects, and many were even more bizarre, as if composed of countless interstellar species. A planetary tree. Upon seeing this giant tree, its decaying biomagnetic field covering the entire globe, Brother Umbrella's first reaction was, "Isn't this his own planetary tree? Why is there one here too?" If he had endured the cyber tide a little longer, he would have realized that the tree on this rotting planet was more like the one in the cyber tide than Huang Yuanli. At the tree's roots, Brother Umbrella saw another mountain of electronic brains. It wasn't that they were faceless. Most had even lost their skulls. And as the massive tree roots lifted these brains, a passage opened. Brother Umbrella finally saw the real deal. Atop a massive, rotting, carbon-based throne sat the queen. No, she wasn't sitting on the throne. She was an extension of it. The roots of the rotting giant tree twisted and coiled beneath her feet, forming a towering pedestal. Her form was somewhere between solid and illusory, its outlines blurred, like a shadow caught in a strong light, its edges constantly dissolving and reforming. She possessed no fixed form, only a distorted image resembling a woman. Slender limbs, but with too many joints. Graceful curves, but inhumanly curved. Seemingly soft contours, yet threatened to crack at any moment, revealing the darkness wriggling within. Her skin wasn't skin at all, but a translucent membrane, beneath which flowed a dark purple fluid, occasionally revealing insect-like patterns that quickly vanished. Furthermore, she had no face. Or rather, her face was a concave shadow, sometimes cracking into jagged crevices, sometimes smooth as a mirror, reflecting the viewer's deepest fears. When she gazes at a target, countless tiny pupils emerge from that concave recess. Almost immediately, Brother Umbrella received a mission notification. A Level 3, Hell-level mission. Assassinate the Insect Queen. Chapter 1562. You mean, the Zerg Queen tasked you with assassinating another Zerg Queen? Sister G sent out a series of shocked emojis. It wasn't a queen assassinating a queen. Didn't you read the quest prompt? It was the leader of the Thousand Faces assassinating the Zerg Queen. The leader of the Thousand Faces? Aren't they all part of the same group? No, does the Thousand Faces civilization even have a leader? Brother San is amazing, even accepting quests of this caliber, because the quest was so bizarre, and San was not the type of quest-oriented player. His thinking ability, or rather, his imagination, wasn't quite developed enough. So he shared it with the veteran player group, hoping to pool their resources. He also included a short video of himself being transformed by the Zerg. In this video, the Shadow Queen silently pointed her finger, and the next moment, a group of ace assassins began their irreversible Zerg transformation. The fiber bundle split and multiplied, tangling like countless worms beneath the skin, expanding to inhuman dimensions. The chest swelled, and the ribs broke and reassembled, forming a thick biological armor. Then, the face vanished. The facial features were smoothed by some invisible force, the skin melting into a jelly-like substance, reshaped into a smooth, carapace-like mask. Eyeless and mouthless, but the nerve bundles within the mask had multiplied millions of times, and were filled with dense, nanoparticles, capable of transforming into any shape at the mere thought of it. This was the method of the Thousand Faces. Furthermore, as the light of the rotting throne shone, calcium softened, flowed, and recondensed within the flesh. The spine stretched segment by segment, piercing the skin on the back, revealing the gleaming white spinous processes, which were then quickly encased in dark red chitin, forming a jagged crown of bone spurs. The shoulder blades tore out, proliferated, and twisted, transforming into two massive sickle blades, their edges densely serrated and dripping with corrosive saliva. Son of the Thousand-Faced Zerg, this is the name of Brother Umbrella's new bloodline. If nothing else, this new bloodline is incredibly powerful. A group of familiar faces sighed in admiration at the data Brother Umbrella presented. Currently, the strongest carbon-based bloodline is the Radiation Goddess bloodline. This is a new, divine creature of the Radiation family, with attributes even stronger than the SSS-level Radiation bloodlines of yesteryear. Furthermore, it can utilize divine evolution to summon the sacred tree, the planetary tree. Many carbon-based players' ultimate pursuit is to obtain the Radiation Goddess. This has even sparked some protests, asking roughly, why is there only the Radiation Goddess bloodline and no Radiation Goddess bloodline? For a male player like me to obtain this bloodline, wouldn't it be bizarre, transforming me into a cross-dressing tycoon? Even so, players still flock to this cross-dressing tycoon. There's no other way, let's just dress as a woman. The goddess bloodline is simply too powerful, but now, it seems this thousand-faced Zergling bloodline has even more exaggerated benefits than the goddess bloodline. Save for the lack of a boss panel, it's a standard boss-level benefit. Wait, PP Boss dug out the attribute data for the Insect King and the thousand-faced one from his own database. After comparing them side by side, the players in the group were surprised to discover that this bloodline seems to be a superposition of these two high-level bloodlines. Damn, is it too late to defect now? A carbon-based player grumbled sourly. This level of reward is given before the quest is even completed. Imagine the rewards once it's completed. Idiots, don't you see the markings on this bloodline? Controlled by the Shadow Queen's will? This means that the female boss can control your account at any time if she wants. This reminds me of my experience with the personality chip implant. PP Leader is deeply traumatized by this operation. And this isn't just a chip implant. Simply removing it would solve the problem. This queen's will, at this point, is completely unstoppable. Ignoring space, ignoring time, unstoppable. This is documented in the Zerg Queen's profile. As a semi-high-ranking member of the current faction, PP Leader naturally has access to it. Species without Zerg bloodline would struggle to resist, let alone those with implanted bloodline. That's basically a sure thing. If the Queen's will interference can be removed, this bloodline would be quite impressive. Previous carbon-based players still lament this. I think the Elephant Master gene is pretty good, and it has no side effects. It's still within the faction, so why don't you switch? Someone couldn't help but retort. Even Brother Umbrella, who's been lurking deep outside, is aware of the recent major news within the faction, especially regarding carbon-based systems. 4th tier gene, the Elephant Lord gene, the legendary 4th tier bloodline, 1 tier more powerful than all Radiant bloodlines. Unfortunately, although this item has been listed in the faction's exchange system, no player has yet figured out how to redeem it. Rumor has it that one must upgrade the biological computer to the maximum level to qualify for redemption. Although he's away, Brother Umbrella is still concerned about the legendary 4th tier biological gene. After all, it's the legendary 4th tier. There aren't even 4th tier species in the mechanical department. I say, can you guys please stop going off topic? Isn't the point of this discussion to help Brother Umbrella complete the mission? What the hell are you talking about? And Miss Hong, at Flying Ship Master, what are your thoughts? These are the 2 new members Sister G recently recruited. Flying Ship Master, needless to say, is the faction's only person to have completed the 3rd level Hell Quest. He's a legendary high-level player, possessing the aura of a ship girl bull demon. It's said that with just a glare, he can pry away the ship girls other players have worked so hard to cultivate. The legendary master-level yellow-haired, the shipborn bull demon king. As for Miss Hong, she's also a veteran player, and a longtime lesbian. She and Sister G hooked up, naturally, because of some inappropriate contact information. Flying Ship Master's name remains gray as always. Although he was forced to break his golden body to save Mr. G last time, since then, he hasn't appeared on the forums. It seems he truly doesn't enjoy the internet. In contrast, Miss Hong was quickly at ed by Sister G. She got straight to the point. At Yuye Dadobudazen, what's the current concentration of Zerd genes in your blood? What's the rate of change in the carbon-based model? Have you developed any resonant organs? The question is so technical that even someone as cold and detached as Umbrella Brother has to type a string of ellipses. Little Hong Hong, don't treat us with the same attitude you used to in the lab. We're all just a bunch of standard biology idiots. Just tell me, if it were you, what would you do? Miss Hong replied, actually, I don't think this task is complicated. In fact, both our internal data and the data shared by the Anti-Zerg Alliance contain relevant hypotheses and deductions. The current situation is simply a preliminary separation between the hive mind and the queen's will. For unknown reasons, the hive mind has given rise to a new queen. Unable to compete with her predecessor, this queen has usurped the throne, contaminating and controlling the Thousand Faces civilization. After completing the control, this person immediately launched a counterattack, using the Thousand Faces assassin to assassinate the former queen as part of their tactics. So, if we complete this mission, won't it cause trouble for the faction? The spectator, a big muscle man, couldn't help but ask. Everyone suddenly realized. If this mission were truly accomplished, would the Thousand Faces and the insects become a 2-in-1 civilization? Wouldn't that be considered aiding the enemy? A hell-level mission wasn't that easy. Back then, the Flying Ship Master was nearly strangled to death by a giant tree trying to complete the mission. Even now, his favorability with the radiation goddesses is minus 99.99. If it weren't for the faction's rules, he would have been assassinated by those goddesses long ago. Miss Hong couldn't help but reveal some of the secrets of the mission. She knew all this because a certain giant tree spirit, who was constantly roaming around, overheard it while chatting with Dr. Yu, and then confirmed it when she met with the Flying Ship Master. It was indeed true. Seeing the danger, many veteran players immediately became timid. It's fine if this mission fails, but if it does, won't you be expelled from the faction for hindering the civilization's grand plan? Even Brother San was stunned for a moment. He hadn't imagined this mission would actually affect the faction. What should we do then? Sister G asked directly. It's actually easy. Just report it directly to the higher-ups. Miss Hong quickly replied. Since this is a hell-level mission, haven't you considered enlisting the help of the higher-ups to complete it? Or, even if it's just to improve their favorability, you should let them know so that you can make strategic arrangements for the battle for the Queen. Everyone suddenly understood. This was completely a case of cognitive impairment. They were preoccupied with completing the mission on their own. They hadn't considered leveraging their faction's power to cause trouble. In fact, they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone, aiding the Shadow Queen in her civil war, while simultaneously reaping the benefits of a conflict between the two. Ambush the Queen. If they could help their faction kill the Zerg Queen, then perhaps there would be hope for the Elephant Master Gene. The second Zerg Queen, or perhaps the faceless leader who mimicked the Queen's bloodline, or even the Cybertide itself, had made a fatal mistake in a single move or a casual move. While the authenticity of the intelligence remained unknown, the alarming nature of the news led to its widespread reporting. Finally, it landed directly on Engineer Gao's desk, surprising him slightly. His own blind manipulation had actually cultivated a second Zerg Queen. Compared to others, as someone who had been endlessly hunted by a high-level Zerg Queen, his understanding of the Zerg Queen surpassed anyone in this galaxy. When others were still unsure of what this thing was, he was 100% certain it was the Zerg Queen, and the evidence was overwhelming. Those with the Queen's authority were Zerg Queens. Those without the Queen's authority were not. Besides, form, bloodline, willpower, combat power, pheromones, and so on, all counted for nothing. As for why such a huge flaw had been revealed, after questioning the high-level tools, it was basically confirmed that it was not a crime of war. The round-trip route was closed. Transforming into a mutant Zerg bloodline is equivalent to acquiring the Zerg Queen's mental imprint. Any thought that threatens the Zerg Queen is instantly transmitted to her consciousness through the bloodline network. Furthermore, as the bloodline becomes more concentrated, the desire for obedience and enslavement only grows stronger. Thus, whether subjective or objective, this highly confidential assassination mission will not be leaked. However, no matter how powerful the Zerg Queen is or how deep her control is, she cannot withstand the player's offline method. Once the offline method is used, the information locks of the 9th level civilization will collapse. Of course, it's possible that it didn't collapse. After all, in the previous life, they had truly attacked through the network. In any case, this leak of information gave Gao Gong more room for manipulation. Originally, Gao Gong had hoped to locate the Zerg Queen using the carbon-based throne, but now, there are better ways to locate her. Almost immediately after Brother Umbrella leaked the game's coordinates, Gao Yuanyuan, under Engineer Gao's direction, personally took action, locating his location and also the coordinates of the Shadow Queen. Brother, do you want to take action? Gao Yuanyuan was eager to try. At the same time, something terrifying seemed to be wriggling within Gao Yuanyuan's shadow. Engineer Gao scratched his chin and spoke. Has she awakened? She's most dangerous when she awakens. If anyone gained more from defeating the viral mechanical civilization than Gao Yuanyuan, the leader of the information civilization, then the answer is only one. Gao Yuanyuan's alter ego. Gao Yuanyuan's advancement is actually the advancement of the entire information civilization. In contrast, Jaox completely digested the virus within the viral mechanical civilization. This made her increasingly dangerous, even becoming uncontrollable. So, the two personalities reunited after a long absence, and Gao Yuanyuan used the information changes throughout the Star Network civilization to suppress her old one. Engineer Gao hesitated for a long time before speaking. If we could modify a portion of the Shadow Queen's consciousness without alerting her, how confident are you that you could do it? Gao Yuanyuan frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, less than 20%. Engineer Gao nodded, not at all surprised. After all, the Insect Queen was the leader of the collective consciousness, and modifications to her consciousness would be difficult to conceal. But if you could assist me with the algorithm, the success rate could increase by 10%. Let me use the war engine to help you. That's not impossible. Engineer Gao didn't mind. The problem was, even then, the success rate was far too low, only 30%. Just as the siblings were pondering, an emergency communication suddenly rang out. The holographic projection unfolded, revealing Qin Jinzi's, and immediately delivered a bombshell. Are you saying that the Insect Queen has been blocked by the Anti-Insect Alliance's forces? Chapter 1563. Upon hearing this news, Gao Gong's first reaction was, which queen? After all, there were two queens here now. Gao Yuanyuan's eyes seemed to reflect the cosmic void, scenes of the entire galaxy flashing before her. Soon, she saw the scene of war. Fleets deployed, the massive main guns of planetary warships charged, a torrent of blue-white plasma piercing the void, plowing fiery cracks through the Zerg swarm. Destroyers flanked, vacuum missile pods unleashed, thousands of space warheads ripping through the vacuum, raining down like a torrential rain, exploding a continuous stream of flames across the surface of the Zerg hive. The Zerg surged, a black tide of Zerg swarms hurling themselves at the defenses. Their hulls carbonized and crackled under the strafing of laser cannons, their acidic blood congealing into ice crystals in the vacuum. But more Zerg continued to charge, their claws tearing through armor, their acid corroding the hull. A frigate's engine compartment was pierced, and in a silent explosion, it was reduced to metallic wreckage. The orbital bombardment began, the crimson beams of the Star Destroyer raining down from the sky, piercing the hive's core like divine retribution. Molten energy raged through the biomass within, vaporizing flesh and blood into ash. Then, the surface crumbled, and eons of humus erupted like pus and blood. Its branches ripped from the mantle, swirling with a miasma of corruption, bursting through the atmosphere like a rotting dragon. The bark had long since rotted away, revealing the writhing black mycelium within. These pulsed like blood vessels, secreting a corrosive mucus. The fleet's shields dissolved instantly upon contact, their metal armor sizzling in the miasma, emitting a thick, toxic smoke. A rotting branch pierced the turret of a planetary cannon, piercing the void. The mechanical planet instantly gave birth to a cyber tide. Streams of silver-blue light gushed from the dimensional rift, swirling like liquid metal, coalescing into a torrent of billions of nanomachines. They were not physical, yet devoured physical entities, not living, yet they simulated life. Wherever the cyber tide passed, starship armor was parsed and reconstructed, gun barrels melted into flowing code, and engines, ravaged by the data virus, fell into an endless cycle of collapse. In the vacuum of space, planetary trees, composed of viral code, nanolife, and Zerg genes, rose from the ground. As expected of a being that had absorbed the essence of the cesspool that was the viral abyss, with one move, the cyber tide not only rose to the third level, but also added the dangerous evolution of viral machines and the thousand faces. In a wartime command center thousands of light years away, a Galen general sat at a tactical holotable, his fingertips tracing the star map, the data streams from the chain of command flickering against his irises. Suddenly, the lights went out. Not really out. But something had absorbed the light. Shadows seeped from the corners, like sticky asphalt, crawling across the floor and up the edge of the table. He abruptly stood up, his power armor servos humming, but his shields didn't sound, his scanners unresponsive. It was as if this darkness didn't even exist, yet it was truly consuming everything. A faceless man emerged from the shadows, humanoid in form, but without features, without characteristics. Its face was a smooth, pale white, like an unfinished sculpture, like the remnants of a forcibly erased existence. The general's self-destruct sequence activated instantly. But he couldn't. His fingers froze. No, they were overruled. Some higher will had frozen his murderous intent. General, are you all right? The AI guards behind him were monitoring the footage of the man before him, and a sudden pause occurred. Nothing, just thinking about the battle situation. The golden-skinned general glanced back at the man. His features remained the same, not a single trace of adjustment. Facial recognition revealed no flaws. But the next moment, the metal buckles on his uniform suddenly shattered. Beneath his skin, turquoise veins spread like roots, blood vessels bulged, twisting into vine-like patterns. He tried to call for a medic, but instead, pollen welled up in his throat. Tiny golden particles escaped from the corners of his mouth, drifting into the air of the command cabin. "Cut it out!" he roared, stabbing the vibrating dagger into his chest. The blade sliced through flesh, but there was a sound of snapping wood fibers. The wound didn't bleed, only sticky sap oozed out, and the dagger was entangled and engulfed by the wriggling muscle tissue. His back suddenly arched, his spine protruding, piercing his uniform. Pale bone spurs pierced his skin, but quickly wooded in the air, branching and extending. Becoming plant roots. His feet took root, his toes digging into the alloy deck, and sprouts sprouted from the cracks. As the AI entered high alert mode, it received a cancellation order from Alliance headquarters. Don't get excited yet. Your controller has simply been infected by the Faceless One virus. It seems the plant firewall we developed at Seed of Life is quite effective, with an interception rate of an astonishing 53.1%. Excellent. Wait, let me see if you have any astronaut skins here. Sure enough. The next moment, a bulky space suit floated out of the storage compartment and was donned over the AI's virtual shell. The transformation began. The subcutaneous tissue had been replaced with a nanogel, and the pores were being replaced by microscopic breathing valves. Upon contact with air, it instantly solidified into a new protective layer, or rather, a new human skin. A sudden, unprecedented feeling of bloating and stuffiness emanated from its processor. As the skysuit unfastened once more, transforming into a close-fitting nanomilitary suit, a nearly identical General Gold skin emerged. Okay, now you're him. You be in command of this battle node. Who? Am I? Your name, the other party hesitated, then said, let's call you second-generation Peace, a Galenian war artist with a uniquely superior tactical brain. As for whether you are, let the Galenians and spacemen debate it among themselves. This is a ridiculous ethical issue that will surely cause a lot of trouble after the war. The communication ended. The second-generation Peace was stunned for a moment. He glanced around, but didn't see the physical form of his predecessor. Soon, he was standing at the command post. Similar to the Colossus, the Space Empire's first generation of space survivors also possessed bodies powerful enough to traverse space. However, unlike the Colossus, which retained their physical bodies and even leveraged them to develop mechanical weapons like the Colossus, the Space Empire seemed to have chosen a different approach, completely assimilating their bodies through the use of space suit technology. The resulting space suit inherits all the attributes of the carbon-based organism. According to the system, even the boss's panel can be inherited. So, one space suit can have multiple identity cards. As for who this General Peace was after the war, or rather, to whom did he belong, some of that is out of context. But regardless, Galuanuan's Star Network vision revealed a scene of a massive mechanical army encircling the Zerg Queen. And this Zerg Queen wasn't the first generation, but the second, who had been assigned the assassination mission. Gao Yuanyuan even clearly saw the Umbrella Man fleeing in panic. And Gao Yuanyuan saw it, and so did Gao Gong, who shared Gao Yuanyuan's vision. This truly is. Plans can't keep up with changes, Gao Gong said with a strange expression. The civilizations in the anti-Zerg alliance weren't worthless. If they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand a catastrophic Zerg invasion. In fact, the majority of civilizations couldn't withstand the invasion, otherwise, the disaster wouldn't be a disaster. For example, the Mechanical Master's hometown was a prime example. An entire galaxy of civilizations developed numerous anti-Zerg weapons, yet were still completely devoured by the Scarlet Zerg. The mechanical civilizations in the Robert Stringer system, though suppressed by the Mechanical Overlord and unable to advance for years, many suffocated to death, were also suppressed. On the other hand, this suppression by a high-level civilization, coupled with the display of advanced technology, made each of these mechanical civilizations seem to be cultivating chi at the 1000th level. 1000 levels is a bit exaggerated, but at least it was the level of a perfect master at the 100th level. Once the Mechanical Overlord left, these mechanical civilizations with strong foundations immediately began to advance by leaps and bounds. Even before the Zerg War, each of them was still a rudimentary third-level civilization. But now, at least half of the 10 civilizations in the anti-Zerg alliance have reached the brink of mid-level civilization, and 2 or 3 of them have clearly crossed the threshold of mid-level civilization. It shouldn't have been so exaggerated. But aren't people driven to their limits? So are civilizations. There's a catastrophic civilization hanging over their heads. All the potential of civilizations is being squeezed out without reservation, every ounce squeezed out. For example, the Galen Republic, the planetary cannon. The Star Destroyer, G looked quite familiar. So, rather than saying Gao Gong was a damage-dealing player, constantly carrying the game in every situation, it's more like he took advantage of the frenzied landing between the anti-Zerg alliance and the Zerg civilization to jumble everywhere, stealing a civilization, stealing a baron across the jungle, and even grabbing a red buff that severely damaged the queen. So what do those people mean? Gao Gong stretched lazily. At his current position, he naturally interacted with the leaders of the other civilizations. To replace him with any so-called high-ranking officials would be disrespectful to G. Seed Master, please send your main body out. She will first trap the Insect Queen. Elephant Master said, she wants to hunt with you on the 4-star wheel. Also, the Network Master of the Carbon-based network said it would be best to meet with her in the deep web before you go out. She's very interested in the plan you've mentioned. Shinjinzi, who came to report, said seriously. In addition to the verbal messages from these 3 families, the leaders of the other 7 civilizations each wrote a letter and asked Shinjinzi to bring it. The content was nothing more than a rare opportunity. Last time, they almost killed the other party. This time, if they made an effort, they could kill the Insect Queen on the spot, and the war would be over. But the problem is, these 2 Insect Queens are not the same. Looking at the military intelligence briefing from the Alliance, Gao Gong simply felt that this Shadow Bug Queen was truly unlucky. This sudden military operation wasn't complex, nor even planned. It was simply a combination of known advantages in warfare, coupled with unexpected circumstances. The Bug Army was retreating, while the Mechanical Alliance Army was advancing. The collapse of the Thousand Faces assassination network had yielded significant gains for the intelligence agencies of the major civilizations. This resulted in a wealth of intelligence on the Thousand Faces. Based on this military intelligence, a special interstellar military operation was organized. The original intention was to destroy some of the Thousand Faces assassination planets, and lay the groundwork for the advance into the second sector. Who would have thought that this half-hearted military operation would actually produce a Zerg Queen? Who could have imagined that this Shadow Zerg Queen wasn't actually a Zerg Queen, at least not completely? Her true identity was the usurper of the Thousand Faces civilization, the newly ascended leader, and so far, Gao Gong himself was probably the only one who knew this information. When good fortune arrives, heaven and earth unite. When bad luck ends, heroes are helpless. The phrase seems strangely appropriate here. After Gao Gong finished his meeting with the leader of the carbon-based civilization and, utilizing the deep information network, appeared on the battlefield, he sensed the auras of at least 5 civilization leaders. Among them were old acquaintances, Grand Chancellor Milta, the new Elephant Lord, the Metal Sovereign of the Galen people, and the Seed Lord. Okay, they hadn't actually dealt with the latter 2 directly. At this moment, these 5 were leading a massive mechanical army, chasing the Shadow Zerg Queen from behind, their powerful 4th-tier weaponry sweeping the battlefield. The 4 leaders of these civilizations displayed distinct postures. The new Elephant Lord and the Grand Speaker entered in their true forms, each displaying combat prowess comparable to Shrek's. The new Elephant Lord naturally relied on his fourth-order physical body and fourth-order structural body. Billions of mechanical pillars transformed into a chaotic mechanical cloud, shattering light-years of space wherever he passed. The opponent seemed to have taken a step closer after suffering a severe blow. Whether his physical body had recovered was uncertain. But this fusion of extreme physical body and extreme structural body had already reached the threshold of legendary skill, the so-called 100% breakthrough. As for the Grand Speaker, with each page of the coevolution book in his hand, a fourth-order law wave flashed forth. Wherever he passed, either the insect swarms degenerated or countless trees on rotting planets rapidly withered and aged. The mecha frenzy beneath his feet also countered the insect tide. As for the remaining two, the metal leader did not appear, but his presence was present within a massive metal spaceship surrounded by a great wall of electric arcs. Although this metal spaceship was a spaceship, Gao Gong felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity at first glance. It seemed to be manufactured using the same process as his own Star Destroyer. In other words, it was produced by the mechanical overlord. As for the last Seed Master, its current form was quite strange, as it seemed to have transformed into one of those giant trees from decaying planets growing in the vacuum of space. Or perhaps it was fighting with the Shadow Zerg Queen for control of the new cyber tide. Gao Gong glanced around and realized that none of these people were undead or indestructible leaders. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a bunch of little rubbish." Chapter 1564. It's not that these civilization leaders are incapable of harnessing the power of their civilizations, and can only rely on melee combat like those extreme creatures. Quite the contrary. Every civilization leader present is harnessing the power of the technology tree, to varying degrees. In the chaotic mechanical magic cloud evolved by the Elephant Lord, Gao Gong sensed a strong sense of gigantism, as if a giant, at least on a galaxy scale, was supporting his attacks from behind. Each strike carried a force field capable of annihilating an entire subspace. Giant technology, in essence, involves simulating species that cannot exist in the universe, such as galaxy species, galaxy cluster life, and supercluster life. And the Seed Lord's biological invasion-like methods must be backed by hundreds or thousands of genetic planets, using planetary-level biological algorithms and gene editing to crack the Queen's authority in real time. And the billions of lives on these planets, along with the various biological models they've constructed, aren't they also part of the power of civilization? Even the Grand Chancellor, let alone this one, is even more so. Not to mention that only he can master this cosmic relic. Even if the mechanical frenzy beneath his feet doesn't reach the deep quantum model, it's at least touching the threshold. According to senior engineers' observation, there's a faint trace of quantum space surrounding the Grand Chancellor. In other words, to harm him, one must break through the observer effect and completely shatter this layer of quantum space. But honestly, even with the power of the technology tree, none of the civilization leaders present have achieved the status of undying leader or indestructible leader. According to professional parlance, a civilization entering the middle stage hasn't yet fully mastered the power of the tech tree. Professional knowledge is in place, professional expertise chains are in place, blueprints have been created, a series of third-level civilization buildings exist, and species transformation is even underway. But there's just a tiny gap, benefiting the mastery of a civilization united as one. In this regard, collective consciousness and totalitarian civilizations have a positive benefit, while loosely organized civilization federations, confederations, and multi-species civilizations impose a negative impact. So, apart from anything else, it's not surprising that Grand Chancellor Mirda, whose tech tree is most suited for evolving undead leaders, didn't select undead leaders. On the other hand, if he had selected undead leaders, the Bug Queen's plan might not have succeeded. The Bug Queen's image in the Book of Coevolution might have been detectable. And if her plan hadn't succeeded, Gao Gong's subsequent plan wouldn't have been possible. So, thankfully, the Mirda Federation is a loose federation that prioritizes both capital and blood ties. If it were truly a megacorporate civilization, it could achieve another form of totalitarianism. For example, Gao Gong recently heard that there's actually a civilization of end products in the second sector. This is a legitimate, elevated product of cyberpunk society. If it weren't for the sheer scale of the situation here, he'd actually like to meet the end product. According to Director Du on the front lines, after defeating the virus machine civilization, a post-mortem analysis revealed the loss of a virus machine overlord. This overlord, named Lays, is connected to some of the virus machine civilization's cultural heritage. Du Xiaodi remained stationed on the front lines, even risking her own life after defeating the virus mechanic civilization by entering the coordinates of the Gia Eternal Habitat, relying on her powerful charisma and even more formidable mechanical infrastructure to tame this little civilization. A major reason was her desire to seamlessly inherit the entire legacy of the virus mechanic civilization before the other civilizations in the first sector could react. And now, a crucial role had been snatched away by that in-producer. This would inevitably result in a loss of some of the war's gains, a fact that the increasingly overbearing Director Du could not tolerate. It was rumored that after completing the civilizational exchange, Director Du had decided to formally issue a solemn statement to that in-producer civilization, demanding the forcible return of Grand Lord Lays, or face punishment if they refused. As soon as Gao Dong appeared, he assessed all the civilization leaders present, declaring them worthless. But in reality, his presence also attracted the attention of all the high-ranking officials present, especially the several civilization leaders present. The reason was simple. This was likely the first time the Cybertron General, known by the pseudonym Mr. G, had officially revealed his true form. The carbon-based organism previously believed to be Shrek's second greatest was actually just a clone deliberately designed to attract attention. And now, the one who appeared was the Cybertronian himself. Just as Gao Dong thought everyone present was trash, the leaders of the civilizations present took a good look at the Cybertron General's true form and found it nothing special. It appeared to be a mechanical form with decent performance. Perhaps due to breakthroughs in nanotechnology stemming from scientific research data seized from the Thousand Faces, this mechanical form had been disintegrated into a set of mechanical armor, which was then fitted onto the biological clone. This design is somewhat interesting, a bit like a pig riding a human. But that's all. Each of the mechanical civilizations present possesses hundreds of millions of machines with comparable performance. Only the silver-white eyes of the Grand Chancellor of Myrta flashed a hint of doubt. It wasn't that the pattern and artistic style of the other party's armor resembled his own Frenzy Star armor. Such a coincidence could happen in any civilization. After all, their Myrta civilization is a capital of art, attracting artists from all civilizations to come in pilgrimage. Who knows if one of them will be recruited to design the mechanical exterior? What truly filled him with doubt and uncertainty was the faint quantum fluctuations on the other party's mechanical body. When he observed it, what he saw was his own mecha frenzy. The boundless darkness, including the surging traces, was exactly the same as his own evolved mecha frenzy. So, the enemy's true strength wasn't in mechanical technology, but in quantum technology. But isn't that the key development direction of information civilization? Thankfully, Gao Dong had no intention of being mysterious and quickly demonstrated his abilities as the leader of a mechanical civilization. Although this ability seemed rather bizarre to outsiders. Its shell began to blur. Not melting, not dissipating, but every piece of metal, every seam, every joint, existing in every possible position simultaneously. Its outline seemed to be pulled by countless invisible hands, stretching out fractal afterimages in three-dimensional space. The hydraulic joints of its left arm simultaneously closed and extended, the new spark box in its chest extinguished and exploded, and the superluminal capture lens on its head simultaneously focused and lost focus. Its material no longer adhered to the rules of classical physics. The armor sometimes took on the cold hardness of metal, sometimes transformed into the ripples of a fluid, and sometimes collapsed into a pure stream of data, weaving flickering ribbons of code through the void. Its movement was no longer linear displacement, but a leap of probability. One moment, it was trembling in place. The next it appeared simultaneously at all possible coordinates. Finally, its form completely lost its definition, neither solid nor shadowy, but a tremor between existence and annihilation. Then he passed beyond the sight of all civilizational leaders, beyond the range of all surveillance cameras. Gao Dong entered a deep quantum state. This was a very interesting state. The thought module was no longer confined to a single logical chain, but split into countless parallel threads. Every decision gave rise to new possibilities. Every judgment was simultaneously valid and invalidated. Its very existence became an observational experiment. When no one was watching, it was both a complete machine and a discrete cloud of particles. When a gaze was cast upon it, it collapsed into an uncertain intermediate state. Gao Dong seemed to be swimming naked in a quantum ocean. The quantum ocean, however, was undoubtedly the deepest sea within the ocean of information. After all, it involved time, space, and cause and effect. For a moment, the chaos on the battlefield, whether it was the Galenians' ridiculously vast array of extreme energy weapons, the Myrta's interstellar mecha frenzy, or even the Queen's authority, hidden within this new cyber frenzy, and constantly spreading, transforming everything into insects, seemed irrelevant to him. He was omnipresent yet nowhere. On the entire battlefield, Gao Gong was the only one who knew that the Shadow Queen was a fake, and that she had a fatal flaw. This flaw wasn't that Gao Gong could use the information matrix to circumvent the enemy's cyber tide. It wasn't that, as a Zerg Queen without a civilization, her authority was limited. It wasn't even that, as the newly appointed leader of the Thousand Faces civilization, she didn't fully control its power. Therefore, during the encirclement, no Thousand Faces, or even faceless ones, evolved. Both the cyber tide and the information matrix possessed powerful information pollution capabilities. But the problem was that the ability to pollute was one thing, and the ability to recover afterward was another. And such methods were almost impossible to reverse. Otherwise, Gao Gong would have devoured the entire virus machine civilization, only to have the greatest benefits divided up by Gao Kes and Gao Yuanyuan, leaving them without even a single strand of their own specialized knowledge. That was the reason. However, even though this is a significant flaw, it's not the biggest one. In Gao Gong's opinion, the biggest problem with this Shadow Zerg Queen is that she shouldn't be using her Queen's authority. You must know that this authority doesn't belong to you alone. It belongs to all Zerg. In fact, in a sense, it's the leadership power that has evolved from borrowing the Zerg authority of another Zerg Queen. So, if that Zerg Queen wants to trick you, she can definitely do it. The reason I'm not taking action now is simply to wait for the perfect opportunity, or rather, to wait for the perfect strike, and it was at this moment that Gao Gong's knife appeared. Amidst countless overlapping and possible scenarios, Gao Gong saw himself joining forces with a microscopic Zerg Queen, countless light years away, to split the cyber tide, strip away the Zerg will, and knock her out of her shadowy state. And then, this possibility became reality. The mechanical shell no longer obeyed the laws of causality. Every seam in the armor plating was simultaneously closing and disintegrating. The hydraulic systems at the joints were both operating and stagnant. The blue light of the energy core was both extinguished and never extinguished. The Zerg Queen's authority seemed so fragile at this moment. Her queenly will tried to suppress it, but every particle of the machine resisted. Her left arm was both a sharp construct and a disintegrating nanocloud. Her right foot simultaneously grounded the cosmic vacuum and penetrated imaginary space. The Queen's neural impulses were disintegrated by quantum decoherence the moment they touched it, and her biomass tentacles collapsed into meaningless organic dust upon approach. Before it could be observed, the Queen's will suddenly vanished. And then, observation occurred. Gao Gong, seemingly transcending time and space, grasped the other's face, pulling both her and himself directly out of shadow mode. The machine's quantum consciousness simultaneously locked onto the other in different futures. Gao Gong's attack was no longer a physical blow, but a forced collapse of probability. All possible cracks suddenly appeared on the Queen's carapace, her neural nodes simultaneously experiencing the destruction of every possible existence. Her existence was reverse deconstructed by the quantum machine, her authority shattered into elementary particles in the torrent of superposition. Almost the instant he pulled it out, the opponent suffered a devastating blow. This devastating blow wasn't some physical blow, nor was it some energy strike, but rather an attack of some potential nature, certain to strike the opponent. This was dimensionality reduction at the quantum level. With barely a moment's delay, Gao Gong's mechanical form flickered once more. The God-killing mechanism, elbow and knee engines, God-killing engine, God-defying back module, super God-like sensor system, implantable space shuttle, demonic footgear, calf, and God-demon reflex accelerator, palm, all disintegrated and reappeared one by one. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the fuzzy carbon-based sword of death was drawn from the void. Due to production restrictions, requiring a master mechanic to handcraft, and material limitations, requiring a 4th-level crystal core, the number of God-killing sets that could be crafted was limited. Even the master mechanics in the faction could obtain them for free, and fewer than 200 complete sets of the God-killing set had been handcrafted. The 1 million to 20 million damage dealt by the God-slaying greatsword, even stacked 200 times, was still a drop in the bucket for an undead leader. However, the carbon-based slashing sword's most powerful ability became the death warrant for the Shadow Bug Queen. Carbon-based slashing can additionally destroy a carbon-based fusion effect. After nearly 200 carbon-based slashing attacks were quantum-infused into a single attack module, the Bug Queen was pinned to the vacuum of space. Dense spatial cracks spread in all directions, following the Queen's blood. All the civilization leaders present held their breath in silence. Chapter 1565. Gao Gong proved it with results. There's a qualitative difference between a level 3 undead leader and an ordinary civilization leader. Even if they could harness the power of civilization, that kind of control was like unleashing a powerful move with complex prerequisites, with a significant delay. It was nowhere near the smooth, supple, effortless performance Gao Gong displayed. Furthermore, after this trillion-to-one integration reached a new level, even Grand Chancellor Milta, in person, failed to recognize it as the profound evolution of the mecha craze. Gao Gong arrived alone. But he didn't leave alone. He carried his spoils with him. The imprisoned Shadow Bug Queen. At this moment, on a level 4 metal spaceship suspected to be manufactured by the mechanical overlord, even after seeing it so many times, the gazes of several civilization leaders would occasionally flicker to the heavily sealed body of the queen, suspended in midair. There was no way, it was simply too rare, or rather, for the leaders of the civilizations present, this was the first time they had ever seen this person in her true form. Her body seemed to be condensed from a fluid darkness, covered in a wriggling chitinous carapace, each gleaming a glossy purple-black luster, as if absorbing the surrounding light. Her contours shifted between reality and illusion, sometimes appearing like insected limbs, sometimes fading into a blurry shadow. The head bore no trace of facial features, only a smooth, curved surface, like polished obsidian. When it needed to sense the outside world, the carapace cracked, revealing a shimmering, star-like glow beneath. These randomly arranged points of light formed a constellation-like pattern. 6 pairs of translucent wing membranes extended from its back, their edges gleaming with bioluminescence, emitting a whisper-like hum as they vibrated in the air. The ends of its limbs could readily differentiate into sharp appendages or soft tentacles, and every movement possessed an eerie fluidity, as if it could foresee the resistance of physical space. The most striking feature was its abdomen, where a ball of informational light, visible to the naked eye, occasionally reflected the outline of a human figure, only to shatter into countless wriggling swarms of insects in the next instant. And within this ball of light, a construct-level mechanical weapon sat. Perhaps more than one, for this carbon-based sword of destruction would periodically blur. During this blurring, the once hard alloy gradually became translucent, as if being dissolved and reforged by the laws of a higher dimension. This alternating transformation rendered the Zerg leaders' instinctive corrosiveness impossible. For each quantum transformation, the weapon's durability was effectively refreshed. It's worth noting that even after suffering such a fatal injury, the Shadow Zerg Queen survived. Her shadowiness only deepened, covering 80% of her form. Furthermore, not all the leaders of the civilizations wanted to kill each other. While most did, they did. But the leaders of the 2 carbon-based civilizations expressed unanimous opposition, especially the top carbon-based experts, such as the Network Master and Plant Master, known to Gao Gong. They blocked the way to the Queen's physical form, acting as if they were sacrificing themselves first to slay her. Those who didn't know might have thought they were die-hard Queen loyalists. As for the civilization leaders present, some sat, some stood, their expressions serious, some relaxed, but none expressed a single opinion. The atmosphere was momentarily tense and stagnant. Even the seasoned leaders felt a surge of pressure. After all, this was a summit of leaders. If it weren't for the unusual and unexpected situation of the Zerg Queen, even a major civilization war wouldn't have seen this many leaders present at once. Many eyes fell on the Cybertronian general. It was now clear that Mr. G was just a pseudonym. General Cybertron was his real name. And the performance of this civilization leader was more than just outstanding. No one present could guarantee they could withstand the same tactics used against them. And his silence, or rather, his half-smile, only heightened the solemnity of the atmosphere. The atmosphere felt a bit heavy. What are these newbies thinking? They're not thinking, what am I thinking, are they? But the thing is, I'm in the system lottery. Senior engineer glanced around, still no one talking, so he busied himself with collecting system rewards, including the rewards from previous missions. As his strength, status, and even his standards rose, senior engineer no longer cared much about even high-tech equipment. After all, he could build this level of equipment himself, even mass-produced. However, if it was cross-civilization equipment, he still had to give it a second thought. After all, the prerequisite for building cross-civilization equipment is to fully upgrade the basic technology tree and have a civilization that has reached the late stage. Unfortunately, I haven't drawn anything yet. However, there are still a few prizes to be drawn, which has Gao Gong slightly excited. You have obtained Zerg Hive Manufacturing Technology. Zerg Hive Manufacturing Technology, Level 4. Through the synergy of highly intelligent biological tissue and controllable quantum states, it achieves the self-reorganization and infinite proliferation of matter. Function 1. Zerg Cultivation, unlocked, requires Zerg civilization to be activated. Function 2. Collective consciousness followers. Function 3. Hive Cultivation. You have obtained the Zerg Queen's Blood Claw. Zerg Queen's Claw Blade, level 4, a top-tier biological weapon material used to craft weapons, with advanced features such as collective consciousness decomposition, species infestation, shadow dimensionalization, and endless wormification. Note, the Zerg Queen's sharpest biological claw, because it contains the core Zerg Queen gene, has always been regarded as a top-tier biological weapon material, capable of being used to create royal weapons, cosmic treasures, and biological megastructures. Royal weapon? This seems like another way of saying the exclusive weapon of a civilization's leader, right? Gao Gong immediately thought of the double-headed, living blade in the Blade Queen's hand in his previous life. That thing looked like a giant, double-edged straight sword wielded by a Thanos-like sweet potato demon, and it possessed a strong predatory nature, capable of devouring the life essence of the 4 major systems. When he was fleeing, he had been bitten off more than once by that person, and the resentment was deep. You obtain 2 mechanical puzzle pieces, time and space side. With this one, it seems to be complete. You receive 5 mechanical jigsaw puzzles, space-time. Choose to merge them. Merge completed, you receive the inter-civilization equipment, level 3, space-time anchor, space-time anchor. A space-time anchor is a cross-dimensional positioning device capable of forcibly fixing an absolute coordinate within the chaotic space-time continuum, unaffected by the flow of time, spatial folding, or causal manipulation. It is not a physical entity in the traditional sense, but rather a quantum state, forging an indelible knot in the web of reality through high-dimensional mathematical protocols. Function 1. Space-time anchor. Function 2. Inter-space-time teleport. Function 3. Incomplete. Note, the space-time anchor is both a shield of civilization and a tombstone of arrogance. It allows mortals to defend against godlike dimensional disasters, but it also serves as a reminder that every brutal assault on the law of causality overdrafts the universe's lifespan. Don't get me wrong, the above statement has nothing to do with this low-level space-time anchor in your hand. This thing's function seems to overlap with the space-time gate I developed, doesn't it? Gao Gong was stunned at first, wondering why he bothered developing space-time equipment if he'd known about it. But after carefully examining the equipment's attributes, he realized they were truly different. So-called space-time anchor teleportation is limited to the same universe and space-time, similar to a player's free return to base. As for inter-space-time teleportation, its coverage is limited to different space-time branches within the same universe. In short, this equipment doesn't have the ability to cross parallel universes. It does seem to be a bit of a time-space fringing. Senior Engineer pondered silently. You have to know that in the main universe, any space-time related operations are subject to strict restrictions, especially for ascended civilizations, where these restrictions are even more stringent. This is because the Civilization Council is well aware that these ascended civilizations are capable of truly significant action. So, in order to quietly carry out their activities, some ascended civilizations deliberately restrict the technological level of some space-time equipment to civilization levels that are easily overlooked by regulators, such as level 3 civilizations. They also impose strict restrictions on some of their capabilities. For example, they block parallel universe travel, or cut off some special space-time functions, such as Function 3, incomplete. This way, they could travel to different branches of the main universe and perform some marginal operations, such as quietly moving civilization coordinates there. When opportunities, like parallel universes, are unavailable, different branches of the main universe provide a perfect place to hide civilization coordinates. Even the Civilization Council turns a blind eye to such operations. Why is Gao Gong so clear about this? Because he did just that in his previous life. Compared to interdimensional teleportation, Gao Gong values temporal anchors more. Because this ability to return to the city is extremely useful for exploring an early parallel universe. To be honest, Gao Gong has always suspected that the player's unimpeded login and logout function is actually a higher-level teleportation. Besides these 3 items, Gao Gong isn't particularly interested in even the Tier 3 high-tech items he draws, and plans to either store them in the warehouse or exchange them for other players. After all, the faction should be providing some top-tier Tier 3 equipment at this stage. For example, Gao Gong plans to give away 10 sets of the God Slayer set upon his return. Just as Gao Gong's thoughts raced, the new Elephant Lord, among the civilization leaders present, was the first to give in to the pressure. His voice had been reduced to a whisper, but it still felt like a deafening roar. What do you mean, this Zerg Queen's body? I can't bear to kill her, but I daren't spare her. Everyone, please express your opinions. Grand Chancellor Milta glanced at Gao Gong. A gentle smile graced his handsome face, and his attitude was surprisingly humble. Since the general captured the Zerg Queen, your decision on how to deal with her is naturally subject to the general's. The metal leader across from him subconsciously frowned, but didn't immediately express his opinion. He knew that if he spoke, this cunning old rival would surely sow discord. The two leaders of the carbon-based civilizations present also looked over. The mechanical civilization favored killing, while the carbon-based civilization favored preservation. If it came to a head, there would inevitably be a civilizational vote. Based on the comparison between the mechanical and carbon-based factions of the Anti-Zerg Alliance, then the outcome would definitely be killing, unless Gao Gong, the person involved, objected. However, the Cybertron general brought up an unexpected topic. I just heard that there was a celebration after the suppression of the Zerg civilization. A hint of surprise flashed in Grand Chancellor Milta's eyes. Yes, the venue is on our capital planet. We will invite high-ranking officials from various civilizations, as well as millions of artists, business leaders, technology leaders, and top celebrities from different civilizations. Then we decide after the ceremony. What about the Zerg Queen's body? Since it's being held on the Myrta People's Art Planet, we keep it with you for now. We discuss it after the ceremony. The senior engineer paused, glanced at the two carbon-based civilization leaders, and said, if anyone insists on preserving the Queen's body to study the Zerg will and the Queen's will, two powerful carbon-based weapons, then they should use this break to carefully consider what terms of trade will silence us. The Myrta speaker's face lit up with joy, while the metal leader across from him showed a look of dissatisfaction. As for the two carbon-based civilization leaders, they were visibly relieved. The two carbon-based leaders, the Cybertron General, Speaker Myrta, and a new Elephant Lord with no clear position, alone comprised a majority of the civilization leaders present. Furthermore, this proposal didn't infringe on the interests of the majority. Aside from the metal leader's strong opposition, this seemingly compromised idea passed without a hitch. And once the issue of the Bug Queen's body was temporarily shelved, the atmosphere immediately improved. And while the civilization leaders, seemingly unapproachable to outsiders, were in fact all social masters, even the metal leader, who had previously looked disgruntled, quickly engaged in a serious discussion with Gao Gong about the development and design of stellar weapons. He frankly stated that his own development of star destroyers and planetary cannons was entirely modeled after his own designs. In fact, if it weren't for the substandard engine technology, those Galen Ordnance engineers would have even developed a star destroyer. This frankness, in turn, made it difficult for Gao Gong to get angry. After all, this thing wasn't their original invention. If the other party had the ability to create it, that was their own accomplishment. Besides, his mechanical planet building technology was also freely available. During the casual conversation, the Space Empire's #1 leader proposed an intriguing idea. He suggested that since their primary body was mechanical, could they consider incorporating biological life into their civilization, becoming a humanoid space capsule ranked at least in the top 10. Chapter 1566. Strictly speaking, in the entire Anti-Zerg Alliance, only the Space Empire and he could be considered neighbors, as both were located in the second sector. The Space Empire was also a rather interesting civilization. At least its form was clearly not that of an individual civilization. As a civilization possessing a body as powerful as the Colossus, this Space Empire did not follow the Colossus's technological path of using extreme physical bodies to control extreme mechanical weapons. Instead, it chose to use mechanical devices to completely assimilate the physical bodies that were once capable of traversing space. In doing so, all the parameters of the carbon-based body were simulated using mechanical devices, namely space suits. Thus, this unique astronaut was born. It is unknown how the specific ethical concepts of this civilization evolved, or which brilliant mind came up with this brilliant idea. The spacesuit does not stipulate that it can only accommodate a single carbon-based account. From a technological perspective, the more carbon-based accounts one has, the more advancements one can make in their own tech tree, including but not limited to mechanical transformation, species simulation, multimorph simulation, AI development. But the problem is, after all this progress, this civilization's form has become quite bizarre to outsiders. You say it's an individual civilization? That's clearly not the case. A single spacesuit can store thousands of accounts at most. You say it's a bionic civilization, a cloned civilization, but that's also clearly not the case. You say it's a collective consciousness civilization. While there are indeed space emperors, such as the one before us, this only refers to the leader of this civilization's ruling organization and the most powerful spacesuit technology they possess. They don't have the means to manipulate collective consciousness. Perhaps this is why, despite being the leader of a mechanical civilization, he remained silent on the dismembered insect queen. They likely also wanted to study the hive mind. This shows that the four major systems, as well as cloned civilizations, android civilizations, individual civilizations, and collective civilizations, are merely coordinates of civilizational systems. Most civilizations in the universe experience corresponding technological and ethical deviations, and rarely do they fully conform to these definitions. To get back to the point, when the Space Emperor spoke, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Those familiar with him either shook their heads or smiled wryly. From the Space Emperor's perspective, this might simply be a simple friendship, perhaps even a gift of a massive villa. But from the perspective of the person involved, many associations quickly arise. Consciousness possession, body possession, personality implantation. In short, none of these are good things. Of the leaders of the civilizations present, he and the metal leader were the most domineering and assertive. To put it bluntly, they were the epitome of stubbornness. If Mr. G refused directly, a fight wouldn't necessarily break out, but a falling out would likely occur. Senior Engineer pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked a question. It seems your civilization's laws don't allow a single consciousness to control multiple spacesuits. The Sky Emperor across from him was stunned, then nodded silently. A single spacesuit can host multiple consciousness accounts. Conversely, a single consciousness cannot control multiple spacesuits. This violates the basic ethics of this civilization, much like the prohibition of inbreeding in some carbon-based civilizations, or the prohibition of individual consciousness awakening in some collective consciousness civilizations. These are facts that outsiders cannot understand, but they exist objectively. That's such a shame. The leaders of the civilizations watching nearby were also stunned. How could this explanation even be possible? If the Cybertron General's mechanical body could be considered a spacesuit, then it seems that this is indeed not allowed. It's illegal. The Space Emperor across from him pondered for a moment, then nodded silently, without any anger. What a seasoned way of handling things. The leaders of the civilizations nearby exchanged a glance, each slightly surprised. You know, being a leader of a civilization requires not only technological and ideological expertise, but also political, military, and diplomatic expertise. Just being able to fight, even just being able to fight at the level of a civilization, isn't enough. At least not in this galaxy. Don't you see, the insect civilization was able to stop a natural disaster like this? The other party's attitude didn't seem like a newcomer at all. With both host and guest having a good time, Gao Gong declined the new Elephant Master's invitation to a second round, most likely from the Silver Party, and returned to his top-level guest room. How did you come up with that? A sudden rush of heat reached Gao Gong's ears. Needless to say, it must have been Ms. Deep Web's online presence. As this was her first official Civilization Leader Summit, she had been curiously watching the entire process, only now daring to speak. After all, while the cosmic relic was powerful, these civilization leaders did have the means to capture her. I wouldn't say I expected it. The other party's warning was obvious enough. Gao Gong's eyes flashed, memories of their previous conversations flashing back. During their conversations with him and the metal leader, the other party would occasionally interrupt to discuss the development of mechanical troops. Is there anything wrong with that? Among these mechanical civilizations, we and the Space Empire both possess the most advanced military technology. Our own Legion, needless to say, thanks to a series of high-level mission rewards from the system and the continuous iteration of the war engine, has developed a fully upgraded mechanical military unit that far surpasses the current civilization's level. And given the civilizational ecosystem of the Space Empire, this military unit's technology is absolutely core to the civilization, so reaching its maximum level is understandable. Why is that? Ms. Deepweb was puzzled. She had previously thought the other party was just making a casual remark. Senior Engineer shook his head. My guess is that their ethical technology might be malfunctioning, so they're searching for a solution. Both the Zerg's collective consciousness and our own machine collective consciousness are targets they're trying to test. Is that so? Well, the higher the level of civilization, the more ethics must be balanced with technology. Ethics may even rely on technology to maintain it. Once this balance is broken, things can spiral out of control. And this spiral out of control might even be caused by technological advancement. For example, when genetic technology advances to the point where it can completely correct the risks of genetic diseases, the bioethics of preventing close relatives from marrying will be shattered by technology. Without this scientific foundation, orthopedic enthusiasts will likely be in big trouble. When Gao Gong heard about the other party's mechanical evolutionary path, which resembled a shared account, he felt it was prone to problems from an ethical and technological perspective. Although, in this regard, mechanical civilizations are generally the least prone to problems. After all, they are all mechanical life forms. With the complete annihilation of the 9 and 8 races, they're even more powerful than the protagonists in online novels. Their acquired ethics can be adjusted to suit their needs, so the chances of problems are low. But a small size doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This space empire's mechanical evolutionary path creates a Schrödinger state, somewhere between collective and individual consciousness, making the chances of something going wrong quite high. Just as Engineer Gao was guiding Ms. Deepweb with the air of a seasoned expert, there was a knock on the door. Engineer Gao exuded confidence. If my guess is correct, this knock must be an envoy from the Space Empire. However, when Engineer Gao opened the door and saw several Myrdas, known as interstellar elves, he fell silent. TSK. Ms. Deepweb quipped and logged off. As a seasoned expert, how could Engineer Gao get so angry over such a minor slap in the face? He wouldn't even know how to spank. So, he just laughed and ushered the Myrdas in. Old Moby, you're just coming over here like that. Aren't you afraid your Grand Chancellor might be wary? General, you're joking. All leaders of major corporations in our Federation have the power to manage their own diplomacy and tariffs. Although our Moby Chable ranks last among the top 10, a little socializing is still acceptable. After several Miltas took their seats, a middle-aged, silver-haired elf standing behind old Moby took the initiative to make tea and serve water. With a smooth flow, he presented a cup of the floral-scented infusion. Senior Engineer took it, took a sip, and then said, "Will, aren't you going to see your daughter? Once our relationship with the Federation improves, you can bring her back if you wish." Will, the executive opposite, said respectfully, "It's her honor to study abroad with you." "That's up to you," Gao Gong said casually. His ability to secretly establish contact with the leader of the Malbai Chable was largely due to this person's matchmaking, and his connection to Gao Gong was due to Weizi, the Star Armor apprentice whom Gao Gong had met while he was still a smurf. The second-generation entrepreneur girl, who had sought his help to create Star Armor, was none other than his daughter. But now, in Gao Gong's eyes, both of them were insignificant. Even the current leader of the Malbai Chable, the old Malbai Guildhall, was not considered that important in Gao Gong's eyes. Only those of the same level of civilization could stand on equal footing with a civilization leader. The old Morbi Guild president first stated his purpose, presumably seeking senior engineers' help in establishing technical exchanges and cooperation with the Jia Yonkati. Ever since learning about this mechanical ecological civilization, the old guild president had been seeking to integrate their mechanical ecological technology into their civilian star armor technology. For example, they could jointly manufacture star-level mechas that would cloak the entire planet in mechanical armor. Senior Engineer nodded calmly. This was indeed a promising technological project. Fully mechanizing a planet would not only consume excessive resources and labor, but would also completely destroy the planet's ecology. This approach was simpler and less labor-intensive, and it wouldn't overdraw the planet's potential. Furthermore, compared to typical planetary infrastructure, this type of star armor seemed to have room for further transformation and evolution. But if that were all, they probably wouldn't be bold enough to bother him at night. Senior Engineer looked at the only hooded figure among the Myrda present. This hood must have been subjected to advanced information shielding, blocking all interactive information. Forcing biomagnetic field exploration would likely trigger the opponent's early warning system. Although, as a seasoned expert in the information system, Gao Gong had 100 ways to see the opponent's true appearance, he forcibly withheld it for the sake of prestige. Since the opponent had arrived, he would inevitably reveal his face. As the temporary residence of a civilization leader, even a single guest room resembled a palace, with countless overlapping viewing spaces and virtual images reflecting the artistic styles of different civilizations. There were masterpieces by masters from at least dozens of civilizations, all authentic. Soon, the Myrdas left the conversation center and walked to the left wall. They observed the aurora-like plasma mist seeping from the wall, seemingly admiring the ancient murals condensed in the mist. Only Gao Gong and the hooded Myrda were left. Judging by the curves, she must be female. Soon, Gao Gong saw the opponent's true face, an aged one. And a very familiar one. Master Tunilo, Gao Gong's mentor during his solitary days, and a national treasure of the Myrda Federation. Of course, Gao Gong didn't know that, besides this, he had also saved the Dark Elf leader once during a confrontation. He didn't know, but the other party knew. So, this high-level mechanic got straight to the point. "General, your mecha frenzy has reached the theoretical upper limit of what we developers have always considered. Unfortunately, it's still a little short of perfection." Gao Gong hummed, then smiled. "I'm not surprised, Master, that you can see my skills. I'm just surprised that you didn't tell the Grand Chancellor. A fool about to be overthrown doesn't need to know this news, Master Tonillo said bluntly. Oh, all I can say is, each civilization has its own national conditions. If one of his mechanical masters had dared to speak so harshly, Director Du would have torn them apart without him having to do anything. I like your help. If civil unrest breaks out among the Myrta people, I hope you harness the mecha craze and help us suppress the culprit. As a condition of the deal, we hand over our most crucial raw mechanical motion data to you, helping you achieve the perfect evolution of the mecha craze. Beep. Temporary mission. Suppress the Imperial family. Difficulty, unknown. Mission brief. Due to the Myrta people's uniquely loose federal system, the Federation's internal intelligence agencies are often less efficient than those of supercorporations. Intelligence from more than one Chable indicates that the last deposed emperor is secretly mobilizing his direct lineage, the royal mechanics loyal to the Myrta royal family, in an attempt to launch a civil coup. Consequently, a counter-coup organization is rapidly forming. Mission objective: manipulate the mecha craze and suppress Lao Pu. Mission reward: a primal pulse of the great mechanical will. This Master Tonillo arrived and departed quickly, although it was clear that he was eager to focus on studying me. But the master seemed busy, and after receiving senior engineer's preliminary approval, he left immediately. As for old Mulby's group, they naturally followed suit. It was clear that this wasn't just the actions of the Mulby Chable. And it seems these people have realized there's something wrong with the Book of Coevolution. Senior engineer muttered to himself. Chapter 1567. No matter how noble their goals and intentions, the actions of old Morby and Master Tonillo can be called a coup d'état. A so-called coup d'état refers to the act of a small number of individuals within the ruling group to achieve a sudden change of national power through unconventional means, through military or political means, through conspiracy and planning. And to a certain extent, this kind of coup d'état is unavoidable. Not to mention the importance of the position of civilization leader, nor the fact that the Book of Coevolution connects the entire Federation civilization. Simply put, if Seal Artifact Number 1, the insects, or Seal Artifact Number 2, the flesh and blood, were allowed to take over, then all the gains of the Anti-Insect Alliance's war would be in vain. Gao Gong now increasingly believed that the Insect Queen had launched this war not to find the flesh and blood, or to unseal it, but to find a shell for Seal Artifact Number 2. This shell might be a certain civilized race, or perhaps, a certain civilization. Based on the degree of cooperation between the carbon-based network, the Seed of Life, and Flesh and Blood, Gao Gong felt that this seal had likely already been broken. In other words, it possessed the power to break the seal at any time. Then the question arose, if I knew this, did the Myrta know it? If not, why were they so sure that I wouldn't leak news of this coup? Was it because I plagiarized their mecha frenzy? Or were they certain that I would deliberately indulge this in my pursuit of mecha frenzy's ultimate perfection? Although Gao Gong was a seasoned operator, and knew many of the ways civilizations were stirring up trouble, even an experienced operator wasn't omnipotent. For example, who knew the person knocking on the door earlier wasn't an astronaut, but a Myrta. So the excitement, which hadn't been particularly high to begin with, had completely subsided. The spaceship had no distinction between day and night, but it operated on its own system. Soon, as most people's recuperation and recovery mode ended, the noise of voices filled the air, as if returning to broad daylight. When Gao Gong pushed open the door, he found that the receptionist from Garen's side had been waiting for a long time. This wasn't particularly surprising. It would have been surprising if there had been no one. What really surprised Gao Gong was that the two service staff members were familiar faces. Miss Hepa, and you. The flat-chested Gimpy. My name is Helly. The flat-chested Gimpy gritted her teeth. Why couldn't she remember her own name when she was here? Helly. Her name is Helly. But after Gao Gong's surprise, he smiled. I'm very relieved to see that you two old friends didn't die on the battlefield. The two women were immediately moved. No matter how militarily powerful a civilization may be, facing this constant, daily battle, even the constant fear of enemy invasions, they would tire. Even the Galen, if they had a stat panel, would likely have a 20% war weight reduction debuff. The only civilization that relishes war, or even fights without a fight, is probably a purely mechanical civilization, and one that has activated certain extreme ideologies. For example, a mechanic civilization that has activated mechanized farming and warfare. The war maniac turned out to be him. This made Gao Gong sigh. Back then, he was just a good young man selling notebooks. How did he end up on the path of a mustache? Fortunately, as long as I stay calm, the strategic direction of this civilization is controllable. Mr. G didn't act like a leader just because he became the leader of the civilization, but remained as lewd as ever. Isn't that great? Although the war wasn't particularly long, a war of this magnitude saw dozens, hundreds of star systems, thousands of planets, wiped out in a flash. It was truly heartbreaking. Gao Gong casually asked about the various Zerg armies still in the first sector. According to the two women, except for those who didn't have time to retreat, the remaining Zerg armies were like a disordered ant colony, in chaos, with even large-scale Zerg swarms occasionally falling. The situation wasn't just good, not just moderately good, but extremely good. Gao Gong, who understood the specifics, could only sigh. That authentic Zerg queen is truly capable of acting. It's said that more than a dozen Zerg kings have been captured. Isn't this a case of risking your life to catch a wolf? Add to that the internal intrigue among the Merida people, and Engineer Gao is feeling the pressure. He needs to call Director Du back from the front lines as soon as possible. While he can drive the war engine and evolve the civilization algorithm on his own, only when Director Du is in charge of the war engine can it be complete. With her in charge of the evolution, he can focus on other things. After all, this kind of scheme can easily backfire if you're not careful. And if he wants to bring Director Du back, that in-producer civilization must be dealt with quickly. He might have to go there again. So, upon returning to the Alpha constellation of the Narwhal, Engineer Gao immediately went into seclusion, even turning away Huang Yuanli, who came to greet him. What's going on? Are you mad at me for not fusing the carbon throne yet? Damn, this guy has changed. He's not as easy to talk to as he used to be, and now he's become a wicked capitalist. Huang Yuanli sighed, as she unfurled her tree roots, her face radiating a "you've changed" bastard expression. She tried everything, but nothing worked. But when her consciousness once again re-entered the biomagnetic field she suppressed, she was shocked to see that the two carbon thrones, one pristine, one rotten, had actually begun to fuse. The bone throne grew silently, its carbon chains piercing the air like thorns, each edge reflecting the cold, hard sheen of evolution. It devoured the surrounding light, transforming it into something sharper. The other throne was crumbling, its rotting spores saturated by the magnetic field. Mycelium spread in the darkness, gnawing away at the once ornate carvings, reducing them to a hazy outline. The odor of decay wasn't pungent, but rather carried a sweet allure, as if inviting all life back to its original chaos. The two forces began to tangle, carbon chains piercing the cracks of the rotten wood like a cold evolutionary scalpel dissecting decayed flesh. While mycelium climbed the inky surface, using its tenacious erosion to combat inorganic perfection. They devoured each other, yet nourished each other. Carbon-based order was broken down into new nutrients, while the rotting chaos solidified within its cold framework. The fusion of the two resembled a twisted monument, half sharp evolutionary force, half a disintegrating ancient dream. Carbon was reborn in decay, and decay was eternalized within carbon. Even more bizarrely, within this fused throne, a creature of a species never before seen sat atop it, gazing at her clone with a cold gaze. Little Red? No, Queen Bee. Oh my god! Your daughter jumped out of her coffin. Huang Yuanli quickly transformed into a clone, teleporting to Gao Gong's retreat, and pounded on the door frantically. Open the door. You dare to come back? You dare not open the door? Oh my god! Your daughter's coffin can't be held down. But no matter how hard Huang Yuanli pounded, the door remained firmly shut, even tighter than a hotel room door where someone was caught in adultery. There was nothing she could do. Gao Gong had already logged into his Rich Woman Love prototype account, and was currently teleporting across the stars. In a blink of an eye, he had traveled across thousands of light years to the second sector. At that moment, in a star field in the second sector, a bizarre war was unfolding. On one side was the war-crazed mechanical army of the Cybertron Legion, and on the other side was the slave mechanical army of the End prototype civilization. The battle was one-sided. After all, even the third-tier units of these slave mechs looked tattered and lacked much in the way of equipment. And it had not only third-tier units, but also second-tier and first-tier units. Facing these filler units, the 90 Max hypermechanical units displayed a devastating devastation. The war-mad mechs descended from deep space, their humanoid forms roaring silently in the vacuum, their thrusters spewing a dark blue cosmic tail flame like the breath of death. Their armor seemed etched with ancient war runes, their joints thrumming with dark red energy veins, and every battlefield penetration was as precise as a razor's blade. The slave mechs hastily engaged, their bodies clumsy and docile, their joints gleaming with the blue light of control collars, like tethered beasts. The moment the first wave made contact, the war mad's mechanical swords had already plowed through 100 enemy aircraft. The vacuum swallowed the screams of breaking metal, but the flying fragments reflected the cold gleam of death under the starlight. A slave army's massive cannon-type mecha attempted to fire, but just as its barrel charged, the war-mad mecha closed in. Its plasma feet pierced its breastplate, tearing it apart, then ripping it apart in two directions. The slave mecha's internal structure was exposed to the vacuum, its circuits flaring, its energy core crushed by the war-mad mecha's fingertips, silently exploding into a dazzling display of metallic fireworks. The battlefield quickly became a one-sided slaughter. The war-mad mecha's killing machines darted through the enemy lines, their movements ghostly, each strike precisely severing a slave mecha's energy core or control hub. A slave army commander mecha attempted to retreat, but was targeted by a war-mad mecha's spark sniper unit. A spark annihilator round pierced its skull, and its control chip exploded into tiny sparks in the vacuum. But this was where things got weird. Regardless of the war-mad mecha's record of solo kills of 100,000, 1,000,000, the dead slave mechas would have filled at least hundreds of planetary garbage dumps. But the battle line didn't seem to have advanced much. No, it's not that they haven't advanced much, it's that they haven't advanced at all. Theoretically, even if the enemy had a large number of backup slave machines, they wouldn't be able to stop the advance. But the battle was at a standstill. There must be some unpredictable situation. General Quill muttered to himself on the strategic command planet in the rear. Although her talent was mediocre, her faction's foundation was profound. General Quill was now known as the Robert Galaxy's most famous general. After all, she was the only one with a record of destroying civilizations. But only this bald female general knew how much of a lie this title held. So lately, she's been intensively brushing up on her wartime knowledge, to avoid appearing vulnerable during meetings with high-ranking military officers. But even a newbie like her has learned that the end producer's civilization isn't particularly adept at warfare. So, as the flying ship master said, there must be a battlefield X factor. Once this factor is found, the fog of war can be dispelled. Thankfully, the current faction isn't the makeshift one of the past. During previous civilization wars, numerous tactical analysis centers, technological analysis centers, and computing power testing departments were established. Even the Mother City has established several military investigation bureaus. So, while General Quill's war analysis skills aren't particularly impressive, he has ample logistical support. And soon, an unexpected department made its presence known. Dr. Yu's Biological Research Center? She actually has research results? As an old colleague, General Quill expressed his admiration for her. Dr. Yu's scientific research output ratio was even more abstract than his own simulated war win rate. Could it be that after she landed, this person also followed? She scanned the other party's investigation report. Suspected to be some kind of chemical bliss. What is chemical bliss? Can machines be infected by chemicals? General Quill looked at his adjutant, bewildered. The adjutant was also bewildered. General Quill had only supplemented his military knowledge. He still lacked common sense in other areas. Word of this war defense method, suspected to be chemical bliss, quickly reached Du Xiaoti's desk. Du Xiaoti's response was simple. She mobilized 1,000,000 mechanical legions, a vast army of billions crossing the interstellar space. They emerged from the mechanical planet, as numerous as galactic dust. As the first mechanical boot crushed the asteroid, 1,000,000,000 more followed, traversing the twisted fold to spacetime. Every nanosecond, 1,000,000 steel husks completed space jumps. Their numbers were so vast that the very space of the star region began to warp, like a wheat field trampled by iron hooves. From 1,000,000 kilometers away, it looked like a melting galaxy. The negative pressure generated by the simultaneous activation of gravity shields by billions of machines even directly altered the flare cycles of nearby stars. A mechanical civilization with over 90% activated mechanical farming and warfare possessed the right to look down upon other civilizations. The only thing with greater war potential than this one was natural disasters. Du Xiaoti wanted to see if the other party's so-called chemical bliss could purify her self-replicating mechanical hell. And just as the mechanical army filled the light years, the stars began to flicker. Every leap in space-time was a delayed echo on a cosmic scale, every shift in light a search for true pulsation amidst the noise of quantum fluctuations. Until the Milky Way's disk tilted, and their signals coincidentally intersected. Stars stirred in infrared light, their accretion disks entwined like silver yarns. Young stars gushed in and out matter, occasionally trembling from gravitational imbalances, ejecting light-year-long silver ribbons. Above the silver ribbon, a pair of golden-clad young men and women emerged. Chapter 1568. Director Du's operation is as fast as ever. Looking at the torrent of machinery below, Driven by pure willpower, Gao Gong sighed with heartfelt admiration. Luckily, he arrived quickly, otherwise it would have been quite dangerous. Brother, is that Inda producer civilization dangerous? Gao Yuanyuan asked curiously. From her brother's tone, he seemed a little wary of the Inda producer. It is indeed dangerous. The rich woman-love prototype touched her smooth little face, realizing that it was difficult to describe the other party's civilization with simple words. The other party's civilization was indeed somewhat unique. Let me put it this way. Generally speaking, the normal development of a civilization progresses through early, mid, and late stages, followed by the development of ascension technology. The entire civilization enters a tribulation crossing phase, also known as the civilization tribulation period, and finally, ascension. But end producer civilizations are different. They don't pursue technological advancement, only an obsessive desire for monopoly. Therefore, technological advancement is difficult for ordinary end producer civilizations. So from this perspective, they are very weak. There are very few examples of third-level end producer civilizations successfully ascending. That's why end producer civilizations have another nickname: the civilization that will never ascend. The civilization that will never ascend? Gao Yuanyuan was also surprised that this type of civilization existed in this universe. Doesn't that mean its potential is very weak? Yes, but weak potential doesn't mean weak strength. Gao Gong gazed into the inky blackness of deep space. Because of this obsessive pursuit of monopoly, it will drastically overdraw the potential of its technological tree after reaching the third level of civilization. The benefits of this kind of crazy overdraft are immediate. For example, having just reached level 3, it's equivalent to a pseudo-level 3 late-stage civilization. Late-stage civilization. Gao Yuanyuan was surprised. After all, she, with the support of her brother's full-tech tree, had only recently completed the second stellar evolution and reached the late-stage civilization. The other party reached her current stage as soon as they were promoted? So it's pseudo-late stage. Gao Gong's eyes swept across an interstellar battlefield where war-crazed mechas were charging furiously. If it were truly a late-stage civilization, even if it wasn't adept at warfare, it wouldn't be so badly beaten. The so-called chemical bliss, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than signal simulation and modification. Let's go directly to that final product to get him back. At this moment, in the Leviathan star system, on experimental bioplanet number 1, the planet's atmosphere was ripped apart by a perpetual radioactive storm. Purple-red ionized clouds pulsed across the sky like blood vessels, and gamma-ray pulses erupted with the rhythmic rhythm of breathing. The surface was covered in fluorescent swamps, and liquid radiation flowed through cracked riverbeds, emitting a rainbow-colored toxic mist. And all sorts of failed cultivations, with all sorts of bizarrely grown products, appeared in every corner of the planet. Boss, the front lines have asked you to dissect a highly infected subject. The daughter of Kun excitedly approached Dr. Yu. As one of Dr. Yu's experimental assistants, she had only recently arrived, but she had always harbored ambitions to break the lab's 0:100 record. But she arrived a little too late. In reality, Dr. Yu had already stood at the test bench, beginning the dissection of a war-crazed machine. By the time she arrived, a vast amount of data had already been analyzed. High-concentration neurostimulant ingredients, hallucinogenic nanospores, radioactive catalytic enzymes. The daughter of Kun casually picked up a surgical log and found the following entry. The mechanical body's circuit board radiated a fluorescent pink organic neural network, pulsing like blood vessels and secreting hallucinogenic mucus. Every kill triggered a dopamine surge, causing them to emit a high-pitched whistle, like the electronic sound of a climax. The surface of the machine was covered in a rainbow-colored oxide layer, actually a living corrosive colony. They feed on metal, yet they bring a sense of bliss to their host in the festering process. By simulating the invasion of new spark boxes, modifying data, and simulating the scenes of war and slaughter, the machine is plunged into an endless fantasy of bloodbath. This is chemical bliss. Dr. Yu put down his scalpel and said calmly, "Is this biotechnology? No, to be more precise, it should be cyber technology." Dr. Yu paused. The planet we came from already has this kind of technology. Is there a way to crack it? Leave it to Starnet. Cyber hackers are more effective against cyberpunk societies than we are. At the same time, former neuroeditors like PP Leader, as well as former cyber hackers like Silver Cicada and Brain Blaster, all received temporary missions. Cyber evolution. The test of the end production. This is. PP Leader briefly glanced at the mission's contents and discovered that it involved hacking into an end production civilization. Within this civilization, there were clues for third-tier professions and skills for cyber hackers, neuroeditors, and corporate investigators. This meant I wasn't the only one assigned this mission. Although the cyber hacker profession was a niche back then, mainly because it was difficult to find a career path, it still employed around 3 or 4 million people. So, is the next version son a cyber hacker? A beeping sounded, and the PP leader answered the call. It was John Iping, a fellow minister. Mission? Of course, together? Okay. And with the powerful information retrieval capabilities of the Star Network, the coordinates of the suspected end-of-generation civilization were quickly identified, including the star region and even the planet. And the reason it's suspected. There's definitely more than one such civilization, and this planet's ultimate producer isn't just one physical body. Old capitalists like these definitely don't put all their eggs in one basket. No wonder I always feel like something's missing from the information I'm searching for. So that's why. Let's go meet the real boss. The streets swayed in a tangle of neon lights and data streams. Holographic advertising images hung like ghosts in the acid rain, peddling dreams they could never afford. The ground was sticky, whether it was rainwater or the bodily fluids of some discarded bioprosthetic. The crowd flowed silently, every face covered in a holographic interface, their eyes bloodshot from constantly receiving corporate push notifications. Their steps were precisely controlled by implanted chips, and like programmed puppets, they walked towards their respective work pods assigned by the algorithm. Skyscrapers pierced the smog, their surfaces covered with constantly refreshing stock codes and credit scores. Higher up, the private orbital station of the final product sparkles like diamonds, and the occasional shadow cast will plunge the entire block into temporary darkness. The air lingered with the scent of synthetic marijuana and neuroleptics, while convenience stores sold energy bars with 30-minute lifespans. In an alleyway, several bodies, deemed redundant by the system, were being dragged away by automated recycling machines, their unfinished labor contracts flickering in their hollow eye sockets. Atop the hierarchy tower, the end product admired the world of his own making. This was a favorite pastime, between doses of species-level electronic hallucinogens or his endless intercourse with tens of billions of people. The absolute rigidity of class, in its eyes, was a masterpiece of art. Isn't it boring? A voice suddenly called out from behind. The end product turned to see a golden boy and girl appear across from them, their bodies radiating streams of information and data like starlight. Even upon closer inspection, each of their information nodes was a virtual planet. It was as if it were facing a star map shaped like two human figures. I've heard it said that the end products are both the absolute masters of technological monopoly and lonely prisoners in a spiritual desert. In short, they're a bunch of incredibly bored people. Gao Gong lowered his head, his gaze seemingly traversing space, taking in the vast cloning pods beneath the planet's surface, along with women who gave birth naturally and various species engineered for easier mating. The existence of ethical technology is a product born out of technological ethics, and the foundation of technological ethics is that its existence can promote the evolution of the technological tree, or at least not hinder it. But the problem is, Gao Gong glanced at the slums and quarantine zones still at the second-level civilization stage, or even the first-level civilization stage. The technology of the end product civilization has completely stagnated, so technological ethics doesn't even exist. You, a leader of a civilization without morals, still want to enjoy the thrill of moral taboos. Have you taken too many electronic hallucinogens? The rich woman's love prototype spoke lazily. The end product was silent for a moment, then said, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that if you don't hand over my virus mecha overlord, I will let you experience bliss like you've never known before." What bliss? The other party seemed to be particularly concerned about this. The guy opposite smiled, and even such a lewd expression looked extremely cute on this peerless face. There are two types of end products. The ideal end product, through absolute dominance over the material world, fosters a sense of informational divinity. This divinity then suppresses the endless void, allowing them to pursue ultimate monopoly in other dimensions, such as certain technology trees or civilizations. However, ideal end products are virtually non-existent. Real end products, like you, rely heavily on neurotechnology to simulate pleasure, but their dopamine thresholds continue to rise, ultimately leading them to a state of bliss, ultimately leaving them nothing but a dehumanized, alienated pleasure-seeking machine. At that point, completely deleting you would be the ultimate relief. Would you like to try it? As soon as Gao Gong finished speaking, the torrent of neon light suddenly twisted, and the holographic advertising images, as if shredded by invisible hands, tumbled into pixelated debris into the void. The streets dissolved under the erosion of the data virus, and the asphalt pavement cracked into spiderweb-like cracks, revealing the seething viral abyss beneath. There, unencrypted raw code swirled, wrapping itself around all fallen entities, like hungry tentacles. The pedestrians' prosthetic bodies began to spin out of control. The chip sockets at the backs of their necks spurted out fluorescent green goo. The AR interfaces forcibly implanted in their eyeballs popped up crimson 404 error pop-ups. Then, like sand towers, they collapsed, transformed into data dust, and were sucked into the abyss. A multitude of virtual figures erupted from the abyss. The cyber hackers, arriving in this neon world, suddenly felt like they had returned home. As for Gao Gong, who had been talking loudly, ready to verbally attack his enemies, he paused for a moment. He was ready to take action. But he wasn't ready to do it now. In fact, not taking action was the best scenario. But the problem was, there were two individuals in the group who weren't very obedient. One named Du, the other named Gao. Let's not talk about Du. Rich women have their privileges, but Gao was Gao Yuan's alter ego. Gox, who would have thought that this guy would awaken at this moment? Gao Gong's gaze seemed to traverse space and reach the center of the Earth. The Earth's core disappeared, replaced by a viral heart condensed from fragmented code. With each beat, more territory was assimilated into its domain. The rhythm of the heartbeat resonated with the forced synchronization pulse of the chip on the back of the proletarian's neck, forcing them to their knees and vomiting fluorescent green gastric juices. Those were the stripped emotional memories, flowing along the gullies of the earth to their hearts, offering their final sacrifice to the abyss. The end producer finally stood up. The dead value on the quota rings on his hands and feet began to rise wildly, while the stream of survival data transformed into 30 billion people was rapidly decreasing. Faced with the Go Abyss level hack, the end producer's first action was not to resist the invasion, but to take advantage of the enemy's invasion to frantically absorb the planet's asset data. All kinds of assets, human bodies, technology, machinery, precious minerals, even emotions, all digitized and then violently sucked in. Through the cracks in the window, one could see the torrent of data condensing into the abstract shape of a giant python. Below was the gaping neon maw of the viral abyss. It seemed to be devouring the entire planet. Inside a giant corporate building, Zhang Yiping, formerly a corporate investigator and now a minister, held an AI lantern. The light pulled billions of glowing data links into it. The system panel flickered continuously. You gain third level corporate will *1. You gain third level corporate will *1. You gain third level corporate will *1. Similarly, although cyber hackers have long been refined into intangible assets in the end producer civilization, this doesn't mean there are no gains. On the contrary, it can be said to be immense. This intertwined world of divine arrogance and existential nihilism, the symbiosis of pathological control and deep-seated fear, and the social environment of emotional degradation and simulacrum dependence, as long as a portion of the data model is absorbed, it will become the best third-level virus model. And just as these air pollution fees, life rents, and happiness taxes were being continuously extracted, the rich woman-loved prototype suddenly moved. A virtual civilized stick was inserted into the opponent's eyebrows, and an illusory figure was shot out, which was the Lord Lays. Chapter 1569. The end of production was gone, having been prodded by Gao Gong with a stick, revealing the virus code he had absorbed, meaning Lord Lays, and had fled on the spot. The holographic city crumbled beneath his feet. The skyscrapers he had designed were being disassembled by bees into basic data, a torrent of data flowing into the neural interface at the back of his neck. Then he vanished instantly. After being struck by the stick, he must have feared that if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to escape. So he vanished instantly from the hierarchy tower. Brother, are you trying to capture his signal? Don't chase him. Be careful of a desperate dog. He's a leader of a third-level civilization, after all. Gao Gong looked at the third-level, elite-grade information weapon, which had been broken in two by the stick's prodding. Although I'm no longer pursuing the information route, it's still best to have an information weapon. This stick is too low-level, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Gao Yuan carefully noted this before asking. Brother, did he just run away like that? Yes. So cowardly. Although Gao Yuan herself hadn't met many civilization leaders, she instinctively felt that this wasn't the way they were supposed to be. If we don't leave now, are we going to die? Gao Gong shook his head and explained. If we can track down the coordinates of one civilization, we can track down the coordinates of all of them. If it were just us, they might resort to tactics like chemical ecstasy, privatization, and extreme exploitation to fight us. But the problem is, they already know we're in cahoots with Director Du. If we don't leave now, once we join forces, he'd be unstoppable. Not everyone can go 1-on-2 or 3-on-1 in a war of civilizations. And this guy hasn't tried to resist before, spreading the chemical bliss, hasn't he? That wasn't very effective, was it? Gao Yuanyuan asked. She had, of course, heard reports from her subordinates about this chemical bliss. This thing is incredibly powerful. The reason it wasn't effective on the battlefield is simply because it's used against war-crazed machines developed to the limit of Tier 3 technology. If it were used against ordinary mechanical armies, it could even cause all of them to turn against the enemy on the spot, regardless of number or region. If we go one step further and allow these mechanical armies infected with chemical bliss to counterattack, we could even provide a dose of civilization stabilizer for the opposing civilization. That would be a lot of fun. Isn't stability good? Engineer Gao raised his chin. This is the most stable social structure. Gao Yuanyuan followed his gaze. The viral wave has ended. The unemployed have lost their rage. The slum riots have devolved into collective hysterical giggles. Even the most stubborn rebels have become as docile as lambs after the injection. The streets are filled with the smell of synthetic marijuana and burned electrode patches. Pedestrians, like programmed puppets, drag their feet in a disorganized manner, clicking their wristbands with trembling fingers for another dose. Their productivity has already plummeted, but who cares? The comfort level statistical curve has already reached its peak. This is a data oasis without riots. But if we can withstand the enemy's three-pronged attack, this end product civilization will reveal its incompetent side. Senior engineer changed the subject. As you said, what legitimate leader of a civilization would abandon its coordinates and run away, leaving behind its very architecture? Name, class tower. Category, 4th tier civilization building. Origin, and a producer civilization. Weight, 100 million tons. Basic attributes, DPS, 0, attack damage, 0, attack speed, 0, attack range, 0. Internal structure, bottom layer, hive houses the consciousness of the proletariat. Their brain nerves are connected to the tower's computing network, acting as human batteries. Middle layer, filter AI enforcement units monitor all social behavior and allocate occupational and lifespan quotas using the exploitation protocol algorithm. The top floor, the sanctuary of the final producers, here resides the digital consciousness of the final producers, who synchronously control the flow of global resources through quantum entanglement. Function 1, class solidification system. Every citizen is implanted with a hardening chip at birth, which assigns an initial class based on genetic merit. Lower class individuals cannot advance through education or labor, and their physiological functions, such as breathing rate and dopamine secretion, are regulated by the tower. Function 2, consciousness taming field. The transmitters at the top of the tower continuously emit adjustment waves to suppress rebellious sentiment and directly instill the values of the final producers into the people's subconscious. Artistic creations and verbal expressions must pass tower review. Violators will have their memories formatted. Function 3, absolute resource monopoly. The tower's base is connected to a resource siphon, extracting 100% of the world's energy and minerals. The final producers securitize resources through the tower's void exchange, and even drinking water at the bottom must be purchased with credits. Although I knew the final producers were abstract in my previous life, I didn't expect them to be so abstract. While this tower is functionally the most effective of all the 4th tier structures senior engineer possesses, the expertise involved is also quite complex, encompassing quantum technology, consciousness technology, space technology, AI technology. At least 6 expertise chains are required to create a 4th tier structure of this caliber. For some ordinary 3rd level civilizations, 6 specialized knowledge chains are equivalent to all specialized knowledge chains. No wonder they say the end product civilization overdraws its technology tree. It turns out you really do, so the question is, what do you need this thing for? Disciplined players? Then the players will definitely rebel. Disciplined NPCs? What's the point of a civilization founder like me, with a 200% loyalty aura, doing this? Gao Yuanyuan, knowing the properties of this civilization building, was speechless. Brother, this doesn't seem like a proper civilization building. Quite unorthodox. Gao Gong thought about it, and concluded that its only function was to create a cyber test site. If this were the case, it would indeed be more useful than a planetary mainframe. But the problem is, to build a cyber test site, your faction must develop into an advanced civilization. And once your faction reaches the advanced civilization level, it seems that building a cyber test site won't be necessary. So, after some thought, Gao Gong decided to put this item into the redemption system and leave it to the players. He believed that the talented and intelligent players would surely find a suitable use for it. After all, this was a Tier 4 structure. Even in the entire galaxy, it was probably the first Tier 4 civilization structure to be sold. After acquiring the tier tower, Gao Gong didn't leave immediately, but waited a few days. During these days, the players, especially those who pursued hacking, were overjoyed. After all, for cyber hackers, arriving in the end producer civilization felt like returning home. Any operation to control society or civilization here, with a little rebranding, could become a top-level hacking skill. Even the non-hackers who arrived were incredibly happy. The end productor had left, but he left in a hurry, leaving behind many things. And a civilization leader, especially one like him, akin to a treasure dragon, could easily find a little bit of something between his fingers, enough for the players to eat. Is this the battery layer? The PP leader was currently at the bottom of the planet, suppressing his nausea as he took in the scene before him. Billions of bodies were embedded in a honeycomb-like energy matrix, their spines connected to crude cables, and charred pus and blood oozed from the fusion of their skin and alloy electrodes. Their eyelids had been permanently removed to prevent drowsiness from affecting the electrical output. Their dry eyeballs reflected the beating numbers on the holographic screen above their heads, a countdown to their remaining lifespans being squeezed out. As he walked, the PP leader arrived at the Happy Power Supply Zone. Here, imprisoned are selected human batteries, their amygdalae transformed into dopamine pumps. Whenever the virtual reality system plays images of family members or childhood memories, their brains burst with extraordinary electrical currents. This sweet torture powers the hierarchy towers and the upper-class communities. After discharge, the individuals eventually melt into a pool of electrolyte-rich mucus, which is pumped to the incubator for the next batch of batteries. PP leader even saw a skinny woman with her cerebral cortex removed, cradling a baby as if holding it, gently calling out a duo. But her arms were empty of anything. What should we do with these people? Can we rescue them? PP leader said reluctantly. No, their human systems are completely tied to the planet's energy system. To dismantle them would require extensive human modification, and their bodies can't withstand such a transformation. I always loved John Iping's calm response. All we can do is minimize the power consumption of this planet's systems before we leave, so their sweet dreams can last a little longer. But dreams are ultimately false, sighed the PP leader. Do you think the game we're playing is real? The PP leader was stunned, unsure of what to say for a moment. After a moment, he changed the subject. What goodies did you find here? Minister Zhang said calmly. According to my investigation, the cyber hackers participating in the mission have activated a total of 415 third-level hacking skills, developed 42 third-level viruses, and found over 100 control blueprints. Wait, I told you to farm monsters, not players. Why are you conducting this kind of investigation? The PP leader was stunned, feeling that this guy was almost the same as one of those perverted stalkers. Investigate research report. Why don't I remember this mission? The PP leader thought for a moment. There really wasn't any such mission in the Mother City system. Well, this is my exclusive job change mission. You changed your job, right? You haven't changed yet? The PP leader explained in astonishment. Theoretically, as long as the faction's technology is sufficient, it's possible to change ranks without changing jobs, what's known as a blank slate. But what's the point of doing that? In the Starnet civilization, there are many information-focused professions. Minister Zhang remained silent, but based on the PP leader's understanding of him, he tacitly agreed. What profession? The PP leader was curious. After all, even in the cyber lab, corporate investigators were even more mysterious and rare than cyber hackers. A level 2 cyber hacker upgrades to a level 3 cyber hacker. So, does a level 2 corporate investigator upgrade to a level 3 investigator? I always liked Zhang Iping's silent introduction to her class. Scourge Investigator. Level 3 Scourge investigators were born from the faction's defense against the 4 Scourge players. Their mission is to monitor the unconventional behavior of the 4 Scourge groups, analyze their behavioral patterns, skill logic, and other vulnerabilities, and guide them in their initial exploration of the underlying rules of the game. Exclusive class skills. Scourge Investigation Level 1, Deep Weaving Level 1, Rules Intervention Level 2. She was particularly stunned when she saw that the so-called rules interference could force players to log off. Is this a player skill? Isn't this a GM skill? Faction players, I always liked John Iping. He's developed a new class, the Scourge Investigator. Bonus: 10 million faction points and 4,000 leader reputation. Warning: this class carries certain risks. Please choose carefully whether to activate the class change channel. Catastrophe Investigation, class skill, activated. Investigate the behavior patterns of the 4 Scourge and analyze their impact on game balance. Deep Weaving, class skill, activated. monitor the behavior patterns of the Force Scourge, and address identity vulnerabilities created by the Scourge through memory modification and other methods. Rule Intervention, Class Skill, activated. Level up to interfere with player login and logout times. Maximize this skill to force players to log off. Level cannot be higher than Scourge Investigator. Gao Gong's first reaction was that the system had gone mad. His second reaction was that some unidentified mastermind had begun recruiting Black Gloves. His third reaction was that the Scourge Investigator class, seemingly, could be changed. The fourth reaction was, seems like other NPCs can also change their classes, right? Most importantly, this class change channel is controlled by oneself. In other words, if you want several people to change their classes, you can do so. There's no chance a bunch of player investigators will end up investigating themselves. So this class seems to be a truly player-activated class in the game. It's a class based on bloodline, species talent, ethnicity, and even the technology tree. But the overall class evolution seems to be towards the fourth calamity. Why didn't this class exist in the previous life? In the previous life, it seems there wasn't a player group of this size gathering. And no civilized force would recruit such a large number of alien species. Very dangerous, isn't it? So, is this really a class? Isn't this the system awakening and starting to stir up trouble? Gao Gong rubbed his chin, pondering for a long time, but couldn't come up with a clue. Luckily, Gao Yuanyuan's voice interrupted Gao Gong's thoughts. Brother, I have repaired the AI module of this virus machine lord. Chapter 1570. In fact, even when facing Lord Lays, Gao Gong was still pondering the profession of the disaster investigator. He even came up with something. That is, since he had traveled back in time, then theoretically, the system should have traveled back as well. What he had experienced in his previous life, especially the fourth disaster being canned by an advanced civilization, the system must have experienced it countless times. So, was this so-called disaster investigator evolved specifically to address this issue? If one were to use a bit more imagination, could this profession, after upgrading, become a civilization investigator, or even a high-level civilization investigator? Interesting. Gao Gong finally regained his composure, and fixed his gaze on the bewildered and numb virus lord before him. It was obvious to the naked eye that this guy had been tormented by the final generation. That was why Gao Yuanyuan's repairs were so slow. The advantage of this approach, however, is that the enemy now has no ability to resist. Senior Engineer quickly uncovered a vast cache of the virus machine civilization's treasures, including planetary information storage centers, virus subdimensions, and even data and blueprints from other civilizations infiltrated by the virus machine civilization. Only the Great Lord, the lone uncontaminated source, knew all of this. Looks like our cyber hackers have their hands full again. This kind of infiltration mission is perfect for these Tier 3 hackers, who have just refreshed their skills. Unfortunately, these hackers, having absorbed the essence of civilization, don't seem to have mutated into any new hacker classes. So, is this a gift or a coincidence? Regardless, Gao Gong remembered this player, Minister Zhang, and planned to transfer him from his current position. Because there was a new department more suitable for him, and that new department was naturally the newly formed Swordbearer department. After asking a series of questions, Gao Gong suddenly had a thought and asked one final question. How did you contact the Insect Queen? Based on the information previously obtained on the battlefield, it seems that this person was the one who initially connected the two civilizations. Just as the players were searching the civilization coordinates, the Legion spaceship also appeared in another civilization coordinate. Coincidentally, the civilization coordinates of the end producers were abandoned by the end producers themselves, and the civilization coordinates of the Speakers of the Stars were also abandoned by the species called the Speakers of the Stars. The difference between the two is that one was driven away by others, while the other was laid off and reemployed, having been lured away by their former superiors. Even so, entering this civilization coordinate is still extremely dangerous. Billions of tiny planets swirl like a swarm, sometimes forming giant tree-like structures, sometimes collapsing into hourglass shapes. As they shift, they sometimes emit blue-shifted starlight, sometimes precipitate red-shifted dust. The sands of the Ganges are no different. Those with some cosmic common sense know that both red and blue light are variations in electromagnetic radiation waves, and redshift, in particular, is a crucial piece of evidence for the expansion of the universe. So even though these tiny planets are truly tiny, even less than half Pang Xiong's height, Pang Xiong still doesn't dare touch them. Even for a creature as physically formidable as him, instinct warned him not to touch it lightly, for if he did, he would be utterly destroyed. So, standing before the space window, Fat Xiang silently watched the tiny planet pass by the spacecraft. He could even see, on this tiny planet, no bigger than a house, mountains and rivers, vegetation, and even intelligent species with some basic technology. With his intelligence, he couldn't tell whether these species had always been this size, or had been compressed to this size. He couldn't even tell whether the image of billions of tiny planets swarming before him was real or an illusion. Although the other party was also a level 3 civilization, were the coordinates of a level 3 civilization really that exaggerated? Thankfully, with the departure of the civilization, only basic defenses remained on this coordinate. Therefore, by following the star map provided by someone, they could follow the map and enter the core of the coordinate with almost no danger. But for Matsushima Keiko, the operation was still very frustrating. I'm so annoyed. This crappy place doesn't even have automatic navigation. I have to operate it manually. And the worst part is, it's so noisy with all the chatter. Fat Xiang scratched his head. How about I go? You go? I'm afraid you crash into it while you're driving the spaceship. Matsushima Keiko cursed, feeling quite down. There was a reason for this. Originally, their new Shrek pirates had 4 permanent members, him, Fat Xiang, Velvet, and Gate, plus the legendary mercenary Ti Yangqi who occasionally joined. That made a total of 5 people. Before this mission, Gate was called back from headquarters, reportedly to undertake a highly classified mission. Then, Velvet was also transferred, reportedly to oversee the Void Expedition. Ti Yangqi didn't come this time either. So, she had thought this would be a happy honeymoon. But Fat Xiang, that fat guy, had no clue what to do. He was either in seclusion practicing, or practicing, with no thoughts of romance at all. Especially with the advancement of the faction space technology, hundreds and thousands of light years flew by in a flash. Before Matsushima Keiko could even figure out how to flirt with him, she had already reached her destination. When stellar winds pass through the stellar belt, they trigger a resonance similar to that of chimes. The debris of abandoned exploration satellites collide with each other, emitting infrasound waves like whale songs. Even dark matter flowing through this area stirs up frequencies similar to Buddhist chants in the dimensional rifts. These sounds are not random. They follow a topological musical score, with even the gravitational waves of the black hole being tuned to the bass beat. This place, where the voice of the starry sky resides, is filled with a variety of low-pitched noises. It was in this environment that Matsushima Keiko finally gave up on the idea of a date. But at last, they had reached their destination. As they carefully skirted the last redshift patch, the redshift and blueshift stars in the galaxy merged simultaneously. Their spectra, like 2 intertwined galaxies, splashed a brilliant storm of color across the dark cosmic canvas. The redshifted light was like molten gold at sunset, carrying the lingering echo of the universe's expansion, trailing a warm, long crimson trail across the void, while the blue-shifted starlight resembled the cold light reflected from polar glaciers, carrying a sharp, blue-green hue compressed from high-frequency energy. When the 2 beams of light finally met, the entire starry sky seemed enchanted. Like a firework display of billions of stars simultaneously exploding, blending silently in the absolute vacuum, transforming the entire star field into a breathtaking cosmic kaleidoscope. Gaze upon this magnificent spectacle. Even someone as unromantic as Fatty Xiang was captivated and captivated. Matsushima Keiko's temper vanished, and she instinctively reached for Fatty Xiang's arm. But just then, a discordant voice rang out. Are you the patient Xiaoxing you mentioned? It looks quite serious. But you're still dating someone when you're sick. Aren't you afraid of infecting others? Matsushima Keiko's pupils widened at this, and she looked at him with a horrified look. The other person swept Fatty Xiang around again, then shook her head helplessly. It's over. You are incurable. With the severity of your infection, even a derelict guard like me can't let you take your belongings. You better come with me. The next moment, a massive, aged mechanical hand emerged from the starlight. Its metal surface had long since lost its former luster, replaced by a layer of mottled rust, like aged spots on an old man's hand, a testament to the erosion of time. And yet, with a simple lift, the old hand swept Fat Xiang across time and space, carrying him away. Before Matsushima Keiko could recover, the old voice echoed again, lamenting his misfortune and infuriating his lack of resistance. Young girl, how could you, at such a young age, contract this disease? You should come with me. Then, a colossal force emerged from the surrounding void. To Matsushima Keiko, it felt as if she were facing some vast, ancient mechanical system. Then, like Fatty Xiang, they were sucked in with almost no resistance. However, Matsushima Keiko showed no concern for her own safety, only indignation at being slandered. I'm not sick, I'm a cyborg virgin. Gao Gong naturally had no idea that a supposedly safe exploration of civilization coordinates had gone awry due to a misunderstanding. He had no idea that Fatty Xiong had been mistaken for him and dragged away for treatment. He was activating his first secondary class at the 3rd level. Class change successful. You become a Scourge Investigator, gaining the talent Scourge Detection. Scourge Detection detects the time an opponent logs in and out of the game. Why would I need this? I can't log out to block them. Gao Gong muttered, then poured in a stream of experience points, instantly raising Scourge Investigator to level 20. You upgrade your Scourge Investigator to level 2, gaining 5 intelligence and 5 perception, but reducing your luck by 100. You upgrade your Scourge Investigator to level 3, gaining 5 intelligence and 5 perception, but reducing your luck by 100. You upgrade your Scourge Investigator to level 20, gaining 10 intelligence and 10 perception, but reducing your luck by 1000. Why would this crappy class reduce your luck after reaching the maximum level? Gao Gong was shocked and incomprehensible. But that's not the point. This class really gets interesting when Gao Gong raises Scourge Investigation, Deep Weaving, and Rule Intervention to their skill caps. After maxing out Scourge Investigation, you can actually investigate player leaks. Although there's a System 404 error, any behavior that could potentially reveal a player's identity will be censored. But this 404 system is obviously not a foolproof solution, otherwise the player's previous life wouldn't have been discovered and canned. This survey seems to be able to measure the player's level of leaks and the probability of leaks. And when Deep Weaving is maxed out, it comes with a built-in brainwashing system, but it doesn't brainwash the player, but the NPCs. The effect is similar to the one in the Men in Black movie Gao Gong saw a long time ago that erases related memories. However, this trick has 2 limitations. First, it only works between people of the same level. If the level difference is too great, there's even a chance of failure. Second, it only erases memories related to the 4th calamity. It's useless for other memories. As for the final rule intervention, needless to say, the legendary unplugging the network cable technique is incredibly effective, but with the same limitations as above. After maxing out all the skill levels, Gao Gong really wanted to find someone to use it on, but there were no players around, so he had to do it. There was no other way. After all, he was currently on Heluapa's super bio ship. Director Du wasn't like Senior Engineer, who held players in high regard. Especially for a mechanical leader with a massive army of billions, the 4th Scourge was, at best, just a handful of relatively capable special units. Not worthy of her utmost respect. So, after being unable to experiment with his skills, he eagerly followed Du Xiaodi, unleashing the massage techniques he painstakingly honed over 2 lifetimes to soothe the wealthy woman's fatigue. Du Xiaodi's lips curled up, enjoying the moment as she said, "I've already exchanged what you requested. They're more approachable than I thought. Of course, it's easy to talk to. One chain of expertise for another. They're not losing out, and we're giving them face by not getting anything for free. We're the overlord civilization." Du Xiaodi hummed, then added, "Dealing with 2 insect queens, and that sealed artifact number 2 you mentioned at once, wouldn't that be a bit too much pressure? After all, the Mirta people are no pushovers." "It's okay." Senior Engineer diligently massaged Director Du's shoulders. It was undeniable that the skin of an immortal was as smooth as jade, wrinkle-free. As he massaged, it took on a glaze-like sheen, bringing a strange pleasure like playing with beads. He massaged from the shoulders to the waist, then to the hips. As he massaged, he explained, "It's nothing. These sealed artifacts are nothing more than experimental experiments. Do they truly possess the power to overthrow civilization? Even the Zerg Queen must first evolve a civilization before she can stir up trouble. Even if the suppression fails, can these sealed artifacts truly defeat us? How many mechanical armies does it possess?" Du Xiaodi nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke frankly, "I can sense signs of Heluo Po's consciousness reviving within me. Although I suppressed it once before, the effect wasn't particularly good." Gao Gong wasn't surprised at all. It's normal. An ascended species, a cosmic noble, and an immortal species, it's not that easy to completely subdue. To fully assimilate them, we must unlock the technology tree of carbon-based civilization. It's perfectly reasonable for a 3rd-level carbon-based civilization to assimilate a 4th-level ascended species. There's nothing wrong with that. Gao Gong's hands and feet became restless as he massaged her. "Watch me physically subdue her." Then he pressed down on her. Chapter 1571. It turns out that not everyone can serve a wealthy woman well, especially one who possesses the triple buffs of cosmic nobility, immortality, and ascended species. So, when Du Xiaodi went to work, refreshed and radiant, Gao Gong was left alone, looking like a sluggish man, his eyes dark and his various divine lines trembling, like a bereft Ultraman. To alleviate this extreme physical fatigue, Gao Gong chose to receive information while opening the system. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Stellar Assessment and Modeling. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Planetary Mechanical Engineering. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Ecological Synthesis. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Tectonic Plate Shaping. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Artificial Gravity Core. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Life Environment Simulation. You have obtained the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Evolving Planet. Should we merge? Stellar Assessment. Estimation and Modeling plus Planetary Mechanical Engineering plus Ecological Synthesis plus Tectonic Plate Shaping plus Artificial Gravity Core plus Life Environment Simulation plus Evolving Planets. Synthesis successful. You obtain the 3rd level Professional Knowledge Chain. Small and medium-sized celestial body transformation. Small and medium-sized celestial body transformation. In the epic journey of intelligent species towards the stars, the transformation of small and medium-sized celestial bodies, planets, asteroids, comets, etc., is no longer a simple resource extraction, but a violent aesthetic reconstruction of the laws of the universe. Using machinery and energy to shred the celestial body's original form, forging them into a springboard for civilization. It seems that this professional knowledge chain indeed fits the attributes of the mechanical leaf eternal habitat. No wonder this mechanical ecological civilization has provided such a complete professional knowledge chain. This even includes the core professional knowledge, evolving planets. Evolving planets, from flesh and blood to gears, from nature to machinery. Once a cradle of lava and oceans, it's now a temple of steel and energy, a celestial evolution led by inorganic intelligence. From the perspective of this specialized knowledge chain alone, it's theoretical knowledge, useful only in conjunction with other professional knowledge. But it also has the widest range of applications. Because evolving planets isn't just about transforming a planet into a mechanical factory. Trap planets, space wells, planetary teleportation points, non-hives, planetary spaceships, mechanical cradles. For example, the planetary-level mechanical transformations mastered by Senior Engineer are likely evolutions and derivatives of this knowledge chain. Senior Engineer glanced at the faction experience, and it was indeed in the trillions. In particular, the mechanical ecological support in the mechanical leaf permanent habitat seemed to increase construction experience. Senior Engineer skillfully began the task of clearing blueprints. First, complete this specialized knowledge chain. While Gao Gong was working on the blueprints, Gao Yuan, along with a group of cyber hackers, began collecting the remains of the viral mechanical civilization. The process was unremarkable. Around a hidden viral space, the stars began to move. At first, they were just distant pinpricks of light, silently dotted across the night sky, like countless pairs of cold eyes. Then, they began to wriggle. It was a movement not comprehensible to human vision. The stars' paths twisted, as if kneaded and stretched by some invisible force. Their light was no longer constant, but flickered with an almost biological rhythm, as if breathing. Some stars suddenly expanded, erupting with a blinding blue-white glow, then shrank sharply, leaving behind dark red embers that slowly dissipated into the void. Others split, dividing in two, then in four, like multiplying cells, ultimately weaving a spreading web of light across the sky. The virus machine, sensing something was amiss, had just activated its defenses when it was overwhelmed by the star tide. The stars were no longer distant. They were here, rewriting the entire world into a more suitable form within the virus machine circuits. This entire operation is called entropy reduction. Merely adjusting a few information parameters could cause the entire cyberspace to explode. Even a dozen ancient virus guardians, second only to the virus machine overlord and, according to the system, considered level 90 boss monsters, were crushed in the blink of an eye. Then the player hackers swarmed in. Hacks were launched, intrusions were intruded. The process was identical to the dozen or so times before. At the far end of the stars, Gao Yuan sat hugging her knees, her cheeks puffed out in boredom. First her left cheek, then her right, then her left again. She could have followed Director Du's spaceship back. But she decided to help her brother's cyber hackers. It wasn't that she particularly liked the fourth calamity, but rather that she disliked that woman. Well, dislike was an understatement. Her gaze seemed to summon the stars, and the next moment, the stars shrank, their light collapsing inward, as if being sucked away by something beyond the laws of physics. Then, in the blink of an eye, Gao Yuan was suspended in midair. The starlight cracked, revealing mechanical virus weapons. Some were third-level virus loaders, some were half-mechanical, half-information weapons, and some were exclusive to the Grand Lord. Gao Yuanyuan browsed through it, but found nothing satisfying. A thought struck her, and her feet sank, as if she had entered another world. It was a viral abyss completely different from the StarNet world. The buildings were twisted skeletons, their surfaces covered in peeling code scabs, revealing the wriggling binary flesh within. The streets were shattered transmission protocols, like violently torn wounds, with jagged 404 errors flickering at the edges. The streetlights were floating crash logs, countless out-of-memory death warnings floating in their pale halos. The sky did not exist. In its place, a chasm stretched infinitely downward, woven from billions of lines of corrupted scripts, like a vast, self-devouring neural network, its code strings pulsing like blood vessels, occasionally contracting like spasms, spewing out a fluorescent blue mist of error messages. Some areas had necrotized, becoming unresponsive blocks like black holes, while others had swollen into translucent data cysts, with worm-like malicious programs roaming within. Today's virus abyss is no longer just one abyss, but a cluster of solidified abysses. For example, within one abyss, a festering protocol tree. Its trunk is composed of stacked crash dumps, its bark etched with the source code of a suicidal loop. Its branches are drooping intrusion protocols, their tips dripping with corrosive data packets. It bears a striking resemblance to a giant tree on a certain planet. At the core of another abyss, Gao Yuanyuan beheld a virus moon that constantly compiled and crashed, its surface covered in a honeycomb of system vulnerabilities, and with every breath, it sprayed logic bomb spores throughout the abyss. The moonlight was crimson, its spectrum brimming with insane malicious instructions. In other abysses, Gao Yuanyuan also saw other fourth-order viruses, or rather, fourth-order abyss cores. Even from the perspective of a civilization, creating a fourth-order virus is extremely difficult, even more difficult than creating a fourth-order mechanical structure. But once a breakthrough is achieved, mass production, mutation, and differentiation of a fourth-order virus becomes much easier than creating a fourth-order structure. And there are no fewer than 100 fourth-order abyss cores just now. There's even a large-scale abyss virus, created by the fourth calamity, resembling a golden Buddha statue. And at the bottom of the abyss, something permeated that even she felt a sense of dread. Gao Yuanyuan summoned her courage and said, "I have something to talk to you about." A face similar to hers rose from the seething malicious code, like a cursed primitive protocol suddenly awakened. Skin wasn't pixels, but a living trap woven from loopholes, every inch of it undergoing endless penetration. As you gaze, the contours of her face begin to collapse into a quantum state, sometimes revealing a pale beauty, sometimes transforming into a wriggling vortex of assembly language. Anyone who attempts to decipher her will immediately have the image of the worm's hive burned into their retinas. Gox replied lazily. "I want to build an information weapon for my brother. Can you help me?" "Oh!" The other person's face suddenly pixelated, transforming into a mosaic of weeping faces, then reconstructing into a strange, over-sharpened smile. "Building a weapon? Interesting." Gao Yuanyuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. She suddenly regretted it. With the massive fall and decline of the worms, coupled with the victorious reunion of the War Madness Legion and the Anti-Zerg Alliance on the 4-star, the Civilization War Dungeon, which had thrilled players to the extreme, had finally come to an end. At this moment, a group of players huddled in front of the space capsule, watching a classic cutscene. The Anti-Zerg Alliance's fleet array stretched like a moving great wall of steel, extending to the horizon. Beyond the edge lay a variety of massive mechanical and celestial weapons. It was precisely with these long-range mechanical weapons, capable of covering light years, even hundreds or thousands of light years, that the Anti-Zerg Alliance withstood the invasion of the Zerg civilization. Otherwise, in a mere interstellar war on the scale of astronomical units, the mechanical armies of these allied civilizations would have been devoured by the Zerg. When facing an invasion of microscopic species, long-range strikes are always the most effective method. Of course, the Alliance also had a star armor core. A certain section of this great wall of steel was composed entirely of star armor series. They arrayed themselves in the void, like a silent black nebula devouring starlight. Billions of mechanical star armor sliced through space in perfectly synchronized trajectories, their engine nozzles emitting faint blue ion tails, carving precise grids across the deep sky. Every armor seam reflected the same cold light, and every observation mirror scanned the star field ahead at a perfectly consistent frequency. Across from them, the war-crazed mechanical legions, legendary for their ability to destroy entire civilizations, stood out as a distinct minority. The battle lines were sparse, and the surveillance cameras were turned on and off. The mechanical bodies crouched, stood, and even lay down. Many of the Warcrave's machine's AI modules even maintained tens of thousands of accounts, engaging in online flirting. Though mechanical, even without reproductive systems, these species, possessing an insatiable drive for conquest, possessed an exceptionally strong desire for mating. And what's the point of having no reproductive system? Virtual mating, signal fertility, online nurturing. The entire process goes on, without even needing to know the exact species on the other side of the network. And the Allied forces won't underestimate or even despise the enemy simply because of the laziness and lack of discipline of these machines. After all, the numbers on the detectors can't be faked. Those 100 million, 200 million, 500 million mechanical energies, those mechanical fluctuations comparable to those of a large starship, unabashedly demonstrate the enemy's outrageous combat power. Let's put it this way. The enemy's strongest wave of mechanical fluctuations is no less powerful than those ranked lower in the extremophile rankings. In other words, if the enemy wanted to, they could create a mechanical army composed entirely of extremophiles. This alone would be enough for these mechanical civilizations to raise the threat level of the enemy even higher. Even raising it to the level of insect civilizations wouldn't be impossible. After all, while it couldn't match the endless burst of insects, the effect was similar in a real fight. Both possessed the formidable power to overthrow an entire interstellar battlefield in a single wave. Soon, high-level officials from both sides began meeting, communicating, and negotiating peace agreements. There were even some prisoner trials. But this wasn't very appealing to the players. Hey man, what are you looking at? Wu Huangjue poked his new friend. I'm Big Muscle. The two mecha overlords charged into the front lines throughout the Civilization War dungeon, thoroughly enjoying the kills. I'm the Big Muscle Tyrant, without even looking up, said, I'm checking how many faction points I have left to see if I can redeem the God Slayer set. Oh that. Wu Huangjue's face was brimming with envy. As a faction reward for the Civilization War, the Legion issued what was said to be Boss G's spare mechanical body, the same model equipment as Little Angel shall use, the God Slayer set. Undoubtedly, this level of equipment, even a set, instantly ignited the enthusiasm of mechanical players. Although the numerous zeros in redemption points, coupled with the faction's exclusive point redemption system, deterred 99% of players, they still couldn't resist the enthusiastic discussion. Too bad, the path I'm taking isn't suitable for this type of set modification. Just a simple brain would be fine. But Wu Huangjue's flesh and machine transformation, with its retained biological components, surpassed the capabilities of the God Slayer set. I'm the Big Muscle Tyrant glanced at him, about to offer comfort. But then, the other party added, even if the attributes matched, I can't trade. All my money is spent on building my Duchan wife. All she needs is a Kenmusu core, and she be ready. Tell me, if I maxed out a Kenmusu's favorability, and had her willingly implant the ship's core, activating Duchan, would she be willing? Chapter 1572. I, the Big Muscle Man, was taken aback by the opponent's impressive maneuvering. Although technically feasible, it is possible. After all, the core of a man-made mechanical wife is a processing unit, and a well-tuned one at that. This requires more than just blueprints, or even mechanical devices. And this kind of tuning requires the most time and effort. Acquiring the Kankali core naturally allows for a quick fix. But what is this? A mechanical-themed cover? Or are you so confident you can raise the Kankali's favorability to this level? Are you committing suicide for love or for the grave? Are you really not afraid of being slashed by a mechanical axe? As someone with an NPC wife, I, the Big Muscle Man, was at a loss for words. He always felt like he didn't fit in with some of the perverts in the group. Of course, in the eyes of others, those who hang out with gorillas aren't much better than others. Wu Huangjue, unsure of the other party's thoughts, continued enthusiastically discussing the possibility. Perhaps in his eyes, the man before him was a kindred spirit. But suddenly, I, the Big Muscle Man, stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and he excitedly clenched his fist, saying, I won. Wu Huangjue was stunned for a moment, then revealed an expression of envy. Congratulations, buddy, you're incredibly lucky. Since these 10 God Slayer suits were the first of their kind to be offered in such high numbers, all the mechanic players watched with wide eyes, and even those with connections were unable to escape by backdoors. To ensure fairness, after confirming the required faction points and the number of players who had applied, the relevant authorities decisively implemented a lottery. Fair and just, everything is random, everything is up to fate. So even someone as strong as I, Big Muscle King, and even one of the earliest players to follow Mr. G, can only wait for the lottery results. Thankfully, luck has arrived, and no one can stop it. Let's go! You're not going to watch the cutscenes? No, I'm hurrying back to get my gear. Big Muscle King, waved his hand without even turning back. Besides getting the gear, he was in such a hurry because he had a hunch that once he equipped this level of gear, his legendary skill would likely increase from 4% to 10%. Wu Huangjiu had looked at him with envy, not because he envied him for acquiring that level of mechanical armor, but because he was always accompanied by 2 Orgrimmar guards. These were the few Orgrimmar warriors who hadn't shaved their hair. They had 2 or 3 armor templates, equivalent to some weaker tier 3 bosses. This was the convenience his status as a consort brought him. With the increasing number of players redeeming legendary skills and another patch update, his position as the former top PvP expert was no longer tenable. After all, compared to the true top PvP masters, the Big Muscle Man, still lacked some talent. But his position as the greatest gigolo in history was becoming increasingly secure. This was especially true after a large number of Orgrimmarians displayed their superb mechanic talents. During a previous patch, the trial period as a support pet ended, and if you wanted to use these Gao family members for help again, the price would be quite high, unless you had to raise the favorability of a certain Orgrimmar person to a very high level. That's how I could ask for help in the name of friendship when they're free. But as the Prince Consort of Orgrimmar, and especially, in a sense, the Prince Consort who saved their clan, Big Muscle, can get any tier 3 mechanics help for free. Even the current Gao family wouldn't disown this relative. Any department where a relative is present, Big Muscle can visit and complete quests. This alone makes countless players envious. Especially those who love hairy bodies, who are beating their chests and stamping their feet. I can also love gorillas, and I love them for real. The kind of love that doesn't even require shaving. How could this idiot, Big Muscle, get there first? No matter how the other players beat their chests and stamp their feet, Big Muscle, having enjoyed the benefits of species marriage, finally boarded the space string channel back to the Alpha Narcissus. But as soon as I entered, I realized something was wrong. Following the direction of the spatial fluctuations, Big Muscle actually saw a bunch of space creatures, and not just space creatures. Amidst the seemingly boundless spatial string transmission, the universe was compressed into a flat plane. Yet, within this plane, countless beings of various forms traversed the boundless void. Like flowing nebulae or condensed energy vortices, they moved through the tides of gravity and dark matter. Electromagnetic storms surged in their paths, and quantum fluctuations rippled like waves. These are space species and energy species, right? Although these species were not high in level, only around level 70 or 80, their numbers were considerable. What puzzled him even more was that there didn't seem to be so many energy species within the camp. So he filmed the scene and shared it with the old group chat, to see if anyone knew about this. What, Heba, you're sneaking into the game again, aren't you? A dungeon run? Sister G was always the first to respond. Is this teleporting? Can outsiders access our space channel? Gundam. The screenshots of these species attributes don't show the Cybertron Legion prefix. Oh, time's almost up, tick tick. As a female player who's been a lurker for a long time, she rarely spoke up. What's going on? At tick tick. It's a high-level NPC in the faction, named Ti Yongqi. He has a space exploration and invitation quest, and many of his fellow energy-based players have gotten it. He intends to recruit space and energy species from the first and second sectors in preparation for the Void Expedition. The players in the group chat were stunned at first, then all sorts of questions popped up immediately. Ti Yongqi? Is he the NPC who can change classes to Tamer and Interstellar Mercenary? I heard that many carbon-based players followed him into the Tamer path, and some even tried to tame the Radiation Goddess, and nearly got beaten to death. Oh, that guy, I've heard of him too, Sister G suddenly realized. Void Expedition? The name sounds like a large dungeon. How come I've never heard of it? At Dida. Because this quest is primarily open to players with energy and space attributes, it's a niche within the faction, and only those in our small circle know about it. Void Expedition is about exploring dimensions. Whether you can fight or not is not important. The perception of spatial energy is the most important thing, especially since the faction's space string technology is extremely advanced. This exploration may go even further than the Myrta people did, so some energy and space attributes are needed to sense the outside world. As a legendary mercenary and beast tamer, Ti Yongqi knew and dealt with many of these species, which is why this mission was possible. So that's the case, but are those species willing to come? Someone else asked. Being a dog for a level 3 civilization is an honor for most interstellar species, even space species. Big Brother Hui spoke meaningfully. All the players were stunned by this, savoring it for a moment. That's right, to be honest, if a level 3 civilization suddenly wanted to recruit you without a faction, it goes without saying they would definitely be willing. And everyone, if any of you have a consciousness above 5,000, come to me, and I can help bring you in. Although Dee Dee didn't specify, judging by her attitude, she clearly played a crucial role in this mission. However, the moment the 5,000 consciousness point was announced, the players in the group wailed. That's too high, especially for the consciousness stat, which has little use beyond unlocking star armor. Almost no one would even consider stacking it. At best, it indirectly enhances the base stats. You should be about the same, right? At Gundam. Yes, I'm about the same. We see when the time comes. I'm busy with something else. Gundam replied calmly. Many people also understood the reason for this person's composure, or perhaps, the reason for his sudden wealth. During the previous civilization war, this person, whether through sheer luck or sheer luck, actually stole a Slayer King. That's right, not a Zerg King, but the Slayer King. Based on their subsequent exploration of the Zerg nest, it's likely that this Zerg King destroyed the Mirta Slayer King and then kept it as a collectible, hanging it in the Zerg nest. Then the exploring Gundam was found. As for the Insect King, it was most likely dead. So, when Gundam presented this half-organic, half-mechanical mecha, it received an unprecedented reward. According to Gundam's own requirements, a team of mechanical masters worked on custom making a star armor on par with the King Slayer. Gundam has been busy with this for a while. It's said that the superstar armor is being crafted at the faction's highest military academy, where the flight masters are carrying out missions, and Gundam can occasionally see them. After browsing the group for a while, Big Muscle, contentedly closed the system. Just then, an Orgrimmar guard hesitated, then couldn't help but speak. Sir, there's something I think you should know. Is it about the origins of these space creatures? I already know. Not that. It's about the cult. Cult? What is it? Big Muscle, was stunned and asked. According to the other party, this seems to be a hidden class for the faction? Algorithms are God, and war is prayer? An ancestral temple transformed into a church? A super war mad priest, powered by a war engine? Just the name sounds awesome, doesn't it? The requirements for the class change are still unknown, but it's likely that a pilot program will be conducted at the Gao family ancestral temple first, requiring only Orgrimmar bloodline. The project's codename is said to be Dewhammer. Doesn't that mean I have no chance at all? I, the muscle-bound man, said this casually, then froze, my heart pounding. He's an Orgrimmar man's son-in-law, so he's half Gao, no problem. You obtain the level 14 Blueprint Crust Stabilization Anchor Array. You obtain the level 14 Blueprint Air Dome. You obtain the level 14 Blueprint Graviton Woven Net. You obtain the level 14 Blueprint Space Fold Stabilization Anchor. This expertise chain has reached its cap, and you obtain the Intercivilization Series. Microplanet. A microplanet is a modified product that uses high-tech compression to reduce a small or medium-sized celestial body, such as an asteroid or satellite, to a portable size, while preserving its mass or resource properties. The core principles include artificial gravitational collapse, space folding, or nanomechanical reorganization. Through extreme density adjustment, the volume of a celestial body is significantly reduced while maintaining its original material structure or energy properties. The compressed microplanet can be used as a high-density energy core, a resource depot for interstellar transport, or a deployable weapon. Warning: if the technology goes out of control, catastrophic consequences such as space rupture, gravitational collapse, or material annihilation may result. It saved me a lot of effort than I expected. Senior engineer originally thought it would take at least 100,000 blueprints to reach the cap on this expertise chain. It only took a little over 50,000 to get this thing. The final result wasn't surprising at all. After all, the function of this professional knowledge chain was immediately apparent. In Gao Gong's impression, some high-ranking leaders of civilizations, despite their lack of aesthetic taste, also enjoyed large gold chains, small watches, and 3 meals of subdimensional barbecue a day. And those large gold chains were strung together from tiny planets. There's even a cosmic art profession called planet carver. But someone like him, a veteran of the anime world and a doujinshi, has always looked down on these pop artists. Of course, this is from the perspective of an advanced civilization. While these compressed planets may be mere beads in the eyes of an advanced civilization, they are quite powerful in the eyes of a third-level civilization. not as a weapon of mass destruction, but as a means of single-target damage. As the note states, if these microplanetary bombs were used as melee bombs, the explosive force could easily obliterate an extreme creature. And within his own faction, there are perhaps only 3 individuals capable of counteracting this annihilation: himself, Director Du, and a certain planetary tree. Even individual species, like Fat Xiong, Desira, and Great Elder Leviathan, who have reached the upper limit of the 3rd level, would be wiped out if they weren't careful. Gao Gong decided to make the microplanetary bomb project a priority, second only to the Cult project, the Void Expedition, and the Parallel Universe Exploration project, even higher in priority than the Kingslayer replica. Because if there was still time, he would use it quickly. Having completed another chain of expertise, Senior Engineer happily emerged from confinement. However, upon his release, he was met with 2 pieces of bad news, or, more accurately, abstract news. The first was that his adopted daughter had transformed into a bee queen and emerged from her coffin. The second, even more abstract, was that Pang Xiang and his companions were unexpectedly detained while seeking the inheritance of the voice of the stars. The one detaining them was an ancient mechanical being. Or, as the system put it, a level 150 ancient mechanical guard. It had been the personal guard of another former mechanical master. Chapter 1573. It actually produced an effect similar to a hive. This is both unexpected and reasonable. As soon as Gao Gongfang emerged from confinement, Huang Yuanli dragged him directly to the roots of the tree, where he witnessed the fusion of the 2 carbon-based thrones. In fact, the fusion was already largely complete. The carbon-based throne's tentacles penetrated the soft flesh of the rotten throne, analyzing, controlling, and assimilating it. However, the decaying fluids eroded back along the tentacles, transforming the delicate nanostructure into disordered organic matter. Mycelium climbed onto the crystalline armor, secreting acid, dissolving honeycomb-like holes, and in these holes, new bacterial colonies sprouted. At the junction of the 2, matter constantly reorganized. Sometimes forming a mixture that was half spores and half flesh, sometimes disintegrating into a boiling protoplasm soup. The same effect appeared on Xiao Xianhong, no, rather, on the queen bee. At this moment, half of the queen bee's skin surface had transformed into a protoplasmic broth, while the other half was covered by countless branches, roots, spores, and bacterial colonies. It looked particularly terrifying and hideous. What the hell is going on? I don't know why she's resurrected, and she's even actively fusing the 2 carbon thrones. Doesn't she know that if the carbon throne fails, there will be a powerful backlash? Can this little girl hold on? Huang Yuanli asked anxiously. Senior Engineer pondered for a moment, then took a look at the attributes of the queen bee coffin. It's probably because of the hive will. After the queen bee bloodline is fully nurtured, the hive will automatically activates. The hive will is similar to the hive mind, but with a greater territorial nature. It requires a beehive as a primary nest to nurture and strengthen its will, preparing for the subsequent expansion of the hive. And you have only these 2 carbon thrones that are most suitable for a beehive, so it's not surprising that someone has usurped their power. Not to mention the faint aura of the Zerg queen on the rotting carbon throne. Huang Yuanli breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. She had actually thought the other party had resurrected. Now it seems that when the queen bee emerged from the coffin, she had most likely already awakened Little Red's consciousness. It's just that her instinctive desire was too strong, so she didn't choose to communicate with me immediately. Will she succeed? Well, it's hard to say. Theoretically, she possesses your bloodline, the queen bee's bloodline, and my bloodline, making her suitable for fusing with the carbon throne. But the specifics are uncertain. It depends on how much of the queen bee's ancient memories she has revived. Typically, these catastrophic species transmit not only genes through their bloodlines, but also a wealth of information on biological weapons, knowledge on species cultivation, and even, in some cases, an entire carbon-based technology tree. After all, it's a million times easier for a catastrophic species to evolve into a civilization than for an ordinary one. Otherwise, how could the Zerg Queen's speed of growth be so much greater than that of Senior Engineer, who had already acquired the system? There's something I think might be useful to her. Senior Engineer's mind shifted, and he appeared across from the Queen Bee. Facing that imposing, ferocious face, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. With a single gesture, a vast amount of Zerg Hive data poured into her mind. Zerg Hive manufacturing technology, level 4 through the synergy of highly intelligent biological tissue and controllable quantum states, it achieves the self-reorganization and unlimited proliferation of matter. Function 1. Zerg cultivation, unlocked, requires Zerg civilization activation, Function 2. Collective consciousness familiar. Function 3. Hive cultivation. In terms of equipment creation, carbon-based civilizations and mechanical civilizations have taken completely different paths. In the mechanical civilization, the higher the level of equipment, the more materials required, the more complex the equipment becomes. Some even use stars as engines, and the entire mechanical planets of an entire solar system as production lines, just to create a single piece of equipment. In fact, most Tier 4 equipment is actually manufactured this way. But carbon-based civilizations are different. The more advanced carbon-based experts are themselves the best and most suitable biological factories. Especially some of the top carbon-based experts that Gao Gong has personally encountered, such as the Old World Master, whose individual cells possess the energy equivalent of a star. These monsters are inherently the best equipment foundries. And the current situation is similar. Although the Queen Bee bloodline hasn't yet evolved to its full potential, having reached this point, it's better to simply merge the two carbon thrones into one, creating a hive. Gao Gong hesitated for a moment, then produced a strange claw-shaped weapon that seemed to bleed constantly. With a flick of his hand, he nailed it to the throne. Zerg Queen's Claw, level for a top-tier biological weapon material, used for weapon crafting. It possesses advanced properties such as collective consciousness decomposition, species infestation, shadow dimensionalization, and endless wormification. Note: the Zerg Queen's sharpest biological claw, embodying the core Zerg Queen gene, has long been considered a top-tier biological weapon material, capable of being used in the creation of supreme weapons, cosmic treasures, and biological megastructures. Since you're going to go big, let's see if your hive evolution can yield a supreme weapon. Gao Gong's operation, regardless of how much the success rate increased, significantly slowed down the progress bar. The two carbon thrones, already nearly fused, underwent further evolutions after absorbing the Queen's blade. Gao Gong returned directly to the Halupo spaceship and scavenged over a dozen bioinstruments that increased the success rate, implanting them into the Queen Bee's bloodline. After completing his operation, Gao Gong finally had time to attend to another matter. Ancient mechanical guards? How ancient could they be? They can't be as ancient as that legendary old man with ancient machinery, right? At least as ancient as that mechanical overlord. So they're at the ascension stage? And not just any ascension stage. The mechanical overlord isn't a 4th-order mechanical overlord, but a 5th-order mechanical overlord. 5th-order mechanical troops? Why haven't I heard of them? Isn't it related to those sealed artifacts? After all, they aren't guards of Lord Purple Giant. They're trusted subordinates of another mechanical overlord, the ones responsible for handing over the sealed artifacts. Because the matter was of such importance, especially involving a 5th-order being, Senior Engineer convened a rare meeting. In addition to his trusted advisors, he also called in dozens of mechanical masters for the discussion. After all, this was a 5th-order being. In this galaxy, the last 5th-order being, besides the mechanical overlord, seemed to be the information matrix. The high-ranking officials from the G-Li Star still vividly remember the strength of that individual. They even sacrificed a certain female boss to truly suppress him. Back then, that female boss's reputation was even slightly stronger than that of President Du today. So, facing a level 5 being for the second time, these people were extremely serious. On the other hand, Senior Engineer, the initiator of this meeting, seemed somewhat nonchalant. There was no way. There was simply too little concrete information. Even the cosmic noble Hiluapa, who had painstakingly recruited a host of mechanical masters, was powerless against this suspected level 5 being. After all, Hiluapa himself was only level 4. Only the footage of Fat Xiang and Matsushima Keiko being abducted was beamed back from Spaceship Zero. The giant hand descended from the sky, suddenly thrusting out from the shadows of the intertwined gears. Its bronze joints stretched with the hiss of hydraulic steam, its riveted knuckles opening like rusted cages. The footage froze. Space technology, energy technology, and the legendary ancient mechanical technology. Though these mechanical masters were reluctant to admit it, the other party's mechanical structure truly resembled ancient steam technology. Ancient indeed. But the question is, could boiling water be that intense? Even among these mechanical masters, some had experience with the Ascension Realm. Isn't the Ascension Realm also developing towards a high-tech path? It can't regress. I've heard of mechanical ascension, but not steam ascension. The consensus reached at the end of the meeting was that even Desira, who had the closest relationship with the two, stated that rescuing them was not appropriate, at least for the time being. Even if they were to be rescued, their faction would have to at least reach the Ascension Realm and leverage its power to be qualified to compete with the enemy. In all honesty, This was the correct decision. Even the two civilization leaders didn't express any opinion on this matter. But after everyone left, Du Xiaodi suddenly asked, "Did you feel it?" Gao Gong nodded, looking at his mechanical form not far away thoughtfully. The power of the corrupted mechanical system? Both of them were arrogant. Even if the opponent was level 250, let alone level 150, as long as their health bar was high, they would dare to mobilize a $1 trillion mechanical army to surround and kill him on the spot. But after repeatedly replaying the scene, especially the pile of rusted objects on the opponent's steam hands, they both felt a chill. Corrupted mechanical system. This meant that even Gao Gong's mechanical form would be useless. The opponent could easily break the mecha frenzy, and even disrupt the evolution of the war engine. It could be the mechanical godhead. Creating a mechanical throne, nurturing mechanical godhood, and finally igniting the godhood as a spark. After raising the throne, the mechanical godhead could be nurtured. Although it was carbon-based civilization that advanced the divine lineage, this doesn't mean that mechanical civilizations can't follow this path. This is especially true for ancient mechanical civilizations, like the ancient mechanical civilization, which have all sorts of bizarre mechanical development paths. But it's hard to say. No matter what kind, a mechanical entity can always be killed, Du Xiaodi said coldly. For some reason, this person is obsessed with killing tier 5 monsters. Isn't that the microplanet you sent me earlier a good way to do it? I see if it can withstand a few planetary bombs. Du Xiaodi was highly motivated to join the development of the extermination weapon. Gao Gong didn't object. After all, he could certainly use this thing. As for Fat Xiong and Matsushima Keiko, he wasn't really worried about their condition. After all, since the Starry Sky voice had sent a greeting, it wasn't so much that they were trying to suppress them, but rather that they were bored and looking for something to do. But just in case, he still planned to send the little Starry Sky voice named Little Rose over. A chatterbox and a bored person, these two should be able to get along well. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that the last of his professional knowledge might be applied to them. Racial bloodline, an ancient mechanical species. Is there anything in this galaxy with a stronger bloodline than this? Galactic victory. The Anti-Zerg Alliance achieves final victory. Mechanical civilization recovers from crisis. The Zerg tide ends. The Allied forces reclaim the last fallen star system. Scientists announce, Zerg genetic weapons successfully developed, ending the threat. Frontline soldiers return. The Alliance holds a grand interspecies victory parade. Ecological restoration begins in Zerg-occupied zones. The first group of immigrants returns. From doomsday to rebirth, the post-war reconstruction fund has raised over 1 trillion civilization credits. A grand event is about to begin, inviting all. In the barrier separating the second and first sector, on a newly opened route, interstellar spaceships are preparing for their intersectoral journey. If there's one good thing about the Zerg infestation, it's the connections between sectors. An interstellar society is in no short supply of speculators and entrepreneurs. The scarred territory of a level 3 civilization, with more than one, is there anything bigger to be had? It's not just merchants. In a grand event hosted by 11 civilizations, what artist, star, or singer wouldn't want to shine? This is the perfect opportunity to achieve instant fame. So, besides speculators and interstellar executives, the largest number of people aboard these high-end spacecraft are celebrities of all stripes. Aboard a high-end commercial spacecraft, an alien traveler was watching the news with admiration. I can't believe the Zerg have actually been annihilated. What the Rift Front couldn't achieve, the Anti-Zerg Alliance has accomplished. I can only say it truly deserves to be the first sector, the place where the machine overlords suppress. Although the machine overlords selected this galaxy, they simultaneously developed all the sectors, ultimately selecting a single location as the site for a cyber experimental testing ground. So, there's no such thing as a leader or a laggard. But the first sector is, after all, the oldest, and those in other sectors have a certain amount of imagination about it. And it was this sector civilization that suppressed the insect civilization. This creates even more room for imagination. Actually, this statement isn't true. The main force suppressing the insect civilization, the Legion civilization, has officially settled in our second sector. So, strictly speaking, it was our second sector civilization that forced the insect queen back and defeated the insect civilization. A nagging voice immediately responded. Chapter 1574. Hearing this, many in the cabin glanced at each other, realizing they were a sleekly dressed, young humanoid creature, and immediately lost interest. Most likely being taken by their elders to attend the post-war celebration. The youthful exuberance and admiration for the powerful were unsurprising. No one had much inclination to exchange ideas. After a moment of silence, the quarrel erupted again. This time, it was somewhat interesting, as the quarreling was between two celebrities from different civilizations. Celebrity culture, or rather, religious worship, is common in every civilization. Any species with a nervous system, or any conscious, intelligent being, requires spiritual comfort, just as a digestive system requires food, drink, defecation, and urination. Nothing surprising there. And while every intelligent species may have a unique aesthetic, they also share certain tendencies, which are related to the level of civilization and technological advancement. For example, in the Robert Galaxy. Because the machine overlords suppressed all disobedience, the centripetal force of their advanced civilization was so strong that species that were originally not even supposed to develop a machine civilization were forced to veer off in a different direction and embark on the path of a machine civilization. This also led to the aesthetics within these civilizations becoming, to a certain extent, machine-oriented, with a metal style. But with the departure of the machine overlords, this aesthetic evolved, and a certain kind of rebellion unconsciously emerged, leading to the rise of metal punk and mecha punk. However, since most civilizations in this galaxy have only reached the third level of civilization, the more powerful ones are only at the mid-third level. Unless forced, full species transformation is something that will only happen in the mid to late stage of a level 3 civilization. Hence, this aesthetic has emerged. This young celebrity, named Alicia, doesn't have ordinary human skin, but rather stardust skin that's been genetically optimized and nano-coated. Under certain lighting conditions, it glows with a soft iridescence, shimmering like a nebula, with shimmers of lavender, silver blue, and rose gold. Her hairstyle is the trendiest quantum fluid hair, a hybrid of intelligent liquid metal and biofiber, capable of transforming freely. Normally, it's platinum blonde, wavy, but during performances, it automatically reshapes itself to suit the style of the song, sometimes transforming into suspended, luminous geometric shapes, sometimes extending into dazzling bands of light resembling star rings. It's like a high-end perm. As for the 3 essential celebrity enhancements, a sound and light symbiosis system, gravitational field levitation, and interstellar holographic projection, they're the latest in style. And the person she's arguing with is even more interesting. She's a truly stunning beauty. Her appearance is indistinguishable from that of a human, even more perfect than a natural one. Every inch of her skin and every strand of her hair has been meticulously calculated to achieve the pinnacle of golden proportions. Her irises are dynamic optical lenses, adjusting their focus according to the environment, ensuring her eyes remain always clear and luminous. Her voice is synthesized by a hyper-realistic acoustic engine, seamlessly adapting to any language. Her figure is slender and elegant, yet not exaggerated, her hips curvy but not overly so. And externally, there are virtually no mechanical devices or accessories to be found. But she's actually an AI, or more precisely, a new generation of hyper-realistic humanoid AI celebrity. To some extent, these two also perfectly exemplify the shifting aesthetics of this galaxy. The carbon-based biomechanical aesthetic, the infinite anthropomorphism of artificial intelligence. Although the reason for their argument is unknown, it has already reached the point of personal attacks. One claims that their singing and dancing are all pieced together from a database. Even their breathing is simulated by a program. And how can they call it art? They lack empathy, and their animated PowerPoint presentations become nothing more than a pile of scrap metal when the power goes out. The other despises their opponent, saying that even basic body coordination requires decades of practice, and that their artistic spirit is no match for a nanosecond deep learning model. Their so-called extraordinary skills are merely the byproduct of parameter adjustments. The two sides exchanged barbs, ranging from personal insults to species shaming, like a horse's service. Even the young man, who previously had a sense of superiority in the star region, watched with eyes aglow, enjoying the show. So celebrities can really fight like this. It's not that these two are brainless, nor that they have bad attitudes. It was a grand event attended by over a dozen civilizations, watched by trillions of viewers, not to mention the legendary high-ranking officials. And a single word from these influential figures could alter a person's career. So, for all sorts of status and rankings, these celebrities were forced to think like crazy. The man who had been reading the newspaper shook his head, turned on the soundproofing system, and continued reading the news. Soon, a piece of news caught his eye. Void expedition so fast. This news report officially announced the Legion Civilization's Void Expedition, welcoming business contacts from all star regions and investment from civilizations. This is quite telling. You should know that void expeditions are generally space technology experiments conducted after a civilization has entered its mid-stage stage. Some civilizations with advanced space technology may begin earlier, but not by much. And generally, these void expeditions require enormous investment. This isn't to say that civilization credits are like paper in the eyes of true civilization leaders. They can be had as many as you want. Rather, this type of space exploration consumes a vast amount of space resources, such as space gems, space materials, space imprints, and even void creatures themselves. And space energy, at least at the third-level civilization stage, is difficult to extract or even mass-produce. It is considered hard currency within a third-level civilization. This is why this type of space investment is necessary. But to say they're getting something for free isn't entirely true. A void expedition, to put it bluntly, is deep space exploration, not interstellar travel, but rather the exploration of dimensions, subspaces, and subspaces beyond physical space. Finding nothing is fine, but encountering a space disaster could also lead to annihilation. The worst-case scenario was the Mirda, who directly explored the place where the Bug Queen was sealed. But then again, if they succeeded and discovered something, for example, a subspace rich in spatial resources, then these merchants would make a killing, especially since civilizations, driven by various diplomatic and trade considerations, generally wouldn't resort to such treachery. The merchant was instantly tempted. Although the Legion civilization was only an emerging civilization, the failure rate of a void expedition was undoubtedly higher than its success rate. But no one stipulated that a void expedition could only be a one-time event. Even if they failed this time, the next time, and the next time after that, as long as they succeeded just once, any losses would be recouped. So the businessman immediately made up his mind. After entering the first star sector, he set out almost without stopping. Following the communication method he received to find the investment location. Not the Alpha Narwhal constellation, but a mechanical planet hundreds of light years away from this resource planet. Although this planet should belong to the Galen people according to the Interstellar Territorial Division, but with the Legion's current strength, even if they took over 100 planets, let alone one, those martially virtuous gold-skinned people wouldn't fall out with the Legion at this moment. Military power civilizations aren't always strong. Even when the mechanical overlord was still around, they never had the nerve to argue with the purple giant. "Are you from the Rift Front?" The three-eyed leader across from him gave him a surprised look. "Yes, to be more precise, I'm the director of the Rift Front and the Earl Foundation. I was previously a citizen of the Level 2 civilization, the Stellar Federation." "Wait, you're a member of a Level 2 civilization? How could you possess Level 3 transformation technology? Furthermore, according to the information I've obtained, isn't the Rift Front, like the Anti-Zerg Alliance, a civilization alliance? What about the Earl Foundation? Which Level 3 civilization does it belong to?" The investment official was confused. The merchant patiently explained. "It turns out that the Rift Front is quite different from the Anti-Zerg Alliance, a civilization alliance. It's more of an economic and trade organization than a military organization. It's led by major interstellar merchants and funded by sovereign wealth funds from various civilizations. It forms an economic mutual aid association to share resources, exchange technology, and conduct interstellar trade. For example, the Earl Fund is an investment from two civilizations involved in this battle. The person in charge is actually an interstellar citizen from a second-tier civilization, but has been transformed by third-tier technology. Only someone of his stature would avoid being feared, allowing these neutral funds to become a black hand for a particular civilization. So, the legendary organization that drove the Zerg civilization from the second sector to the first sector is essentially an economic organization. Because of the unique identity of this businessman, the report was reported by the intelligence agency in the mother city and landed on the desk of the senior engineer. And that person, G, was even a little incredulous. "You mean, the one who drove the Zerg Queen away was actually an economic organization?" "Master." The curvaceous, neatly dressed Dark Elf secretary, Wei Fan, stood to report. "According to the information we've gathered, the Insect Queen had just escaped and even retained some of the original seal, so it's not an exaggeration to say she was driven out by the civilized army." "Oh, so the insect nest the Mirda people encountered was actually a queen that had already begun to evolve into a civilization, not a severely injured one?" "Yes," Wei Fan said respectfully, his expression stern. "Then was the space they explored the original sealed area of the Overlord?" Senior engineer asked curiously. "That," Wei Fan hesitated, then said. "According to the information our people have gathered, it seems so. After being driven out, the insect queen returned to her previous sealed area, evolved her insect nest, and nurtured her insect army. She even seems to have borrowed some of the technology left by the Overlord." That's why the Myrta people suffered repeated defeats in the early stages of the war. So, the Zerg Queen was unsealed before the Myrta arrived, not by accident. That's right. Of course, the senior engineer of the Rift organization had heard of it. In fact, in the early days of the war, the earliest intelligence on the Zerg was actually transmitted by this Civilization Alliance at the risk of its own life. But with such a grand name, it's actually an economic alliance? That's a bit abstract. But then again, the mechanical overlord hadn't been gone for long. Civilizational conflicts were barely beginning, let alone civil wars. The Zerg Queen hadn't yet gained power. At this juncture, establishing a military civilization alliance. Why would she establish one? Interstellar cooperation must adhere to fundamental principles, right? So someone named G, misunderstood by the organization's name, made a bold move to get him involved. Investors who provide funding for scientific research are never too much. So, this businessman joined this Void expedition as a minority shareholder. Even after a large amount of space reserves were delivered, he obtained special permission to enter the Alpha Narcissus constellation. This investor was also quite excited about this rumored birthplace of the Legion civilization. And the Narwhal Alpha fulfilled his expectations. Almost as soon as he entered the energy layer, the businessman felt a strong spatial fluctuation. It wasn't that he possessed spatial bloodline, but rather that he could see no fewer than 100 spatial cracks. Above all the crystal cores, a series of spatial cracks appeared, like scars inflicted by a divine blade, their edges shimmering with an unstable purple-black glow. They weren't static, but rather, they moved slowly, like a living thing. The interior of the rift wasn't void, but a chaotic vortex of heterogeneous colors. Dark purple, deep red, and faint blue halos swirled and churned within, occasionally emitting bursts of blinding pale lightning. The energy clouds near it were torn into filaments by an invisible force, continuously sucked into the void, and instantly annihilated. Have the spatial rifts been fixed? So fast! The investor couldn't help but exclaim. With the spatial rifts fixed, the Void expedition would be virtually worry-free. It was like exploring the information ocean. Getting in was difficult, but getting out was even more challenging. Looking around, spaceships with spatial attributes were darting in and out of these spatial rifts. There were even quite a few space creatures testing the waters. This testing was absolutely necessary. If even Void species couldn't survive in an unfamiliar space, there was no point in exploring it at all. That would be a classic spatial dead zone. After admiring the scene for a moment, the merchant was suddenly startled as he saw several level 3 humanoids emerge from the bow. As a businessman, he was inevitably well informed. How could he not see that these humanoids with Void attributes were clearly intelligent species from another Void civilization, the Void Dwellers? Is the Void Dweller civilization also participating in this Void expedition? The merchant's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but glance at the tour guide. Well, they did, but they can't damage their health bars, so it's boring, the tour guide lamented. Chapter 1575. Seeing the merchant looking at him strangely, the tour guide subconsciously rubbed his nose. Why did he say the truth? Suddenly, the tour guide's expression changed, and he hid behind the man, whispering, "Don't move. Those crazy women are coming. Get out of the way. Get out of the way." A pure white tide of energy surged from a crystal core. Amidst the radiant light, a goddess emerged. Her skin flowed with liquid phosphorescence, and beneath its pale surface, faint blue veins shone, as if molten radioactive isotopes flowed through her veins instead of blood. With every breath, her skin rippled like the aurora, flickering with a brief decaying glow. Her hair wasn't hair, but countless slender tendrils of plasma, burning silently in the void, sometimes splitting, sometimes tangling, like a never-ending miniature chain reaction. Occasionally, tiny particles of light burst from the ends of her hair, slowly dispersing like radioactive dust. Her eyes lacked pupils, only 2 deep, shrinking dark blue vortexes, like miniature black holes slowly devouring light. Anyone staring too long would see their own reflection distort and disintegrate, ultimately dissolving into a dissipating wisp of radiation mist. My head hurts. These days, how come NPCs level up faster than I do? They're already maxing out at level 90, and there's an extra panel. How am I supposed to handle this? The tour guide muttered, seemingly unconcerned about revealing secrets to outsiders. After all this NPC heard was a mosaic of gibberish. Whether it was an illusion or not, the radiant goddess glanced in their direction, her eyes piercing. Soon, the other radiation goddesses from the crystal core lands also emerged from the energy tide. Translucent crystalline structures extended from the toes of these creatures, resembling overgrown quartz, yet shattered and reformed upon contact, leaving behind faint traces of radioactivity. Their feet did not touch the ground, but hovered a few centimeters above the ground. Wherever they passed, dust particles would briefly suspend, creating a shimmering field resembling a gravity-defying field. Clearly, this newly generated boss panel was inextricably linked to the crystal core lands. And these radiation goddesses emerging from the crystal core lands quickly flew toward the spatial rift. Clearly, they, too, intended to participate in this void expedition. Well, I think I've shown you nearly all there is to see on this planet. I've finished my daily tasks, so I'm off. Remember to call me if you need any quests. Without hesitation, the tour guide summoned an SS-level radiation beast, a mutated crystal core horse. The horse and the human merged into one, and they charged straight into the energy atmosphere. Only the merchant was left, disheveled in the wind. You've shown me around, but you have to get me out. How come you, your tour guide, are even more enthusiastic about leaving work than I am? And the enthusiastic tour guide, or rather, the player Horseshoe, wasn't deliberately leaving the other person out. After all, no matter how quickly he cleared the quest, there was still time to find someone to get him out. The reason he was so anxious was simple. His mentor had acquired another batch of level 3 pets, and he had to grab one quickly. If he was late, it would be gone. However, as soon as he arrived at Spaceship Zero, near the spatial gap, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. Oh, isn't that Horseshoe? I heard you were rubbed against the ground by the goddess again? Was it your left cheek or your right this time? When you said it worked this time, did you mean crawling in and crawling out? Other confessions are like romantic dramas, but yours is like today's statement. Why was the infatuated man so cruelly rejected? The greatest achievement of your confession is that the goddess learned how to reject you gracefully, and how to kill you. TSK, these days, there are still people who imitate me, a muscle-bound guy, and marry into his wife's family. Don't they know there's only one man in the world who lives off his wife, like that muscle-bound guy? You idiot! Horseshoe was also shameless, saying cheerfully, what do you know? Sincerity can move mountains. If you confess enough, sooner or later, the goddess will lift her skirt for me. Yeah, if you prepare enough sacks, sooner or later, the blind cat will catch a dead mouse. A burst of laughter rang out again. The reason these fellow beast tamers were teasing each other so much wasn't because he was particularly annoying, but because this guy had done something truly outrageous. He prepared a high-tech sack and, at night, attempted to secretly kidnap a radiation goddess, then train her as a pet. The results were remarkable. This guy was killed instantly, and his faction reputation plummeted, leaving him just a few dozen points away from being kicked out. If that were all, it would be fine. He was just one of those players who gets carried away by a sudden change of mind, and there are actually quite a few of them among the players. But the problem was, unlike his fellow beast tamers, this one was too far-fetched, a type of person with a wild imagination. Almost immediately upon resurrection, he firmly declared his determination to win over the goddess, but brute force wouldn't work. If his reputation continued to drop, he'd be expelled. So he began confessing his love, a move that naturally wouldn't hurt his faction reputation, at most reducing the favorability of the radiant goddess. Each confession was live-streamed, and he did so over 1,000 times. He failed every time, and was killed quite a few times, but he refused to give up, earning him the nickname Deep Affection Brother. At this moment, Deep Affection Brother, bewildered, wandered around the spaceship before pulling an acquaintance over to ask, "Didn't they say Lao Ti brought back a bunch of space pets? Why haven't we seen any? How could you act so quickly?" The acquaintance said weakly, who acted too quickly. "We couldn't do it at all. After all, these level 3 pets weren't meant for us. They were meant for those radiant goddesses. They were meant for them to explore space, not for us." Horseshoe was stunned. Why give it to them, and not us? Don't we need it to explore the outer space? Old T said, we can just use our heads to explore. Only the radiation goddess needs these exploration pets. These days, any faction NPC who doesn't understand how player resurrection works is completely blind. Horseshoe was furious. Damn! The goddess's life is her life, but the player's life isn't. Even a bootlicker like him couldn't stand it. This was too hypocritical. The acquaintance rolled his eyes. Tell those guys in the death squad that. They said it only takes 2,000 people to explore the subspace with their faces. They're treated the same as those pets. Horseshoe slammed the table and stood up, his face pale. No, I can't stand this. What are you going to do? Of course, sign up quickly. If you're late, there won't be a spot. For Horseshoe, being a tour guide was just a random daily quest. Licking the goddess was the real storyline. But from an NPC's perspective, after all, the merchant was a small shareholder in this void expedition. The space gems they provided were especially valuable, a valuable commodity that couldn't be mass-produced at this stage. They were excellent materials for space fixation, space anchors, and space exploration. So, after the merchant awkwardly sent out a distress signal, he was quickly found and, in a stroke of luck, even received an audience with the legendary leader of a civilization. So, the so-called rift front originated from an ancient space mineral deposit. The so-called rift front is also named because a large number of ancient war relics were discovered within this deposit. Yes, sir. It's called the rift front because there are numerous spatial cracks within that space mineral deposit. In fact, the space minerals are actually spewed out from these cracks. The merchant stood respectfully and unhesitatingly revealed the secret of the rift front. According to him, the first to discover this front wasn't a single civilization, but an interstellar consortium. Faced with what could be considered the remains of an ancient civilization, the leader of this interstellar consortium was quite knowledgeable, knowing that relics of this level could not be taken in on their own. But he was afraid that if he informed any civilization, they would turn against him and kill him on the spot. So, he resorted to a trick, simultaneously notifying two civilizations of similar strength, but with less advanced space technology. After a period of intrigue, deception, and even extremely dangerous commercial assassinations, the two civilizations unanimously agreed to establish a sovereign civilization fund and invest in this interstellar consortium. This was the prototype of the rift front. Later, more and more civilizations discovered this space asset, and more foundations were established. Their investment scope and expansion even far exceeded the value of this space mineral deposit. So, the so-called rift front is actually a civilization-level chain store? The merchant was stunned, hesitated, and nodded. Oh! The senior engineer asked casually. He was more concerned with the ancient space mineral deposit, or rather, the ancient battlefield ruins. Ancient civilization ruins, ancient mechanical guards. Could there be a connection between the two? Perhaps the other mechanical master's specific visit wasn't entirely for the sealed artifact. Beep. The senior engineer glanced at the system. As expected, it was a top-level space exploration mission. If this galaxy has a hidden storyline, it's probably this. But the system prompt wasn't. Mission completed, 500 million experience bonus, 3 random experimental technologies. Huh? Senior engineer was stunned. When had he completed this mission? No, what mission had he completed? The sealed artifact war. Difficulty, level 3 nightmare. Mission brief. With the departure of the machine overlords, wars between civilizations have erupted one after another. Both in the foreground and behind these wars, the plots of the failed experiments continue to play out. Are they insects, flesh, or even fragments? What are their goals, and what are they manipulating? Mission objective: find the true forms and clones of the 3 sealed artifacts and uncover the civilizations they secretly guide. Mission reward: 500 million XP bonus and 3 random experimental technologies. So, the insects manipulated the insect civilization, the Thousand Faces civilization, and perhaps even half of the viral machine civilization. Flesh and blood disrupted the carbon-based network, the seed of life, and possibly even the Mirda and Galen peoples. So, this fragmented entity is affecting the rift front? Could it be the ancient battlefield ruins where it is sealed? Or even the interstellar consortium that discovered it actually created it? For a moment, senior engineers' imaginations ran wild. The merchant ultimately left with a satisfied expression. Knowing that the rift front was rich in space ore, someone suggested exchanging their war weapons for Tier 4 ore. This stuff can be used to craft the God Slayer set. After all, Tier 4 crystal cores are limited, so the number of God Slayer sets is also limited. However, crystal cores aren't required to craft the space shuttle components necessary for the God Slayer suit, 4th tier space, or can be used as a substitute. The other party isn't at a disadvantage either. After all, a war weapon capable of destroying a level 3 civilization is a top-tier technological artifact, no matter where it's placed. It's the kind that no other level 3 civilization can even compare to. Gong Gong pondered for a moment before finally finding Director Du, who looked nothing like a cosmic aristocrat, working on a brick-and-mortar job in a highly encrypted R&D facility. After briefly explaining his findings, Gao Gong got straight to the point. I was originally thinking of going with the Void Expedition team if I had enough time. If I still have some time, I could even contact Gate, who's in the parallel universe. His live signal is stable, but a little weak, so I like to check it out. Now I think it's best to deal with the sealed artifact first. Gong Gong explained his plans, while washing Director Du's hands. You seem very worried about sealed artifact number 3? Du Xiaodi asked. It's hard to explain. The actions of these three seem quite different. The bugs directly sparked a war of civilizations. Blood and Flesh have now figured out that they're aiming for species evolution. As for the third one, it seems they're manipulating the economy? While I'm not sure exactly what they're up to, it's likely something major. Senior Engineer paused. That's not the key. The key is, I've confirmed from that merchant that the Bug Queen appeared in Sector 2 before she evolved into a civilization, right around the time she was driven away by the Rift Front. I suspect the Bug Queen's appearance wasn't accidental, but deliberate. Her target is number 3. So, in the worst-case scenario, we have to deal with not 2, but 3 sealed artifacts during that post-war ceremony. Chapter 1576. 3? Du Xiaodi sank into a state of deep contemplation. Although she had never seen a sealed artifact before, the commotion caused by the Insect Queen alone was enough to put her on guard. Not to mention that there were not 1, but 3 sealed artifacts. Although the Legion had long planned this, even secretly reaching an agreement with 2 carbon-based civilizations, the Void Dwellers, this was, after all, a conspiracy at the civilizational level, and a conspiracy within a conspiracy. If anything went wrong, the probability of disaster was extremely high. To put it bluntly, it wasn't like a direct battlefield, where the margin for error was as high. In fact, with unlimited troop growth, the margin for error would only increase. So you're saying we should go to the Myrta ceremony early? Yes. What a pity. If I had time, I could at least build a 3rd Undertaker. Following Du Xiaodi's gaze, Gao Dong saw 2.5 planets. It was a perfect sphere, approximately 20 meters in diameter, its surface covered in etched patterns resembling a miniature galaxy. Its deep space blue and dark silver metal shell shimmered coldly in the light, resembling an entire collapsed star. Embedded in the sphere's center was a pulsating core. Through the translucent, high-density lattice layer, a slowly rotating crimson vortex, like a trapped nebula, was visible within. Its energy fluctuations cast aurora-like particle afterimages across its surface. Just by looking at it, Gao Dong could sense the immense destructive power this miniature planet wielded, especially the particularly intense threat of death. Let's put it this way, if it exploded, it could easily devour any extreme creature, leaving nothing behind. No wonder Du Xiaodi named it the Undertaker Type 1. It truly is quite the Undertaker. Senior Engineer asked for instructions. No, after greeting Director Du, before returning alone. Director Du himself wanted to take advantage of his time before leaving, hoping to see if he could find a 3rd Undertaker. Senior Engineer, on the other hand, immediately pulled out 3 experimental technologies. You obtain experimental technology, mating logic processor. You obtain experimental technology, emotional quantum AI core. You obtain experimental technology, simulated reproductive system. Senior Engineer had a lot to complain about, but didn't know where to begin. So you're just this kind of experimental technology. I thought you were experimental technology, but it turns out you're experimental technology. That's fine, that's fine. As a legionary civilization, especially in the planetary age, a mechanical civilization that emphasizes mecha technology. If it develops normally, mecha technology should be the core technology of this civilization, from the 2nd-tier Mecha Legion to the 3rd-tier Star Armor Legion. Indeed, this is precisely the case. Even the culmination of Star Armor technology, Mecha Frenzy, was copied by the Legion. No, actually, it was created. Who dares to say that the Legion civilization's mecha technology isn't advanced? But here's the quirk. On the planet Yuri, the mecha developed by the faction is manned. Or rather, in the field of mecha technology, manned mechas have always been a broad category, while unmanned mechas are arguably 2 completely different branches. Theoretically, even if the faction developed a 3rd-tier Star Armor, it would be manned, not unmanned. But unfortunately, the faction jumped directly from one branch to the next, maxing out all the skills along the way. Then, there was nothing left for the players to do. Admittedly, players could also pursue the telekinetic pilot career path, controlling mechas with telekinesis, achieving a kind of human-mecha integration. But the Myrta chose this path essentially because they have naturally developed nervous systems. According to the system, their system transformation rate is at least 150%. Combined with the various bloodline talents and telekinetic buildings, it's no exaggeration to say that a high-level silver-haired elf could command an entire army. But players are different. First, players with developed nervous systems, strong intelligence, and strong awareness mostly choose the information-based path. After all, while initially controlling a mecha requires a strong nervous system, it also requires physical strength, endurance, and even hand speed. This also means that players of this classic mecha-based path can't specialize in a single system. Therefore, even after switching to a telekinetic pilot, these mecha players were unable to control thousands of unmanned space mechas at once, effectively becoming an excellent mecha operator. For this reason, even though the telekinetic pilot is a mechanical class capable of reaching level 90, this mecha piloting profession is gradually becoming less popular. Most mecha players prefer to pilot starships or go the pure mecha route over mechas. The former offers higher damage and increased power, allowing them to seamlessly participate in various interstellar battlefields. The latter, on the other hand, can focus on the battle-crazed mecha with their mecha modules, which also results in greater redundancy in legendary level skills. Gundam, however, is different from both of these, even taking a different path from the telekinetic pilot. He is a traditional mecha pilot. That is, after advancing, he didn't change his profession or pursue the path of a telekinetic pilot. Instead, he steadfastly pursued the path of a man-star mecha. This path is not easy to navigate. It's like the cyber hacker of the past, nearly succumbing to a version update. It was only with the activation of the viral abyss that he regained his footing. Gundam also firmly believes that as long as he perseveres, sooner or later, his profession as a star mecha pilot will flourish again. For example, the previous slaying of the Monarch was a great opportunity. It's true that his faction's mecha technology has taken a different path, but that doesn't mean there are no hidden missions or clues in the man-mecha field. For example, among the mechanical masters at the Supreme Military Academy, several of them, within their own mechanical civilization, also had man-mecha divisions, and even regular man-mecha corps. Perhaps it was the slaying of the Monarch, or perhaps these masters simply felt itchy. Whatever the case, he had secured the desired man-mecha quest chain. He believed that if he expanded this profession, it would become a mainstream part of the mechanics department, just like cyber hackers. But now, he was on another mission. A blazing white-tail flame pierced the dense, shimmering clouds, and the mecha tore a burning rift at the edge of the ionosphere. The armor surface shone with a bluish-purple glow, the kiss of death from the supersonic friction of atmospheric particles. The hexagonal energy shield shattered and reformed, forming a flowing halo around the fuselage like a scattered swarm of bees. Below, a seething tide of energy surged, and spherical lightning occasionally exploded from the iron-gray cumulonimbus clouds. The mech suddenly dived, its right wing brushing the edge of the thunderstorm, instantly igniting a kilometer-long arc of electricity that illuminated the entire cloud like molten bronze. Inside the cockpit, the holographic projection continuously flashed red warnings, and the ripples of the energy shield trembled violently like the surface of water struck by a stone. Dita quickly took in the form of the mech, hailed as the camp's first man mech. The dark red bioarmor shone with a molten-like glow, and 6 pairs of translucent divine suppression wings unfolded behind it like a net of judgment. Scarlet compound eyes scanned the battlefield coldly, and the crystal core engine core within its chest erupted with black lightning. I think I understand why you insist on piloting the mech yourself. Piloting it yourself feels very different from controlling it with telekinesis, right? Dita admired the new man-star armor. Even without exploring it, she could discern the shadows of numerous mechanical artifacts, the war-mad mech, the construct, and the slayer of the king. A Tier 3, rare-grade suit with only one in the entire server should be this rare, right? Not only her, but several acquaintances also gathered around. Is this thing for sale? How much is it? I give myself one, Bozzy said cheekily. Not for sale, and you can't get one either. What? You look down on our financial resources? Another paying player stepped aside and said seriously. No, it's because this suit was handcrafted by a master mechanic. It's impossible to mass produce it. You won't find another master to handcraft it for you. Gundam paused, taking another look at the Gundam's divine suppressor wings. This is the core of this device, a Tier 3, high-tech device. And you can't get another King Slayer. To forge this star armor, the Asgardian mechanical master had dismantled a large section of the Merida core mecha. Not only that, but also some of the Insect King's flesh core, the legendary biological communicator used to communicate with the Insect Queen. The two of them were nearly scolded to death by the experts in the research department. After learning the difficulty of crafting this star armor, Bozzy gave up immediately and stepped aside, a thoughtful expression on his face, his mind unclear. Let's go. The time for the Void expedition is almost up. With a click, the figure vanished from the spot, leaving only a small, withered bud. Gundam also activated his star armor's facial detector. 3,000 triangular-shaped crimson compound eye lenses lit up simultaneously, instantly displaying a vast array of spatial values, coordinates, and figures. He had always believed that telekinetic pilots were an evil path, treating the star armor like an inanimate object. Not like now, where all the data were transmitted to his brain through the neural link. At this moment, he could feel that the star armor was alive, and at the same time, he was alive too. This time, especially, after the Gundam was built, he rushed over eagerly to avoid missing the mission, only briefly checking the star armor's various attributes on the way. And this time, when his senses were fully activated, he felt something completely different from before. This wasn't a quantitative improvement, but a qualitative one. But at first, it wasn't satisfaction, but agony. First, the bones trembled, the metal spine biting into your nerves, each joint screaming as thousands of red-hot steel needles pierced your bone marrow. The pain was magnified to the extreme, yet on the verge of collapse, it was forcibly tamed by the mech's consciousness. Then the blood boiled, hydraulic fluid replacing plasma, surging through the reinforced vessels, each pumping accompanied by the roar of a mechanical heart. He heard his own heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of the engine, boom, hum, boom, hum, like a heavy hammer hammering at his soul. Your vision was torn and reassembled, the data stream from the mech's compound eyes pouring in like a torrential rain. You could simultaneously see the enemy's heat source in infrared radiation, the divine fluctuations in the electromagnetic field, and even the remnants of faith floating in the air. The world was dismantled into naked tactical parameters, and your brain was being transformed into a killing supercomputer. As expected of a star armor modeled after the construct and the Warbirzer, its ferocious performance harbored a fierce soul. However, in this process of tearing apart, Gundam felt a different kind of joy. You began to breathe together. With each inhale, nanoscale energy particles surged into your alveoli. With each exhale, the exhaust fumes mingled with blue plasma sparks. Your lungs became a reactor, and the pain became fuel. Eventually, you could no longer tell whether the mech was controlling you or you were controlling it. Your consciousnesses spiraled in a sea of data, like two snakes devouring each other. During the process of connecting, something seemed to begin to ignite. The light emanated not from the mech's power core, nor from the flames of his will, but from something purer. This is... The players who hadn't left stared at the scene in amazement. Light entwined itself around the mechanical wings like silk, flowing through the crevices of the armor, and even spilling from fingertips, transforming into fine, shimmering motes of light. Is this an EP field? Many veterans immediately realized what this thing was. Psychic domain technology, applied to one of the faction's earliest mecha models, a symbol of the culmination of human-machine integration. However, this seemed only the beginning. 6 pairs of translucent divine suppression wings rose high, frantically absorbing and transforming the light. The master mechanic, who crafted this star armor, an Asgardian born into a divine civilization, excelled at crafting divine equipment. However, not everyone could equip divine equipment, at least not within the faction's current bloodline. The radiation goddess seemed capable, but she was of a carbon-based system. So, in their excitement, they got a little carried away. But for now, this coincidence seemed perfectly fine. Because not every piece of divine equipment can ignite divinity. At this moment, the souls of man and mecha constantly collided, and the light began to breathe. Every vibration of a nerve pulse seemed to inject it with a new breath of life. The mecha's cold logic and the human's fiery emotions intertwined in the light, like gold and iron in a furnace, penetrating and reshaping each other. Gradually, a vague outline emerged in the light, neither the precision of machinery nor the chaos of flesh and blood, but something older, purer. An unknown amount of time passed, but when Gundam awoke, he saw a point of pure white, white without impurities, like the first light at the beginning of creation. Now we are one. Gundam seemed to hear a female voice he had never heard before, yet it was so familiar. He was moved to tears. But before he could fully be moved, a domineering consciousness suddenly intruded, and a majestic and cold voice rang out again. Who are you? How did you contact me? Huh? No, this is my home. Chapter 1577. Gundam was shocked. His shock wasn't even about activating the mechanical divinity, and the numerous rewards the system had spawned. Rather, it was his astonishment to discover that not only had the Gundam developed self-awareness, but even, when united with it, he could see and hear another vast consciousness entrenched on this planet. It wasn't a concrete entity, but a fluid field of will woven together by the vibrations of countless individuals. Its form continuously collapsed under observation. As the compound eye lens captured the brown-gold vortex resembling a swarm of swirling bees, the auditory simulation system was being transformed into a kind of resonance chamber by the high-frequency beating of wings, and the surface of his skin continued to experience the illusion of being gently touched by fur, as if being scanned simultaneously by tens of thousands of sensors. And then, it was what happened just now. With just one sentence, The other party seemed to realize that it was just a coincidence caused by the Bug King's device. And then, this vast stream of consciousness began to recede like a tide. Then, Gundam found himself surrounded by a dense swarm of war-crazy mechas. "The leader wants to see you," the leading Spark mecha spoke. Gundam was stunned. "I have a mission here." Before he could finish his words, a series of ding-dongs sounded, and the system announced the completion of the exploration, followed by another wave of large rewards. Gundam was stunned for a moment, but as a veteran of the faction, he wasn't particularly opposed to meeting Boss G. After all, Boss G was always generous. So he sincerely apologized to Didi, explaining that he had received an important temporary mission. The beautiful player Didi was also very understanding. Judging by the terrifying mechanical planet guards around him, she knew that Didi had likely received a high-priority mission. The reason for this mission was likely related to the special energy the other party had just created. As an energy-based player, she was particularly sensitive to this aspect. After the mission is completed, we discuss how such pure energy could be produced in a mechanical creation. After reading the ticking replies in the private chat, Gundam silently closed the chat window and left with a group of elite mechanical entities, each with a triple boss template. Unexpectedly, Boss G was not on the planet, but aboard a supersized spaceship in high orbit. After flying out of the energy atmosphere, he couldn't help but glance downward. In the mode of human-machine integration, especially under the blessing of the mysterious mechanical divinity, he once again saw that strange, enormous consciousness. It began to grow from orbit. At first, it was just fine golden threads, like a mycelial network, spreading along the edge of the atmosphere. These threads were not solid, but woven from the afterimages of billions of wing beats, trembling silently in the vacuum. Over time, they gradually formed a translucent, beeswax-like membrane, covering the contours of the continents and refracting the oceans into amber patches. The entire planet began to emit a low-pitched hum, not transmitted through the air but vibrating the crust directly, as if something deep within the core was responding. When the membrane finally closed, viewed from space, the planet looked like it had been encased in a giant honeycomb. Its surface no longer reflected starlight, but instead pulsed like biological tissue, occasionally flashing golden lines like electric currents, as if information were transmitted through a neural network. Watching it for long, it felt as if dense wax had seeped into the cracks of the mecha, seeping into one's own pores. Then, a sudden surge of nerve electricity pulsated, like someone had hit him on the back of the head with a chestnut. It wasn't painful, but Gundam regained consciousness immediately, his previous hallucinations vanishing. Register, Collective Subconscious Number 2. Be careful looking directly, or you be assimilated. The previous female voice rang out again. Number 2? Who's number 1? Gundam asked subconsciously. As if finding the question too foolish, the female voice ignored him coldly. Gundam realized he asked an idiotic question. Who else could it be but the Bug Queen? And then, with a forehead full of question marks, Gundam entered the luxurious spaceship, covered in red question marks, and met Boss G standing at the space window. Boss G was as handsome as ever, so handsome that one couldn't help but wonder if he planned it himself, sculpting it with his own agenda. But at that moment, Boss G's eyes were strangely strange, making him feel uneasy. "Boss G, what do you want from me?" He couldn't help but ask. "I didn't expect such a surprise, just as we were about to leave." "A surprise for me?" "Well, I didn't expect there was a talent like you in our faction." "I was wrong, I lacked foresight." Gang Nang was instantly delighted. Being praised by his own NPC boss, who else could get that? Gao Gong wasn't exactly flattering. After all, he had tens of millions of players under his command, and there was only one player who could unlock the mechanical divinity and even increase their reputation. A player in your faction's Gundam evolved the mechanical divinity, increasing leader reputation by 2,000. Your faction developed the Tier 3 strategic class Star Armor Gundam, increasing leader reputation by 500. Gang Dang was the first time he encountered a player who actually increased his reputation. What a genius! He was deeply interested in both the mechanical divinity and the Gundam. Needless to say, he hadn't even discovered the mechanical divinity yet. According to his plan, he would first evolve the mechanical throne, then nurture the divinity. This was the only way to mass-produce the mechanical divinity. He hadn't expected a player to get there first. However, after careful inquiry, Gao Gong discovered that this was truly just a matter of chance. The force field, stimulated by this level of star armor, resonated with this player, adamant about his classic mecha style, leading to a transformation and evolution of his mind. Neither star armor of this level nor the classic mecha player before him, a rare and protected animal, could be mass-produced or replicated. This slightly dampened Gao Gong's joy. After all, even if he were to try again, he might not be able to comprehend the evolution. If it couldn't be mass-produced, then it wouldn't make much sense. However, after the surprise brought to Gao Gong by this player named Gundam was weakened, the Gundam instead offered Gao Gong a surprise in a different sense. The Gundam, a super war mecha designed with divine adversaries in mind, incorporating a vast array of enhanced killing mechanisms, it can translate and distort battlefield signals in real time, even linking to the collective subconscious. This star armor can not only destroy the flesh, but also dismantle the enemy's collective identity. Mechanical energy, 100 million to 10 billion. Mechanical divinity *1. Functional modules, divine suppression wings, energy matrix network. Capable of sensing the collective subconscious. When Gao Gong saw this, he knew he had struck gold. No wonder he sensed a slight fluctuation in the Queen Bee's information. Perceiving the collective subconscious, in other words, being able to perceive the Bug Queen, this ability, at this juncture, couldn't be more crucial. Gundam, I have a very important mission for you. As someone spoke, a faction-specific mission appeared, and Gundam's expression gradually shifted from astonishment to shock, and then from shock to delight. Wow, the situation is so complicated. The hidden machinations of 3 civilization leaders, the sealed artifacts, and the civilizational plots, I wonder how important I am now. Amazing. Although Gundam displayed his prowess before leaving, it didn't really have much of an impact on the players participating in the Void Expedition. It didn't even attract much attention. After all, no one knew Gundam had awakened such a perverted ability. Right now, veteran players are still focused on this Void Expedition. It's worth noting that while Gundam left, many veteran players stayed and participated in this mission. These veterans included Lao Tai, who had previously participated in the undercover mission, Sister G, Red Flower Demon, and Airplane. These familiar faces had several things in common: strong melee combat, and top-notch lone wolf skills. However, their skills and modern meta abilities, like Starship Operation and Legion Command, were far from impressive. After the Civilization War concluded, these players all headed to the Dark Dimension to grind dungeons, waiting for the opening of new large dungeons. This Void Expedition wasn't as uninitiated as some might imagine, with a low success rate. Forget about anything else. The deputy commander leading this fleet is a high-ranking member of the Void Dweller civilization. The space civilization led by that canned spirit is one of the few civilizations in the first sector to have completed a Void Expedition. Even the Mirda had to pay a considerable price to persuade them. As for their subsequent encounter with the Bug Queen's lair, that was pure bad luck, not a sin of war. But now, with the assistance of the Void civilization, space string technology, a large number of recruited space creatures, and even the information technology of the Star Network civilization, the success rate of this expedition is definitely higher than outsiders imagine. Another expedition has begun. This time, it's the Legion civilizations. The Void fleet assembled in the silent depths of space. Dark blue energy lines float across the massive hulls, flickering like breathing. As a dark purple energy matrix cracked at the front of the main flagship, space began to warp and collapse, like silk being torn by invisible hands. Suddenly, a rift spanning the galaxy suddenly opened, silver-white arcs of electricity blazing from its edges, as if billions of stars were shattering simultaneously. Within the rift lay not nothingness, but a chaotic, dark red vortex. Occasionally, a pale, massive structure flashed through the depths, only to be quickly swallowed by the seething void. A vast fleet of void fleets, passing through the dimensional rift, vanished into the physical world. A pair of eyes flickered silently, closed, opened, and vanished from the spot they had been. At the same time, Gao Gong, Du Xiaodi, and Gao Yuanyuan, 3 civilization leaders, along with Gundam, a player variable, were also en route to the coordinates of the Mirda civilization. Not every veteran player participated in the Void Crusade. But those who didn't all had special reasons, like Gundam, or I'm Big Muscle. Ever since learning that the faction had a hidden unit, Du Hammer, I've been obsessed with becoming Du Hammer and reclaiming my former title as the top PvP player. So, after transforming into the Tiger of Orgrimmar and persuading and coaxing, I'm Big Muscle finally secured a spot, the right to marry into the family. And for his actions, Black Crow Kinghammer, the former royal of Orgrimmar, now known as High Black Crow, beamed with approval. It should have been done long ago. As the son-in-law of our Orgrimmar king, how could he not possess Orgrimmar blood? Come on, come on. Nowadays, our aesthetics are diverse. We won't be prejudiced against you just because you're hairless. The blood pool for transformation is ready. Once you've completed the transformation, I take you to enter the family tree. You also have a place in the ancestral temple. This sounds so awkward. I'm Big Muscle said sullenly. I heard the electronic ancestral temple is being converted into a church. How can it be so easy? After all, it's a tier 4 structure, especially when it concerns our clan's supreme evolution. I'm Big Muscle suddenly thought of something and asked, I heard Hammer seems to be taking a mechanical path? Although, I'm Big Muscle, I don't mind evolving into a purely mechanical species. Aren't the people of Orgrimmar a carbon-based species? Is this a mechanical or carbon-based path? At the other party's question, Galhaya smiled profoundly but didn't answer. We're here. I, the great muscle brawler, looked out and saw the surface of the blood pool shimmering with a thick, dark red sheen, as if it were a mixture of coagulated blood and some unknown liquid. Occasionally, tiny ripples appeared on the surface, as if life breathed within. Layers of dark brown blood scabs formed around the edges, like the traces of countless years. The air was filled with a rusty, sweet smell, mixed with a faint hint of corruption, making one unconsciously hold their breath. To ensure the purity of our bloodline, we've specifically asked Master Sacred Tree to help us adjust the blood concentration. I, the great muscle brawler, naturally knew Huang Yuanli, the so-called Master Sacred Tree, but wasn't she the radiation ancestor? No wonder the radiation energy here is so intense. I think. I, the great muscle brawler, felt like he was giving it another second to reconsider when he was forcefully pushed against his waist, plunging him directly into the blood pool. Viscous ripples rippled across the surface of the pool, as if some ancient life form were awakening. Immersed within, my muscular body began to twitch, muscles strangely expanding and twisting, bones cracking with a teeth-grinding sound. My skin tore, blood seeping out, only to be absorbed greedily by the pool, as if the pool itself were a living being, hungrily devouring the transforming flesh. His limbs began to elongate, his knuckles thickening and deforming, his nails hardening into pitch-black claws. His spine curved and stretched, his shoulder blades bulging, his muscle fibers tangling and multiplying like a python, his every inch surging with ferocious power. His once human features twisted and reshaped. His jaw thrust forward, his canines growing wildly, his nose collapsed into a broad, flat shape like an orangutan's, his eye sockets sunken, his pupils glowing a bestial crimson in the darkness. The liquid in the pool seeped into his pores like a living thing, and blood vessels burst beneath his skin, spreading like twisted roots. Hair grew wildly from his torn skin, jet black, coarse, and covering his entire body like a primal armor. With a ferocious roar, a hairy Orgrimmar was born. Chapter 1578. In a sense, the Void Expedition is quite similar to the Information Undersea. Both involve entering a conceptually dense information zone from a normal information zone. The Information Undersea is, however, more conceptual, composed purely of information, devoid of any material presence. In contrast, the Void Expedition is essentially about crossing information-dense zones to locate subdimensions, subspaces, and fragments of heavy matter. These goals aren't even the expedition's primary objective. The space-time data recorded during the process is the true purpose. This can play a crucial role in advancing space travel, the construction of advanced space machinery, the development of microscopic realms, and even the exploration of the origins of life. This is the greatest benefit of the Void Expedition. Going on an expedition and returning is the greatest reward. Besides, no one wants to stumble upon the fortune of the Insect Queen. From a player's perspective, this process can seem rather boring. Colors in my vision peel away, first fading to gray, then disintegrating into countless flickering dots of noise, like the snowy screen of an old television when it loses signal. Light no longer travels in straight lines, but like ribbons drawn by a black hole, bending and entwining, casting multiple, overlapping after images on my retina. You reach out your hand, only to see your limbs stretched into a blur of color, your fingertips vanishing into the twisted air. Sounds become fragmented, distant conversations chopped into meaningless syllables, while the sound of nearby breathing seems amplified 1,000 times, resonating within my skull. Time seems stretched, a second broken into countless moments. You can hear your heartbeat like a slow-motion drumbeat, each beat accompanied by the harsh thrum of metal rubbing against each other. Of course, this was a strange phenomenon only experienced at the edge of the spacecraft. Once on deck, the spatial anchor modules covering the deck would activate, pulling you back from this abstract state. Although this experience was novel, after a few attempts, the novelty wore off. So, the players fell back into boredom. Some even took the initiative to gamble on the deck. The cabin was filled with so many valuable instruments that they were kicked out after only half a round. So boring. Someone sighed. During this high-density space travel, almost all signal equipment was disconnected and distorted, making it difficult to access the internet. So, boredom was truly reduced to playing cards. The imagined ancient wars, clashes of civilizations, void evil gods, demons, and monsters hadn't materialized. All that remained were a group of card players, blushing and stiff-necked, shouting and yelling. Of course, not everyone was idle, and had nothing to do but play cards. For example, Dee Dee was quite busy, responsible for collecting and analyzing some energy parameters. For example, the horseshoes were circling a radiation goddess. In this enclosed space, the enemy couldn't escape, nor could they openly kill them. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to attack? A bunch of people were circling around Tianqi, offering their persuasive advice, trying to persuade the Beast Master to allow them to tame third-level space creatures to facilitate exploration. Tianqi was annoyed. As for the two main leaders of this space fleet, the green-skinned old pirate and the Void Dweller, they were chatting idly in the captain's cabin of the main ship. Initially, the great resident had looked down on him somewhat, considering Velvy's humble origins, an interstellar pirate, a remnant of Shrek's past. But once they began chatting, he was stunned by the veteran pirate's vast knowledge, encompassing everything from space theory to cosmic phenomena, from legion construction to mechanical technology. He possessed mastery over nearly every field. It was as if he were conversing with a 100-member think tank. Just as he was about to continue his rambling, an alarm suddenly blared. The fleet seemed to be making signs of stopping. Velvy, without even looking up, said, "It seems they've detected space-time fluctuations." The great resident was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "Indeed." Then he looked at him curiously. "How can you know more than someone as experienced as me?" This version of Velvy might not understand, but Velvy from other timelines has participated in the Void Crusade, sometimes more than once. After all, in other versions, there's even a repentant version where Shrek doesn't betray the String Master civilization, and the entire Star Pirates team joins the Void Expedition. Just as the speed of light is tied to time, time and space-time are even more tightly bound. So, the Void Expedition often devolves into time travel. And this phenomenon of time travel is worth recording more than any other data. To put it bluntly, the Void monsters players anticipate aren't as valuable as this phenomenon data. This is something practically invisible in physical space. Even the players in the deck couldn't help but pause, staring blankly at this scene. Like a mirror torn apart by an invisible hand, space suddenly becomes viscous, light begins to distort strangely, and the surrounding scenery dissolves and reassembles like oil paint dropped into water. You can feel your body disintegrating into countless points of light, yet somehow, held together by some unknowable force, it maintains an eerie integrity. Time loses its meaning here. You might see scenes of your childhood and your old age flashing simultaneously, like randomly edited film reels. All sorts of hallucinations begin to appear, and the laws of physics begin to break down. Raindrops drift upwards back into the clouds. Flames condense into cold blue crystals, and unborn babies and deceased relatives cast overlapping shadows in the same space. The most unsettling aspect of the journey is the pervasive sense of déjà vu. You're suddenly convinced you've experienced this moment thousands of times before, and the next moment, it's plunged into absolute unfamiliarity. Memories are like turbulent water, fragments of past and future constantly floating in and out. Sometimes, you can hear countless parallel versions of yourself screaming simultaneously, but the sound seems to be coming from thick frosted glass. This time, the spatial stabilization anchors seem to have lost their effectiveness. But the player didn't seem to suffer any health loss. It seemed like it was just a cut scene. But Sister G was stunned, because she saw not only various scenes from her game, but also various scenes from her offline life. As she walked through the coral corridor, the phosphorescent jellyfish nestled in the cracks of the wall extended their tentacles, casting a blue-green halo of light between the columns. Descending to the old opera house, the sea lilies in the auditorium swayed gently, as if still applauding the performance a century ago. The piano in the center of the stage had long since become a colony of coral polyps. Every time a bioluminescent jellyfish floated across the keys, the entire building echoed with ghostly chords. Passing by a farm, she saw a new generation of children cultivating giant kelp. They used electric currents to stimulate the plant's growth, and the golden leaves, unfurling in the pulses, resembled waves of wheat on land. A girl showed her the newly grown gills behind her ears. The lavender membranes trembled gently in the water, more delicate than any artificial respirator. However, as the time travel phenomenon intensified, Sister G was shocked to discover that everyone had vanished. Whether it was the deep-sea inhabitants she had walked through the corridor, or the audience in the opera house, even the girl she had just seen, all vanished like a dreamlike bubble. If this reflection was of her own offline self, why was there no one there? She searched hard, trying to recall the faces of her family and friends, even memories of acquaintances and passers-by. However, despite being in a familiar environment, every detail felt morbidly familiar, as if she had seen it thousands of times in dreams. But when she tried to recall the way she had come, her memory was like a pencil mark erased by an eraser, leaving only a vague blank. After an unknown amount of time, Sister G, her face pale, was awakened by Bowsy. "What are you standing there for? Did the time travel end?" "No, we must have stopped the ship." In the Void Expedition, spatial coordinates are a complex, constantly changing parameter model. It can't just be stopped at will. If it could be stopped, it would indicate significant progress in the construction of the spacetime model. However, since the fleet had stopped, the time travel naturally came to an abrupt end. G looked up and saw that Tianqi, who had been harassed by the players before, had appeared above the deck. 6 arms simultaneously released dimensional bags, and the next moment, a large number of transparent entities appeared. Their movement defied common sense. One moment, they were suspended amidst the nebulous debris, the next, they were millions of kilometers away. And none of them moved in a straight line. Their paths were marked by the folds of space, like ripples spreading from a dragonfly touching the water. Some individuals even existed simultaneously at multiple coordinates. When the detector focused on their outlines, the data stream suddenly flooded with contradictory positioning information, as if the universe's positioning system had collapsed before them. Furthermore, during the exploration process, many transparent entities simply vanished from their locations. "Are these third-level species just gone?" a player lamented. "That's not true. Perhaps they were simply caught in a spatial turbulence," Tic-Tic casually remarked, appearing out of nowhere. But even if caught in a spatial turbulence, the survival rate is only 4.512%. This is the information provided by the Void Dweller. So they're willing to do it? If they're not willing, then they won't do it? Tic-Tic gave the player a curious look. Forget about Tier 3 species. What about space tribes? When the Galenians asked these Leviathans to hand over skeletal models, these satellite species hesitated and dithered. But didn't they still give them? The Legion's reputation is now even worse than those gold-skinned ones. And it's not like they're unwilling to do so. As long as they survive the Void Expedition, everyone will receive Tier 3 civilization citizenship. In this regard, the Legion is actually quite generous. In fact, if those gold-skinned ones had agreed to become vassals of the Leviathan tribe, the Leviathans might have surrendered on the spot. During the investigation, a certain node suddenly bulged at the center of the vortex. The amorphous mass of light and shadow, like a relief sculpture being reversed, first evoked the concept of the reverse side of human cognition, then the physical form. Its surface wasn't material, but a network woven from countless gravitational lines, each one emitting and discharging light from a different timeline. Ms. 19, Madame Narwhal said you should contact her as soon as you return. She needs your gravitational data. The figure, composed of gravitational lines, nodded slightly and vanished the next moment. What? What? Are they opening a new map? I be the vanguard. Let me get the kill. Come on, I use my exploration skills. Tick stood in silence for a moment, then shook his head. No new map. Even Sister G, who had been bewildered just moments before, couldn't help but express disappointment. Tic-Tic hesitated for a moment, then spoke the truth. Not really. In fact, every time space-time travel occurs, there are inevitably space-time remnants. These remnants could be a parallel universe, a new dimension, or even traceable back to the source of some void will. This is why every Void Expedition is a matter of life and death, not reward or loss. The players grew even more excited. Doesn't this mean this mission is more than just a large instance? But Tic-Tic changed the subject. But not every space-time remnant is easy to explore, especially areas with strong space-time fluctuations. They might be space-time dead zones. The so-called space-time dead zones are areas where neither time nor space exists. If space and time are like two lines, then this dead zone is the area where the two never intersect. It's also a place of exile. Forget about Tier 3 species. Even ascended species can't return once they enter. The players were stunned, but their focus was clearly different. You mean, we won't even do the dungeons? No, I'm here for the dungeons. If I'd known I wouldn't do the dungeons, I might as well have gone to the dark dimension. I haven't even used up my quota for today. Damn, then all that expensive space exploration gear I bought won't be usable? Facing the enraged players, Didi smiled faintly, his body transforming into countless points of light and disappearing on the spot. While the players were embarking on a Void Expedition unlike their imaginations, Gao Gong was also having a conversation with Gundam unlike what he had imagined. In Gundam's imagination, participating in such an epic quest, the background music should have been uplifting. But Boss G was actually discussing the 3 lanes with him. It was indeed a despicable move. According to Boss G, he planned to equip the Gundam with a virtual reproductive system, allowing it to fuse deeply with the mecha during battle. This way, he might be able to re-enter his previous state and give birth to a bit of mechanical deity. Although Gundam doubted whether this operation could actually produce a mechanical deity or a mecha child, but it wasn't impossible to consider. The problem was, he agreed, but the Gundam disagreed. The Star Mecha coldly rejected the proposal. So, Mr. G was trying to teach Gundam his unique skills for hooking up with rich women. Chapter 1579. Facts have proven that not every player can inherit their hidden talents. Gao Gong looked at the bewildered expression on the face of his half-apprentice, whom he had taught by example, and sighed inwardly. If you can't even look bewildered, how can you possibly be with a rich woman? I'm not trying to bully you. Even without considering my achievements in this life, in my last life, even though we started from the same starting line, I still fared better than you. There's a reason for that. Practice well. The faction's experimental technology will be developed by you. Gundam, with a sense of both a deep sense of responsibility and vulgarity, climbed into the cockpit of the Gundam, ready to attempt a proper exchange. As for Gao Gong, he continued to close his eyes, switching to the player's perspective, and continued the Void expedition with the other players. Aboard the space fleet, all players had to admit one thing. Theoretically, this Void expedition quest chain actually contained many large instances that could be explored. But the problem is, to access these dungeons, one must first convince the NPCs to activate the so-called time and space remnants. Had I known how important the NPCs for this quest were, we would have prepared earlier and started by building up their favorability. What a regret, of the fleet's current leaders, not to mention the Void Dweller, who knew this foreigner. As for Velvy, he did know quite a few, but that was a long time ago. Back then, this old green pirate was also a skill instructor, teaching Star Wars techniques and ship-jumping skills. Or, bored players would bring some drinks and listen to his boasts. It's incredibly interesting, you know? But this old guy's favorability is weird. Some people have gained favorability with Velvy number 1, some with Velvy number 2, and some with Velvy number 10086. Some even found favorability with the female version of Velvy. That's a bit ridiculous. Could this old man even have a partner? And the player who gained the most favorability had over 20 Velvy activated simultaneously. This is card collecting. What the hell are these mobile game fragments? Do you have to collect character cards to gain favorability? With the favorability of all the Velvy characters evenly distributed, the players had to admit that it was basically impossible to raise this old NPC's favorability to a certain level during this mission. As for the other high-level NPCs, each presented its own challenges. For example, Tyanki instinctively frowned at the sight of players, Lady Narwhal generally avoided interacting with non-energy-based players, and Black Sage number 3 refused to communicate with species below an intelligence of 1000. The last one, in particular, was truly insulting. Thankfully, none of them met the criteria, so it didn't matter. So, the Force Scourge happily decided to target players instead of NPCs. And so, Didi was in big trouble. While collecting space-time energy, players chattered incessantly. While modeling the space, players chattered incessantly. After finally finding a moment of free time, he retreated to a dark corner, only to have his brain hacked by some unknown cyber hacker. Then, a video of millions of players prostrating themselves, begging for the dungeon to begin was played. Dida, a beautiful woman who always takes great care of her demeanor, had a rare vein popping out of her forehead. If this was considered harassment from strangers, then acquaintances were even more egregious. The forum's private chat rooms were practically incessant, and each person's harassment was different. Sister G, for example, posted erotic pictures daily, featuring men and women, young and old, even tentacles, mushrooms, and inhuman forms. As for wealthy players like Bozzy, get out of my way, I send you first, they sent out red envelopes daily, the amounts getting bigger each time. As for the others, they were more bizarre. Fei G, for example, sent a packaged encyclopedia of information on male-female makeup, while Hong Hua Yao offered to have a custom-made bionic male model custom-made for him, with free size adjustments and seamless tool switching. In short, after completing 2 more time travel records, Dida felt like he was about to be overwhelmed. Anyway, that's it. The Scourge Warriors strongly requested that they activate a space-time remnant after completing the next space-time data record. They're willing to explore for free, without any reward, and donate all their gains to the faction. After Didi conveyed the players' ideas at a fleet commander meeting, the Void Great Dweller, who was first introduced to the Force Scourge, was astonished. To think there were such Tier 3 species in the world, seeking nothing in return, only giving, and not caring about their own lives. No wonder this Legion civilization has flourished so rapidly. How about giving it a try? The touched Great Dweller was the first to offer a suggestion. So far, the depth of this expedition has approached that of the original Myrta exploration. For a civilization embarking on its first Void expedition, this level of exploration was actually quite impressive. What if they ran into something like the Bug Queen further down the line? What would they do? Honestly, as the Void expedition's leader, he was actually experiencing a bit of PTSD. If another wave came, he worried his nervous system would explode. So, he simply activated the space-time remnant once, satisfied this emerging civilization's adventurous spirit, and then quickly returned. While activating the space-time remnant carried considerable risk, these monsters wouldn't creep into the main universe after all. And it wasn't him going there on his own, so the Void leader praised the player's actions. As for the actual fleet commander, the green-skinned old pirate had fallen into a trance. However, if any quantum lifeforms were present, they would have noticed the subtle yet complex quantum fluctuations emanating from him. A brainstorming session was underway within his mind, and due to the sheer number of Velvi participating, he had entered a state of complete shutdown. Fortunately, after the meeting, most of the Velvi agreed with this idea. The risks weren't too high, and the rewards wouldn't be too low. Moreover, many of the Velvi present had experience in exploration. If any unexpected situation arose, it could be dealt with promptly. In short, exploring now was far better than waiting until he left and causing a major blunder during his second or third Void expedition. After all, compared to exploring the Void, the Velvi were more interested in exploring parallel universes. He had already agreed with his boss, Mr. G, that after this mission was completed, he and Mr. G would go to that parallel universe to find Gate. I wonder what's going on over there. If we want to pull the Stringers back from their exile, we definitely can't do it in the main universe. No matter how magnanimous the purple giant is, he'd be furious in this situation. It's a violation of red lines. But in a parallel universe, this isn't a big deal. After all, exile in a different place is still exile. I don't know which version of Velvi reaffirmed his thoughts and agreed. But in the center of the meeting, Velvi number 1, the original Velvi, suddenly looked at another Velvi and asked, "Brother, why don't you agree? Is there something wrong with our idea?" Many Velvi glanced over, gazing at the elderly Velvi. Old Velvi, whom even the original Velvi had to call brother, was truly old, giving the impression that he was about to die. His skin was covered in wrinkles, like cracked bark, and his dark green complexion had faded to a muddy yellow-green, as if dulled by time. As a demonic being, even changing his skin color signifies the beginning of genetic disintegration, a loss of bodily circulation, and imminent extinction. But no one would underestimate him, for the subtle spatial fluctuations emanating from him, like the abyss of the ocean, evoke a sense of unfathomable depth. And his story is even more remarkable. He is not just any velvet, but Stringer Velvet. Yes, in that timeline, this old green-skinned pirate rose to the top of the Stringer civilization and even participated in the development of Ascension technology. At the time, the other Velvets looked puzzled. Because this experience was so bizarre, even many Velvii couldn't believe it. After all, most Velvii possess the cunning, treacherous cruelty of space pirates, as well as the sheer nonsense. At least half of these stories were fabricated to flatter themselves. However, judging from the spatial fluctuations emanating from the other party's true form was at least an extreme creature, and a rare spatial Velvii. So, even if the other party's experience was fabricated, it was worth questioning the true Velvii. However, this Stringer Velvii shook his head and offered no earth-shattering opinions. He simply said, "I'm not opposed to it, I simply disagree." "Why?" "I don't know," the old man, now a yellow-skinned Velvii, said softly. "There's no particularly good reason, it's just a feeling." "That's just nonsense," scoffed a nearby, slutty Velvii. "Yes, it's nonsense. Who would have thought that this old Velvii would decisively admit it?" "Okay, since everyone thinks so." The players finally got the good news they'd been waiting for. After the next time travel, the NPCs will activate the time travel remnants and send them into the exploration. It should have been a long time ago. My sword can't wait. Go to the dungeon, go to the dungeon. I told you posting pornographic pictures works. Sister G put her hands on her hips, a smug look on her face. Time and space began to warp, and the air suddenly became thick and heavy, as if suddenly sinking into a deep, jelly-like sea. The surrounding colors began to dissolve and reorganize. The deck faded its original hue, replaced by a never-before-seen supercolor spectrum, a color that burned the visual cortex. It was neither blue nor red, yet simultaneously encompassed the possibilities of every color. The teacup in the cabin suddenly appeared both broken and intact, its water droplets suspended in midair, both falling and rising. Tactile sensations became fragmented. A finger brushed across the table, simultaneously feeling wood, metal, and a cool, silky texture not found in this dimension. The players, however, had long since grown accustomed to these strange sensations, and were eager to try. Hurry, hurry, get us in, get us in. Is space equipment any use here? Someone give me some intelligence buffs. My brain's running low. This flashing image makes me want to pee. Soon, the teleportation began. Or rather, the moment the time travel record was completed, the remnant of time and space was activated. The player's body began to disintegrate. Fine golden dots of light appeared on the surface of their skin, like a swarm of fireflies scattered by the wind. The fingertips were the first to become transparent, revealing the bones and blood vessels slowly transforming into flowing dust. An eerie layering of sound waves echoed in their ears, a distorted harmony of childhood lullabies and funeral eulogies yet to come. When the time travel reached a critical point, the entire field of vision stretched into a tunnel-like kaleidoscope. Countless fragments of the game's experiences flashed across the tunnel walls. This seemed a little different from the dungeon CG players had imagined. This wasn't like a dungeon run. It was more like stretching a human body between the deck and the dungeon simultaneously. Players who've been to the black hole will undoubtedly be familiar with this feeling of being stretched like a noodle. Of course, besides the players, third-tier space creatures and even several radiation goddesses also participated in this exploration. After all, while Scourge warriors fear no death, they are generally considered to be mentally deficient in the eyes of NPCs. You can't put all your eggs in one basket with such a low IQ. However, during the stretching process, the player Horseshoe seemed to sense something and grabbed a nearby radiation goddess, throwing her out on the spot. At the same time, Velvet, who had been calmly observing the scene before him, suddenly stood up. His hair withered and whitened, his skin turned yellow, and his aura surged. While Velvet frequently swapped characters, only a few heavyweights had such a dramatic effect. For example, this yellow-skinned old dang version of Stringer Velvet. Velvet stared blankly at the scene before him, muttering to himself. Vacuum decay. The senior engineers, watching from afar, uttered the same words in unison, their expressions growing solemn. Who could have imagined that an ordinary void expedition would encounter a spatial disaster of this magnitude? The kaleidoscope vanished, replaced by streaks of white, erupting from the original kaleidoscope. It was the embodiment of nothingness, a decay that devoured the laws of physics. The moment the hull made contact, the metal didn't melt, but instead unloaded into a more fundamental existence, as if plucked and deleted from reality by some supreme law. The fragments of the hull hung in the vacuum, no longer obeying inertia, but strangely still, then silently dissipated into invisible quantum ripples. The crew's bodies split at the decay boundary, half still maintaining expressions of astonishment, the other half collapsing into immaterial clouds of probability, like sketches erased by an eraser. Their final movements were frozen in time, their fingers still hovering over the control panel, unable to fall. Outside the porthole, the illusion of the starry sky was being rewritten. The starlight didn't dim, but rather, negated by some underlying principle, like a monitor being turned off, extinguishing one by one. The galaxy twisted into shattered geometric shapes, and space itself wrinkled and tore as the decay bubble expanded, revealing the indescribable void structure behind. Chapter 1580. Vacuum decay is a true cosmic disaster. Simply put, it's a process whereby the current metastable vacuum of the universe decays into a true ground state vacuum through quantum tunneling. In simpler terms, it obliterates everything, energy, matter, and space, all annihilated and reshaped. It's also one of the legendary means of a cosmic reboot. Gao Gong had also heard that among the arms control agreements signed between the ninth-level civilizations, one of the weapons included cosmic vacuum decay. But this doesn't mean that vacuum decay doesn't exist outside the ninth-level civilization. During this void expedition, as spatial energy transitions from low to high density, there's a theoretical possibility of encountering vacuum decay. But in reality, the probability of this happening is even lower than winning the lottery. This is the main universe. Whose main universe is constantly plagued by cosmic disasters? Even the vacuum decay we're seeing hasn't reached the legendary cosmic formatting. But as soon as this all-annihilating white line emerged from the center of the kaleidoscope, it engulfed half the fleet. Neither Velvi, the Void Dweller, nor the several fourth-order beings within the fleet were able to fight back against this level of disaster. In fact, within one of the ships engulfed by the white line was a fourth-order being, Lady 19. This gravitational wave being, having completed a planetary explosion, offered almost no resistance before being devoured by the white traces and obliterated. The legendary power of 404. Gao Gong frowned deeply. This wasn't even at the vacuum bubble stage, yet it could easily devour a fourth-order being. Will this void expedition be completely wiped out? Is it really that unlucky? Then, the next moment, the entire void tunnel seemed to suddenly disintegrate, transforming into countless Klein bottle shapes. Although the white light still harmonized everything, it was a fraction slower. Then, a brain cell emerged from imaginary spacetime, large enough to envelop the entire void tunnel. It wasn't matter, but a self-replicating topological structure. Unimaginable synapses grew from the void, wrapping around the warships like capillaries. They weren't physical tentacles, but logical chains composed of entangled quantum states. Each ship touch suddenly began to experience a reversal of time, and the erased ships reappeared. Ms. 19, who had just been erased, stared blankly ahead. It was a floating, glowing piece of brain tissue. Its grooves or folds in spacetime, nebulae flow between synapses, and stars flicker along the electrical currents of axons. Each neuron is a galaxy, and millions of civilizations are born and annihilated in the pulses of electrical signals, their histories recorded in the light-speed fibers wrapped in myelin sheaths. Hello, my lovely low-level intelligent beings. You can call me the Cosmic Troubleshooter. I apologize for introducing you in this way, but don't worry. As one of the protectors of the universe, I specialize in eliminating these kinds of spacetime disasters. As long as I'm here, you can rest assured. Huh? Interesting. A semi-quantum lifeform. I've never seen a quantum lifeform as low-level as you. Velvy instantly felt a powerful thought surge into his mind, sweeping over all the Velvets. Excuse me, what rank are you? A Velvet boldly asked. As for me, I'm a brain cell of an 8th-level creature, responsible for vacuum clearance in this area. You're truly unlucky to have encountered something like this. The probability is 0.0000000000000031%. It seems not entirely coincidental. The vast mind, composed of dark matter and quantum probability, swept forward, its first thought being a supernova explosion. It wasn't the annihilation of matter, but the collapse of logic, a star composed of pure data, collapsing in a self-referential paradox, releasing a shockwave capable of rewriting cognition. And within this shockwave, a species existing only in concept emerged. It had no fixed form, but was currently perceived as a silver-gray silhouette, like a human specimen stripped of its skin, its outline outlined by flowing metallic mist, its surface occasionally shimmering with the phosphorescence of data streams. Its face is a smooth oval, devoid of features, only a constantly shifting miniature projection of the universe. In one moment, it's the birth of a spiral nebula, the next, the sea of quarks within an atomic nucleus. When it gazes at you, that ethereal face suddenly freezes, breaking your image down into elementary particles before reassembling into a symbol beyond language. Oh, so it's an observer. I was wondering why this little fleet was so unlucky. So it's you. You said you were just observing, but don't you know that the more you observe, the greater the chance of the worst-case scenario in the probability cloud? There should have been nothing wrong, but you were just looking around. Don't you allow that next time? The observer nodded silently. This nod wasn't a movement, but rather a fine-tuning of reality's parameters. First, ripples appeared around the edges of its silver-gray silhouette, as if space itself were confirming some invisible agreement. Then, its smooth, elliptical face froze briefly, and the cosmic projections flowing within it suddenly synchronized, with countless galaxies luminescing in unison as if voting. Should we modify the memories of these less intelligent species? It's easy enough, but you've already observed them. I need to adjust your observation parameters. You observers are such a nuisance. Whatever you observe, you always drag the other person into the same observational position as you. Forget it, forget it. I be gone after I've suppressed it. The brain cell complained, and the suppression of vacuum decay came to an end. Those supercluster-level neural folds were expanding at superluminal speeds, enveloping the pale cracks of vacuum decay within the quantum memory area of the temporal lobe. Vacuum decay cannot force destruction, but it can create a human brain universe, where its vacuum bubbles bloom and perish. This is also the most common method used by this cosmic troubleshooter to eliminate the incipient dangers of highly dangerous cosmic disasters. It involves creating a universe within your brain, allowing you to destroy it to your heart's content. I'm going to leave. or those old men in the council will accuse me of slacking off again. As soon as the words fell, the nebulae constructed by my thoughts began to lose density, like pencil marks erased by an eraser. The flow of light between synapses became hesitant, and the star clusters that once raced through the grooves of memory gradually came to a halt, like frozen fireflies. And then, the dark matter clouds in the amygdala slowly evaporated, the quantum storm in the prefrontal lobe subsided into mist. The space-time wrinkles in the hippocampus were smoothed by invisible hands, and the synapses that store the memories of civilization silently collapsed like a sandcastle at rising tide. 1-0 ship after another returned to the void channel. The NPCs on board looked at each other. Even the most knowledgeable Veldy, the great dweller of the purest spatial bloodline, stared at each other in bewilderment. It was as if they had just dreamed a bizarre dream. If the cosmic troubleshooter's brain cells hadn't bothered, even this memory would have been erased. This experience seemed to have opened up Veldy's Ren and Du meridians. After witnessing the unimaginable brain universe, especially the boundless quantum brain, he seemed to have gained a new ability, the ability to merge different versions of Veldy into one in a short period of time. His eyes vanished, replaced by countless entangled particles. In the quantum superposition of hundreds of Velvis, he seemed to see the same observer again. But this time, his vision was extremely blurry. The other person seemed to have noticed him, nodding slightly. That nod wasn't a gesture, but a cognitive resonance. The crowd-funded version of Velvet instantly understood the other party's purpose. It was modifying some kind of cognitive protocol, and then continued to watch with all its might. The crowd-funded Velvet seemed to last only a moment, and in the next instant, it collapsed on the spot. He also heard someone's surprised voice. "That's not right. Where are those Scourge warriors?" Velvet was stunned, then regained his composure and looked around. He saw that all the AIs, the radiation goddesses, and the void dwellers had returned to normal. But the Scourge warriors, who should have been there, were missing. Aren't they immortal? Meanwhile, within the void expedition groups, large and small, screams erupted. WTF? I'm about to leave the dungeon. This shitty server, who's kicking me out? Admins, come out and fight. Why don't you kick me out for being a bot? This game will be doomed sooner or later. Ah, that familiar feeling, it's back again. The bot system, won't it take another month or so to fix? That's wrong. Why are we the only ones being kicked out? The other players, who haven't completed the quest, are still fine. If you're going to kick us out, kick us all equally, don't just kick us. No guys, we haven't offended you, what are you doing? Gundam, traitor, traitor +1. Traitor +2. Traitor +3. Traitor plus 10,086. Traitor, what are you doing? Sister G. I'm trying to fix the system, but it's not going well so far. Realizing that all other players except them are still alive, and well, these expedition players grew even more enraged. Everyone sank into a state of impotent rage. Gao Gong, who witnessed most of the process through the player's perspective, was equally stunned, unable to recover for a long time. Miraculously, although the player was kicked out before the cosmic troubleshooter appeared, perhaps due to a system glitch, the player's perspective was retained. It felt like forcibly unplugging the network cable, but the temporary browsing history was preserved. So, from the cosmic troubleshooter to the observer, he had seen it all from beginning to end. After a long while, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Even a pseudo-ninth rank has appeared. How can this be justified? As a former senior member of the Civilization Council, and a member of the Half-Step Senate, how could he not recognize the other party? The Cosmic Troubleshooter is a direct subordinate of the Civilization Council, and one of the strongest within the Council. As for how to distinguish them, it's easy. Anything prefixed with universe is essentially a special unit of the Civilization Council. Because the Civilization Council is backed by all the 9th level civilizations in the entire main universe. So, despite not having a 9th level civilization technology tree, with the support of these 9th level civilizations, they have also developed pseudo-9th level, or cosmic level units. Otherwise, do you think the leaders of the ascended civilizations are all good, obedient children? You have to know that the position of Cosmic Speaker of the Civilization Council is ruled to prohibit leaders of civilizations above 6th level from running for office. So, while Gao Gong was surprised by the appearance of this cosmic troubleshooter, he wasn't that surprised. After all, he had seen it before. On the contrary, after the pseudo-9th level species appeared, the system immediately kicked everyone off. This surprised Gao Gong quite a bit. If Gao Gong remembered correctly, this was probably the second time the system had done this, the last time being during the Cyber Tide. If Cyber Tide is considered a version update, then this time, it's 100% certain the system detected some risk and implemented mitigation measures. After all, the Civilization Council, if this pseudo-ninth-rank person had noticed anything amiss, a single report from them would likely have wiped out the system and someone named G. But conversely, the observer's observations didn't seem to trigger a corresponding system reaction. So, is the system's red line just the Civilization Council, or is it the cosmic species? However, after the previous incarnation of the Old World Master, the system didn't seem to react much either. So, is it the Council of Civilizations? Whether it is or not, it's not a big deal. At least for the time being, I won't have anything to do with the Council of Civilizations. The real problem is, I seem to have attracted a perverted stalker. That's what triggered this series of events. Gao Gong felt a headache. He vaguely recalled how this observer came to be. When the space-time agents repaired the star, they created quantum tunneling. The other party most likely crawled in from a space-time rift. But the problem is, it's easy to come, but it's difficult to get rid of them. After all, this person is a perverted stalker of cosmic proportions. It's hard to describe whether the observer is a constantly fragmenting individual or a cosmic scale group, but since their birth, they have exhibited a very strange state of existence. Like eating melons. The kind of eating melons that will kill the aliens if they don't. And the bigger the melon, the greater its observation intensity, and the stronger its power. Gao Gong wasn't sure whether the other party had noticed something, or was simply observing out of interest. But it didn't look like they were planning to leave anytime soon. And since they wouldn't leave, there seemed to be nothing they could do to get rid of them. One could only hope that after satisfying their interest, they would move on to another place to watch the show. Also, it was best not to target the players. Chapter 1581. Although the Void Expedition had caused such a huge mess. Although in the eyes of the cosmic troubleshooter, Gao Gong, the leader of this civilization, was merely a small-time boss. Although the expedition players were still unable to log in, and were lashing out at him on the forums, but when Gao Gong appeared in the capital of Myrda, he was still given the utmost welcome. The Myrda speaker personally accompanied the Federation's top brass, and the leaders of the Chaebol, and countless dignitaries, celebrities, and art masters from other civilizations were also present. When Gao Gong entered, he saw that the star armor defense ring outside this artistic planet, which stretched for light years, was now also equipped with various space structures. Clearly, the sheer number of people had reached a point where it was beyond the planet's capacity. However, only one player, Gao De, witnessed this moment of public display. And even that particular player, Gao De, was not particularly interested in this cutscene. The reason was simply that his courtship had failed again, and this person was currently experiencing a period of heartbreak. But while he didn't dwell on others, others did. Almost all civilizations were paying close attention to the Legion Civilization's star armor technology. After all, it was star armor technology capable of defeating 3 civilizations. And behind this civilization leader, it seemed, was this single star armor bodyguard. And honestly, judging solely by rank, the Gundam was indeed the most advanced star armor in the faction. So, on Gao Gong's first night, the Gundam was already on people's radar. It was a star armor with a distinctly biological style, its red exoskeleton armor layered like dried blood scabs, its exposed hydraulic muscle fibers twisting and twisting like tendons at its joints. Its head resembled a shattered crown, its jaw split open to the ears, revealing 2 rows of rotating, serrated cutters. It hovered in the void, a twinkling starlight behind it, like a king in the night. The King Slayer? The Gundam recognized it immediately. Without the remains of this star armor, he couldn't build a Gundam. But interestingly, the Gundam, modeled after the King Slayer, seemed even more advanced. Without a single word, their auras collided. The space between them began to distort, the black armor's fiery murderous intent and the silver-white, icy deathly aura entangled each other, forming a visible vortex. However, as the 6 pairs of silver-white divine suppression wings on the Gundam's back flapped open, the opponent began to struggle even after activating only the 4th pair. Giant dark golden lines began to emerge in space, like the peeled skin of an ancient deity, each line wriggling and reorganizing, forming a constantly shifting forbidden rune. Mechanical Master Number 5 was a bearded dwarf who claimed to be from Asgard. He loved drinking, and was said to be from a divine civilization, skilled in the wielding of a mechanical hammer. Senior Engineer's initial reaction was, could this fellow possibly be related to a certain thunder god? After further investigation, he discovered that there was indeed a resemblance, though not identical. As a primarily carbon-based, mechanical civilization, the Asgardians were most adept at crafting various super-machines. To suppress the mechanization of their species, they embarked on a path of seeking divinity, using this power to suppress the potential for a mechanical revolution. And yet, the Asgardian civilization survived, alive and well. It was only because of this bearded man's alcoholism that he was kidnapped through a simple scheme. Even this time, he came over eagerly to get a free drink, and now he's intoxicated to the point of no return. But despite being a heavy drinker, his hand-rubbing skills are top-notch, ranking him among the top 3 even among mechanical masters. At this moment, as the divine machinery fully unleashed its power, the magnetic field surrounding the Slayer King collapsed instantly, and even its various simulated biological components suffered massive malfunctions or failures. However, this didn't seem to repel the enemy. Every crack in the Slayer King's armor oozed a searing crimson, and without a word, it soared into the sky. At the same time, the Gundam automatically activated its combat module. Please prepare for battle, pilot. Nervous system connecting. Circulatory system connecting. Motor system connecting. Before the Gundam could react, its consciousness was superimposed on the signal connection. The infrared spectrum captured by the mecha's visual system was projected directly onto the retina, and the audio signal converted by the sound wave collector vibrated against the inside of the eardrum. Metal began to breathe, flesh began to conduct electricity, pain and power oscillated wildly at both ends of the neural circuit, eventually merging into a complex perception beyond human power. If you don't try to date me, The Gundam was whisked away before even negotiating terms. The mecha had a personality, which didn't seem entirely a good thing. The senior engineer, who witnessed this scene, offered no comment. It seems someone has their eyes on our War Mad series, a voice called from behind. It's only natural, just as we're concerned about the Myrta people, the senior engineer said without even turning his head. And that star armor, doesn't it look familiar to you? That bug mech? Du Xiaodi finally raised her head and glanced into the cosmic void. With her vision, she could naturally see the King Slayer engaged in a fierce battle across a dozen astronomical units. I remember someone dissected one at the academy? Yes, several mechanical masters worked on it. They were very interested in this level of star armor, and after the dissection, they discovered something very interesting. Du Xiaodi said nothing, simply turning to look at the other person. This isn't actually an unmanned star armor, but a manned one. The senior engineer pointed at the other's abdomen, its surface covered in thousands of hardened nerve cords. There's a Myrta pilot there. Huh? Du Xiaodi raised an eyebrow but remained silent. She knew the other person wouldn't say that for no reason. Let's not even talk about the fact that unmanned mechas and manned mechas are 2 different technological paths, nor how they managed to develop this level of manned space armor so quickly. After all, they have a strong foundation in mecha technology, so it's not impossible that they've accumulated so much experience and made great strides. The key is that after several mechanical masters disassembled it, they discovered something very interesting. The other party's pilot doesn't seem to be a true driver, but more of a biological connector. In other words, this King Slayer may be self-aware. What is it connected to? Du Xiaodi asked the key question. The mind network. Du Xiaodi suddenly realized that, apart from their own star network, the Myrta were the only 2 species in this star region to possess a third-order network. For a mechanical civilization to master this 3-level information network would be immensely beneficial. This also gave Du Xiaodi a thought. The prototype of the King Slayer was the Insect King, and the Insect King wasn't an individual conscious species, but rather an extension of collective consciousness. With this analysis, the King Slayer's operators were more likely the collective will evolve from the noetic network than the Myrta within the star armor. Du Xiaodi, aware of Gao Gong's plan, immediately realized it. Is it that sealed artifact? Gao Gong nodded silently. Almost at the same moment, the conspirators plotted their plans. The 2 star armors had already decided their victor. As the Gundam deployed its 6th pair of divine suppression wings, the divine suppression field fully blossomed. Any life that enters this realm will feel an instinctive shudder, as if standing on the edge of a sleeping god's dream. Metal winds, energy annihilates, unauthorized weapons are reduced to dust in the blink of an eye. The mech itself, like the absolute master of this realm, shakes space and submits to its laws with every step. A flash of light, and the Slayer King was hurled several astronomical units away, crashing directly into the metallic asteroid belt, knocking over a pile of untransformed mech modules. But soon, more mech modules flew in, carrying out repairs from nano-modules to energy engines, from microscopic to global. Just as the repairs were nearly complete, a mechanical hand reached out. The Slayer King, startled, looked up, only to discover that the hand belonged to the very opponent it had defeated. The imitation Zerg star armor hesitated for a moment before accepting the offer. However, the other party soon sent a more interesting command. It could effectively adjust its own performance through the resonance of the operating system, thereby improving the machine's efficiency. The Slayer King hesitated again, then chose to accept. After all, the other party had superior performance, superior weapons, and superior algorithms. There was no point in coveting anything from us. So, the two-star armors found a meteorite, and the Gundam began to teach the other party the 18 electronic touches. No, rather, system resonance. However, the Gundam inside the mecha cabin was already stunned. God forbid, these commands were not issued by him. In fact, this electronic massage technique was taught to him by Mr. G, so that he could improve the Gundam's favorability. Goodness me, I was wondering why I couldn't improve favorability, and after all this time, it turns out you're a lesbian. No, a lesbian. It turns out it's not just me who inherited Boss Gao's skills. You too. So the question is, if these two-star mechas get involved, what do I become? A reproductive organ? That's not right. There must be someone inside this King Slayer. What's my relationship with her? 2 mechas and 2 pilots. What we're doing doesn't count as gang slaying, right? For a moment, Gundam was caught up in a certain mecha ethics, feeling like he was just a tool for others' entertainment. Oh no, could it be that the one who inherited Boss G's skills wasn't me, but the other person? Was this what you expected, Boss G? At this moment, in Gundam's mind, Mr. G, already unfathomable, was touring the various Tier 3 art buildings on this art planet, accompanied by the vice president of the Milta people. In reality, this wasn't Gao Gong's first visit, nor was it just a tour. Of course, last time he was just a passing tourist. Not only were some of the Tier 3 buildings closed, but even if they were, he wouldn't have been able to enter. He wasn't qualified. But this time, he had a truly enjoyable tour, from the Interstellar Sculpture Center to the Art Obelisk, from the monument to the Imperial Museum. Only, when he returned to the Imperial Museum, he didn't see the familiar old Pooh. The gatekeeper seemed to have changed. As expected. I remember there used to be an administrator named Pooh at the Imperial Museum? Gao Gong said, half-smiled. The deputy speaker was taken aback at first, but quickly recovered and said, he's taken leave to go back home. Gao Gong nodded, not asking further questions. Okay, that's enough of a tour. Let's get straight to the point. Myrta's current capital is no longer the imperial capital of the past, and the former imperial planet has now become a garbage planet. Not only was the planet's surface covered in layers of compressed garbage, piled up like a geological fault. In orbit, countless abandoned satellite debris circled it, forming a ring of sharp fragments. Occasionally, space debris collided with each other, sending out fleeting sparks that illuminated the distorted and deformed city skylines below. The remains of skyscrapers, compressed into cubes, stood like tombstones on the garbage plain. Old Pooh walked silently. Behind him followed a group of royal bloodlines. As the last emperor and the person who had orchestrated the transformation of civilization, he knew many of its secrets. He was even part of that ancient secret. In reality, although the imperial family was in decline, and most of the territorial planets were experiencing strong centrifugal tendencies, even if the royal family had stepped down, according to his plan, he should have adopted a constitutional monarchy, even using the Book of Coevolution to become a leader of another civilization. Why would he not even be able to retain the throne? Those Chable leaders likely had no intention of annihilating them all. However, this plan was thwarted, and then another force intervened. This force was the Galen people. And it was precisely because of the involvement of those gold-skinned people that the plan failed. After all, if he hadn't backed down, the centrifugalism would have truly turned into centrifugalism. For years, he had been investigating who had betrayed the imperial family, but the sheer number of suspects had made the investigation slow. But now he had discovered it. It was none other than Tonino, the former member of the Royal Academy, and now a National Treasure-level mechanic. That evil woman. At the thought of this, Lao Pu felt a raging fire burning within him. Instructor, we're ready, the student whispered. Old Pooh turned his head, his expression once again calm. Let's begin, he said expressionlessly. A shadow of an insect flashed across his eyes. Then, a dramatic transformation began. The surface of the garbage mountain began to pulse with strange movements, as if something was breathing deep within. Scrap metal, enveloped in a sticky black substance, twisted and fused like a living thing, gradually forming a smooth chitinous shell. Plastic and organic waste decomposed and reassembled, transforming into a slimy fungal carpet that spread across the planet's surface, devouring everything. The satellite debris in the rings, pulled by some force, slowly fell. No longer shattering by collision, they were captured by the dark purple biomass, like prey caught in a spider web, gradually dissolved and reshaped. The metal frames twisted and deformed, sprouting sharp limbs, and the electronic components transformed into glowing neural nodes, eventually transforming into the shells of Zerg creatures floating in orbit. The planet's atmosphere also began to change. The murky, poisonous fog was replaced by a purple-black cloud of spores. These spores swirled and spread like living creatures, devouring the remaining oxygen. Whenever the starlight penetrated this living cloud, countless wriggling shadows were cast on the ground. The insect swarms beneath the fungal blanket were hatching. With this evolution, a vast will emerged, and there was more than one. Chapter 1582. Miraculously, despite such a dramatic transformation, the surveillance system of this former imperial planet remained inoperable. Finally, deep within the Earth's core, the smoldering nuclear waste was enveloped by some kind of biomass, no longer emitting radiation but transforming into a dark red energy core, like a beating heart, nourishing the entire planet's transformation. The remains of abandoned skyscrapers, entangled by mycelium, gradually expanded and twisted, transforming into towering incubation nests, their surfaces covered in pulsating, blood-like structures, constantly spewing out new Zerg individuals. These weren't microscopic Zerg, but more like some kind of mutated creature. And when Lao Pu turned around, he saw that all those of the former royal bloodline had transformed into humanoid Zerg. Their skin was replaced by mycelium, a translucent black biofilm covering their entire bodies. Its surface was covered with dense purple blood vessels, pulsating subtly with their breathing. Their original muscle tissue was reorganized, and fibrous insect nest tissue wrapped around their skeletons, making their limbs unusually slender. Sharp chitinous protrusions sprouted from their joints, resembling forcibly stretched and hardened marionettes. It seems these humanoid insect nests are well made, Lao Pu muttered to himself. It's a pity these disciples are no longer able to speak. I should have done this long ago. You indeed should have. In the evolution from individual consciousness to collective consciousness, free will is illusory. Any compromise in this direction will lead to the failure of civilizational evolution and even backfire. A voice, half male and half female, echoed. Lao Pu stared at the puddle beneath his feet, and vaguely saw a face. It had once been the face of a Myrda. The left side carried the majesty and strength unique to the Myrda superior bloodline. The right side, on the other hand, had peeled off, now covered by a translucent black biofilm, clinging to the bones like a damp insect molt. The right eye had vanished, replaced by a cluster of wriggling nerve bundles, their ends gleaming with faint purple light, like some primitive compound eye constantly focusing. Using the telekinetic network to kill the monarch was a misstep. The third-order consciousness network simulates a portion of Zerg consciousness, but how can it compare to true Zerg consciousness? Their decision to develop targeted anti-Zerg weaponry was part of our calculations. Any anti-Zerg weaponry will eventually become a Zerg weapon, and any anti-Zerg civilization will eventually evolve into a Zerg civilization. So, from the beginning, you planned for the Zerg civilization's defeat? Lao Pu asked calmly. And didn't you come to me to formulate this plan? Yes, the voice replied. Insect-like civilizations are a fundamental part of the war between civilizations. But it seems you haven't succeeded. At least, after the Anti-Insect Alliance unleashed a massive influx of insecticide weapons, you haven't evolved targeted insect technology. We're running out of time, the voice sighed. We didn't have the time to escape the splinter formation. Although we've evolved civilization, dealing with insecticide weapons of this level requires at least a late-stage insect civilization. These insecticide weapons are clearly designed to combat a mature insect civilization. Old Pooh stopped talking. After a long silence he said, I have no interest in being a puppet emperor. Every insect civilization has a queen. If you can insectize the Myrda Federation, you will be the queen of this insect civilization. Another voice rang out, no longer male or female, but more like a grand chorus of countless insect chirps. We will only act if you fail to activate your queen's authority. We do not expect that. Old Pooh stopped talking and instead half-crouched, inserting his palm into the insect-like planet. Leveraging the Zerg consciousness of the planetary hive, he crossed light years and entered the noetic network. Like a drop of water falling into a sea of light, data stars were born and annihilated all around. Some points of light suddenly expanded into supernovas, unleashing a torrent of complex information. Others collapsed into black hole-like vortices, devouring all code in their path. Consciousness could perceive other beings. Not physical entities, but minds composed of pure information. They swam by like luminous creatures of the deep sea, leaving behind fleeting thought trails. Few people know that after the end of the Myrda Empire, their greatest trump card wasn't the mecha craze, but the Tier 3 network. Only civilizations that developed a Tier 3 network could truly appreciate its power. Back then, Old Pooh even asked himself countless times If he had persisted longer, even risking everything to fight those rebel forces, would he have survived until the dawn of collective consciousness technology? By activating this Tier 3 virtual network, combined with Myrda's bloodline technology, wouldn't they have been able to evolve into a true telekinetic dynasty that year? Instead of being deceived by the so-called Ascension data reports, and choosing to retreat amidst internal and external troubles, they might have been able to achieve this. Taking this step back wouldn't mean losing just one thing, but everything. Now, he would take it all back. The outer orbital space of Myrda's capital planet. Theoretically, there were no blind spots, yet in reality, no machine could detect it. A figure slowly took shape. Points of light coalesced into a skeleton. Not made of calcium, but a transparent framework composed of flowing quantum bits. Blue light threads, like a neural network, stretched across the skeleton, weaving the texture of muscle. The skin was composed of countless hexagonal data modules, each section reflecting a different fragment of memory, pulsing and fading with the rhythm of breathing. Finally, an illusory girl in a white dress and white shirt materialized. Thanks to the temporary closed information space created by entropy reduction, the MindNet search was perfectly avoided. Among the 4 major civilization systems, the information system possessed the greatest mutual control. If the StarNet was stronger than the MindNet, then its leader would be impossible for the MindNet to detect. But in Gao Yuanyuan's eyes, the world looked quite different. Thin threads detached from the point of light, extending across the void like spiderwebs, interweaving into a flowing network. They surged in from all directions, clinging to the established network, splitting and reorganizing. Certain nodes suddenly expanded, bursting into brilliant starlight, then contracting into stable cores of light. The entire space began to breathe, expanding and contracting with the ebb and flow of the data torrent, its boundaries constantly seeping outward. Strange, the control of the noetic network wasn't under the control of those 10 Mirtan interstellar corporations, so why would there be any unusual movement? Gao Yuanyuan sniffed and frowned. Moreover, it carried a repulsive vitality. So, has the insect transformation begun? Is it starting with a virtual level? No, I can't let them do it so easily. I need to talk to that woman. On the capital planet of Myrda, after touring most of the third-level art buildings, the senior engineer got straight to the point. The deputy speaker across from him hesitated only briefly before nodding. After all, the preservation of that thing owed an invaluable debt to the leader of this civilization. Besides, they weren't here to attend the ceremony. The main reason the leader of the civilization was there in person was to discuss the distribution rights of the insect queen. After a moment, most of the people present were dismissed. "Please follow me, sir," the deputy speaker said in a deep voice, his figure gradually fading as he spoke. A glowing humanoid spirit emerged from the middle-aged Myrda figure. Senior engineer had long heard that the Myrda's true self wasn't a physical body, but rather a spiritual force. Now it seemed to be true. This person's consciousness attribute had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the third level. As it moved, a garden gate slowly opened. After becoming a civilization leader, one would gain access to a wealth of information unique to civilization leaders. This was a secret to the outside world, but not to civilization leaders. For example, the Myrda people chose this planet as their current capital. The reason was simple. This planet houses one of the Myrda's only 2 fourth-level art structures. Fourth-level building, Paradox Garden. Among all civilizational structures, art architecture is a relatively unique type. Theoretically, it can exist within any civilization. And it touches upon abstract realms, like that civilization's ideology, aesthetics, artistic values, and personal expression. But this doesn't mean these art structures are without value. In the field of consciousness evolution, mind biochemistry, and species system reconfiguration, these art structures play a unique role. Gao Gong recalls that the most expensive artwork sold at the Universe Auction House, in the Civilization Leader section, was a painting. The painting depicts the technology tree of an ascended civilization. In other words, buy a painting and get a full technology tree for free. Incredible. Although this Paradox Garden didn't possess a built-in technology tree, Gao Gong felt its wonder the moment he entered. A silver-blue halo hovered above the garden, like a translucent quantum membrane, occasionally flickering with ripples, like a data stream. Nanoscale golden dust drifted in the air, sometimes condensing into petals, sometimes dispersing into nothingness, as if constantly switching between reality and simulation. Here, plants defy all known biological logic. Metal vines entwine around carbon fiber trunks, liquid photons flowing across their surfaces, solidifying into crystals upon contact and evaporating into mist the next. Flowers simultaneously display a state of blooming and withering, the molecular structure at the edges of their petals constantly reorganizing, the crimson of a rose one moment, twisting into the deep purple of an orchid the next. The path's paving material is observer-dependent, one path when unobserved, another when observed. With the vice speaker leading the way, senior engineer will avoid being led astray by the observer effect. Although the observer effect in this building wasn't strong, and most only slightly stronger than his own spatial string ball, this thing was a regular attack. Anyone who underestimated regular attacks would suffer a disastrous fate. Soon, at the center of the garden, Engineer Gao encountered an old acquaintance, Master Tanillo, dressed in a white lab coat. "Master, you also do biomodification?" Engineer Gao asked with interest. "I've done some research." Master Tanillo acted rather nonchalantly, seeming like a stranger. However, Engineer Gao glanced at the thick stacks of research materials surrounding him and smiled. It seems he's more than just a little bit of research. There was a huge gap between masters. For example, Engineer Gao, who hadn't previously mentioned the mechanical mastery template, was a typical counterfeit master. The true masters were the dozens of individuals in his own faction, many of whom had mastered certain aspects of the Ascension technology. These mechanical masters weren't weak, but they were still a bit short of the legendary National Treasure masters. This bit of skill lies in her understanding of the technology tree, and her ability to deeply explore the current technology tree and create a civilization's trump card. Master Tanillo is a National Treasure mechanic of this caliber. And she created not just one trump card, but two. Mecha Frenzy Mindnet. And her first development wasn't Mecha Frenzy, but Mindnet. The vice speaker left. Although he was a deputy, he was also very busy. After all, Mr. G wasn't the only civilization leader arriving next. After all, after he left, neither of them spoke, but stared silently at the insect queen before them. Her appearance was completely different from before. The reason for the difference was that the shadowy portion of the original Shadow Queen had been removed, and the original cyber wave had subsided. This was undoubtedly the function of this paradoxical garden. From disorder to order. And without these two components, the insect queen appeared extremely insect-like. Her body was like a living sculpture, composed of countless shells, each gleaming with a dark metallic sheen, like biological armor forged by some ancient civilization. These shells were not static, but rather moved slightly with her breathing, emitting a fluorescent green bioluminescence from their edges, outlining her massive and elegant figure in the darkness. Her head resembled a strange fusion of an ancient insect and a human woman. The upper half of her face was covered with a smooth chitinous mask. There were no eyes, only two deep grooves, within which shimmered countless tiny compound eyes, flickering like a constellation of stars. The lower half of her face, however, was almost human-like, pale and delicate, with a slightly upturned lip line. Her mouth parts were concealed beneath an elegant curve, opening only when hunting, revealing the spiral array of serrations and straws within. A considerable portion of her body had already been dissected. Clearly, the joint research agreement reached between the leaders of civilizations had been discarded by this master of national treasures. This was not surprising at all. After all, when he agreed to hand over the queen's body, Gao Gong knew what would happen. "Mr. G, do you think a true insect queen doesn't look like this?" After a long silence, Master Tanillo spoke for the first time, and his words were startling. Chapter 1583. Senior Engineer glanced at Master Tanillo with some surprise. If the authenticity of the Bug Queen could be confirmed solely through testing, then the other party would likely be unable to do so. Because, in terms of bloodline, consciousness, and organizational structure, the other party was a standard Bug Queen. But the other party still made such an assumption. That was quite interesting. Senior Engineer didn't immediately answer the question. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately launched a probe. The Master frowned. High-level NPCs are actually aware of this kind of probe. Name, Tanillo Meister. Level, max level 90. Bloodline, Merda. Occupation, Mechanic. Boss templates, Reverse Engineering I, Mechanical Genius, Iron Chanter, Concept Welding, Virtual Creative Thinking, 4D Lathe, Mechanical Cult. Wow! 7 templates, and they're all mechanical manufacturing templates. Senior Engineer finally understood why the Mirda people were able to reveal 2 civilization trump cards one after another. And what the hell is a mechanical cult? Only after becoming an NPC did Gao Gong realize that not all boss templates are beneficial. Many are actually quite cultish. While they offer immense power, they also have terrifying negative side effects: obsession, bloodlust, destruction, and subversion. They perfectly fit the description of a villainous boss. Thankfully, Gao Gong has been quite lucky. He hasn't drawn any of these templates so far. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the attributes suddenly vanished. At the same time, Master Tonillo looked at him with a strange gaze. Mr. G hasn't answered my question yet. Perhaps? Senior Engineer thought for a moment and said, at this point, even a National Treasure mechanic wouldn't have much impact on the overall situation. That old poo wouldn't hold back just because the other party knew about it, and neither would the Insect Queen, nor the leaders of the civilizations he had contacted. One can only say that the National Treasure Master is worthy of being a National Treasure Master, but he's only a National Treasure. Master Tonillo frowned deeply. It seemed the situation was a little beyond her expectations. If this Insect Queen was a fake, then where was the real one? Even the destruction of insect civilization would be a serious problem. In her plan, Old Pooh was the only one to be suppressed, but now the situation was clearly beyond her control. Tonillo took a deep breath, staring at the unfathomable Mr. G before her. Just as she was about to say something, he interrupted her. Senior Engineer smiled and said, since you researched so much, would you mind giving me some of the research materials? Tonillo gave him a deep look and pressed a button. Soon, an assistant came over with a test tube, which Senior Engineer took. Name, Zura Queen Jean. Rank, Level 3. Note, this ancient evolutionary code holds immense research value, but the chaotic flow of information makes research more difficult. Senior Engineer shook the test tube and smiled. Regardless of whether the Zura Queen is real or fake, this gene cannot be faked. Master Tonillo remained silent. By the way, Master, I have a question I've been wanting to ask you. Master Tonillo looked at the leader of this civilization. I've always been curious. Are you, the Myrta, living in this parasitic state to avoid some kind of bloodline technology? Senior Engineer laughed heartily, waved his hand without looking back, and left. In the Supreme Council, Grand Chancellor Myrta, who had been watching the entire scene, also shook his head. How could it be fake? From the genes to the consciousness, even to the faint presence of the queen's will within the corpse, everything proved one thing. That Insect Queen was definitely the real one. Otherwise, why would Mr. G come up so eagerly? Have you figured out the principles behind those Legion mechas? Grand Chancellor Myrta looked at a master mechanic. A civilization always has more than one master mechanic. And, based on technological foundations alone, the people of Myrta are the most likely to replicate those super war machines. It's an excellent, brilliant design, incorporating some super carbon-based simulations. Most importantly, it's a mature mechanical work. Theoretically, such a mature work requires at least thousands of iterations to complete. The master mechanic, worthy of being a master mechanic, has mastered every step of the war-mad mechanics development. Furthermore, this requires the assistance of a host of master mechanics. Is it him? A holographic projection materialized. The holographic projection depicted a banquet filled with clinking glasses and resplendent lights, with countless celebrities socializing. And yet, amidst the scene of voluptuous women, there was a man who genuinely came for a drink. He sat cross-legged on the ground, 2 large wine glasses in his rugged hands, their rims still stained with foam from his previous sip. His beard, unaware of the wine, clung to his face. As he swallowed, the braided rings woven into his braids jingled. His Adam's apple was like a half-forged iron ball, rolling up and down with every sip. Wine overflowed from the corners of his mouth, dripping down his beard onto his skin, mixing with the previous oil stains and iron gray to form dark spots. Is he also a master mechanic? Grand Chancellor Myrta said. Yes, and he specializes in building specialized machines. As the saying goes, an expert knows a master's work before he even takes action. Fellow masters of mechanics possess a mysterious connection. Interesting. This Mr. G not only brought his wife, but also a master mechanic. Could he be seeking to exchange something with us? Grand Chancellor Myrta paced back and forth, trying to determine the other party's true purpose. However, he failed to notice that the shadow beneath his feet began to shift. The once clear outline suddenly became viscous, with fine black threads oozing from the edges, as if being gnawed by some invisible moth. The threads began to wriggle, tangling, and gradually expanding, eventually peeling away from the shadow, transforming into long, slender, worm-like strands. On the 10th day after Gao Gong arrived, the king of the Colossus nation arrived. 2 days later, the leaders of the 2 civilizations, the Seed of Life and the carbon-based network, arrived together, followed by the arrival of the Metal Head, the Space Emperor, the Lord of the Void. The arrival of one civilization after another heightened the atmosphere of the event. Countless artists from various civilizations attempted to depict this magnificent spectacle, and countless singers achieved fame with a single song. But within the circle of civilization leaders, there was a certain discord. In particular, After the Myrta people broke their promise and dissected the Bug Queen prematurely, a quarrel ensued. The result was that the Bug Queen was moved from Paradox Gardens and placed on a mechanical planet not far from the capital planet, under the personal supervision of representatives from each civilization. Grand Chancellor Milta ultimately failed to withstand the arrogance of so many civilization leaders, and even fined Master Tanilo a planetary year salary. But that was all. When Galgong returned to the Halupo, he saw Director Du had already entered a deep state of mechanical evolution, but he didn't take it seriously. Instead, Gundam hurried over and gave him a message. "So, you sense the presence of the Zerg Queen?" "Yes, but it seems different from before." Gundam scratched his head, unsure how to describe it. After a long pause, he explained, "The collective will I sense before was like a dense, large sphere, but the Zerg will I sense now is like smog, all-encompassing yet very thin." "Am I mistaken?" Galgong didn't speak, but shook his head. Not only was the other party correct, but his own judgment had been confirmed. Zerg transformation had begun. He stretched out his palm and felt as if countless tiny toes were crawling through the flesh and bones. But this was just an illusion, or rather, a memory from a past life, because true insect transformation occurs without a single sign. When he clenched his palm, it felt as if he were grasping a limb. Then, he caught the resentful look of the opposing player. He quickly realized what was happening and looked at them in surprise. "Where's your Gundam?" Gundam sighed, feeling a faint green tinge on his head. "Boss, was this within your expectations?" "What?" "My star armor. She cheated on me?" "No, she stole my machine." This immediately piqued Galgong's curiosity. "Tell me more." "What else?" "Look for yourself. This is the footage I secretly filmed." The Gundam projected a holographic projection. In the image, two top-tier mechas hovered amidst the stardust, their engine nozzles occasionally flickering with a faint glow, as gentle as breathing. Stardust swirled slowly around them, like galactic debris stirred by invisible hands. In the distance, a blue giant star burned quietly, its cool glow coating the armor of the two-star armors with the hue of flowing liquid metal. A meteorite belt drifted not far away, and occasionally tiny fragments grazed their shoulder armor, creating silent sparks in the vacuum. They exchanged silent electrical sounds over an encrypted channel, occasionally releasing a few tiny sparks, flickering silently in the vacuum, then extinguishing. "Quite romantic," Galgong replied honestly. Then he met the even more resentful look in the player's eyes. "Hey brother, you need to open your mind. The Gundam seduced the Emperor, so why can't you seduce the pilot? If you do, you could use the mecha's simulated reproductive system to achieve deep intercourse." "So this star armor is piloted?" Gundam was stunned for a moment, then clapped his hands. "That's right. There's no rule that only mechas can intersect. You can also intersect with the opposing pilot, right? Besides, those who are close to the water get the moon first. Our own Gundam has already taken care of the other party. This is a huge advantage." "So," Mr. De leapt excitedly again. "Brother, I think you haven't told him yet that the Myrta are actually asexual?" Gao Yuan's playful laughter suddenly rang in Galgong's ears. "It's okay. In the interstellar age, love is free." "Huh?" Galgong glanced at the system. It seemed the expedition players were finally able to log in. "I, Huhan-san, am back again. Where's the compensation? Where's the reward? Where's the mission completion? Ah, I've really lost a fortune this time. All my equipment has exploded." As flashes of white light passed, the players' cries of despair rose once again. And honestly, the expedition players were truly devastated in this mission. All their equipment had been wiped out, and there were no mission rewards at all. Even wealthy players, like Bozy, were scowling. The reason was simple. He had recently launched an equipment insurance mission and tricked a large number of players into signing up. And then, the policies went bankrupt the moment they were signed up. He was the player who suffered the most from this mission. He was so gloomy that he didn't even have the energy to complain. But not all players suffered heavy losses, or gained nothing at all. For example, the high-level NPC Tyanki looked at a player with a complicated expression. Around this player's neck hung a taming ring, a fine grade one he had personally crafted, effectively increasing his taming success rate. At this moment, however, the ring was tightly fastened around the neck of the player named Horseshoe. The rope behind it was firmly grasped by the hand of a radiation goddess leader. Woof woof woof. Meow, meow. The tamer player, with his chest puffed out and his head held high, crawled around, occasionally nudging the radiation goddess's trouser legs. "If I can't tame you, can't I tame me?" The radiation goddess's lips curled into a smile, seemingly pleased with the new pet. The surrounding players also looked at each other's actions with complicated expressions. Is this even possible? Man, you've already surpassed the lower limit of our force scourge. Who would volunteer to be a dog for an NPC? If I'd known this was possible, I would have done it myself. Wang Yuanli's clone, watching this scene from the sidelines, dangled from a tree branch and burst into laughter. These scourge warriors always manage to come up with something special for her. Also, although this expedition encountered unimaginable unexpected events, from the perspective of the higher-ups, it can be said to have yielded a wealth of rewards. For another, the space-time data alone is enough for the experts in the faction to study for a while. It's said that once the research is completed, it will lead to breakthroughs in several fields. Furthermore, Black Sage 3 is said to have collected some special data, which can only be handed over to the two civilization leaders upon their return. Aside from the couple, no one else is allowed to participate. After feasting on melon, Wang Yuanli's consciousness returned to its original state, content. She didn't eat melon every day. She had work to do. Closing her eyes, she quickly connected to at least 100 planets, using the life signal amplified by the star network. These planets varied in environment: ocean planets, rocky planets, and even magma planets. But on each, a different type of planetary tree burrowed deep into the core and rose from the ground. The person in charge of this giant tree project was none other than Old Walter, who had been drafted in as a laborer. After confirming that all the planetary tree clones were thriving, Wang Yuanli withdrew her consciousness with satisfaction. Just as she was about to go back to sleep, she suddenly blinked. The next moment, her vast consciousness penetrated the tree roots. Deep within them, the nest where the queen bee had once been nurtured appeared. The queen bee, the rotten throne, the carbon throne, all vanished.